On the Zhongyuan Ghost Festival, the Ghost Gate stood wide open and malevolent spirits roamed freely. Mortals were advised to stay out of their way. In the depths of the night, Su Fan walked down the deserted street with a thick wad of cash clutched to his chest. Wisps of greenish smoke coiled up from the roadside where people had just burned paper offerings to honor their deceased relatives. Su Fan could not help thinking, could his current poverty be because no one in the world above was burning offerings for him? He was nothing more than a miserable wage slave. In order to get back his hard-earned wages, Su Fan had just been viciously beaten. Now his face was ashen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and his clothes were torn in several places. He shuffled down the gloomy street on unsteady legs, looking for all the world like a wandering ghost. His body was unbearably weak. If someone tried to rob him now, he would have no strength to fight back at all. To be safe, he decided to deposit the hard-won money in a bank. Looking around, Su Fan noticed a bank not far ahead. It was the dead of night, yet a bank was still open. Without thinking too much about it, he walked inside. As the pale smoke dispersed, the imposing building revealed 4 ancient-style characters over the entrance: Tian, Di, Yin, Hang. The air conditioning inside was turned up brutally high despite the summer heat. Su Fan shivered uncontrollably, even his brain felt numb. He felt as if he were about to faint. The bank was crowded, filled with figures of all shapes and odd appearances, as though a masquerade ball were in full swing. In front of him in line stood a long-haired girl in a green dress. Her figure was graceful, but her clothes were soaked and dripping water onto the floor.
Nan Nan immediately approached Chun Fang happily. "Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast." Sure. Make extra for 2.
How much are you depositing?" 20 million. Place it on the scale. The girl set a sack of money onto an electronic scale on the counter, and the display indeed showed 200,000,000. The teller lifted the sack and carried it inside, returning shortly to hand her a new bank card. This bank's method of accepting deposits seemed different from ordinary banks. With 20 million to deposit, should she not be using some sort of VIP channel? Su Fan no longer had the energy to think about it. His head felt on the verge of crashing. At last it was his turn. "How much are you depositing?" 88,000. Place it on the scale. Su Fan obeyed, setting the bundle of cash wrapped in a black plastic bag onto the electronic scale. The teller then took it away as well. Forcing himself to endure his discomfort, Su Fan finished the deposit. The moment he stepped out of the bank's front door, he collapsed onto the ground. Ding! Suitable host detected. System loading. Loading complete. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Welcome to the Balabala flavor-seeking system. Host, please receive your novice gift pack. Host, are you dead? What is going on? How did a living person end up here? It's the Ghost Festival today. Too many ghosts came to deposit money, and in the confusion he slipped in. That's bad, his money has been deposited. Hurry and return it to him. We can't. Once a living person's money is deposited in our bank, it can only be withdrawn 100 years later. Then what should we do? We can only offer him some compensation. Su Fan had a dream. More accurately, he entered someone else's dream. Someone told him that his money had accidentally been deposited into the Heaven and Earth Bank, and he would not be able to retrieve it until 100 years had passed. As compensation, he was granted one chance to appear in the dreams of his descendants. Thus he appeared in the dream of his future granddaughter. "Granddaughter, burn more money for your grandpa and I will ensure you enjoy wealth and glory. Those bills that say 10,000 per note or 10,000, 100,000, even 100 million in one piece, don't burn those. They're all useless scraps. Only burn paper money and gold ingot offerings, understand?" "But grandpa, it's already the apocalypse. Your granddaughter is about to starve to death." The apocalypse. Only then did Su Fan truly take in his surroundings. His granddaughter was crammed into a dilapidated room with many other people, men and women mixed together, with not a shred of privacy to be found. "Don't panic, granddaughter. As long as you burn more paper money for grandpa, once I become a multi-millionaire, you will be a true second-generation, even third-generation rich kid. Then you won't have to live in this dump anymore." "Really?" "Of course it's real." After finishing his instructions to his granddaughter, Su Fan woke up. His mind was immediately filled by a grating mechanical voice. "Host, are you dead? If you are dead, make a sound so I can look for the next host. Host, are you dead? Are you dead? You're so damn noisy." Su Fan cursed loudly and snapped, fully awake, suddenly realizing he was lying face down on the ground. He scrambled to his feet and looked around. There was not a single person in sight. A chill crept up his back. Who had been speaking just now? Ding! "It's me, host. Welcome to the Balabala flavor-seeking system. Please receive your novice gift pack." A semi-transparent blue panel appeared before his eyes with a large gift pack icon displayed on it. After a brief day, Su Fan's heart leapt with wild joy. A system. Was this the legendary system? Had it finally come to his turn? What on earth was this Balabala thing? Never mind. Receive. Distributing gift pack. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 set of soul battle garments. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 supreme flavor old hen. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 house occupation card. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1 soul war vehicle. Su Fan's eyes shone as he rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. He could understand the old hen and the war vehicle, but what were the soul battle garments? And the occupation card? System explain. Certainly host. The so-called soul battle garments refer to a set of clothes impervious to blades and bullets, invulnerable to water and fire, and able to drive away demons and evil spirits. Furthermore, others can neither see nor touch them. Oh. Was that not the Emperor's new clothes? Su Fan immediately summoned the soul battle garments and put them on. In an instant, the clammy chill that had clung to him since last night completely vanished. The internal injuries from his earlier beating also seemed to ease considerably. The garments even had a healing effect. He immediately took out the house occupation card as well. It was a golden card with a 15-minute countdown displayed upon it. The system explained the house occupation card, as the name suggests, forcibly grants ownership of a house. Any property the host sets his sights on can be claimed with this card. You now have 14 minutes remaining. Please use it as soon as possible. Once expired, it will be void. There was even a time limit. Su Fan's mind turned quickly. Of all things in the world, a bank was naturally the most valuable. He vaguely remembered collapsing at the bank entrance last night. Turning around now, he saw only a parking lot behind him. There was no trace of any bank. Had he remembered wrong? Su Fan began searching the nearby streets. As the numbers on the card ticked ever closer to 0 and still no bank appeared, he ran out of time and turned instead toward a nearby residential compound. At the gate of Jiarong residential compound stood a long-haired woman in soaked clothes, water dripping continuously from her body. Wait, wasn't this the very same girl who had stood in front of him at the bank last night? Su Fan hurried over. Miss, may I ask, where is the bank where we deposited money last night? I remember it being nearby. Why has it disappeared? The young woman looked at him, her eyes full of puzzlement as she pointed at herself. You're talking to me. Who else would I be talking to? The confusion in her eyes turned into delight. You're really talking to me. You can see me. Nonsense, I'm not blind. What do you know, invisibility arts or something? Why can't I see you? That's great. Handsome guy, could you please help me with something? Su Fan glanced at his house occupancy card. There were only 3 minutes left. I can help, I suppose, but before that, can you first tell me where the bank we deposited money in last night is located? Why can't I find it anymore? You actually saw the bank where I deposited money last night? The girl was even more shocked, as if something unbelievable had happened. Su Fan felt she was definitely a bit off, otherwise why would she be so jumpy? Her clothes still damp, and she had actually not gone home to change since last night. Seeing that the time on the house occupancy card was almost used up, he could not be bothered to ask about the bank anymore and headed straight into the neighborhood. Forget it, we'll talk later. I'm leaving first. Hey handsome, don't go yet, the woman called, reaching out to grab his sleeve, then suddenly let out a sharp scream. Su Fan looked back and saw her lying on the ground, limbs flailing in the air. Her clothes had ridden up indecently. What are you doing trying to fake an injury for compensation? You've picked the wrong target, I'm broke. The ones with money all live in here. With that, he walked straight into the Jiarong community without looking back. The woman slowly sat up, trembling as she stared at her right hand. It was charred black. Su Fan headed directly for Villa No. 8. He and several fellow workers had done the interior renovation of this villa, spending several months on it. He had thought they could make a decent profit, but after the project was completed and inspected, the owner nitpicked every detail, using all sorts of absurd excuses to dock their pay. Complaints about the smell after renovation being too strong, the style not matching expectations. No matter what, he refused to settle the final payment. Su Fan had recruited the workers himself. They all had families to feed and could not work for nothing, so he had no choice but to pay their wages out of his own pocket first. He then went alone to demand the remaining payment from the owner. After months of stubborn haggling, even though the owner's family had already moved in, they still showed no intention of giving in. With barely enough money left to eat, Su Fan finally resolved last night to tell the owner that if they didn't pay him, he would not leave. The owner's family of 4, together with their driver, beat him savagely, leaving him half dead. Fearing they might actually kill him, they finally tossed him tens of thousands as if in charity, telling him to buy himself a coffin. Su Fan ground his teeth. You have shown no humanity, don't blame me for being ruthless in return. The countdown on the gold card was already in its final seconds. He hesitated no longer and activated the occupancy card. A flash of golden light flared and a heavy bright red property ownership certificate appeared in his hand. He opened it and saw that it was indeed the deed to Villa No. 8. Done. Ding dong ding dong. Who is it so early in the morning? Incoming. In the kitchen, Aunt Jo, who was preparing breakfast for the family, came to open the door. Seeing Su Fan standing there, she froze for a moment. Xiao Su. How do you still dare to come here? Didn't the boss already settle your wages? Hurry and go, or he'll have people beat you again. That money is mine by right. I'm here today to return things to their rightful owner. What? What do you mean? Don't worry about it, Aunt Jo. Could you please wake them all up for me? Perhaps because they were both wage earners, Aunt Jo was the only one in this household who still showed him some kindness. Half-doubting, Aunt Jo went upstairs to call them. Smelling the aroma of food, Su Fan's stomach grumbled in protest. He had not eaten since noon the previous day. Seeing freshly made soy milk and fried dough sticks in the kitchen, he could not resist picking them up and eating. The soy milk was rich and fragrant, the dough sticks crisp and golden. Aunt Jo's cooking was truly excellent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 flavor points. The first exchange can be enjoyed at a 90% discount. I want to redeem something. Netherworld item detected on the host. Exchange for enhancement is recommended. Netherworld item. The Tiandi Bank. Su Fan took a black card from his pocket. The 4 characters Tiandi Bank shimmered faintly on its surface. Bank card enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. This item can be enhanced 4 times. The first enhancement is complete. It now possesses one-way teleportation. Please choose a target person or location. There was no need to think. Of course he would choose his granddaughter, who was trapped in the apocalypse. Target person confirmed. 1 free use available. A faint electric current flickered through his mind, and Su Fan instantly understood how to use the teleportation. He pinched the bank card, his thumb pressing on the character for Earth. A streak of black light swept out, and Su Fan directed it toward the basket of dough sticks. As he lifted his thumb, the dough sticks in the basket vanished into thin air. Footsteps sounded. Someone was coming downstairs. Su Fan slipped the bank card back into his pocket and stepped out of the kitchen. Fan Tong, woken from sleep and full of morning irritation, stood at the top of the stairs looking down at him from above. What is this trash doing here again? Didn't I already give you money to buy yourself a coffin? What do you want me to personally send you down? Don't bother with him, darling. Seeing him first thing in the morning is such bad luck. You hear that? Get lost. Otherwise every time I see you I'll beat you up. Chewing on a dough stick, Su Fan raised the red booklet in his hand and said evenly, the ones who should get lost are you. This house is mine. I'm giving you 1 hour to move out or I'll call the police. Seeing how deliciously he was eating, Fan Tong felt a twinge of hunger himself. He came down the stairs and after hearing those words turned to his wife and muttered, did I hit him too hard last night and knock his brains loose? Most likely. We should be careful not to let him take advantage of us. Aunt Jo, is breakfast ready? Almost, madam. The soy milk and dough sticks are done. I'll go fry some sausages and eggs. Hurry up, we're all hungry. Yes, it'll be ready right away. Su Fan quickly added, sorry Aunt Jo, I ate the dough sticks. Ah. Oh, it's fine, I'll just make some more. Aunt Jo walked into the kitchen and found the basket that had held the dough sticks completely empty. No way he finished that many dough sticks. Su Fan opened the red booklet and laid it out in front of Fan Tong. After finishing the dough stick, he leisurely sipped his soy milk. The woman immediately snapped, what do you think you are? Who gave you permission to eat our food? Get out of here. She had heavy eye-bagged sausage-like lips, a face full of wrinkles, and a permanently gaping mouth. Su Fan could not be bothered to look at her, keeping his gaze on Fan Tong instead. Fan Tong stared fixedly at the text on the red booklet, his eyes going blank. His wife elbowed him. Honey. Honey, say something. Su Fan checked his phone. You have 55 minutes left. Please hurry. Honey. Go get our property deed. What for? Just go. Startled, the woman shot Su Fan a vicious glare and went upstairs. In no time she came pounding back down the stairs. Honey. Our property deed is gone. Fan Tong exclaimed, how could it be missing? Wasn't it always locked in the safe? That's right, it's gone. We need to hurry and call the property management to report this, we've been robbed. The woman took out her phone, dialing with one hand while pointing at Su Fan with the other. It must be him. He was the only one who came to our house last night and he has been haunting us for months. He must have been staking us out. Fan Tong furrowed his brow in silence, suddenly feeling that this luxurious villa seemed very unfamiliar. 5 minutes later, the property manager hurriedly arrived with people. Before Fan Tong's family could speak, Su Fan directly pushed the property deed in front of him. What is going on with your property management? Why are unrelated people living in my house? Hurry up and make them move out. What nonsense are you talking about? The woman screamed, this is my house. When did it become yours? Manager Wang, hurry up and get him out. No. Call the police. We need to check the surveillance, we were robbed yesterday. Su Fan nodded in agreement. You're right, let's quickly check the owner information. How did a thief get into our house? Alright, don't worry. Let me see what's going on first. Manager Wang first looked at the property rights certificate, then took out a tablet to check the internal network for owner information. Mr. Fan, Mrs. Fan, it shows here that the owner of this villa is indeed Mr. Su Fan. Impossible. The woman leaned closer to take a look and it clearly stated Villa No. 8 owner Su Fan. Aunt Jo peeked her head out from the kitchen. What's going on? Su Fan greeted the property manager. Manager Wang, I'm leaving the matter of their moving out to you. I have to take care of something and will be back in an hour. I hope there won't be any unrelated people in my house by then. Manager Wang nodded respectfully. Mr. Su, don't worry. I will ensure they move out immediately. I didn't expect such a mistake to occur, I'm truly sorry. Su Fan left holding the property certificate. He would leave these sordid matters to them. He had dealings with Fan Tong's family for over half a year and didn't want to see them again. As he walked out of the Jiayong community gate, the woman in wet clothes followed him again, holding a black umbrella. This time she dared not get too close. Daoist, I was harmed by someone. Please help me. My family also lives in this community in Villa No. 18. I beg you, Daoist, let me see my family one last time. I'm not a Daoist, I'm just a construction worker. Xiao Su, who are you talking to? Aunt Jo walked out from the gate, unable to help but ask when she saw him talking to himself. Aunt Jo, don't you think this girl is strange? Running around in wet clothes, refusing to go home and asking me for help. As Su Fan spoke to Aunt Jo, he turned back and suddenly realized that under the morning sunlight this woman had no shadow. This. A thunderous sound exploded in his mind as several eerie images flashed by. An exceptionally cold service hall, strangely dressed customers, the inexplicably vanished Tian Bank. Tian Bank. What the hell? Xiao Su, which girl are you talking about? Aunt Jo asked in confusion. Where is there a girl? No one was around. Su Fan came back to his senses. Nothing, Aunt Jo, I misread. Are you going out? What going out? I was fired. Xiao Su, it turns out that house isn't Mr. Fan's, it's yours. They're moving out and I've been dismissed, told that I won't be paid until next month. Where will I go to find them then? Clearly they did not want to pay me. Seeing Su Fan being beaten up for asking for wages, Aunt Jo knew it would be very difficult to get that money. Su Fan, deeply troubled, knew that it was entirely possible she wouldn't receive the money and thought for a moment before saying, how about this, Aunt Jo? You finish this month working at my house and I will give you your salary for this month. Really? Aunt Jo exclaimed gratefully. Thank you, Xiao Su. I will go buy vegetables now. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, just your specialty dish. Alright, I'll be off then. Aunt Jo cheerfully went to the market. Su Fan turned back to the woman in wet clothes. Are you a ghost? Yes, Daoist. With her affirmative reply, Su Fan surprisingly felt no fear at all. In fact, he even had the illusion that he could slap her to the point of scattering her soul. This is not an illusion. Wearing the soul battle suit, ordinary ghosts are no match for you. So powerful. Su Fan stood tall. If he wasn't afraid of ghosts, what else could he fear? I said I'm not a Daoist. Come tell me what's going on with you. In another timeline, the apocalypse, regardless of city or countryside, it had long lost its former appearance. After the apocalypse, various disasters and extreme weather became frequent: earthquakes, floods, glaciers melting, ultimately leading to ancient viruses that turned many humans into zombies. The surviving humans lived in hiding, fearful, until safe bases were established in various places, allowing them to survive. With resources severely scarce, basic necessities became a major issue. Early in the morning, Su Ranran called her parents to come outside the base. Ranran, why aren't you going with the scavenging team or the exploration team? It's too dangerous for the three of us to be out alone. That's right, we have no abilities and no weapons. If we encounter mutated zombies, it would be troublesome. Mom and Dad, let's go over there to talk. Su Ranran led her parents into an abandoned shop. This place was not far from the base and the zombies had been cleared out, so it was temporarily safe. Mom and Dad, I dreamed about Grandpa last night. He asked me to burn paper for him. Really? You were only 5 when Grandpa passed away. Can you remember him? Su Zhong was a bit skeptical. Really? Su Ranran described her grandfather's appearance. Su Zhong was amazed. That's how your grandpa looked when he was young. Did you really dream of him? Yes. He asked me to burn paper for him, saying that if I did we would become wealthy. What use is money now? Money is just waste paper, no one wants it anymore, not even for wiping corpses. Oh, you silly. Wang Mei slapped her husband hard. Look at the Li family. They became the biggest winners after the apocalypse because they had large stocks of goods. They have food, shelter and many abilities at their disposal. That's right, Dad. What Mom said makes sense. If this dream really was sent by Grandpa when he was young, we might really be able to improve our current situation. After all, paper money is useless to others. They might even consider it unlucky. It shouldn't be hard to find, so let's burn it once and see if it really works. Su Zhong was persuaded by the two of them. These past days, watching his malnourished, increasingly frail wife and daughter, guilt gnawed relentlessly at his heart. He blamed himself, utterly incapable of providing them a decent life. Now he had no choice but to try the desperate remedy. The three of them veered off the well-trodden paths frequented by scavenger and exploration teams, seeking out a secluded abandoned incense shop. Scattered across the floor were countless joss papers, some clumped together, clearly waterlogged, others buried beneath thick layers of mud and sand, their efficacy after burning long uncertain. To avoid drawing attention with smoke and flame, they instead found a nearby basement to burn the joss papers for Su Fan. Mom, Dad, look what this is. Upon hearing the call, Su Zhong and Wang Mei turned, and before Su Ranran stood a jagged black rift. As it widened, several golden-brown youtiao tumbled forth. Su Ranran instinctively caught them. The rift vanished just as swiftly. In that fleeting instant, as the youtiao fell, Su Zhong glimpsed Su Fan's face, faint yet unmistakable, beyond the fissure. Dad! Su Zhong cried out in shock. Ranran, it's really Grandpa. He sent us food. Su Ranran and Wang Mei clutched the youtiao, speechless with astonishment. Was this temporal translocation? Could it truly be so miraculous? Ah! Their exhilaration surged toward unrestrained shrieks, but they clenched their jaws and held back. The youtiao's unmistakable aroma, its warm yielding texture, and that split-second vision left Su Zhong utterly convinced his daughter's claim that Grandpa had visited her in dreams was undeniably true. Each of them took one youtiao and began to eat. These youtiao are absolutely delicious. Yes, dear, they're still warm. Freshly fried. Grandpa truly cares for us. Su Ranran devoured hers with rapturous delight. So fragrant. So exquisite. It's been 5 years since we've tasted real food, Dad. Mom. Indeed, he's always cherished us deeply. Jiarong Residential Complex. Underground Public Garage. Su Fan brought the light-averse woman in damp clothes here and listened as she recounted her tragic tale. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 deliciousness points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 deliciousness points. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 deliciousness points. 3 consecutive chimes startled Su Fan. He hadn't eaten anything. Where had these points come from? The system had explained that deliciousness points could be gained either when he himself savored delicacies or when he enabled others to do so. Had his granddaughter just earned them by eating the youtiao he'd transmitted? That must be it. Yet he himself, eating both youtiao and soy milk, had earned only 10 points. Why had she received so many? After a moment's reflection, he understood. Youtiao and soy milk were commonplace in his world, but in the apocalypse nearly all industry had collapsed. Even the most ordinary foods had become rare treasures. The woman in damp clothes continued her story. Her name was Luing. Her family ran a business. Months ago she'd begun dating a man named Feng Jian, youthful, handsome, and seemingly affluent. After they started seeing each other, Feng Jian repeatedly borrowed money from her under the pretext of investment, not only refusing to repay but steadily increasing the sums, arousing Lu Ying's suspicion. She secretly hired investigators and discovered to her horror that he was a con artist preying on women for money and intimacy. Fueled by youthful fury, Lu Ying confronted him alone, only for the cornered scoundrel to shove her into the river and drown her. Master Taoist, please help me. I must kill this wretch and avenge my death. Lu Ying instinctively reached again for Su Fan's arm, then abruptly withdrew, remembering how she'd been struck senseless by lightning moments earlier. Su Fan scratched his head, wearing an awkward expression. I suspect you're trying to get me arrested, but I have no evidence. Don't you know murder is illegal? What if I help you report him to the police instead? Reporting is useless. The stretch of river where I died has no surveillance cameras. And no one else can hear me speak except you. I have no proof he killed me directly. Even if I expose him as a fraud, he'll serve only a few years before being released. I refuse to accept that. I want him dead. Murder demands retribution. He truly deserved death. Ding dong. A text notification chimed. Su Fan pulled out his phone. Dear customer, RMB 20028 has been credited to your bank account ending in 1414. Please verify. 1414. That wasn't his usual account number. Su Fan fished the black bank card from his pocket. The last 4 digits matched exactly. It was a Tiandi bank card, the one his future granddaughter had burned for him. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. It actually worked. My darling granddaughter, I love you to bits. Suddenly remembering something, Su Fan tapped rapidly on his phone. Moments later he exhaled in relief. Good. Aside from the initial 88000 yuan he'd deposited haphazardly, this 20000 yuan was fully liquid and withdrawable at will. He could already see stacks of banknotes waving eagerly at him. Seeing him grin, Ertuğrul Luing nearly burst into tears. "Master Taoist, you're laughing while I've suffered such injustice. I'm going to make a scene." "No scenes, no scenes." Su Fan tucked away his phone and composed his expression. After a pause he said, "I've heard of various paranormal phenomena, spirit possession, ghost encounters, phantom walls. Aren't they quite formidable? Why not simply frighten that scoundrel to death? That way vengeance is served without implicating anyone, and no one could ever trace it. I've tried. He wears a guanyin amulet, I can't even approach him. Also my home was consecrated by a feng shui master, I can't enter at all. Not even to see my family one last time." "I see." Su Fan glanced outside at the blazing sun. "You seem unable to move freely by day, and I have matters to attend to. Let's meet him tonight and see whether we might find a way for you to see your family." "Agreed, thank you, Master Taoist." "No need for formalities, just call me Brother Su." "Thank you, Brother Su." Luing happily retreated deep into the garage. Su Fan checked his phone again, his granddaughter's 20000 yuan gift, his spine straightened with newfound confidence. He'd intended to hail a taxi home to pack but suddenly recalled the system's newcomer gift package. There remained an unclaimed reward. He opened the system interface and selected Claim Soul Battle Vehicle. A sleek jet-black motorcycle materialized in the garage, bold in design, powered by a thunderous engine, its exhaust pipes shaped like leaping flames. Stunning. He swung astride, perfect seat height, supple cushioning. Spotting a green button directly ahead, he pressed it almost involuntarily. Clack, 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 clack. 10 seconds later the motorcycle reshaped itself into a rugged, imposing SUV. Majestic. Dashing. Fierce. His hands settled onto the steering wheel, and instantly comprehensive driving knowledge for the Soul Battle Vehicle flooded his mind. Su Fan ignited the engine and drove off. As the vehicle entered the road and cleared the first intersection, a traffic officer in fluorescent green vest flagged him down. "Hello, please present your vehicle registration certificate." Nervously Su Fan handed over his motorcycle registration booklet. The officer swiped it across his police terminal, glanced at Su Fan, saluted, and waved him through. Su Fan retrieved the booklet and glanced at it himself, a black background, his name, Su Fan, below which stretched a row of asterisks masking classified details. Oh. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief as he tucked away his driving license. He had previously worried about how to drive with the car transforming, but it seemed that concern was unnecessary. Returning to his rented room, he began to pack his belongings. He had been unable to afford food these days and could not pay the rent. The landlord was clever, allowing him to renovate several rooms in exchange for rent. The value of the renovations far exceeded the rent. Su Fan, being in the wrong, did not press the issue. Now seeing him return in a brand new SUV, the landlord's eyes widened. "Hey Xiao Su, where did you find such a good car? Is your payment coming back?" "Yes, it's coming back. Plus I found a new place, so I won't bother you here anymore. I'll treat you to a meal later." The landlord merely accepted that invitation to dinner, knowing that for a poor guy like him a meal would likely be from a street vendor. Su Fan said no more, loaded his things into the car and left for the market. He bought a 50-kilogram bag of rice, 30 kilograms of meat, 2 roasted ducks and 10 kilograms of vegetables. His luggage took up most of the trunk space, otherwise he could have bought more. Returning to the Jarong community, he set the car windows to one-way glass so that nothing could be seen from outside. He took out his Tiandi bank card and pressed his thumb on the designated spot. Deliciousness value 10. A black ray swept across and the ingredients vanished instantly. In the apocalypse in the ruins, each member of the Su family had 2 deep-fried dough sticks, their mouths greasy while they spoke, the aroma lingering. Seeing Su Fan could teleport the dough sticks over, the 3 were invigorated. They gathered all the scattered paper money from the shop, fearing that taking the neatly bundled stacks back would raise suspicion, so they found another place to hide them. As the 3 walked back with the scattered paper money, they planned to burn some during the next cooking session. "Dad, did Grandpa really receive the paper money we burned, which is why the dough sticks were teleported over?" "It should be right. If we burn all this paper money for your grandpa and he lives well, we can enjoy blessings too." While they were walking, Su Wanran suddenly saw a space-time rift open up in front of them, and immediately a bag of rice, a large piece of pork, 2 roasted ducks and a pile of vegetables fell out. "This is..." Grandpa sent something again. The 3 quickly formed a triangle with their backs to each other, enclosing the items in the middle, fearing they would be seen by others. Fortunately, this place was remote with no one around. Su Zhong decisively said, "I'll carry the rice. Honey, you take the meat, and Wanran, you bring the roasted ducks and vegetables. Let's go." In a world where food was scarce, starving people would fight to the death for a piece of bread. If ruthless individuals saw how much they had, it wasn't just food they might lose, but their very lives. The 3 took their items back to that secluded basement. "What do we do, honey? How are we going to carry all this back?" Wang Mai's heart raced. She worried about starving without food, and now that they had food she feared being robbed. Su Zhong looked at the brand new rice packaging, unsure of what to do. Su Ruanruan, holding the roasted duck, was drooling with desire. She resisted the urge to tear open the packaging and said, "This roasted duck smells too good. The aroma will easily attract attention. Mom and Dad, why don't I take it to the base and rent a separate room first, then bring the rice and meat back?" Wang Mei nodded. Ruanran's right. It seems your grandpa has opened a teleportation channel for us. There will definitely be more things sent over in the future. We need to prepare a place for emergencies. Yes, I was thinking the same. We definitely can't stay in the old place. Right, Ruanran is very considerate. Su Zhong said, but you a girl might get bullied. Give me the roasted duck and it'll go. No way, Dad. If you leave, my mom and I won't be able to guard these things. Yeah, honey. If someone comes, we can't protect these things. If someone saw this bag of rice, they would definitely come like rabid dogs. Su Zhong, being a man, had a bit of deterrent power. However, it was indeed too dangerous for Su Ruanran, a girl, to walk around with food alone. Su Zhong warned Ruanran, you must be careful alone. If things get tough, just throw away the roasted duck and run. Never fight with anyone, understand? I understand nothing is more important than life. Wang Mei still felt uneasy. Ruanran, if you go rent a room, what will you say if someone asks where the roasted duck came from? Su Ruanran paused. Indeed, the roasted duck looked too fresh and the packaging was brand new, completely unlike something one would find in the apocalypse. She tightened the bag's opening to prevent the aroma from escaping and smeared some mud on the outside. You'll just say I found it and don't know who hid it there. That excuse works. The two watched her leave with concern. In the safe, base housing was tight. Renting a standalone house required 100 kilograms of food survival coins or energy each month. Renting short-term might not be possible, but with the allure of the 2 roasted ducks, a 2-day rental should be fine. Once the items were transported back, this 50 kilograms of rice could rent a place for half a month, and they were high-quality rice, possibly even more, along with the pork. Looking at the fresh, crisp and juicy vegetables before her, Wang Mei couldn't help but tear off a leaf and eat it directly. As for cleanliness and pesticide residue, those concerns felt insignificant. In the apocalypse, the land was polluted, making it difficult to grow vegetables and fruits. Vegetable leaves were rarer than the meat of mutated animals. Honey, how about we hire an ability user for protection later? No way. With such a big secret, if discovered, the ability user might turn on us. Then what do you suggest? If Grandpa Ruanran really had more items to send, they definitely wouldn't be able to protect them with just their own strength. Su Zhong touched the rice bag, his eyes firm. Why don't we first exchange the food for awakening crystals? Only by becoming ability users ourselves can we better protect our belongings. Wang Mei nodded in agreement, then furrowed her brow and asked, I've heard that awakening crystals are particularly rare. How much food would we need to exchange for one? I'm not sure either. I'll ask around tomorrow. Okay. Su Ruanran wrapped the roasted duck bag in 2 broken black plastic bags and cautiously returned to the base. To get to the housing management office, she had to pass through the shantytown mixed residential area parking lot and commercial street, which was not a short distance. The more people she encountered, the more likely she was to be exposed. Despite her firm words in front of her parents, seeing the crowd now made her feel anxious. It felt as if every gaze cast upon her could uncover her secret. Passing through the parking lot, 2 shady-looking men stared at her with greedy eyes, their lewd gazes undressing her. Su Ruanran stepped aside. The 2 men mirrored her movement. She stepped in another direction. They did the same. Feeling flustered, Su Ruanran saw a man repairing a car not far away and hurriedly walked over. Captain Xiao Enxiao. He lifted his head from under the car's hood and turned to look at her. Who are you? And I'm Su Ruanran. My family joined your scavenging team on a foraging trip outside the perimeter last time. Do you remember me? Oh, anything urgent? And Su Ruanran nervously squeezed the plastic bag in her hands, her peripheral vision catching the 2 shifty-eyed men who still lingered nearby. Could I ask a favor? I need to go to the housing administration office. Would you accompany me there? Don't worry, I'll compensate you. What compensation? Xiao He glanced toward the 2 men standing not far off. And 1 jean of grain, clean, uncontaminated grain. His gaze settled on her bag, small, unassuming, seemingly light. Wait a moment. Let me finish repairing the vehicle first. He resumed working on the engine without another word. And Su Ruanran grew increasingly anxious. Her parents were still waiting outside, and every passing second heightened the danger. Yet she dared not urge him. Seeing that the 2 men recognized her acquaintance with Xiao He, they withdrew sullenly. An occasional passers-by cast curious glances, not just at her but at the bundle cradled protectively in her arms. Just as Su Ruanran contemplated finding another escort, a sharp thump echoed, the hood slammed shut. Let's go. And he stood tall and broad-shouldered, radiating an innate, almost predatory intensity. Walking beside him, she felt distinctly ill at ease. Yet the wary distance others kept from him lent her an unexpected sense of security. And you smell wonderful, he remarked. Su Ranran froze, choked by sudden tension, prickled by unease, before he added a roasted duck aroma. I'll take a duck leg instead of grain. Ah, so it was the scent of roasted duck. She exhaled softly, palms damp, yet held her composure. You're right, I do have roasted duck. I found it this morning while scavenging outside, buried somewhere uncovered by chance. I need to dispose of it quickly. Then sell it to me directly, I'll trade crystal cores. Actually, I've lived in the mixed residence zone for too long, I'm exhausted by it. So I want to rent a private apartment for just 2 days using this duck. If you truly want it, help me secure the rental, and both ducks are yours. Only 2 days. Yes, and deal. Xiaoyi snatched the bag from her hands and strode ahead, unzipping it and tearing off a duck leg to bite into. Crisp skin. Tender, succulent meat. And exquisitely fragrant. And the aroma drew lingering stares from passers-by, mouths watering, eyes gleaming, yet none dared approach him. Su Ranran watched helpless as half the duck vanished within moments. And if he simply fled with her goods, she would have no recourse. Fortunately, he retained a sliver of honor. He ate the duck and secured the apartment. After handing her the key, he turned to leave, then paused and looked back. By the way, where exactly did you find this roasted duck? Just in the southern outskirts, and hauling back 50 gene of rice might draw unwanted attention, so after a pause Su Ranran added, Captain Xiao, could I borrow your vehicle? Don't tell me there's more than these 2 ducks. Ni's sense of smell was astonishingly acute. And what's my compensation, he asked. No more duck, but I do have white rice. 1 gene in Xiao, he scoffed. 1 gene won't even cover my fuel cost. Minimum 20 gene. Gasoline, though not universally essential, was a finite non-renewable resource dwindling with every drop consumed. And Su Ranran gritted her teeth. 10 gene, no more. Otherwise I'll find someone else. Xiao, he snapped his fingers. Let's go in. Su Zhong and Wang Mei kept watch near the basement entrance, spotting the approaching vehicle. They ducked into hiding. Su Ranran stepped out of the car, preparing to head toward them, when Xiao, he regarded her with amused skepticism. This area is the southern sector, and isn't it? She replied, feigning innocence. And fine. If you say it's the south, it's the south. And wait here for a moment. Slipping behind the ruins, Su Ranran located her parents. And Ranran, why did you bring someone along? Mom, we need to carry all this back, but the route is perilous, full of unpredictable encounters. Since exposure is inevitable anyway, better to minimize witnesses. A vehicle ensures speed, safety, and discretion. You remember Captain Xiao, don't you? Su Zhong nodded. I've ventured out with him several times, he's trustworthy. Since he's already driven here, let's make full use of it. Bring back all the paper money at once, no need for multiple trips. Ranran, how did the apartment search go? And all set, Dad. A 1-bedroom 1-living-room unit in Building 9, Unit 2, Apartment 402, District D. District D housed newly constructed residences built by the official Safe Zone Administration after the cataclysm. Scarce building materials and strict engineering constraints limited post-cataclysm structures to 4 stories maximum, making theirs the top floor. Sweltering in summer, frigid in winter, yet compared to the overcrowded mixed residence zones, having a private dwelling was a profound luxury. Rumor had it each unit was fitted with functional plumbing, enough if conserved carefully to sustain an entire family. Leaning against the front of the vehicle, Xiao, he watched the Su family approach, lugging 2 battered plastic buckets, one large, one small, overflowing with tightly bundled paper money. His eye twitched faintly. N. Jiarong Residential Complex. And after delivering supplies to his granddaughter, Su Fan returned to Villa No. 8. And manager Wang waited in the lobby, greeting him with a wide, practiced smile. Mr. Su, you're back. The Fan family has vacated the premises entirely. I supervised the move closely. The property remains undamaged. They left in haste, many belongings were abandoned. They stated explicitly they wished to discard them. Shall I arrange for removal, or? Su Fan surveyed the space. He himself had overseen its renovation. Aside from minor personal touches and everyday items added by the fans, nearly everything was familiar to him. The 78-inch television, the premium sofa and cafetable set costing tens of thousands, the 6-seat dining table, none had been taken. Only the rummaged cabinets and the disordered dog kennel in the corner betrayed recent disturbance. A faint wry curve touched his lips. Leave them, for now. I'll handle disposal myself. And understood. If nothing further, I'll take my leave. Here's my contact number and the main gate key. Call anytime. Once manager Wang departed, Su Fan began moving in his own possessions. And truthfully, compared to the villa's opulence, his belongings seemed little more than refuse. Having consumed only soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks that morning, hunger gnawed him again. Recalling the system's welcome gift, a delectable broody hen, he tapped to claim it. The hen materialized instantly, alert, surveying its surroundings with wary, bright eyes. Its plumage was evenly patterned, its frame plump and vigorous, astonishingly alive and spry. And to prevent unsanitary messes, Su Fan confined it inside the dog kennel. You're labeled broody hen, but why add delectable? Is your flavor truly exceptional? And how many deliciousness points might a single meal yield? Cluck cluck cluck, na pale yellow egg rolled smoothly onto the floor. And so you're laying eggs to stay alive. Fine, then live on. Lay your eggs. Cluck cluck cluck. Ding. Congratulations host, you have received 20 points of deliciousness value. Your beloved granddaughter has gifted you deliciousness value again. Su Fan checks his attribute panel. Name Su Fan. Deliciousness value 70. Skill strengthening. Can continue to strengthen items T on D bank card 14. Note the strengthening function can be used once a day and once for each category. Su Fan, each category can be used once. What does that mean? For example, the bank card you strengthened last time can continue to strengthen the T on D bank card, but other bank cards cannot be strengthened again. Are you saying that if I strengthen the television then other home appliances can't be strengthened anymore? Yes. Su Fan understood with so many appliances at home he had to think carefully about which one to strengthen. Refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, robot vacuum. If he strengthens the robot vacuum, will it eventually run out to clean the streets? Well, talk about it later. The initial strengthening requires 100 deliciousness value and the second strengthening requires 1000 points, which is quite a demand. For lunch, Aunt Jo made braised pork, rich yet not greasy, lean yet not dry, full of color, fragrance and taste, perfectly suited to Su Fan's palate. Besides vegetables, Aunt Jo also prepared salmon sashimi. You know this fish is actually quite delicious. Seeing that he enjoyed it, Aunt Jo smiled. Right. This was bought by Mr. Fan and his family before. They love eating salmon steaks and such, and since they left without taking it, I thought I'd use it up to avoid waste. Very good. Ding. Deliciousness value increased by 20. It seems the deliciousness value is calculated per dish. Having not slept well yesterday, Su Fan took a nap in the afternoon, and after dinner he and Luing came to Villano. 18. The first floor was pitch black, only the lights on the second floor were on. Su Fan went over to knock on the door, but no one answered. He pressed the doorbell for a while, yet still no one came to open the door. Sister, are your parents not home? They shouldn't be, they haven't been out these days, maybe they are just asleep. They went to sleep before 8. Or maybe they are just really sad. Sugo, could you shout a couple of things for me? Shout what? Just say, do you still remember that year when the apricot blossoms fell in the light rain by Daming Lake? This is a joke I made with my mom, others won't know it but shall recognize it immediately. This is the secret code. Su Fan raised his hands in a megaphone shape. Uncle and Auntie, do you still remember that year when the apricot blossoms fell in the light rain by Daming Lake? Inside, Aunt Lu was crying, holding her daughter's photo in her room. Upon hearing this, she dashed to the window and opened it. Who are you? Su Fan shouted, Auntie, I am Ing Ying's friend. She has a few words for you. Ing Ying, Ing Ying. Aunt Lu hurriedly turned and rushed downstairs, and Uncle Lu quickly followed. After some knocking, the door finally opened. With Uncle Lu's support, Aunt Lu came out. Young man, what did my daughter Ing Ying say? Looking at her parents' emaciated bodies and haggard faces, Lu Ying's eyes were already filled with tears. She rushed over wanting to hug them but was repelled by an invisible force. She fell again. Su Fan turned back to help her up. Are you okay? Seeing him talking to the air, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu looked at him in confusion. Su Fan said, Uncle and Auntie, whether you believe it or not, your daughter is right in front of you, and the words just now are what she asked me to convey. Are you saying Ing Ying is here? Where is she? Aunt Lu's eyes lit up a bit. Uncle Lu, being more rational, hugged her tightly. Calm down, dear. Ing Ying is already dead, don't listen to his nonsense. No, he isn't lying. Those words were said to me only by Ing Ying, how could he know? She must have come back. Ding ding. A white sedan drove up and they turned to see a young man with slick back hair getting out of the car. Luing started trembling. Su Gu, it's him. It's him who caused my death. Got it, I'll think of a way. I planned to accompany Luing to see her parents before confronting this scumbag, but unexpectedly he came to them instead. Fengjian got out of the car, glanced at Su Fan and walked straight to Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. Hello Uncle and Auntie, I am Fengjian. I don't know if Luing has mentioned me, I am her boyfriend. Uncle Lu nodded. I have heard of you. My Ing Ying is all ready. What brings you here today? Hey Race, the thing, Ing Ying borrowed some money from me. Although I know it's not appropriate to bring this up now, I urgently need cash flow. Could you tell me when it would be convenient to pay me back? Fengjian said as he took out a piece of A4 paper from his pocket. This is the IOU she wrote, take a look. Luing was furious at his actions, trembling but too scared to approach him. You scumbag, you owe me hundreds of thousands and are flipping it around saying I owe you. You deadbeat, why don't you just die? Uncle Lu took the IOU and upon seeing the signature it did look somewhat like Ing Ying's handwriting. Mom and Dad don't believe him. He is a fraud. Luing shouted. They couldn't hear her at all. Luing turned to Su Fan. Sugo, please help me. Su Fan stepped forward. You are Fengjian, right? I've heard Ing Ying mention you. Fengjian turned to look at him. Who are you? I haven't heard her mention you. I'm her friend. Su Fan glanced at his neck. I've always heard Ying say you wear a nice jade pendant. This is it, right? I happen to have some knowledge in this area. May I borrow it to take a look? Feng Jian shot him a cold glance. Why should I show you my belongings? Are you afraid? It wouldn't be fake, would it? I've heard many people are flaunting fakes these days, wandering around with counterfeit goods without realizing it. Nonsense. I bought this jade pendant for tens of thousands. How could it be fake? You see, you are unwilling to show it to others. That clearly shows you are guilty. Uncle and Auntie, perhaps this IOU is also fake. Don't trust him. Seeing Uncle Lu scrutinizing the signature on the IOU again, Feng Jian got anxious. You are talking nonsense. That is an IOU written by Lu Ying herself. How could it be fake? You suspect my jade pendant is fake, right? I can show it to you, but what if it's real? Although the IOU is fake, he is quite confident about his jade pendant. Since the other party wants to see it, he must gain something from it. He couldn't let him see it for free. Su Fan casually said, if it's real, I'll eat it. You wish. I would let you eat something worth several tens of thousands without at least double the compensation. With your poor appearance, can you afford it? Don't worry about that villa, no. 8 over there is my home. I can afford a house worth over 10 million, so why would I care about your little trinkets? Good. That's what you said. Feng Jian took out his phone and started recording. Come on, say it again so you can't go back on your word. Say what you just said again. Su Fan also took out his phone. Alright, say it. Moments later, Feng Jian put away his phone and took off the jade pendant hanging around his neck. It's a bit dark outside, Uncle and Auntie. May I go in to take a look? The two were a bit confused. Su Fan didn't mind. After all, he didn't really want to look, he just wanted to take it far away from Lu Ying. With a thud, Feng Jian fell to the ground unconscious, a large bump visibly forming on his forehead. Moments later, he suddenly got back up, turning to the Lu couple. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. The suddenly appearing male voice with a feminine tone left the couple stunned. Seeing him approach, Lu Dad hurriedly blocked him. Hey, what are you doing? Su Fan immediately saw through the situation and said while holding his phone, Uncle and Aunt, he is your daughter Lu Ying. She has now entered this man's body. Lu Dad could hardly believe it. Is this true? Lu Mom, however, recognized her daughter's voice. Ying, is it really you? Mom, it's me. I was killed by that scoundrel Feng Jian and I came here to see you for the last time. Lu Ying recounted the story of being scammed and ultimately harmed. Lu Dad's eyes widened in anger. He is the one who killed you. I will call the police and have him arrested. Ying, what about this IOU? Lu Ying tore it to shreds. This is a forgery. He borrowed money from me, refused to pay it back, and even killed me. I can forego the money, but I must make him pay the price. Dad, Mom, you must take care of yourselves while I'm gone. Ying. Lu Mom cried uncontrollably again while Lu Dad comforted her. After only a few minutes of conversation, Lu Ying was suddenly ejected from Feng Jian's body. Feng Jian regained consciousness, feeling a severe headache. He had lost consciousness earlier without knowing what had happened. Attempting to reattach herself, Lu Ying was unsuccessful. Without the protective jade pendant, Feng Jian was overwhelmed by the intense malevolent energy. He felt icy all over, a cold sweat breaking out as his brow darkened. Clearly he was deficient in yang energy. Supporting his head, he looked at Lu Dad and Lu Mom. Uncle, Aunt, what just happened? The couple glared at him, their eyes blazing with fury as if they wanted to tear him apart. Yet they feared that their daughter was still within him. Su Fan said Lu Ying came to collect her debt. You just said you borrowed money from her and pushed her into the river to drown. No. That's not true. I never said that. I need to leave. Where's my IOU? And you returned the jade pendant to me. Feng Jian lunged to snatch the jade pendant. You dare mention the IOU? You forged it and killed my daughter. I will make you pay with your life. Lu Dad began to punch and kick him. Lu Mom also came over, grabbing his hair and slapping him several times. You return my daughter. Give me back my daughter. The sounds of slaps mixed with screams filled the air. The commotion drew the attention of neighbors who rushed out to see what was happening. What's going on? Why are they fighting over there? It seems to be the couple from Villa 18. Their daughter just died and the person being beaten is unknown to them. I just heard a bit. It seems that man killed the daughter from Villa 18 and they want to take his life in return. Sugu, please hurry and stop my parents. Don't let them get into trouble over this scoundrel. Okay. Su Fan agreed, understanding their anger. Although it was satisfying to see them beat the scoundrel, if they ended up killing him they wouldn't be spared either. With so many witnesses, even having reason would turn into having none. He quickly put away his phone and jade pendant, pulling Lu Dad and Lu Mom back inside while loudly saying, Uncle, Aunt, you need to leave quickly. This man is dangerous. Getting caught by him would be problematic. Despite being beaten, Feng Jian didn't feel much pain. However, the malevolent energy coursing through him was unbearable. With a gloomy expression coupled with pain, he looked somewhat terrifying. The neighbors, seeing him, truly believed he was a madman and hurried back inside. With his yang energy at its lowest, Feng Jian vaguely saw a wisp of black energy within which he seemed to glimpse Lu Ying's face. A ghost. He scrambled to open the car door, trembling and starting the engine to flee. Luing glanced back at her parents reluctantly before following him. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity cannot be let go. Feng Jian trembled all over, flooring the gas pedal, racing at 180, not daring to brake at the red light as he passed the intersection. The two cars collided. With a loud bang, the white car spun 720 degrees before crashing to the ground, its parts scattering everywhere, a stream of black blood slowly oozing out. He was dead. When Su Fan arrived driving the Soul battle car, the area around the accident scene was already surrounded by vehicles, ambulances, police cars, and medical personnel attending to the wrecked vehicle and the deceased. Nearby, Lu Ying was pounding Feng Jian's soul, making him wail in agony. Su Fan smirked. "Sister, are you this brave? Do your parents know?" Feng Jian's soul pleaded repeatedly. "Ying, I was wrong, please stop hitting me." But Lu Ying ignored him, continuing to beat him mercilessly. Feng Jian howled to the heavens. "Why does it still hurt after death? You deserve the pain. A scoundrel like you deserves to die 1,000 times. Upon seeing Su Fan, Lu Ying pulled Feng Jian over. "Su Gu, I thought that if he died it would be over, but his soul is still here. How can I make him completely dissipate?" Su Fan scratched his head. "I'm not too sure about that either." "No way. You should know better about this." "Oh wait." Lu Ying suddenly had a thought, pressing herself against Feng Jian. With a sizzling sound, it was like throwing water-soaked fatty meat into a hot oil pan, and Feng Jian was blown back screaming. Su Fan felt strange, as if he was being used as a tool. "Help! I'm being killed by a ghost. Spare me. Ying, I want dare again." Seeing Lu Ying unmoved, he turned to Su Fan for help. "Big brother, please spare me, I beg you." Su Fan looked at his charred appearance, feeling no sympathy, indignantly stating, "You scammed her money and caused her family to be destroyed. Did you ever think about how much pain that caused her? Did you consider how her parents would live from now on? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will compensate. Is that not enough?" "That's not compensation, that's repayment." Su Fan took out his phone. "You transfer the money to me and I will give it to her parents." Lu Ying initially didn't want his money, but thinking about how hard her parents worked for it, she went to his ruined equipment and wrote down his bank account number as Feng Jian revealed the password. Just as she completed the transfer, two figures suddenly appeared nearby, one in black and one in white, with pale skin and blood-red lips, their tall hats startling the soul. Su Fan was startled. The man in black looked puzzled. "Can you see me?" Su Fan averted his gaze, dialing a number as he opened the car door and got inside. "Hello." Yes. I'll be there soon." "Hey, stop pretending, I know you can see me." The man in black reached to pull open his car door, only to be shocked back 3 steps by an electric jolt. Su Fan drove away without looking sideways. The man in white approached, noticing his dark palms, exclaiming, "Who is this kid? So powerful." The man in black clenched his fist, his palm returning to normal quickly, then looked at the two wandering souls. "First, let's take them back to report." "All right." The two secured the two wandering souls and left. Lu Ying silently thanked Su Fan as she watched him leave. Seeing in the rearview mirror that the two people did not pursue him, Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he accidentally entered the Heavenly Bank, it seemed that something had quietly changed. At least his future granddaughter could burn money for him. Everything else was trivial. Returning to the Jiarong community, Dad and Mom Lu were still waiting for him at the door. As soon as they saw him, they hurriedly stepped forward. "Xiao Su, where is my daughter?" "Where is Ying? She has gone to where she needs to be," Su Fan said. Seeing that Mom Lu was about to start crying again, he quickly changed the subject. "Auntie, let's add each other on WeChat." "Add mine, Dad," Lu said, bringing him inside the house and going upstairs to get his phone. After they both added each other, Su Fan transferred the money. "Uncle and Auntie, this is the money that bastard owed Ying. I brought it back for you." Thank you. You've worked hard." Seeing Su Fan transfer such a large amount of money without batting an eye, Dad Lu looked at him with admiration. "By the way, Xiao Su, I heard you live in Villa number 8 over there." "Yes, Uncle, I just moved in today." Uncle Lu assessed him. It wasn't that he was looking at him with colored glasses, it was just that with Su Fan's work pants splattered with white paint, he hardly looked like someone who could live in such a high-end villa. "May I ask, what do you do for a living?" "I used to work in renovations, but not anymore. People always nitpick and delay wages. I am planning to open a restaurant or something similar soon." Su Fan noticed a portrait of Lu Ying in the living room and asked, "Uncle and Auntie, did you burn paper for Ying yesterday?" "Yes, we did. Ying has never experienced hardship. I'm worried she won't have money to use down there," Mom Lu said, her eyes reddening again. "It's all right, Auntie. She received the money. You can burn her a little when you have time, she will receive it." "Really?" "Yes." Su Fan bid farewell and returned home. Mom Jo had already tidied up and went back to her own home to sleep. Living alone in such a big house felt a bit strange to him. He planned to bring his parents over someday so they could also enjoy it. If he wanted to gain more delicious value, opening a restaurant was the best choice. After all, there were limits to what he could eat alone. He couldn't possibly eat wildly just to gain culinary points and ruin his health. Even the most precious treasures would be useless then. However, his cooking skills could only be described as passable. They had nothing to do with deliciousness. What to do? Ding dong. Sufan checked the message. Dear user, your bank card ending in 1414 has received a transfer of 98036 yuan. Please check. His precious granddaughter sent him money again. Seeing that string of numbers, Sufan laughed so wide that his teeth were showing. His precious granddaughter was indeed the most reliable. Didn't this provide the startup funds for the restaurant? Longjiang Base. The three Su family members quietly burned paper on the rooftop, watching the ashes dance in the wind. Wang Mei couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If we burn it outside, we will eventually be discovered, and these ashes are hard to deal with, Su Ranran said. Mom and Dad, why don't we bring some soil back to plant vegetables on the roof? Mixing this ash into the soil will make it unnoticeable. I appreciate the idea, but ever since the apocalypse, the soil has been soaked by acid rain and is no longer suitable for planting vegetables. It won't grow and will be a waste of effort. We're not really planting this, is just to avoid drawing attention, right? Besides, we have Grandpa. Next time he visits me in a dream, I'll ask him if he can send us some soil and seeds. Ah, that's a good idea. Mud can be dug up anywhere in the countryside without spending much money, but here it becomes a treasure. Ranran, you should go to bed early and try to dream of your grandpa. The family happily went to bed, but Sufan was awakened from his dream by someone shouting. He stared wide-eyed at the person in the living room. Do you know how annoying it is to knock on someone's door at this hour? The small man was a dark-skinned old man, pouting with a twisted neck, looking apologetic as he gazed at Sufan. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to disturb your sweet dreams. Not meaning to was still intentional, Sufan yawned. So what do you want from me? Well, sir, I was just watching the excitement over at Villa 18 when I discovered that you can actually see my kind, so I came to find you. The old man revealed a big white smile and ingratiatingly said, if it's convenient for you, could you please make something for me to eat? I haven't eaten for a long time and I'm starving. I feel like I'm about to ascend to heaven. The old man shrank back a bit, smiling shyly. Sufan found him somewhat reminiscent of a comedy actor he liked. But he said, his kind. You're also a ghost. Where are your family? Why don't you ask them to cook for you? They can't see me. I can only eat during the holidays occasionally, the rest of the time I'm starving. The only one who can see me now is you, so I can only come to you, sir. The old man spoke pitifully. Sufan was puzzled. Do you also need to eat? I could refrain, but I'm just craving it. Fine. You disturb my sleep at night just because you're craving food. You believe I believe. I know you're capable, I'm not just asking you for help. The old man clasped his hands together, suddenly kneeling down, his smile revealing all his teeth, just like DeBeo. This action made Sufan both angry and amused. Look at your silly appearance, get up, let me see what food we have. All right. Thank you, sir. You're really a good person. Sufan opened the fridge and found it stuffed full of ingredients. Salmon, yellow croaker steak, short ribs, what is this? Caviar, bread, cake, vegetables and fruits filled the space. I don't even know how much is in the freezer. He directly took out 2 slices of bread, scooped a spoonful of caviar and spread it on one slice, then placed the other slice on top. This is how it's eaten, right? He handed the sandwich to the old man. Here, take it and eat, hurry up and leave, don't disturb me from sleeping again. The old man took the bread with a nod. Thank you, sir. May the Bodhisattva bless you with 10 sons. Sufan's eye twitched. Are you cursing me or blessing me? This is a blessing for you. The old man skipped away happily. After his commotion, Sufan was temporarily unable to sleep and pulled out the guanine jade pendant from his pocket. This was from that brat Feng Jin, claiming to be worth several thousand yuan. Who knows how much money he tricked from some girl to buy it. Luing said that wearing it would keep people away. Blessing from the Bodhisattva. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 delicious points. Did the old man finish the sandwich so quickly? Sufan stroked his chin, finding it interesting. He casually earned 20 delicious points. Opening a restaurant didn't seem as difficult as he imagined. So it's settled. Tomorrow he would look for a suitable storefront. While thinking, he felt a bit hungry and went to the fridge to grab a bunch of grapes. A large bunch of plump green grapes, seemingly called Sunshine Rose, tasted quite different from what he had in his hometown, but still decent. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 delicious points. System, do I still have a chance to enhance today? Yes, host. Sufan glanced at the jade pendant. This thing was worth several thousand yuan. What would happen if it was enhanced? Would its value skyrocket to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands? He looked around his home appliances and finally focused on the fridge. Is it possible that after enhancing the fridge, the ingredients inside would also be enhanced? System, enhance the fridge. Received, enhancing the fridge. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-efficiency energy-saving fridge that can preserve food for a month after being powered for 5 minutes. Cough. Sufan almost choked. This is really energy-saving. Sufan felt that the enhancement of this refrigerator was somewhat useless. The electricity cost for a month was only a few dozen to 100 yuan. System, I suspect you are scamming me. Did it really only enhance this with 100 deliciousness points? You are mistaken, host. Just look at your dimension. Is there such an impressive refrigerator? What you have is merely a device that can run for 2 hours after 5 minutes of charging. My refrigerator is hundreds of times stronger than yours. You argue quite convincingly, but even if it's strong, it only saves a few hundred yuan. Give me back my deliciousness points. Host, please be patient. This is just the first enhancement. Its capabilities will become stronger as we go along. It better be. Su Fan decided to complete the second enhancement soon, wanting to see just how impressive a refrigerator could become in the end. If the next enhancement required 5 minutes of charging for a year of usage, he would definitely smash it. No, he would rather sell it to a wealthy person touting its super energy-saving features. Maybe it could be studied by research institutes and yield some patents. The more he thought about it, the better the idea seemed. Longjiang Base. Early in the morning, Su Zhong and Wang Mei crowded around Su Ranran, looking at her with eager expressions. Ranran, how are things? Did your grandfather come to you in a dream last night? No, he didn't. No. Think again carefully. Really nothing. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's make twice-cooked pork today. In this hot weather it might spoil. Wang Mei, fearing the meat would spoil, boiled the 30 gene of meat she had cut into strips last night. It was more durable than fresh meat, but it wouldn't last long either. She went to the kitchen to cut the meat, saying, "All right, I'll save some for us to eat and the rest can go towards rent. It's a pity we don't have any salt. If we did, I could marinate it and it would last us a long time." Su Zhong moved the bag of rice over. This bag looked incredibly new, so he found 2 old burlap sacks to split the rice into. We've only rented this place for 2 days. I'll take half of the rice to renew the lease. I'll keep the meat for now and see if I can find someone to trade for salt. You two stay home and watch the place. Don't go anywhere and make sure to lock the door. Got it, Dad. Su Ranran saw her father off and carefully locked the door. After moving supplies here in Captain Xiaohe's vehicle yesterday, Su Zhong went back to their previous place to bring over their belongings. With pots, bowls and all sorts of household items, the one-bedroom apartment felt quite empty. Originally that room was supposed to be for her parents, but they were worried about her staying alone in the outer room and wouldn't be safe if someone tried to break in. So they let her stay in the inner room. After locking the door, Wang Mei washed rice and cooked. She was reluctant to waste the rice washing water, saving it for cleaning. Before long, the aroma of white rice wafted out from the warped pot lid. Su Ranran took a deep breath, her face filled with delight. It smells so good, Mom. How long has it been since we had authentic white rice? Wang Mei laughed, poking her finger at Ranran's nose. Oh, you think it smells good now? Back when you were in school, you always complained about how bad my cooking was. Ha ha. That was because I was young and ignorant. Su Ranran hugged her arm, speaking with deep affection. Once there was a bowl of white rice placed before me and I didn't cherish it. Only after losing it did I realize my regret. If heaven granted me another chance, I would say 3 words to that bowl of white rice. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the door. The two held their breath, looking warily at the door. Bang, 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 3 knocks again. Su Ranran tiptoed to the door, saying, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiaohe." It wasn't her father. The mother and daughter hurriedly moved the vegetables and rice from the living room to the kitchen, leaving only some paper money and broken items in the living room. "Captain Xiao. What brings you here?" "Just take a look. I'm unarmed. I need to talk to you about something." Su Ranran peered through the peephole and saw Xiaohe holding a can of sardines, turning around and raising his hands to show he wasn't armed. "What's going on?" Xiaohe leaned against the door, speaking quietly. "Su Ranran, are you cooking? I want to trade this can of sardines for a bowl of rice. Is that all right? And what about the payment you promised me? In this time when crops couldn't be grown, the remaining food supplies were sardines in a can just like white rice would cause a frenzy of scene." So Xiaohe spoke softly, fearing someone might. Hearing him wanting to trade for rice, Wang Mei realized that the aroma of their rice was escaping. It was too late to deny now, so Su Ranran leaned against the door and said, "Captain Xiao, can you come back later?" With her father not at home, saying such things would be even more dangerous. Xiaohe agreed and returned to the opposite room. He lived in 401, which was filled with his pioneering team members. Yesterday when Su Ranran had 2 roasted ducks and needed a place to stay for 2 days, he happened to have a room available, so he rented it to her. Little did he expect to smell the aroma of rice today. They had plenty of good items. Had he struck gold? Not long after Su Zhong returned, Xiaohe directly opened the door, successfully acquiring rice and trading for white rice. He hurried back to his room to taste it, finding it fragrant, sweet and sticky, so delicious. A bowl of white rice was quickly finished. He looked at the remaining dozen or so cans, then knocked on the door of the opposite room again. "Captain Xiao, what's this?" "Trading for rice, Xiao." He got straight to the point. Su Zhong looked troubled. "We don't have much either." "You have so many cans, I can't give you that much rice in exchange." Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, he understood the principle of not revealing wealth. Although he had gone scavenging with them, everyone kept their distance and they weren't too familiar with each other. It was impossible to disclose anything. Xiaohui didn't give up, directly stating, "You should know that for a unique household 100 gene of food or energy can be rented for a month. Your flawless white rice looks good, I only need 30 gene from you. How about that?" By flawless he meant vacuum packaged and preserved without contamination. Although their rice wasn't vacuum packaged, it looked clean and pure just like flawless rice. Su Zhong hesitated for a moment. "Wait a second, let us discuss it." "Sure." Su Zhong closed the door, saying, "Ran, didn't we rent this place from the housing management? I'll go ask them if this place belongs to Captain Xiaohui. I told Captain Xiao that I wanted to rent for 2 days. He smelled the aroma of my roasted duck and offered to help me out, so I gave him the roasted duck." Su Ran was a bit confused. "Dad, do you mean this is his own house?" Wang Mei was also surprised. "What should we do? Are we still renting?" Su Zhong thought for a moment and said, "The price is the same regardless of who we rent from. If he isn't fair, we can just move out." "Alright then, husband, since we're not paying rent to the housing management, why didn't you bring back the rice you took over? Did you trade it for a crystal core?" "Oh right, it seems he came back empty-handed." Su Ran looked at him with anticipation. "Actually, I didn't." Su Zhong turned away, pulling out a crystal core gun from his pants. "I traded for this. In the future, anyone who wants to snatch our supplies will have to think twice. The crystal core gun is a newly developed weapon by the base powered by crystal cores. Its destructive power matches that of conventional bullets. A single standard crystal core enables 10 shots, equivalent to 1 full magazine. This is now the most powerful weapon accessible to ordinary civilians." Upon seeing it, both mother and daughter's eyes lit up with exhilaration. At last they possessed a means of self-defense. Ultimately they agreed to Xiaohui's proposal to exchange rice, and casually acquired a bag of salt as well. Xiaohui delivered the exchanged rice to Unit 301, instructing Old Yen to stoke the fire and cook a pot of rice while summoning all his teammates. Having gone so long without tasting fresh rice, they erupted in delight at the sight of its pristine gleaming grains. With mouths far outnumbering rations, Old Yen prepared a large cauldron of kanji. Simultaneously, the base's official research institute learned of the new rice, and its director likewise decided to boil a batch, inviting everyone to savor this rare delicacy. News of the fresh rice electrified the entire base. Workers surged with renewed vigor as if infused with adrenaline. After lunch, Su Fan drove the Soul Battle vehicle out to scout locations for a restaurant. Spotting a prime storefront for sale along the roadside, he entered without hesitation. After a brief negotiation, the owner stated the transfer fee would be 800,000 credits. "Excuse me." As he stepped outside to continue his search, a system alert chimed in his ear. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 deliciousness points." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 deliciousness points." Over 50 identical chimes rang out in rapid succession, leaving Su Fan momentarily stunned. What on earth had just happened? Even if his granddaughter ate 10 meals a day, she could never consume that many points. Something extraordinary must have occurred, and confirming her safety was now his utmost priority. "System, how can I obtain information from the other side?" Friendly reminder: host has accumulated over 1000 deliciousness points, thus the Heaven and Earth Bank card is eligible for its second enhancement. Initiate second enhancement. Enhance. Bank card enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. This enhancement grants the Heaven and Earth Bank card a bidirectional transmission function usable once per day at a cost of 10 deliciousness points with a maximum transmission window of 10 minutes. That's more like it. Su Fan felt an immense sense of relief. The resentment he'd harbored overnight over the refrigerator's underwhelming enhancement feature had completely dissipated. He located a stationery store, purchased paper and pen, returned to his vehicle and wrote a single line: "Are you safe? Was your grain seized? Reply within 10 minutes via written note." Clutching the bank card, he pressed his thumb firmly onto the silver character engraved upon it. A black beam swept across the page and both paper and pen vanished. Unlike unidirectional transmission, the spatial rift did not seal immediately after completion. Longjiang Base. Su Ran stared in astonishment at the sudden rift and the note floating before her. "Mom! Dad! Come quickly!" Su Zhong and Wang Mei were salting meat in the kitchen using the newly exchanged salt. Hearing her cry, they assumed an emergency had arisen and rushed in immediately. "What is it, Ran? Quick, look! Grandpa sent me a note. He's asking if I'm safe and whether our grain was stolen. Look, the rift is still open. He says I must reply within 10 minutes. Su Zhong snatched the note, scanned it swiftly, then glanced urgently at the lingering black rift. "Ran, tell Grandpa right away we're perfectly fine. Our grain wasn't stolen, it was traded for rent and supplies. Ask him if anything's troubling him." Wang Mei added, "and inquire whether he received the money we burned for him." "Oh." Following her parents' instructions, Su Ran wrote, "Dear Grandpa, I'm now with Mom and Dad, living safely in a new home rented with the supplies you sent. Nothing was stolen, we exchanged them instead. She then tossed the note straight into the black rift.
Su Fan caught the note midair.
Seeing that his future son-in-law, daughter-in-law and granddaughter were together and thriving, he finally breathed easy. It was a profound relief that no robbery had occurred. What astonished him most, however, was that he earned deliciousness points not only when he cooked himself, but also when others consumed the food he'd sent. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Why bother opening a restaurant at all? Simply entrust the grain to his granddaughter and let her sell it. Su Fan wrote back, no issues here.
Exchanges may continue. I've received your payment. What do you currently lack?
List it, I'll procure it for you.
When the note reappeared, the three Su family members gathered closely to read it. Grandpa's asking what we need, how should we phrase it?
We're about to trade for an awakening crystal core, just right that we require 3,000 gene of rice.
Oh, and add some salt too.
Su Ran hesitated, voice tinged with worry. Dad asking for 3,000 gene outright, won't that seem excessive?
Might Grandpa be displeased? Should we ask for less?
Su Zhong gently patted her shoulder.
Unlikely, Ran. Though 3,000 gene feels astronomical to us, Grandpa lives in an era of abundance, this quantity remains well within his means.
All right.
Su Ran pen, thank you, Grandpa.
What we need most urgently is food and salt.
Specifically 3,000 gene of rice. If convenient, please send just that for now.
Su Fan replied, agreed.
Tonight at 10 o'clock, I'll deliver the rice directly to you. Bidirectional transmission is limited to once per day with strict time constraints, but unidirectional transmission carries no such restrictions and may occur anytime.
Overjoyed to learn the rice would arrive that very night, the three exclaimed in unison, I told you there'd be no problem.
Yes.
Look. Wang Mei suddenly cried out, the rift has vanished.
Father and daughter turned, only empty air remained where the black fissure had been.
Grandpa said, reply within 10 minutes, could this spatial rift remain open for precisely 10 minutes?
Su Ran mused. That must be it.
Wang Mei sighed, what a pity, dear, had hoped it might stay open indefinitely.
No matter, it's already miraculous.
From now on hunger will no longer haunt us. Mom, Dad, buying so much rice must cost dearly.
Let's burn more paper offerings for Grandpa right away. Agreed. Su Fan drove to the vegetable market.
3,000 gene of rice was a formidable quantity, far exceeding his vehicle's capacity. Even splitting deliveries to his residence risked arousing suspicion from Auntie Zhou, who'd struggled to explain their origin.
He needed a warehouse immediately.
He purchased 2 cases of salt, then, on impulse, 2 cases of cooking oil, and paid a deposit for the rice while securing the supplier's contact details.
Returning to Jarong residential complex, he sought out property manager Wang. Mr.
Wang, does your complex offer warehouse rentals?
Yes, Mr.
Su. Several small warehouses, approximately 20 square meters each, are located behind Building A.
Are you planning to use one for parking?
Though villas featured dedicated parking spaces front and rear, some households owned multiple vehicles.
Su Fan nodded. Something like that.
Manager Wang led him to Building A, a high-rise residential tower of roughly 20 floors. Beneath each structure stood 3 units, some repurposed as private storage, others as mini convenience stores, and still others as informal social hubs. Residents gathered there to chat, play mahjong, or engage in chess matches. Manager Wang explained shared use spaces are free of charge, private occupancy incurs only a nominal monthly fee, several hundred credits.
Far cheaper than commercial warehouses. Su Fan selected 2 adjacent units situated beyond camera surveillance and leased them both.
Then he phoned the Granddaughter supplier, instructing him to deliver 150 kilogram bags of rice to the site. A bulk wholesale order, 5,000 gene of rice, cost exactly 10,000 credits. Loading and unloading 100 bags of rice takes time, and with the travel time added, by the time all the rice is placed in the warehouse it will be 2 hours later.
Ding dong.
Bank card message, dear customer, your bank card ending in 1414 has received a deposit of 225869 yuan.
Please check. Wow. Su Fan exclaimed, his granddaughter is impressive. She actually brought back so much money.
He had never had this much money before. He was overjoyed. Su Fan was ecstatic as happiness beckoned to him. If all went well, his parents could retire early. He immediately called home. Mom, you and Dad pack your things, come to the city tomorrow and stay here for a few days. You're renting a place outside, we'll have to stay in a hotel, and I can't bear to spend that money. Sus mother disagreed.
Su Fan replied, don't worry, Mom.
You won't need to stay in a hotel or spend any money, I've bought a big house here.
Really, son? When did you buy a house? I didn't know about it.
It's just been a couple of days. I was tidying up the house to prepare for your visit. Call me when you arrive tomorrow and I'll pick you up at the station.
No need, your dad and I are fine at home and we still have to tend to the fields. We don't have time to stay in the city.
Despite his efforts, Sus' mother didn't agree to come.
Su Fan knew they had spent their whole lives in the countryside and were not very familiar with transportation.
He decided it was better to drive and pick them up himself, and it would be a good chance to visit home. For the past few months of unpaid wages he had felt too ashamed to return home, lacking both money to honor his parents and worrying they would be concerned about his salary. Now things were better, his wages were coming back, he had savings, a car and a house, so he no longer had to fear embarrassing his elderly parents. Returning to the villa, he saw Aunt Jo feeding water and rice to the old hen. Su-fan picked up 2 eggs and said, "Aunt Jo, eat these 2 eggs tonight. As for the others, you can prepare them as you see fit. Also, I need to go back to my hometown for a few days, just take care of this hen while I'm gone." "Sure, Xiao Su, I see your clothes are dirty. Let me wash them for you." "No need, Aunt Jo, this paint won't come off. Anyway, I don't plan on doing renovations anymore, these work clothes need to be thrown away." "That's fine. I noticed that Mr. Fan's family left a lot of clothes behind, many of which are new. Why don't you check if there's anything you can wear? If you can't wear them, throw them away or give them away, they just take up space here." "Okay, I'll take care of it, you don't need to worry about it." "All right." Aunt Jo went to cook with the eggs. Upstairs there are 3 bedrooms and the wardrobe is filled with clothes. The previous owner took very few, and among the rest, except for some unopened packages, most are nearly new. He can't wear Mr. Fan's clothes, nor can he wear the clothes of his wife and 2 middle schoolers. He doesn't lack money now, so he might as well buy his own. However, throwing them away would be wasteful. In the apocalypse everything is scarce, sending these items over could certainly exchange for some useful supplies. By the way, I should buy some clothes for Ran Ran and send them over. After eliminating the flashy clothes, Su-fan packed the items from 3 wardrobes into 3 large canvas bags. Aunt Jo called from downstairs that dinner was ready. Garlic lettuce, steamed base, lotus root and pork soup, and a fried pasta steak with cherry tomatoes and onions, accompanied by 2 fried soft-boiled eggs. Su-fan ate 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 delicious points. It smells so good, Aunt Jo. Are these eggs from this hen? Yes, they are the eggs you gave me. This flavor is different from the eggs bought in the city or the eggs eaten in the countryside. It's more fragrant and delicious. This old hen truly is remarkable, even the eggs it lays are extraordinary. Keeping it to lay eggs was definitely the right choice. After finishing the egg, Su-fan took another bite of the steak. He had eaten beef a few times before, but the texture was nowhere near as good as this snowflake steak. Aunt Jo's culinary skills are truly impeccable, excelling in both Chinese and Western cuisines. After a meal, 50 delicious points were credited. Aunt Jo finished cleaning and returned. Su-fan chose a few bottles of wine from the wine cabinet in the villa's storage room. Although he didn't know if his son would drink in the future, these would surely be useful. He wrote a note this time: "We sent 5000 Gene of rice, 2 boxes of salt, 2 boxes of cooking oil, and all these clothes are nearly new, having been worn very little. You can trade them for supplies. I'll go buy clothes for you another day. Prepare a list of sizes and other things you need and send it to me tomorrow." At 10 p.m. Su-fan loaded the items into his car, drove to the warehouse and unloaded them next to the rice. Taking out the T&D bank card, he pressed his thumb on the ground symbol and a black beam swept across, making the items disappear without a trace. Long John base. The sight of 100 bags of white rice left the Su family members speechless. Su, Ran Ran and Wang Mei joyfully circled around the pile of rice. "Wow. This is way too much. It seems to be more than 3000 Gene. Yes, and there are other things. Is this salt? 2 large boxes of salt. And oil. We can actually eat oil, oh my god. Am I dreaming?" The 3 of them cried tears of joy, wiping their tears while sorting through the items, several large bags of clothes on one side, salt and oil on the other, and then counting the rice. "Honey, we have 100 bags of rice, each weighing 50 Gene. That's 5000 Gene of rice. And 100 bags of salt. We've struck it rich." "Shoo. Keep your voice down, don't let others hear us." Su Zhong was also excited to see so many supplies, but he hadn't lost his mind yet. The question now is how to keep these things safe. The mother and daughter quickly covered their mouths. Wang Mei whispered, "Honey, we need to soundproof this place or it'll be easy for others to hear us. Plus the smell of the food we cooked drifting out will also be a problem. What do you think we should do?" Su Ran Ran looked closely at the note left by her grandfather and said, "Then I'll add soundproofing materials to our list of needed supplies. Also, this door doesn't seem very sturdy. Let's have Grandpa send us a security door." "That won't do," Su Zhong stopped her. "I'll go to the market and look for some scrap steel to make a security door. The one your grandpa sends will definitely be new and too conspicuous." "Indeed." Wang Mei calmed down a bit and looked at the large pile of rice in front of her as if it were a treasure, saying, "We need to trade 3000 Gene of rice with team leader Xiao. Now that we have rice, how do we transport it out? We can't let anyone know that this rice came from our home." "Of course not." Su Zhong nodded. "When I returned today, I saw team leader Xiao eating on the 4th floor with his team members. That's when I realized everyone in this building is his people. It's very inconvenient for us to come and go. How about we change places?" "But we've already paid him rent." Wang Mei felt a bit distressed. "Paying rent is a small matter now that we have so much rice. Whether we take 1 or 20 Gene doesn't matter. Su Ranran looked at Su Zhong and said, Dad, you said the entire unit is filled with their people. I think this is not necessarily a bad thing. How so? Didn't Mom say we should hire a supernatural person to protect our safety? Their team has more than a dozen or 20 people with several supernatural individuals among them. If we build a good relationship with them, living here will be like being in a steel barrel. No one would dare to provoke us. Su Zhong stroked his chin. That's true. If the relationship is good, then there's no problem. But if the relationship sours with all their people in this building, we might end up in a tight spot. The three of them couldn't help but ponder, can this team really be trusted? I have a plan. Su Ranzan suddenly said. Let's exchange these 3,000 gene of rice with Captain Xiao for a spatial awakening crystal core. Previously we considered getting an elemental awakening crystal core, but I believe finding a spatial one is more urgent. With space, no matter how many things Grandpa sends us, we will have a place to store them. This way we can have more supplies to trade for other awakening crystal cores. Yes, that's good. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mei added, but how do we transport so much rice? We might be seen by countless eyes while carrying it down from the 4th floor to the 1st. Aren't we back to square one? No need to transport it down, Su Ranzan said. We just need to directly tell Captain Xiao to let us check the goods with the spatial crystal core first. When the time comes, we'll store everything in the space and we won't have to worry about being discovered. But will that work? You haven't given them the rice. Why would they be willing to give you the crystal core? Su Zhong questioned. If he is willing, it proves he is someone worth befriending and trusting. If he isn't, we can always find another place and move these things piece by piece. Su Zhong pondered for a while and finally nodded. Ranzan makes sense. Let's ask him tomorrow if he is willing to deliver the goods first and then the payment. If not, we'll find someone else. Once the agreement was reached, the three prepared to rest, but with so many supplies right in front of them, how could they sleep? They stood guard at the door. Every little sound could startle them awake. Jiarong community. After Su Fan delivered the goods, he returned home and saw two floating figures standing at the entrance from a distance. One of them was a dark-skinned old man who resembled Debeo, and beside him stood a fair-skinned beautiful woman with long legs. Debeo looked up at her cautiously, trying to please her. Seeing him approach, the old man raised his signature smile, revealing his big front teeth. Mr. is back. Su Fan's expression was serious. What do you want this time? Sir, this is my good friend Nana. I heard you have food here. She wants to have some too. Please help us out and get us something to eat. Then he leaned closer and whispered, I've already made a promise, so please help me out, sir. This is just to save face for him. If I can gain 20 delicious points from randomly making a sandwich, preparing another meal for them isn't out of the question. Thinking for a moment, Su Fan asked, are there many wandering souls like you nearby? I mean, if I were to open a restaurant specifically for you, would anyone come? Really, sir? You're going to open a restaurant? I knew you were a kind person. Hurry up and do it. You have no idea how pitiful we homeless wandering souls are. If you open a restaurant, many people will definitely come to eat. Kind person. And then get free food and drinks. Su Fan looked at him with a half smile. What do you plan to use to pay for the bill? Ah. The old man was taken aback. Considering that he could contribute delicious points, Su Fan patiently explained, you can't expect me to spend my time and resources cooking for you for free, right? Ingredients also cost money, you know. The old man looked troubled, but Nana suddenly whispered a few words to him. You're still impressive. The old man said with a wide smile, so here's the deal. Nana knows where people hide their money. She'll tell you the address and you can just go find it, right? Su Fan was speechless. If I find the money that someone is hiding, that's called stealing. It's not money, it's gold and silver jewelry buried by previous people. It's unclaimed property. Nana said. You aren't suggesting it's tomb raiding, are you? It's just a small box. Are you sure? I'm sure. That thing hasn't been disturbed for hundreds of years. Its owner has long since died. It's not a burial item, it's just something someone forgot to take away. That's more like it, Su Fan said. Go get it for me to see. Didn't you forget? We ghosts can't take human things. Su Fan looked at the old man. Didn't you eat my bread last night? I'm not a ghost. Because you are a high person, we can take the things you give us. Without your permission, we can't take anything, which is why we approached you. The old man grinned, showing his teeth in a carefree manner. Since that's the case, Su Fan decided to take a look. After getting permission, the two hopped onto his soul vehicle, thinking of how amusing it was that Hei Wuchang got zapped earlier. Nana directed him and they off-road to a mountain foot in the suburbs, unable to go any further. Under the astonished gaze of the two ghosts, Su Fan transformed the vehicle into a motorcycle and drove straight to halfway up the mountain. Nana pointed to a half-meter high rock and said the jewelry box is buried right beneath this. In the light of the motorcycle, Su Fan skeptically found a branch and started digging. In no time he really unearthed a small wooden box. The metal parts at the corners of the box had already rusted and the wood showed some signs of decay indicating that it was indeed a very old item. Using a stone to smash the lock open, he found pearls, gold and silver jewelry and jade bracelets inside. Who knows which wealthy family's young lady buried it here and forgot about it. After bringing the items home, the old man followed him inside, rubbing his hands expectantly. "Sir, what delicious food are you preparing for me today?" Cluck cluck. The old hen in the cage suddenly let out a terrified and restless cry. Su Fan grabbed him by the collar and pinned him against the wall, warning, "From now on you are not allowed to enter my house without my permission, and you definitely can't bring anyone else here. Do you understand? People and ghosts lead different lives. Because he has the soul battle suit, Su Fan isn't afraid of evil spirits, but what about others? Aunt Joe, the other neighbors and his parents who are coming soon, what if they run into these things?" I understand. The old man felt a burning grip on his neck that made it hard for him to breathe. Su Fan seemed to be engulfed in intense hellfire, ready to incinerate him completely, and he nodded quickly in agreement. Before, he only thought the man was kind and easy to talk to, but who knew he had such a terrifying side? This feeling was too scary. Nana, watching from outside, also looked horrified. Not knowing what to do, Su Fan had already released him, set down the small wooden box and brought them to another warehouse he rented today. Inside was an abandoned table. "You two tidy this up, I'll be right back." Okay. The old man nodded in agreement, feeling nervous. Su Fan returned home, took out toast from the fridge, sliced ham, added a piece of lettuce and a slice of tomato and cut it into triangles. A simple sandwich was ready. The two ghosts' eyes lit up at the sight of the food in his hands. After receiving it, they began to wolf it down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 delicious points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 delicious points. Look, it's quite simple. Su Fan was in a good mood. Tomorrow I will bring some delicious food here. You will be responsible for attracting customers and handling the cash. Just register the locations of any unclaimed items from those who come to eat. Understood, sir. The old man smiled in a way that was more painful than crying. He just wanted to eat a meal. How did it turn into working for someone? However, Su Fan's words instantly made him beam with joy. He said, "If you help me out, your meals will be free in the future." Thank you, sir. The old man laughed with his eyes sparkling. You'll go find you more customers right away. I guarantee you'll earn a fortune. Su Fan nodded. You can bring people, but I don't want you to disturb others. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. No worries. The old man had already witnessed Su Fan's impressive abilities and repeatedly assured him that he would not cause any trouble. Su Fan returned home and opened the small wooden box on the coffee table. He examined the items inside, which included gold, silver, jade, pearls and agate. Although they were not burial goods, they had been dug up from the ground and he didn't want his family to wear these things. It was better to sell them. He took a few photos with his phone and then found a local antique and cultural relics group to share the pictures. The next morning as dawn broke, Aunt Joe came over to prepare steamed buns. Hearing the commotion, Su Fan went downstairs and saw her busy kneading dough and making fillings. Aunt Joe, you really don't have to go through all this trouble in the morning. I can just cook myself a bowl of noodles. Aunt Joe smiled. In the past, Mr. Fan's family had a different breakfast every day and the menu was also different. I've just gotten used to it. I'm not as particular as they are, just do what you feel is right. Anyway, I'll be here until the end of this month and it's not much longer, so it's no trouble at all. Hearing her say this, Su Fan didn't say anything more and let her be. Seeing the various pots in the cupboard, which numbered around a dozen, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have so many pots? Do you really need them?" Aunt Joe was steaming the buns. Well, rich people have their preferences. All of these were purchased by Mrs. Fan. At first there was just one electric pressure cooker, but later she complained that the rice cooked in it didn't taste good, so she bought some kind of spherical pot. When they went on vacation to a place where life was better, they returned with an electric rice cooker from there. Adding soup pots, steaming pots and cooking pots, this is how there ended up being so many. What a waste. After steaming the buns, Aunt Joe went out to buy groceries. Su Fan took a steaming bun and took a bite. He had to admit, freshly steamed buns were simply fragrant with a soft outer skin and filling wrapped in juicy broth. One word: delicious. Seeing how many she made, Su Fan took out his black bank card, pressed his thumb on the silver lettering, and with a black beam the buns disappeared from view. Long John base. When the buns appeared before her, Su ran hurriedly called her parents over to take a look. The family was counting the 3000 gene of rice they were preparing for trade and was overjoyed to see the buns. Without caring about the heat, they each grabbed one and started eating. Seeing the crack not immediately closing, Su ran through the list of needed supplies that the family had discussed yesterday into the crack. Mum. The bun's skin is soft and the meat filling is fragrant, making one feel intoxicated. Mom, this bun is so good. Grandpa is treating us so well. Su Zhong took 2 bites, exclaiming delicious. Wang Mei also enjoyed it, saying, yes, it's been a long time since I had such delicious buns. Ran, did you write flour on the list for Grandpa? No Mom, I saw we had so much rice that I didn't write it down but I wrote noodles instead. Besides, having flour alone isn't enough, we need fresh meat, green onion, seasonings and so on. Without those we wouldn't be able to make it. True, having rice is already good enough. Jarong community. Sufan quickly glanced at the list and the first item was a pressure cooker that doesn't release steam. Isn't that just an electric pressure cooker? He bent down to take out the electric pressure cooker placed at the back of the cupboard and also grabbed a soup pot. As he thought about whether to take some other pots and utensils to send over, he saw a note at the end of the supply list. Grandpa, don't send us the stuff yet. We plan to exchange the rice for a space crystal core. If successful, we will have a place to store these items. If it doesn't work out, we will have to find another place to live and then we can pick up Grandpa's things later. Fortunately, he took a look and almost sent all those things over. After some thought, Sufan only transmitted the electric pressure cooker. Today he was going home. He first went to the villa's warehouse to take some of Fantong's cigarettes and alcohol along with some milk and snacks left by the kids. After putting the items in the car, he went to the market to buy some clothes both for himself and for his future son, daughter-in-law and granddaughter. He also bought some for his parents, filling the back seat with large and small bags. Lishui village is beautiful with clear mountains and waters, but unfortunately there is no industry and the villagers are very poor. Seeing him return in a large off-road vehicle, the villagers rushed over to see the excitement. Sufan took out cigarettes to distribute to the neighbors. He then shared snacks with the children. Neighbor Huzi looked at his car with envy and asked Brother Fan, what are you doing in the city? You're driving such a nice car. Did you become a big boss? Take me along. Sufan smiled and replied, what big boss? I'm just an unemployed drifter. If an unemployed drifter can afford a car, then I should become one too. This remark made others laugh, but it earned a scolding from his parents. You little fool, fishing and catching shrimp every day makes you an unemployed drifter, right? You're so useless. I'm just trying to learn from Brother Fan. Seeing him constantly pulling out various items from the back seat, Su Dad and Su Mom scolded him for spending money recklessly, yet their eyes were filled with pride. Their son has succeeded. Once inside the house, Su Mom quietly asked, son, what's this about you buying a house in the city? Where did you get so much money? Su Dad also had a serious look on his face. Yes son, it's fine to suffer a little while working outside, but don't take the wrong path. I know, don't worry Dad. Mom. The house I bought is definitely legitimate. You guys clean up a bit and let's move in tonight. What you're saying, you can't just leave when you want to. Su Mom was trying on a piece of clothing her son had given her, feeling quite pleased. Su Dad also said the corn in the field is ready to be harvested and the sweet potatoes need to be dug up as well. Since you're back, let's dig up the sweet potatoes first. The weather is so hot, let's wait until tomorrow instead, Dad. We don't want you to get heat stroke. It's been this weather every day, we need to get it done in the morning and at night. If we don't dig them up soon, the rats will eat them all. Sufan could only take the tools and go with him to the field. The sweet potatoes dug up were all enormous. This year's sweet potatoes are growing well, Dad. Su Dad with a cigarette in his mouth exclaimed as he flipped out several more. The yield is decent, but they don't sell for much, we'll have to feed them to the pigs. Isn't it a waste to feed them to pigs? After cutting the sweet potato vine, Sufan threw the sweet potatoes into the basket and said, Dad, I know a client in the city who needs sweet potatoes. Tomorrow I can take them all over to sell. Really? More genuine than pearls. Hearing that it could be sold, Zu's father worked even harder. Unfortunately, having passed 50, he found it somewhat difficult. Sufan took the rake from him, saying, I'll do it, Dad. Though Zu's father said nothing, he felt a surge of happiness inside. Nowadays in the countryside, few young people are willing to toil under the sun, they prefer to work in the city. The kid has grown up knowing how to share the burden with his parents. Sufan didn't think too much about it, he just saw how hard his father was working and remembered he had a strengthening opportunity left for today, so he took the rake. He turned his back to his father, squatting down and pretending to fiddle with the rake. System strengthened. Received strengthening the farming tool. Strengthening completed. The structure of this farming tool is simple with only one strengthening opportunity. This time the tool gains a 300 increase in digging efficiency. Sufan stood up wielding the rake with force, and with a strong pull he unearthed large clumps of soil along with sweet potatoes. This 300 increase meant he only needed to exert 1/3 of the previous effort. In no time he had dug up 2 rows of sweet potatoes. Seeing Sufan working hard, Zu's father quickly stopped him, saying, That's enough, let me do it. You're digging for the first time, if you exert too much force you might hurt your back. Sufan didn't refuse. With this rake the work was much easier, but he needed to think about how to explain it to his father. As Zu's father took the rake, he immediately noticed something unusual. Using the same amount of force, he was digging much deeper than before. At that moment Sufan had an idea and said to him, Dad, this rake uses black technology which makes it a lot easier to use. Isn't it much lighter to dig with? But this is something we should keep to ourselves, don't tell anyone else and don't lend it out. What kind of black technology is? I've never seen anything like it. Zu's father dug up the soil and accidentally created a large hole. He examined the rake closely but couldn't tell if it was any different from the old one.
It's from a black technology company I know in the city.
They gave me a labor-saving device which I just fitted onto this. It's something similar to nanobots invisible to the naked eye, and since it's not on the market yet we can't mention it, otherwise it would be a breach of trade secrets.
Is technology really that advanced now? Zu's father asked, somewhat excited.
Since this thing is so good, why don't you get some black technology for the hose and other tools at home?
Cough. There aren't any more, just this one.
Well.
Fine, if there isn't, there isn't. Zu's father wasn't one to push the matter and turned back to continue digging.
This rake was indeed useful. In just half a day he managed to dig up half an acre of sweet potatoes. To avoid worrying his parents, Su Fan endured the pain and carried the sweet potatoes back home, nearly exhausting himself. If it weren't for the fact that his future granddaughter wasn't ready yet, he would have wanted to send all of it to her. Looking at the pile of sweet potatoes stacked in the corner of the room, Zu's father took a sip of liquor, satisfied. Tomorrow we'll continue and dig out the rest of the sweet potatoes. Xiao Fan, go and ask the boss if he wants fresh corn cobs.
If not, we can just keep them for old corn.
Yes, Su Fan replied.
Dad, I know you're eager, but don't rush.
I need to find out when would be the best time to deliver them. Su Fan took a bite of the spicy scrambled eggs his mother made and enjoyed the eggplant and green beans. Even the simplest dish could be made delicious. Zu's mother served him a chicken leg, saying, Xiao Fan, usually when people buy a new house they invite others over to warm the house.
How about inviting your uncle and aunt to join us for some fun?
Before Su Fan could respond, Zu's father set down his cup and said, displeased, what do we need to invite them for? They'll just come and criticize everything with their harsh words. They can be so difficult to deal with. Oof. No matter how harsh they are, they can't compare to my sister-in-law. Her words are like shit, utterly disgusting. Years ago, Zu's father had a falling out with Zu's mother's family. Zu's mother also stopped associating with her in-laws. Now both families had cut off contact, and if there was no choice they only interacted with their own relatives. Su Fan also didn't like dealing with distant relatives, which saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Su Fan hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, my house is a second-hand one, so we don't need to warm it. We can simply move in ourselves. Hearing this, Zu's father took another sip of his drink and said, if you can really sell the corn and sweet potatoes, I'll go to the city to see it. If you go, we'll go too. Zu's mother said. If the corn and sweet potatoes sell, what will happen to the pigs and chickens at home? They can't be left alone. We can't just sell them all, can we? Su Fan looked at the big red rooster in the yard and suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Let's take the chickens to the city. I have a hen there that lays an egg every day, and you can raise the chickens and grow some vegetables. You'll live quite well. You must be joking, there's no place to grow vegetables in the city.
Are you suggesting we plant them on the balcony?
Those few pots wouldn't be enough for me to have a taste. We want plant on the balcony, Su Fan replied. There's open space in front and behind my house, and we can also plant on the roof. Planting on the roof requires transporting soil and compost, and if the temperature is high, we'll need to build a shelter.
It sounds quite complicated.
Zu's father said with a knowing look. He had already thought about how to do it before even arriving. Thinking about transporting soil, Su Fan recalled that there was a request for soil on Ranran's needs list. He planned to stay here for a couple of days to see how she was preparing. If everything was ready, he would dig some soil and send it over. He also needed some for his own rooftop and around his house. It's not that soil couldn't be found in the city, it's just that it would take time, effort, and money. It was much more convenient to dig it here. If only he had a space of his own. After dinner, as the family finished washing up and prepared to sleep, there was suddenly a commotion outside. Zu's father opened the door to take a look, his expression heavy. Zu's mother stepped forward and asked, what happened?
Uncle Su San has passed away. Xiao Fan, come with me to take a look.
Oh. In the village, whenever there was a wedding or funeral, everyone would come together to help. As they walked toward Su San's house, Su Fan saw two figures, one black and one white, from a distance. Two Grim Reapers were leading Su San's soul away. When he saw them, they had already spotted him.
Su Fan said, Dad, you go ahead.
I need to use the restroom first. Hurry back. Okay. Su Fan turned to leave but hadn't gone far when a man in black suddenly appeared in front of him.
We meet again, kid.
Who are you? Su Fan glanced at him, then turned to see the figure in white closely following behind along with Su San. Su San, surprised that Su Fan could see him, quickly said, Feiner, tell my brother that my money is hidden under that pile of old clothes in the east room. Tell him not to throw it all away and burn it. Also tell Widow Wang at the bridge that I want to be with her again in my next life. Su Fan raised an eyebrow at him, thinking, good old Su San, who would have thought he was this kind of person? Before Su San could say anything more, the man in black suddenly shouted, shut up.
Su San immediately fell silent, terrified.
The man in black turned to Su Fan, asking, who exactly are you? Su Fan had long prepared his words, clasping his hands and saying, I am Su Fan, a lay disciple of the Wutai Mountain Taoist temple dedicated to exorcising demons and capturing ghosts. It is not strange that you can see me, is it? It is not strange that you can see us, but your car injuring me is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? The man in black scrutinized him from head to toe, saying an ordinary person wouldn't have this ability. Your car is not something that should exist in this world. Hand over the keys, your car has been requisitioned. My car? Why should I give it to you? Su Fan was unsure where he found the courage to speak to the Grim Reaper like this. He felt that aside from looking a bit ugly, the other person was no different from an ordinary person. You refuse to drink the wine offered and choose to drink the wine of punishment instead. The man in black bellowed, extending his ghostly claw directly towards Su Fan's shoulder. The man in white stood beside, watching the commotion with Su San Shu. Suddenly his tongue elongated, his eyes widened, and he stepped forward, looking at the old black hand. Just like when he touched the car door that day, his hand was burnt again. This guy is a bit eerie. The car cannot be touched, nor can his body. The man in black raised the crying stick and struck towards Su Fan's head. Don't underestimate this stick. When it was raised, the force it generated sent Su San Shu flying nearby. As the stick came crashing down, Su Fan protected his head. With a loud bang, the stick struck his back, igniting a raging fire. Just as it was about to burn his hand, the man in black instinctively threw it away. Seeing this, Su Fan quickly picked it up. To his surprise, the fire extinguished the moment his hand touched the stick. He gritted his teeth and swung the stick towards the opponent. Dare to hit me? Do you think I am someone you can provoke? Howl. The man in black cried out in pain. He never imagined that being struck once would hurt so much. The pain was like a knife piercing his bones. Is he still human? Howl. Howl. Seeing that he seemed to be unable to withstand it, the man in white shuddered and quickly advised, big brother, let's talk it out. They come to the mortal realm to capture souls, treating a person like a chick. Who would have thought they would encounter a tough character today? Su Fan raised the stick high. Do you still want to requisition my car? No need, no need, the man in white waved his hands repeatedly. What about you? The man in black had his hat knocked off, awkwardly picking it up to put it back on. No need, no need. May I ask, esteemed sir, who exactly are you? You dare to ask? As Su Fan's stick was about to fall again, the man in black stepped back in fright. I won't ask anymore, I won't ask anymore. Get lost. The two Grim Reapers exchanged glances and with one leap were already 100 meters away. After a few quick flashes, they completely disappeared from sight. Su Fan let out a sigh of relief, gently patting his clothes. It was no wonder that this soul battle attire made evil spirits retreat. Even the Grim Reapers feared it. He looked at the crying stick in his hand. The white paper had already burned clean, leaving only a black bamboo stick that looked ordinary. It was an office item for the Grim Reapers, and it could make them cry for their mothers when struck. Undoubtedly a treasure. Just as he was thinking whether to take it home first or go to mourn, the commotion in front of Su San Shu's house suddenly erupted. He has come back from the dead. Uncle Su is not dead. Ah, I see a ghost. Su Fan hurried over. The Su family was already surrounded by people, their faces showing various expressions of shock, joy, and disbelief. Su Fan approached his father and asked, Dad, what happened? Your Uncle Su has come back to life, he has awakened. Ah. Su Fan was surprised. He clearly saw Uncle Zu's soul being taken by the Grim Reapers. Ah, wait. When the Black Reaper was about to attack him, Uncle Zu's soul seemed to have been blasted away, and that direction was precisely his home. While he was pondering, he saw a hunched figure staggering out of the house. With high cheekbones and skin tightly clinging to bones, it was indeed Uncle Su. His face was pale but filled with excitement as he grasped Su Fan's hand tightly. Fan, thanks to you I have come back from the dead. You are my great benefactor. Come, let's go inside. His son Dashin came out from the house to support him, asking in confusion, Dad, what's going on? You mean little Fan saved you? Other villagers also cast puzzled glances, whispering among themselves. What's the situation? Uncle Su wouldn't have experienced a false death, would he? Nonsense. Little Fan hadn't even gone inside yet, how could he have saved him? Exactly, and he's not even a medical professional. Who knows? Have you ever seen someone who could walk after a false death? He clearly just passed away. Su Fan waved the bamboo stick in front of Uncle Su seemingly casually and then looked at him, saying, Uncle, you must be muddled from your illness. I just returned this afternoon and haven't even come to see you yet. Seeing the black stick in his hand, Uncle Su took a step back in fright. He recognized that this was something from the Black Reaper. He only saw the Black Reaper raising the stick to hit Su Fan, and then he was blown away. Although he didn't see what happened afterward, the appearance of this stick in Su Fan's hand was enough to explain everything. It had been a long time since they last met, and this kid had become so powerful. Looking at Su Fan's seemingly amused gaze, Uncle Zu's heart raced. It was an instinctive feeling. Oh, right, I remembered incorrectly. I dreamed that you saved me. Even in a dream, a rescue is still a rescue. Next time, Uncle will treat you to a meal. You're too polite, Uncle. Since you're fine, we'll head back now. Take care of yourself. Su Fan's father returned home filled with questions. Upon reaching their doorstep he couldn't help but ask little Fan what exactly happened. Why would Uncle Su say you saved him out of the blue? I don't believe he can't tell reality from a dream. Dad, I've been working in the fields with you since I returned. When would I have time to save someone? You don't believe me too, do you? Su Fan feigned innocence. It's not that I don't believe you, but what were you doing just now? I went to the bathroom. How is it that just when you were in the bathroom that person came back to life? Su Fan placed the black bamboo stick in the car, turning to look at him. I'm not sure either, Dad. Do you think I can control someone's life and death? I wish I could, but my strength doesn't allow it. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it sounds. The two entered the house. Zu's mother was surprised to hear that Uncle Su had come back from the dead, but after thinking about it she felt that Zu's father was overreacting. What's the big deal? It must be that Dashan misjudged his father's condition, thinking he was dead, and without a doctor's confirmation who knows if he really died. This is probably the so-called false death. Right. This is often written in novels. Perhaps Uncle Su has been reborn. Su Fan said anything to clear himself. Zu's mother shook her head. Rebirth is unlikely. I've seen a video where someone died for 3 days and woke up right before burial. Yes, I've seen that too. It was an old man. Su Fan said, Dad, it's normal for someone who has died once to be a bit muddled. We should be understanding of him. Uncle Su coming back to life living another 10 or 20 years shouldn't be a problem. Yes, those who survive great calamities must have blessings to follow. Seeing the two conversing back and forth, Zu's father said nothing more. He always felt that his son was different from before. Although Su Laosan verbally agreed that Su Fan was just dreaming, he knew the truth of his own experiences. As for Su Fan's denial, he guessed it was likely because he feared the tale was too bizarre to be believed. Being so young and daring to confront the black and white impermanence, he surely had some skills. He decided to trust him. He certainly didn't want to die again. Early the next morning he had his son bring over half a slab of pork. Xiao Fan, you must never speak of what your third uncle told you yesterday, or else your uncle will lose face. This referred to the last words he had given about wanting to continue having good relations with Widow Wang in the next life. Su Fan, not wanting to expose personal matters, replied seriously, what are you talking about, third uncle? How would I know what you said in your dream? How can I keep a secret for you? Ah. Hearing him say that, Su Laosan was stunned for a moment before laughing heartily and patting his shoulder. Right, I was a bit muddled from my illness the other day and was rambling. This meat is to make amends. Su Fan naturally refused. Su Sanshu insisted that he accept it. I heard you've become a big boss. My son Shanzi has just returned from military service and hasn't found a suitable job. How about letting him follow you? You can guide him. Su Fan wanted to say that he himself didn't have a proper job, but with a brand new off-road vehicle parked at the door no one would believe him, so he could only respond vaguely. He really should consider doing something productive. As a child he had always run around playing behind Su Dashi, who was a good companion. As they grew up and went to school their contact gradually diminished, but it did not affect the deep friendship they had established. Watching Su Dashi skillfully cut up the pork with his parents in the kitchen, Su Fan wondered if he was a chef. Ding dong. Someone added him as a friend. There were 3 requests and Su Fan accepted them one by one. Waste recycling boss Lee, bro, how are you? Are you planning to sell that box of old stuff? Su Fan, yes, are you interested? How much will you pay? Waste recycling boss Lee, 20 yuan per kilogram, fair and square, no shortchanging. He really thought he was selling scrap. Su Fan didn't reply and directly blocked him. Next he checked the second one. Xiang Zi, who wanted to buy a car, bro, can you send it to me for appraisal? If it's genuine I'll buy it directly. Su Fan was speechless. Did he think he was stupid? Sending it would mean there was no turning back. Deleted. The third one was a username that meant gains from loss with a profile picture of the sea. Gains from loss, hello, can we meet? There are some details in the photos you sent that aren't clear. Shall we discuss it in person? This one seems somewhat sincere. Su Fan, where are you in Binhai? Let's arrange a place. Gains from loss, I'm near Ahu Park. Do you have time now? Su Fan, I'm out now, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. I'll message you then. Su Fan, brother, can I ask how much this is worth approximately? Gains from loss, based on the photos I can only see the top layer. I'm not sure what's underneath and the details of the box aren't clear enough for me to evaluate. Su Fan, based on what you see, how much can you tell? There was a pause on the other end, likely estimating the value. 2 minutes later a message came through. Gains from loss just for the surface layer, that string of pearls, 3 gold ingots and 2 silver ingots along with 2 jade bracelets and a string of agate. If all are genuine I estimate their value at around 500000. Su Fan's eyes lit up, are you sure? Gains from loss, I only see this side, I don't know what the back looks like. This price is based on it being in pristine condition and authentic. Su Fan, alright, I'll contact you when I get back. It really is valuable. I wonder if Nana knows of any other treasure locations. He had promised to prepare food for them yesterday, but now it was too late. Forget it, he would make it up to them later. After cutting the meat, the Su father and son went to work in the fields. Dashi also went over to help. His father had quietly told him last night that his soul had originally been taken by the black and white impermanence, but when he encountered Su Fan and they fought, he was blown away and his soul returned, thus he came back to life. From Su Fan's attitude, it seemed he didn't want this matter to spread, merely reminding him that following Su Fan would surely bring him benefit. Dashi didn't think much about benefits. Since Su Fan saved his dad, it was only right that he repay him. Seeing him come to help and to avoid letting him discover the secret of the rake, Su Fan had his father go dig sweet potatoes alone while he and Su Dashi went to pick corn. Dashi, I really appreciate you bringing so much pork for our family and also helping us with work. Your third uncle must have forced you to come, right? No, we're from the same village. Isn't it natural to help each other? Helping each other is fine for other matters, but who helps with farm work? It wasn't even harvest season. However, Su Fan didn't delve deeper. It wouldn't benefit anyone to bring it up. Dashi was quick with his hands and feet and soon picked a large pile, chatting as he worked. Xiao Fan, what do you do in the city? Can you make good money? I used to do renovations but didn't earn much. I'm thinking of finding another line of work, Su Fan replied. What are you planning to do? Can I follow you? I just got discharged from the army and want to earn some money to marry a wife. His skin was bronze, tall and strong with a cheerful personality. Finding a wife shouldn't be difficult. Dashi, I noticed your technique for cutting the meat was quite skilled. What did you do in the army? I was a cook for 2 years. Cutting meat and chopping vegetables is a piece of cake. Su Fan tossed the corn in his hand into the basket, surprised. Really? So you're great at cooking? Just average, ranked third in the entire army. Su Dashi laughed. We often had competitions back then and I won a few small awards. I didn't see that coming, Dashi. Why don't you open a restaurant? You could get married within a year. Alas. I returned from the army because my father was ill. I can't leave him alone at home and I don't have the capital to open a restaurant. Dashi looked a bit dejected, missing the life in the army. Su Fan wiped away his sweat and fanned himself with his straw hat. No worries, Dashi. I have a bit of capital. Come with me to open a restaurant. I can hire someone to take care of your third uncle and I'll ask my parents to help out. It shouldn't be a big problem. All right. With the problem solved smoothly, Dashi was as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline, making loud cracking sounds as he snapped the corn off the cob. At noon, Zu's mother invited Su Sanshu and Dashi to stay for lunch. They delivered half a slab of meat and there was plenty of food. The group ate with greasy mouths and Su Fan shared with them about the plan to open a restaurant in the city. Su Sanshu was filled with satisfaction, saying, Good. Shanzi, you should work hard with Xiao Fan. Strive to buy a big Benz next year. Got it, Dad. At the Longjiang base, Xiao he was astonished to hear that the Su family had managed to acquire 3,000 pounds of rice in exchange for awakening crystal core. His team of a dozen people wouldn't be able to gather that much food just by foraging without battling mutant beasts. If it's true, the other party's energy seems to be even more powerful than he had imagined. 3,000 pounds. And without any flaws. There isn't that much to be found in the entire city. In the 4th floor corridor, 401 and 402 were talking. Captain Xiao, we need to obtain the space awakening crystal core first. We can only give you the food once we confirm the core is useful. Xiao he frowned slightly. Mr. Su, this may not be in accordance with the rules, is it? It is a bit out of order. Su Zhong admitted directly, but we still need to obtain the core to confirm its usefulness. Otherwise, what if we give you the food and find out the core is useless? We know you are formidable, and since we live across from you, it's not like we can escape, right? This entire unit was filled with his people. Even if they wanted to jump off the building, they didn't have the ability. Su Zhong had seen Xiao He's ability, the metal type. He could control any metal to pierce a zombie's forehead. It's not an exaggeration to say he was invincible at the same level. Xiao He rubbed his nose, glancing at the three of them in turn. Is there no room for negotiation? No, we must first obtain the core. If you don't agree, we'll have to find someone else to trade with. Su Zhong said. Wang Mei and Su Ranran also looked at him with unwavering gazes. Xiao He tapped his fingers. If you say it like that, then I can't be at ease either. What if I give you the core and you can't provide the food? The food can definitely be provided, it's in the room behind us. But they couldn't say it like that. Su Zhong and Wang Mei exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Su Ranran said, Captain, shall we definitely have rice? Didn't the roasted duck and rice I provided before prove our capabilities? In the entire Longjiang base or even in the nearby bases, can you find anyone who can provide 2 roasted ducks at the same time? And indeed there was none. Seeing their determined faces, Xiao He couldn't help but doubt if they truly had more. Should he take a gamble? He decided to discuss it with his team. After all, this matter wasn't solely his. On the 3rd floor, 301 heard that 402 wanted to verify the goods with the crystal core first, and none of the teammates agreed. Who trades like this? What if they take the core and don't give the food? Even if we kill them, it wouldn't help. How much are their lives worth? Exactly. Captain, you don't even need to think about it. If others find out we have a space awakening crystal core, they would line up to trade with us. And they want us to verify the goods first. How can that be logical? Captain, you must not agree. Who knows if they really have 3,000 pounds of rice? To put it bluntly, their 3 lives aren't worth 30 pounds of rice. Xiaobi looked at them unconsciously playing with a dagger in his hand and slowly said, do you know why I agreed to let them stay here for 2 days initially? The fire-type ability user Old Yen said, isn't it because you took a liking to that little girl? It's unrelated to that. Xiaobi replied, it's because that little girl wanted to trade good items with the base officials, but I intercepted her. Can you guess what it was? Rice. No. A crystal core. Not that either. Meat from mutant beasts. None of those. Xiaobi suddenly salivated as if he could smell that enchanting fragrance again. It was 2 roasted ducks. You all know how long it's been since we've had such delicious food. I couldn't resist and devoured them all. The room fell into silence instantly. You could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds, everyone rushed at him and gave him a beating, cursing, good job, Captain Xiao. You dare to eat alone after getting good things. I'll kill you. That was roasted duck. You actually ate it all by yourself. Are you looking to die? What happened to sharing life and death together? What happened to sharing fortunes and misfortunes? You actually hid away to enjoy delicious food. Ah. Roasted duck. And 2 of them. How come you didn't burst? Xiao knew he was in the wrong, allowing his teammates to rain down punches without resisting at all. He only protected his head to avoid damaging his handsome face. I was wrong. I just couldn't help it. The others joked about killing him, but no one really intended to hurt him. After venting their anger on him, Deng Yaqing spoke up, so Captain Xiao, how was the roasted duck? Did it taste off? She was the only female ability user in the team and the group's favorite. Upon hearing her question, the other teammates looked at him eagerly. Xiaobi smacked his lips, savoring it. Not only didn't taste off, but it was also incredibly delicious, just like it was freshly made, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The teammates were drooling at his words. Their teeth were clacking. If daggers could kill, he would have died 800 times. Old Jen spoke up, Captain, you should tell them that in exchange for the crystal core we want 3,000 pounds of rice plus 10 roasted ducks. 10 isn't enough, we want 20. Deng Yaqing said we should at least have 1 for each of us. Right. We need 20 and the extras can be stored in Li Ziox's space and the captain isn't allowed to eat them. He shouldn't be able to enjoy good food alone while we are left out. Ha. Right. Under the barrage of accusations from everyone, he returned to the entrance of 402. Su Zhong heard his additional conditions and pretended to struggle with it for a long time before finally agreeing. Although he hadn't communicated with his father yet, he knew it wouldn't be a big problem. Seeing him agree, he wasted no time and directly handed him a transparent crystal core. After closing the door, the 3 of the Su family gathered around the crystal core to discuss. Who should use it? Wang Mei said, honey, you should use it. You are holding all our belongings, so the safety factor is greater. Su Ranran glanced at her but said nothing. Su Zhong thought for a moment and said, why don't you 2 take it? Each person only has 1 chance to awaken their abilities. I want to save mine for future elemental awakening to protect the family. That's true, but should I go? With so many items, I'm afraid to hold them. After all, it's not just a pound or 2 but over 1,000 pounds. Right now they have 3,000 pounds in this room in addition to another 2,000 pounds. Who wouldn't be afraid to take that out? Dad, Mom, let me do it, Su Ranran said. No, you as a girl carrying it is even more dangerous. Wang Mei said. This isn't about danger, Mom and Dad. Didn't you notice? Every time Grandpa sends something, the spatial rift appears right in front of me. Wang Mei thought for a moment and said, that does seem to be the case. It seems it has never appeared in front of me. Honey, what about you? Neither has it for me. See? I suspect the appearance of the spatial rift is limited. This crystal core is most suitable for me to hold. After some thought, Su Zhong said, how about this, Ranran? Since we still need to ask your grandfather for roast duck, let's first confirm with him whether the spatial rift truly only appears in front of you. If it does, you can use this crystal core. If not, it will be for your mother and you can awaken a defensive or offensive ability later on. After reaching an agreement, the 3 no longer hesitated and began to prepare food. With the electric pressure cooker, there was no longer a fear of the rice steaming and attracting attention. Wang Mei simply cut the pork belly into pieces and cooked it together, which was both energy-saving and delicious. With oil, the cleaned lettuce, when stir-fried casually, became incredibly tender. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 20 points of deliciousness. Congratulations to the host for earning 20 points of deliciousness. In Lishui village, Su Fan had lunch and was taking a nap in the car, having harvested half of the ripe corn in the field that morning with plenty still to do in the afternoon. Moreover, there was still half an acre of sweet potatoes that hadn't been harvested yet. Just thinking about it made his back ache. Hearing the system prompt and receiving 60 points of deliciousness all at once, he felt revitalized. He wondered if Su Ranran was ready on her end. A whole morning should be enough time. He took out a piece of paper and pen, wrote down the question, and then took out his black bank card, pressing his thumb against the silver lettering. A black ray swept across and the note vanished. Longjiang Base. The three members of the Su family did not know when Su Fan would open the spatial rift. To confirm that the rift indeed always appeared in front of Su Ranran, they even separated to eat in different places. When the black rift appeared accompanied by a startled shout from Su Ranran, the three finally confirmed that it seemed to be just like that. To ensure everything was foolproof, they still wrote down this question along with the request for 20 roast ducks, clearly stating that this was an additional condition for exchanging the spatial crystal core. After reading the note they sent over, Su Fan first confirmed the question about the spatial rift. As for the roast ducks, at this time, even if there were any, it wouldn't be enough for 20, and at the latest he would send them over tomorrow morning. What does the spatial crystal core look like? How big is it? How much can it hold? Ask if there are any extras. I also want one. Su Ranran replied, the spatial crystal core is colorless and transparent, and the space awakened after is of varying sizes depending on the core's grade. The small ones are only 1 cubic meter, while the larger ones can hold about 100 cubic meters, and the space can expand with the growth of the ability. Su Fan gestured, saying that 100 cubic meters would look like 455, which couldn't hold much. He wrote, bring the crystal core over so I can take a look. Su Ranran was about to throw the crystal core over. Wang Mei stopped her, saying, is this safe? What if? What if what? Su Zhong thought she was trying to stop them and advised, are you afraid my dad will steal the crystal core? Think about it, we only asked for 3,000 jin of rice, yet my dad brought 5,000 jin. What could possibly go wrong? Darling, you've misunderstood me. I'm just worried about accidentally breaking the crystal core, Wang Mei said, tearing off a piece of her tattered sleeve and wrapping the core in it before tossing it over. A hint of guilt flashed across Su Zhong's face. I'm sorry, my wife, I misunderstood you. You really thought this through. Poof. With you being such a rough man, I'm the only one who likes you. Yes. Without you I wouldn't know how many detours I would have to take. Seeing how lovey-dovey they were, Su Ranran felt like she was shining brightly. If it weren't for the crucial moment when the spatial rift was about to open, she really wanted to lock herself in a room. Lishui village, Su Fan caught a bundle of rags and upon opening it found a transparent hexagonal crystal. System enhance. Deducting 100 points of deliciousness, enhancing item. Enhancement complete. Spatial awakening crystal core. After enhancement the usable volume reaches 100,000 cubic meters. Wow. Su Fan slammed his thigh, amazed by its power. How much could this hold? He was even reluctant to let go. Seeing the spatial rift slowly closing, he ultimately threw the crystal core back. Compared to himself, his grandchildren who were in the apocalypse needed this thing even more. However, as long as he sent them enough food, he would eventually be able to possess this treasure as well. The system poured cold water on him. Host, you're overthinking it. Did you forget that each type can only be enhanced once? In other words, even if they sent another spatial awakening crystal core over, the maximum it could be was only about 10 square meters. Su Fan looked at the already closed spatial rift. His fingers twitched, wondering if it was too late to regret now. It was already too late. To avoid any accidents, Su Ranran swallowed the crystal core as soon as she got it, not realizing that this core was already different from the one they sent over. Awakening an ability would cause her whole body to heat up. Seeing her flushed face and sweating, Wang Mei felt heartbroken and quickly gave her cold water for physical cooling. The absorption of the crystal core takes time. This pain can only be borne by her alone. Others couldn't help even if they wanted to. In Lishui village, Su Dashan came over to harvest corn at 2 p.m. Xiao Fan, my dad is feeling much better now. Let me call Aunt Wang at the bridgehead and tell her I want to hire her to take care of him. Did she agree? Su Fan asked, peeking through the corn leaves. Probably worried about what others might say, she didn't agree at first. I had to plead with her a few times before she finally agreed. Oh, that's good. Brother Dash and I plan to head back to the city tonight. Are you coming with me or going in a few days? Leaving tonight. Is it that urgent? Yes, something's going on over there. Then let me go home and tell my dad. I'll also mention it to Aunt Wang so she can come over early. If we can leave today, I'll arrive at your house before 8 p.m. If I'm not there by 8, then I'll go in a few days and contact you then. Sure. After finishing harvesting the corn and sweet potatoes, Su Fan reduced the burden on his family a bit, transferring 100,000 yuan each to his parents' phones. When Zu's mother heard he was leaving tonight, she became anxious, saying, why the hurry? Can't you stay a couple more days? There are things in the city. Dad, Mom, come with me. The two thought for a moment but still disagreed. Su Fan didn't insist. After all, his dad had already agreed and he would go after selling the corn and sweet potatoes. He would sell the sweet potatoes and corn in a couple of days, then sell all the other crops in the field. Once they had nothing to do they would naturally go as well, so there was no rush. Seeing him pack a big rooster into a sack and put it in the car, Su's dad packed a bag of sweet potatoes and another of corn. Su's mom packed some corn and sweet potatoes that had just been cooked in the afternoon, grabbed a basket of farm-fresh eggs and also included some pumpkins, winter melons, cucumbers, chili peppers and her own dried vegetables, filling the back seat of his car. Seeing a bag of women's clothing inside, Su's mom's eyes lit up with curiosity. Xiaofan, who are these clothes for?
Are you making me a grandmother soon?
Su's dad also looked over.
Su Fan burst into laughter. Mom, you're still far from being a grandmother. This is for my granddaughter. Stop joking.
I don't care, next time you have to bring a girlfriend home for me to see. She had already mentally accepted that this was something he bought for his girlfriend.
Su Fan didn't elaborate, finished packing the items, and then Dashan arrived.
The two returned to Binhai together.
Seeing the large pharmacy by the street, he parked and walked inside.
Su Ranran's list of medication needs included rifampicin and isoniazid as well as Lianhua Qingwen and Qingfei granules.
Su Fan went in to ask the doctor, who said they were for treating tuberculosis.
He bought 10 boxes of each. According to the system's characteristics, the more singular an item is, the fewer times it can be enhanced, which relatively wastes an upgrade opportunity. Lianhua Qingwen has a wide range of uses and can treat many diseases, so it should have more enhancement opportunities.
If I enhance it, I wonder what kind of miraculous medicine it will evolve into. I'll enhance it once tomorrow and... However,
system, you said that items of the same category can only be enhanced once.
What about medicines or food? Once it's eaten, it's gone.
Yes, host. Su Fan instantly became cautious and decided not to enhance these two types of items for now, thinking he would ponder it over at home. Or he could ask Ranran and the others what they needed the most and enhance that. At the entrance of the Jiarong community, the tall and slender Nana eagerly gazed towards the intersection, and her eyes lit up when she spotted Su Fan's car. Just as she was about to approach, she saw there were other people in the car and quickly backed away, heading towards the warehouse.
Su Fan parked the car in front of Villa No. 8.
Dashan looked at the grand and upscale two-story villa in front of him, astonished. Xiaofan, you live in such a nice house. How much did this cost? This is a second-hand house, it didn't cost much.
Come on in, Brother Shan.
Su Fan led him inside and briefly introduced the layout before taking him upstairs to the room where the former son of the Fan family used to live.
Brother Dashan, you can stay in this room. Dashan looked inside, seeing deep blue curtains, a light blue table lamp, a blue-themed wall clock, and a clean and tidy blue bed, along with a wardrobe of the same color.
The entire room was decorated in various shades of blue, giving it a clean and neat appearance. Its decorative style was incomparable to the most luxurious self-built houses in the countryside. The tiles on the floor were so shiny they could reflect a person looking cleaner than his clothes. Su Dashan stood at the door with his luggage, feeling somewhat awkward.
Is it really okay for me to stay in such a nice room?
Su Fan patted his shoulder. It's fine, Brother Dashan.
This house is just for the two of us. You can stay with peace of mind. My room is over there.
You've had a long day, so wash up and get some rest.
I'll step out for a bit and be back soon.
Dashan wanted to ask where he was going at such a late hour, but decided against it. Everyone has their privacy, especially someone as capable as him. After Su Fan went downstairs, he took out the cooked sweet potatoes and corn from the car and grabbed a plastic bag from the kitchen, putting 4 sweet potatoes and 4 corns in it before heading to the warehouse.
The old man Daba and Nana had long been waiting anxiously.
Daba's small eyes blinked excitedly, sparkling like little stars, and his mouth stretched wide to reveal his bright white teeth.
Sir, you're back. I thought you had abandoned us when you didn't come last night.
I was so scared. Finally, I've waited for you and glad I didn't give up. As he spoke, he even started singing, almost making Su Fan laugh. Nana just watched him without saying a word. Apart from the two of them, there were 4 other souls nearby, 2 men and 2 women. One of them was particularly tall and thin, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, looking like a starving ghost. Su Fan glanced at them. Are you all here to eat? How will you pay for it? The tall and thin one swaggered over, disdainfully scoffing. It's a blessing for you to offer food to spirits and you still want to charge us. Don't dream, just bring it out quickly or it'll make you regret it. This attitude was worlds apart from Daba's. Su Fan ignored him, placed the bag on the table and took out a corn for Daba.
Thank you, sir. Daba exclaimed joyfully, taking it, inhaling deeply and taking a big bite.
Mum. So delicious.
Su Fan took another one for Nana.
Thank you, sir. Nana said, taking it and eating it slowly. Seeing that the two of them could indeed get food from him and were enjoying it, the other souls gathered around.
A woman with a long tongue said, Sir, I know a treasure location. I've already registered it with Nana.
Su Fan looked at Nana, saw her nod, and then handed her a corn. The woman eagerly took the corn and bit into it, nearly biting her tongue, the sweet corn making her jump with joy.
Woo, so delicious. It's been so long since I had anything to eat, it's so good.
Apart from the thin one, the other 2 also chimed in. Sir, we have eaten money, we've given it all to Nana.
Can we eat? Nana swallowed a mouthful of corn. Yes, sir. They each gave me 100 in money.
It seems you don't need it, so just deduct it from my box of jewelry. Su Fan nodded in agreement and gave each of them a piece of sweet potato. The ghosts were all able to eat, and although they looked strange, their joy was palpable. Only the tall and thin one was left without food. He angrily pushed aside the ghosts in front of him and directly extended his hand towards Su Fan, threateningly stating, "I want to eat too. Hand it over." Su Fan reached into the bag and the starving ghost thought he had finally yielded, instantly wearing a smug expression. Oof. This timid human is afraid of him, isn't he? However, Su Fan took out the last corn and started eating it himself, finding it sweet and soft, truly delicious. He looked at the starving ghost and calmly said, "If you have the ability, go get it yourself." Nonsense. If I could get it myself, would I come to find you? The starving ghost gritted his teeth. Don't be ungrateful or it'll make you regret it. What you said is absurd. Of course I'll take back what I can't eat, or should I throw it away instead? Su Fan showed no fear, crunching loudly on the corn. The starving ghost was furious. He felt not only mocked but also disdained and belittled. It was utterly ridiculous. In an instant his ghostly aura surged, causing the warehouse's temperature to drop sharply. The other ghosts hurriedly retreated to the door. Daba pulled Nana behind him, saying, "Nana, don't be scared, it'll protect you." Nana looked down at his head from a height and rolled her eyes, saying, "Take care of yourself." As the starving ghost's claws reached towards his face, Su Fan's anger surged and he raised the crying stick that had been in his left hand, striking directly at the ghost's claw. The starving ghost was indifferent to the stick. The mundane objects couldn't touch him at all. However, as the stick fell, he felt a pressure akin to a mountain crushing down on him. What is this? He wanted to flee. But his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. The pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Not only he but even the nearby ghosts were affected, retreating several steps while staring wide-eyed at the stick from a distance. All 5 faces were filled with terror. The starving ghost was at the forefront, facing the fear directly, watching helplessly as the stick struck his right hand. Bang! His right hand shattered into smoke. Then it was completely absorbed by the crying stick. With one arm severed, the starving ghost felt the pressure lessen significantly. After suffering a great loss instead of a gain, he immediately turned to flee. Su Fan couldn't allow a tiger to return to its lair. He wiped the stick on his clothing and the crying stick instantly ignited in flames. He threw it at the starving ghost, who had already run out of the warehouse. Bang! The starving ghost was ignited. The entire community was suddenly filled with the sounds of ghostly wails. Only beings of the same kind can hear this ghostly cry, which frightened Nana and the others immensely. Especially Dabo, who had once been choked by Su Fan and knew his formidable power. Well, now seeing him with a new treasure, he felt even more in awe. The other spirits looked at Su Fan with fear, even forgetting to eat what was in their mouths. Seeing them frozen in place and afraid to move, Su Fan smiled kindly and reassured them, "Don't be afraid. We are here to do business, and our motto is that harmony brings wealth. You provide the money and I provide the service. Let's not take advantage of each other." "We won't. We promise we won't take advantage of you." Yes, we won't take advantage of you," the spirits all declared. "That's good." The long-tongued woman pointed to his morning stick with lingering fear. "May I ask, sir, what is this?" "Treasure. How can it be so powerful? A stick that ignites just by rubbing it on oneself. I have never seen anything like it." Not just her, but no one had seen such a thing before. Su Fan casually twirled the stick in his hand. "It's not a treasure, it's just an ordinary stick." "I find that hard to believe." But they dared not ask further. Su Fan sent the other spirits away and divided the remaining 2 pieces of sweet potato between Dabo and Nana. "Thank you, sir." Nana took the sweet potato and conveyed the treasure location registered by the long-tongued woman to him. Su Fan nodded and went home. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of deliciousness." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of deliciousness." Having gained 140 points of deliciousness from just a few sweet potatoes and corn, Su Fan felt quite pleased. He now had 200 points of deliciousness. What should he strengthen tomorrow? He sent a message to Yi Kwang, "See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Ahu Park. Longjiang Base." Su Ranran, who had been running a high fever for several hours, finally woke up. She turned over and approached the pile of rice. Placing her hand on one of the smaller piles of rice, in an instant 40 bags of rice vanished. Wang Mei, awakened by her movement, covered her mouth in shock to suppress her voice. "Ranran. Did you succeed?" "Yes. Mom, I have awakened my spatial ability. And this space is incredibly vast. It's definitely not just 100 cubic meters, it looks dozens of times larger, at least 100,000 cubic meters. Really? That's wonderful." Su Zhong, hearing the commotion, also walked in incredulously, saying, "What did you say, Ranran? Your space is 100,000 cubic meters." "Yes, Dad." Su Ranran excitedly stored the remaining 3000 gene of rice into the space, along with clothes, a rice cooker, meat, oil, salt and vegetables, all stored away. Su Zhong looked at Wang Mei and asked puzzledly, "I don't think I've ever heard of a spatial ability awakened after birth being this large, right?" "Oh, you silly, who would casually reveal such an important secret? Even if it exists, we wouldn't know.
Is that so? Definitely. After thinking, Wang Mei reminded husband Ranran we must keep the fact that our space is larger than others a secret. Remember. And it's best not to mention that we have this space. Let's tell Captain Xiao to keep it confidential too. That might be a bit difficult. He has so many people in his team they'll find out sooner or later. If we sneak around and don't admit it, it'll only seem suspicious. Let's just act like we've awakened a normal space. After all, I'm not the only one with a space. Ranran is right. We can't keep this secret. It's better to quickly obtain other awakening crystals to gain abilities. Having self-defense capability is the best strategy. Su Zhong said. The two nodded in agreement. At dawn the three prepared to go out, needing to place the food outside to pretend it was newly found. As soon as they stepped out of the unit door, over a dozen people came down from upstairs, all members of Captain Xiao's pioneering team surrounding the three. Old Yen played with a small fireball in his hand, smiling as he said, "My dear tenants, where are you planning to go?" A hand reached out from behind to pat his shoulder. Old Yen stepped aside. Xiao He yawned and approached quickly, sensing the aura of an ability user from Su Ranran. He was surprised that a little girl had awakened a spatial ability. He had thought it would be the man who used it. "Good morning, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su. Are you going out to transport food? Do you need a vehicle?" "We don't need a vehicle." Su Zhong surveyed the area, steadying his mind. "Thank you for your kindness, Captain Xiao. We have awakened our space ourselves. We can go get it back without troubling you." "It's no trouble, I just worry about your safety when going out." Su Zhong understood that they were probably worried he would run away since he had taken their things without paying. Thinking this, he laughed heartily. "All right, thank you. With you here it's definitely much safer." The pioneering team left two to guard the house while the remaining 15 people set off with the Su family. Seeing he was preparing to separate the three into different vehicles, Wang Mei was a bit unhappy. "Captain Xiao, this isn't appropriate, right?" Xiao He looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Look at me, an unattractive middle-aged woman. It's fine to ride in a vehicle with a bunch of men, but you want my daughter, a young girl, to sit with them. How can we as parents feel at ease? Isn't that right?" "Yes, Captain Xiao, this doesn't seem appropriate." Xiao He turned to look at Su Ranran and noticed her surrounded by a few burly men, some of whom were even casting lewd glances at her. It indeed looked inappropriate. So he let her into his vehicle. The teammate sharing the car, Deng Yaching, immediately frowned, feeling quite displeased. But she said nothing. In front of Xiao He, she still had to appear a bit more obedient. She and another teammate, Li Jiaxi, sat on either side of Su Ranran in the back seat. Su Ranran perceptibly sensed her hostility but didn't mind. After all, she wouldn't be with these team members for long. Although their family had previously discussed that if Captain Xiao was willing to lend them crystals, it meant he was trustworthy and their safety would be guaranteed by staying here. However, his team clearly didn't trust them and even harbored significant hostility. They needed to rent another place. Before Mom and Dad obtained self-defense abilities, they had to lay low and avoid going outside the base as much as possible. Last night the family agreed that today they not only needed to gather rice but also find several shops with paper money. It would be best to find a tool for making paper money. Suddenly Su Ranran had a jolt of realization. How could she have been so foolish? She could have directly asked Grandpa to send her the paper money. How could she be so silly? It was all because she had been so hungry before, only thinking about getting food from Grandpa, that she forgot about this matter. Excited, she turned to find her parents to share this new idea. As soon as she turned around, she was pushed back by Deng Yaching, who shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Be honest." "Yaching, be polite to Miss Su," Xiao He said through the rear view. Deng Yaching met his gaze in the mirror, her face full of grievance. "Brother Xiao, she's trying to run away." Brother Xiao actually snapped at her for that wretched woman. Xiao He glanced over at Li Jiaxi. "Is that so?" Li Jiaxi ever Deng Yaching's toady nodded at the question. "Yes, Captain Xiao. Her but even lifted off the seat just now. If she wasn't trying to escape, what else could she be doing?" Xiao He then looked at Su Ranran. Su Ranran gave him a brief look but said nothing, leaning back in the rear seat and closing her eyes, too indifferent to waste words on them. She sought quiet but was denied even that chance. Deng Yaching bumped her with a shoulder. "Hey! Don't play dead. What does your silence mean? Are we supposed to have falsely accused you?" Su Ranran sighed and opened her eyes. "You haven't wrongly accused me. I did mean to get out just now." "Captain Xiao, please stop the car. I need to use the restroom." "Liar. I think you were trying to run away, right?" Deng Yaching shouted. Su Ranran regarded her as if she were a fool. "Did you leave your wits at home? Me flee? Could I outrun you? Would I be so eager to court death as to try to escape from your encirclement? You, stop the car." Xiao He glanced at the pair arguing in the back, then at the maze of buildings outside, and said, "Miss Su, the terrain here is complex. There may be zombies hiding inside. Why not choose a safer spot?" Su Ranran turned to look out and with a statement that brooked no contradiction said, "My family's grain is hidden here.
Screech, Xiaoyi slammed the brakes and brought the car to a halt. The other two vehicles stopped in sync. Xiaoyi flashed his lights. Two people from each of the front and rear cars got out, all bearing crystal core guns. Su Zhong and Wang Mei were watched and forced to remain inside their vehicle. Seeing he had truly stopped, Deng Yaqing complained, "Brother Xiao, don't trust her. How could there be grain here?
Stay in the car and don't move. He'll go with them to clear out any zombies," he instructed.
Xiao He and the front passenger stepped out, leading a few others to creep toward the nearest house. Deng Yaqing, displeased that he had ignored her counsel, glared venomously at Su Ranran. Li Zhaoxi produced a candy from his pocket space and offered it to her.
"Yaqing, don't be upset. Think of the bigger picture here. One candy will lift your spirits."
"Thank you, brother Zhaoxi," she replied. Deng Yaqing puckered her lips as she took the sweet, flaunting it in front of Su Ranran before unwrapping and popping it into her mouth. That cheap fruit-hard candy she would never have spared a glance for before the apocalypse had now become a tool others used to flatter her. She felt a pang of self-pity. Yet remembering that the woman beside her could not even hope to taste such a thing, she brightened and deliberately chewed with loud audible crunches.
Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from the house.
Deng Yaqing's expression hardened. She lashed out at Su Ranran with venom. "You filthy woman, pray brother Xiao is all right or he'll make your life a torment." Su Ranran looked toward the source of the shots and said with cold indifference, "If he dies it will be because of you."
"What do you mean by that?" "Literally what I said."
"Damn it, I can't take this."
Deng Yaqing formed a sphere of water in her hand, eager to strike.
She ground her teeth and asked, "Brother Zhaoxi, may I kill her?" Li Zhaoxi held her back.
"No, Yaqing, the rice isn't secured yet. She's useful to us alive."
A chill ran through Su Ranran that meant once they had the rice they might make their move. Indeed, the members of this group could not be trusted. When Xiaoyi emerged from the house, Su Ranran hurriedly called, "Captain Xiao, help." As Xiaoyi turned and walked over, Deng Yaqing reached to clamp her mouth, laughingly pleading, "Brother Xiao, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't so much as touch a hair on her head." Su Ranran peeled off her hand. "You're not touching her now because the rice isn't secured yet." Xiaoyi cast Deng Yaqing a warning look, then told her, "Rest assured, so long as I can secure the rice I will keep you safe." He glanced at the 2 cars where Su Zhong and Wang Mei sat and ordered everyone out. Wang Mei and Su Zhong hurried over in turn, anxious.
"Ranran, are you all right? Did they do anything to you?"
"Dad, Mom, I'm fine," Su Ranran said, throwing a glance at Deng Yaqing. The latter immediately furrowed her brow.
"What are you looking at?"
Seeing her poised to explode, Li Zhaoxi hurried to restrain her and murmured soothingly. Deng Yaqing shrugged him off and approached Xiaoyi, tilting her head with a feigned innocence. "Brother Xiao, were you the one who fired just now?"
"Were there zombies inside?"
"Yes. The zombies in that house have been cleared.
There may be others elsewhere."
"Wow, Brother Xiao, you're brilliant."
Deng Yaqing looked at him with adoration.
Li Zhaoxi glanced at her and a fleeting sadness flickered in his eyes.
Xiao He gave him a look. "Zhaoxi, come with me."
"Oh, okay."
The 2 walked aside. Deng Yaqing obligingly followed. "Brother Xiao, don't listen to that woman's rubbish. We really didn't do anything to her."
Once they were off to the side, Su Ranran leaned in and whispered a few words to her parents. Su Zhong scanned the surroundings, nodded, and said softly, "This is indeed a good place to hide supplies. Be careful when you go in later."
"I know," Wang Mei replied.
She glanced at the guards and covered her mouth as she whispered, "These people really aren't to be trusted. When we return, we'll find another place to move our things."
"Mom, I think we shouldn't go back."
"Leave the leftover junk, we can just go to the housing office and rent a place," Su Ranran said. In the base, having grain made everything manageable. They currently held 2,000 gen of food, enough to rent a decent house.
"True, most things are already packed.
It's a pity about my old pot, but it's still barely usable."
"It's fine, we'll tell grandfather later." "Mum," they replied.
Su Zhong cleared his throat lightly and the 3 fell silent. Xiao He approached.
"Miss Su, I've looked into this.
It was their fault, they shouldn't have frightened you.
I apologize on their behalf.
This is a crystal core I found when I dealt with the zombies. Take it to calm your nerves, a small token of apology." Xiaoyi held a white crystal core in his hand, about half a thumb size, a common crystal core.
A single common crystal core can be exchanged through official channels for 100 gen of food.
Those so-called foodstuffs were often nothing more than wild tubers or gourds foraged from the fields. After the apocalypse, surviving grain supplies dwindled. People subsisted largely on these barely palatable tubers. Acid rain had corroded the soil, so the plants that managed to grow there carried corrosive properties. Eating them left a burning sensation in the stomach. Many at the base suffered chronic stomachaches, but there was no alternative, no food except these. Wang Mei's eyes lit up as she accepted the crystal core and tucked it away with great care.
"All right, let's let this drop. The rice is over there, let's hurry and fetch it.
Just so you know, when we return, the 3 of us must ride in the same vehicle."
"Fine."
Watching her avaricious expression, Deng Yaqing curled her lip in disdain. Humph, so smitten over a single common crystal core. If she saw a mutant crystal core, she'd be positively salivating. In the Jarong community early in the morning, Aunt Jo arrived and saw Sufan's car parked at the entrance of Villa No. 8, realizing he was back. As she opened the door, she saw Su Dashan doing push-ups in the hall to build his stamina. As they exchanged glances, Aunt Jo let out a sharp scream. "Hey! Who are you?" Su Dashan, equally puzzled, replied, "Who are you?" Sufan clearly mentioned that this house was only for the two of them. "Xiao Su! Xiao Su!" Aunt Jo shouted. Hearing her voice, Sufan came out of the room, glanced at the two, and quickly understood what was happening. "It's okay, Aunt Jo, this is my brother Su Dashan." Oh, Aunt Jo sighed in relief, glad it was someone she knew. She thought the house was about to change ownership again, just like that day. She smiled awkwardly at Su Dashan and went to the kitchen. Seeing that Sufan had brought back so much fresh corn and sweet potatoes, she couldn't help but want to show off her skills. Peeking her head out, she said, "Xiao Su, can I make you some sweet potato balls?" "Sure, Aunt Jo, you can decide," Sufan replied. Noticing she was excited, he added, "There's too much to finish, so take some back with you tonight." Aunt Jo thanked him repeatedly and quickly went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, boiling a large pot of dumplings and getting ready bread, milk, and fried eggs. She also took out the leftover cooked corn and sweet potatoes from yesterday. There was quite a lot. Watching the two of them eat heartily, Aunt Jo remarked that young people really have good appetites. "Xiao Su, yesterday a gentleman named Lu from Villa No. 18 brought many things over to find you. Since you weren't home, I didn't dare to accept his things and sent him back. He said to call him when you return. Should I call him now?" Sufan glanced at his phone. It was not yet 8 o'clock. "No need, I'll call him myself." He sent a WeChat message to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, I'm back. Do you need anything from me? It's nothing serious, Xiao Su, just wanted to express my gratitude. You're home now, right? I'll come over soon. Uncle Lu, if you're just bringing things, you can forget it. I need to go out shortly. It's fine, it won't take you a few minutes, just wait for me, Uncle Lu said before hanging up the phone. Sufan helplessly finished breakfast with Su Dashan. Before long, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu arrived in their pajamas carrying things. The shiny gift boxes were filled with high-end cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Sufan wasn't used to such interactions but knew they were expressing gratitude for Lu Ying's matter. He thought it was best to accept it to put their minds at ease. After all, their family wasn't lacking in money. He thought this matter was settled, but unexpectedly Uncle Lu took out a shop transfer agreement and said, Xiao Su, didn't you say you wanted to open a restaurant? This is for you. Sufan quickly glanced at the contents and hurriedly declined. How can this be, Uncle and Aunt? I really can't accept this. Uncle Lu pressed his hand down, speaking in a low voice. Listen to me, Xiao Su. Since Ying passed away, your aunt and I have rarely managed the business ourselves. Without Ying, we don't know who we are managing these businesses for anymore. Your aunt and I plan to close a few stores to take a break, so we're giving this shop to you. Aunt Lu's eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Su, please accept it. It was thanks to you that Ying could leave in peace. If you don't accept it, we will feel indebted to you. Do you want us to always feel indebted to you? No, that's not what I mean. If that's not the case, then accept it. Their sincerity was just what he needed, and pushing it further would seem a bit pretentious. Sufan no longer spoke of refusal. After packing up the items, he drove out and took Su Dashan to take a look at the shop. On Chuanxi Road, it wasn't particularly bustling in the coastal area, but the foot traffic looked decent, with several shops nearby selling barbecue, milk tea, and snacks. Across the street was a farmer's market and a supermarket. It was quite nice. Brother Sean looked at Lu Jiazue restaurant over there. Will be the place for our future life and battles. It looks good, around several dozen square meters, not too big and not too small. I would be perfect as the head chef. Su Dashan nodded. Right. You cook while I serve, and we can hire 2 people to wash dishes and clean. That'll be perfect. Sufan drove away. Su Dashan turned to him. Aren't you the big boss? Why are you working as a waiter? Ha ha ha. Sufan laughed heartily. I already said I'm not a big boss. Why don't you believe me? Even if he became a big boss, he would still have to do the delivery himself. After all, that would earn him delicious points. Thinking of the shop's origins, Dashan suddenly understood and asked, Xiao Fan, is that Ying the same as my dad? Sufan was taken aback, knowing that Su Sanshu must have said something to him. After contemplating, he replied, not the same. Ying has already passed away. Okay, so your villa came about in a similar way. Pretty much. Fearing he would ask for more details, Sufan quickly changed the subject. Brother Sean, what do you think we should have if we find ourselves in a zombie-infested apocalypse? Apocalypse. Su Dashan thought seriously for a moment before responding. An apocalypse should be similar to a battlefield. We must possess excellent physical fitness, advanced and reliable weaponry, and a team that can obey orders and cooperate seamlessly, none of which can be missing. If there were a strong backing like our country behind us, that would be even better. Sufan nodded slightly. As for Su Ranran, eating had been a big issue before. For now, physical fitness was out of the question. As for a cooperative team, the 3 of them should barely suffice. As for weapons. Upon reaching Ahu Park, the scenery here was beautiful, with rippling waves on the lake and willows lining the shore. It wasn't the weekend yet, so most of the small boats for tourists were docked with only 2 or 3 boats drifting on the lake.
Su Fan parked the car and handed the jewelry box wrapped in a plastic bag to Dashan.
He pointed to the pavilion on the island in the lake and said, "Brother Sean, there's a small box on the beam of that pavilion. Could you please help me get it? I need to use the restroom first. I have an appointment with someone at 9 o'clock here and running out of time." "Sure, leave it to me." Seeing him leave, Su Fan entered the public restroom and went into a single stall. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a note. "How are you?
Is it safe now?"
Yesterday he reinforced the spatial awakening crystal core for Su Ranran and the others, and he didn't know how they were doing now. Su Fan took out the Tian-D bank card, pressed his finger on the silver character, and a black ray swept across, making the note disappear. Just as he sent it, suddenly the note was crumpled and thrown back. Su Fan frowned. What does this mean? They wouldn't have encountered danger, would they? Otherwise they wouldn't have even had time to write a note. What to do? What can he do? He couldn't imagine what it would be like for his precious granddaughter to face a zombie siege alone. Su Fan was sweating. Right weapons. Looking around, apart from a trash can and a water tank against the wall, there was nothing else. He immediately wrote another note. "Do you have any weapons? Send them over and he'll reinforce them for you. Apocalypse ruins." In a dim, cluttered room, a sudden space rift tore open.
Facing the corner where Su Ranyan stood, someone froze at the line written on a scrap of paper. Enhanced.
A fleeting thought flashed through her mind, giving rise to a bold notion, yet this was hardly the moment to indulge in such speculation. She glanced behind her to make sure no one was watching, then flung the crystal core gun tucked in her spatial pocket into the rift. Su Zhou and Wang Mei shielded her, watching Xiao He and his men deal with the zombies beyond the door.
Put. A zombie's skull exploded.
Black blood spattered.
The stench was unbearable. Su Ranyan had planned to release the rations as soon as they entered the abandoned buildings, but Xiao He's scavenging team clung to them like glue.
She never had the chance. The group kept venturing deeper. They'd already encountered several waves of zombies. Fortunately, the scavengers were seasoned and a few gifted ability users made their strength formidable. The 3 of them were primed to be protected. Once they were placed somewhere safe, the others went back outside to hunt the undead. After Xiao He and his teammates slaughtered the encircling zombies, they entered the temporary shelter. He told the Su family, "The zombies are cleared. We should leave now." To buy time, Wang Mei feigned terror. "Really, Captain Xiao? But I think I can still hear zombies snarling. There must be more out there, go check."
"We don't dare go out right now."
Lao Yan came in from outside shouting, "Stop dawdling. This area already smells of blood, soon it will draw more of them. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it becomes."
Wang Mei whispered, "Ranyan, are you all right?"
"Mom, my stomach hurts. I need the bathroom," Su Ranyan said, looking at her.
"Bathroom? There isn't one here."
"Honey, why don't you go out first and let Ranyan just handle it here?" Wang Mei urged.
Su Zhong understood she was trying to distract the others.
He nudged a few scavengers toward the exit.
"Fine, well, step out. Hurry up. Won't be long."
Pushed toward the door, Xiao He glanced back at Su Ranyan. She stood facing the wall, looking oddly off.
Wang Mei blocked his view.
"Hey, what are you doing?" "Trying to peek at my daughter in the bathroom." Seeing Su Zhong's fiery glare, Xiao He turned away and left. They didn't go far, only stationing themselves at the doorway to guard against any sudden leap from the undead.
Lao Yan muttered, "Captain, aren't they trying to slip away?"
Xiao He motioned and looked toward Su Zhong. "He's still here.
How could they run?
This room has no back window. Unless they can tunnel underground, it's impossible."
At that moment, Su Ranyan walked out of the room. Fine. Let's go."
Without waiting for a reply, she moved ahead. Xiao He could clearly feel a new aura about her. She had been timid a moment ago. What had changed so quickly? Where did her newfound confidence come from? Watching her march ahead fearless, he hurried after her.
"Miss Su, slow down. Walk behind me."
Su Ranyan found it absurd. She had been trailing behind all alone. How was she supposed to release the rations now? If only a zombie would lunge at them, she could use the chaos to drop the supplies. As if some zombie kin had answered her wish, when they entered another building and opened the door, 2 zombies suddenly lunged out. Xiao He grabbed a rebar and smashed the first one to death. As he turned for the other, bang.
The approaching zombie was hurled backward as if struck by an unseen force.
Su Ranyan stood with both hands on a crystal core gun, her face edged with panic and her hands trembling.
Wang Mei inwardly gasped. Ranyan was incredible.
Few who survived the end times had never faced zombies, but few ever had the chance to fire a crystal core gun. Su Ranyan's first shot had indeed left her shaken by its power. The zombie on the floor had a huge hole in its chest, but because of the virus' peculiar nature, the undead could only truly die from a headshot. Seeing it struggling to rise, Xiao He stepped forward and finished it off, his expression peculiar as he stared at the gaping wound. The same crystal core gun. Why did hers pack so much force? Other team members, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Su Zhong hurriedly pressed his daughter's shaking hands down and embraced her.
It's okay, Ran Yen. It's dead. Wang Mei pulled them along. Let's go, this is terrifying. The group wound through the buildings and finally found 60 sacks of rice in an attic.
Seeing so much clean white rice, the scavengers erupted with joy. This much rice will feed us for ages. All of it flawless white rice, wonderful.
Deng Yaqing was overjoyed, though Su Ranyan still wore an ashen expression.
Li Zhaoxi stored all the rice in his spatial pocket. The team set off cheerfully to return, but as they were about to board the vehicle, Deng Yaqing interjected, "Wait, what about the roast ducks? You promised 20 roast ducks. You're not planning to renege, are you?"
"Well, give the roast ducks in 2 days," Su Ranyan said.
"No way. We only handed over the spatial awakening core because we wanted roast duck."
Li Zhaoxi chimed in.
"Exactly, we did it for the ducks."
Su Zhong protested. "We gave you 3,000 gene of rice. Do you really think Wed Stiff you want a few ducks?"
"Who knows?"
"Enough, stop arguing," Xiaohui said.
"If they said 2 days, then 2 days it is."
Captain Deng Yaqing complained.
The others' faces soured. Why was the captain siding with them? Then Xiaohui fixed his gaze on the crystal core gun in Su Ranyan's hands. "The roast ducks can wait 2 days, but well, hold this crystal core gun as collateral." Su Ranyan hurriedly pocketed the gun.
"You can't have it. We need it for protection. I can give you something else."
Xiaohui narrowed his eyes.
"What else do you have?"
"When we found the roast ducks, we also found a little lettuce and some pork belly."
"I can give you that. Please give us a 2-day reprieve."
She couldn't surrender the gun, she could only tempt them with food. Wang Mei nodded eagerly and coaxed, "Yes, yes, the grilled pork belly sizzles and glistens with oil brushed with sauce until fragrant, wrapped in crisp tender lettuce. Imagine how delicious it would be."
Lao Yan swallowed and sidled up to Xiaohui. "Captain, I want grilled pork belly." "You do have lettuce?"
Xiaohui asked, puzzled as he regarded them.
After the apocalypse, the land became unnaturally barren.
In such extreme conditions, apart from some wild unpalatable tubers and vines, nothing would grow. Crops were nearly impossible. Only official researchers and a few ability users at the base could coax a few hydroponic vegetables into being. Water itself was precious, so yields were tiny and only a handful could ever taste fresh greens. Produce for sale was exorbitantly priced and painfully scarce. Hearing that they could produce lettuce felt truly astonishing.
"We can spare a little, but not much."
"We hardly have enough for ourselves," Su Ranyan said, reluctant. "Given that the roast ducks are delayed because of our fault, we'll compensate you with 2 gene of pork belly and some lettuce now. In 2 days you'll get all 20 roast ducks, not a single one missing." The members of the pioneering team whispered. "They can't possibly have such a large quantity of flawless rice. There can't really be vegetables, right? I don't know, I haven't eaten vegetables in ages and now I'm suffering from severe constipation."
"I feel the same way."
"Impossible. Before they got our spatial awakening crystal cores, they were all ordinary people. How could they have gotten such rare items?"
Deng Yaqing glared at Su Ranran.
She didn't believe that the others could actually produce vegetables. However, Xiaohui seemed to always be opposing her today and immediately agreed.
"Then it's settled.
2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of vegetables. Everyone get on the car, let's head back." He gestured for the Su family trio to get into his vehicle. Deng Yaqing knew that once he made up his mind, arguing would be futile, so she fell silent. But when she wanted to get in the car, she was stopped by Xiaohui.
"Yaqing, you take the other car."
"Why?"
"Brother Xiao, I always ride in your car."
Xiaohui rubbed his temples and shouted outside, "Lao Yan, let Yaqing ride in your car."
"Okay, Captain." Lao Yan came over to take her away. "Don't pull me."
She dragged her feet, refusing to get in the car, when suddenly someone shouted, "Look over there." Everyone turned to look and saw a wall of yellow dust about several dozen kilometers wide and over 100 meters tall rapidly approaching from the west. Xiaohui's expression turned serious as he shouted, "A sandstorm is coming. Quick, evacuate." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly dove into their vehicles. Deng Yaqing's expression changed, and without thinking about her stubbornness, she quickly got into the car with Lao Yan. She had a lung disease, and being caught by the sandstorm would make her suffer for a long time. After the apocalypse, due to the onslaught of acid rain, most plants had withered away, exposing the soil to the air. When the wind blew, it easily led to sandstorm weather. Survivors with lung diseases experienced aggravated conditions, and those without lung disease suffered from various ailments. Whenever a large sandstorm occurred, most people huddled in the base, afraid to go outside. They could only wait for the severe weather to pass before venturing out to search for supplies. It was unclear if it was a reflex, but even though they were still some distance from the dust wall, many people had already started coughing. Xiaohui was no exception. He put on goggles, covered his mouth and nose with a towel, and focused on driving. Wang Mei was hunched over, coughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. Su Zhong helped her stroke her back to soothe her while he himself coughed roughly. The 3 cars raced back to the base at full speed. Su Ranran coughed a few times and noticed that the rear window was not sealed properly, with dust blowing in continuously. She hurriedly took out a piece of clothing from her space to block the gap. Xiao He glanced at it and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The group finally made it back to the base just before the sandstorm hit. The official lookout tower had already detected the situation and issued an alarm. The people in the base hurriedly packed their belongings to go home, sealing doors and windows tightly. The Su family trio didn't even bother to rent a house at the housing management office and went directly to D District 402. Once the door was closed, Su Ranran helped the continuously coughing Wang Mei to a chair to rest in. Together with Su Zhong, they took out all the cloth strips from home to seal up all the gaps in the doors and windows. When the cloth strips were not enough, she rummaged through the clothes package sent by Su Fan to find a few bedsheets to cover the kitchen and bathroom windows. The ceiling of this house was already considered quite good. These later built houses had basic precautions against the disasters they had previously faced. As for the mixed living area, the ceiling was also decent since each room only had one door and one window. However, there were too many people, making it inconvenient to do anything. The conditions were worst in the shantytown. Strong winds, acid rain, extreme heat and so forth were nothing compared to sandstorms, where a shanty was nearly equivalent to having no protection at all. The sand could permeate everywhere under the onslaught of the strong winds, covering everything and everyone inside the shanty in thick layers of dust, including the eyes, ears, mouth, nose and lungs. Every sandstorm could take away several lives in the shantytown. With doors and windows sealed, the outside was completely enveloped by the wind and sand, and daytime instantly turned dark. The sparse sand hitting the glass windows was nerve-wracking. After Su Ranran and Su Zhong entered the house, things improved significantly, but Wang Mei continued to cough incessantly. She had previously suffered from tuberculosis, and every sandstorm felt like it was going to take her life, each time worse than the last. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Su Zhong brought her some water to drink, which helped ease her symptoms a bit. "It's a pity we were outside when your grandfather opened the passage. If we had been at home, we might already be able to take medicine now." Su Ranran nodded. It was indeed the case. 5 years into the apocalypse, the most consumed medicine was for treating lung diseases. The remaining drugs were extremely precious and sold by the pill, and even then they were hard to come by. The last time they bought medicine, it was a pill for 50 pounds of sweet potatoes or mutated animal meat, which they couldn't afford, and now they didn't even know how much the price had increased. Fortunately, they now had flawless food that was more precious than sweet potatoes, and with their grandfather around, they at least felt less anxious. Su Ranran took out 3 heads of lettuce to soak in water and grabbed a white radish, preparing to make some radish water to soothe Wang Mei's cough. Su Zhong gently stroked Wang Mei's back and suddenly asked Ranran, "How come that gun has such great power?" "I remember the one I traded for was just an ordinary crystal core gun. The effect of this gun is somewhat like using mutated crystal cores as ammunition. A gun with mutated crystal cores isn't something that can be exchanged for just a few dozen pounds of food." Su Ranran washed the radish, sliced it without peeling, and put it to boil. She returned to the living room. "Dad, I think I know why my space is so large now." "What?" Wang Mei paused her coughing upon hearing this, looking up at her, but couldn't hold back for more than 3 seconds before breaking into another fit of coughing. Su Ranran gently patted her back and said, "It must be because Grandpa helped strengthen my awakening crystal core." "Strengthen?" Su Zhong was puzzled. "Yeah, Grandpa said so himself." Su Ranran took out the crystal core gun and told them about the note sent by Su Fan. "He previously said he wanted to see what the spatial crystal core looked like. We sent it over and he sent it back, and this gun is the same." Su Zhong took the gun and examined it closely. This gun had passed through his hands. There had been a noticeable scratch on it before, but now that scratch was gone and it felt a bit heavier than before. Had it not been for Ranran's mention, he would have thought it was a different gun. "Are you saying that your grandfather strengthened this gun, making it more powerful?" "Exactly." Su Zhong couldn't believe it. His father was that powerful. But then again, considering he could open a time-space passage, it didn't seem too strange that he could strengthen a gun. Cough cough. "Ranran, your grandfather is truly impressive." Cough cough. "To think he could strengthen a crystal core gun. If we..." Cough cough. Su Zhong had already guessed what she was about to say and patted her back. "Don't think about it. Unless we cooperate with the base officials, they won't allow such things to happen. It's better to keep a low profile to avoid attracting trouble." Cough cough. "By the way, Ranran, what happened in your car? Did they really try to kill you?" Su Zhong asked with a serious expression. Su Ranjan nodded. "The others are manageable. It's normal to stay alert between unfamiliar teams, but that woman inexplicably harbors great hostility towards me, as if I stole her man. It's truly unbearable." She then recounted how Deng Yaqing mentioned wanting to kill her, and the man reiterated that they hadn't yet acquired the food. Su Zhong coughed into his fist, saying, "They're speaking like this because they see us as lacking strength. We need to quickly purchase 2 more awakening crystals. Once we all awaken our abilities, let's see who will dare to bully us then." In the apocalypse, order has collapsed and killing has become commonplace. However, the formidable pioneering team with whom they had previously intended to collaborate now wanted to kill Ranjan, which he found unacceptable. The radishes were cooked and the lettuce was almost fresh again. Su Ranjan fished them out and took out a piece of pork. "Dad, please take this over to the other side. In a few days Grandpa will bring the roast duck. The sandstorm should have calmed down by then and we can find a suitable place to move to." "All right." Su Zhong took the items to room 401. Upon seeing the marinated pork belly and the fresh lettuce he brought the usually unflappable Xiao, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He shared it with his teammates. After a round of excitement, Lao Yan started grilling the meat. The tender and vibrant green lettuce left everyone in disbelief. Cough, cough, cough. Deng Yaqing covered her mouth while coughing, her eyes fixed on the few pieces of lettuce. Her lungs ached and her face hurt even more. Captain, the lettuce from the official research institute hasn't grown this well. Where did they get this from? This quality is on par with what we had before the apocalypse. Lao Yan said. Xiao He glanced to the side. Focus on grilling, don't burn the meat or they'll kill you. Lao Yan also glanced at his teammates who were eyeing him with predatory intent, gulped and fell silent. Xiao He himself was also filled with doubt. The Su family was becoming increasingly mysterious. If 2 roast ducks could be explained as having been found hidden by someone else, it was still somewhat plausible. But now they wanted 20. Could they really obtain them? Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 20 delicious points. At the stone table under the shade of the trees in Ahu Park, Su Fan sat across from an elderly man with gray hair. The old man wore reading glasses and held a magnifying glass with a small flashlight beside him. He was carefully appraising the items in the box. Suddenly hearing the system notification sound, Su Fan guessed that Su Ranjan and the others were probably safe, which made him breathe a silent sigh of relief. Not long after. Ding. 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 A continuous series of 17 notification sounds instantly turned his cloudy mood sunny. His precious granddaughter was eating more and selling the food to let more people have it. Then his delicious points would flow in endlessly. Ha 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 ha. Young friend, what brings you such excitement? The old man set down the magnifying glass and asked him curiously. Cough. Su Fan adjusted his expression. It's nothing, Grandpa Fong. How are you finding the items? The one who suffered losses was named Fong Yuan, an antique collector with a certain appreciation ability. He pointed to the inlaid flower wooden box on the table and said, it's about what I mentioned before. The outer layer, except for the rope being somewhat decayed, is in relatively good condition, valued at around 500,000. As for the gold and silver jewelry below, they had deformed and oxidized, not worth much. Restoration might yield some value, but they lacked collectible significance and wouldn't even cover the processing fees. What about these 2 jade pendants? Su Fan asked. The quality of these 2 jade pendants is average, and with the box the total price is around 550,000. Su Fan nodded, satisfied that it was worth that much. He then pointed to the black small box that Fong Yuan only glanced at before pushing aside. What about this one? This was what he had asked Deshawn to retrieve from the lakeside pavilion. According to him, this box was hidden extremely well and he spent a long time finding it. Su Fan suspected that the long-tongued woman had probably hanged herself there, and after her death her spirit lingered around until it discovered this item. Inside the box was a piece of bronze shaped like a bird with 3 feathers on its head, wings not yet spread, and 3 feathers each on its tail, looking exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Hearing this, Fong Yuan raised his reading glasses to examine it closely, then looked at Deshawn, who was standing nearby. Cautiously he asked, young friend, may I ask about the origin of this item? No, you can't. Fong Yuan was taken aback by his bluntness, then burst out laughing. People usually make up elaborate stories when presenting an item, but you on the other hand just outright refused to say anything. To be honest, I previously suspected that you two were soil collectors, specifically digging up dirt, but you don't have any earthy smell on you and you don't look like it. This item should have been obtained from someone else, right? Su Fan and Deshawn exchanged confused glances, wondering what he meant. Fong Yuan put away his smile, leaned closer to him and lowered his voice, saying, let me give you a friendly reminder. The buying and selling of bronze artifacts is not allowed. If you don't want to get caught, you should avoid bringing this item out again in the future. Su Fan's heart sank, but he suddenly laughed. Grandpa, you're joking. How could we possibly trade bronze artifacts? This is actually a family heirloom passed down from my ancestors. I thought you had some knowledge, so I brought it here for you to see. This glaring excuse made the old man remain silent and amused. In the end, the two discussed the prices of the jewelry in the box. Fong Yuan initially wanted to buy the well-preserved items for 500,000, and since Su Fan found it troublesome to seek other buyers for the leftovers, he quoted 550,000 for all of them. Fong Yuan reluctantly agreed to buy them. Su Fan knew that once the other party flipped them they would definitely make more, but he wasn't an expert in this area and didn't have time to waste on it. The transfer was completed. After Fong Yuan left, Deshawn opened the small box and looked at the small items inside, saying, Xiao Fan, did he say selling this thing would land us in jail? Are you scared? Su Fan looked up at him. What should I be afraid of? This thing isn't mine, I neither bought it nor could I sell it. Deshawn replied frankly. Su Fan continued, when he mentioned that the trading of this item was illegal, did you ever suspect that I placed it there and intentionally let you take it? How could it be you? Look at the dust on this box, it wouldn't accumulate so thickly without several decades. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 20 delicious points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 20 delicious points.
Another series of notification sounds rang out, exactly 17 of them. Linking this with the additional 20 roast ducks Su Ranjan mentioned, Su Fan could roughly guess what was happening. He put away the bronze bird. Let's go, Sean, go, let's check what we still need in the shop. You write a menu and I'll go buy the groceries. All right. As the two walked toward the parking lot, they suddenly heard a splash from the lake. Someone has fallen into the water. The two turned their heads toward the sound and saw a figure struggling in a small boat on the lake. She was frantically clawing at the water, swallowing mouthfuls with each cry for help. In a critical situation, Su Dashan tossed his phone onto the grass, kicked off his shoes and jumped directly into the water. His agile figure swiftly swam towards her. Su Fan picked up his belongings and walked along the embankment toward the spot. From just looking, the place where she fell into the water wasn't far from the shore, but swimming there took quite some time. Su Fan watched helplessly as Dashan hadn't reached his destination yet and the girl had already sunk. Nearby on another small boat, several women and children anxiously watched, none daring to jump in to help. Several children were frightened and crying. The average depth of the Goose Lake was 5 or 6 meters, with the deepest areas reaching over 10 meters. It was very dangerous for non-swimmers to fall in. Dashan swam near the accident site, took a deep breath and dove in headfirst. After a struggle he found her, but when he dragged her back to shore the girl had already lost her breath and heartbeat. Dashan did not give up and performed CPR on her. Su Fan stood by watching nervously. Suddenly he saw a light ethereal figure float out from the drowned girl's body. She looked at her hands in confusion, then at the person on the ground who looked exactly like her, and after a while she finally understood that in summer she was already wearing little. Seeing a man's hands on her exposed chest, the girl immediately shouted, "Hey! Where are your hands going? Pervert!" After finishing a set of chest compressions, Dashan went back to giving her mouth-to-mouth. "Have you seen mouth-to-mouth before? The kind where you kiss." The woman screamed even louder, "Don't touch me." As she spoke she reached for Su Dashan, prompting Su Fan to quickly interject, "Hey! He's saving you. Don't be ungrateful." The woman looked up at him, about to speak. Suddenly a black chain flew through the air and hooked around her waist. The woman was directly pulled away. Su Fan glanced and saw two shadowy figures, black and white, swiftly disappearing. Just before vanishing, the white figure glanced back at him. Su Dashan was still desperately trying to save her while a crowd slowly gathered around, with some people taking videos for Douyin. This young man is commendable, showing bravery in the face of danger. Look at the clothes he's wearing, he's clearly a veteran. Good job. It's a pity the girl has been in the water too long, she seems to have no breath left. Who knows which unfortunate girl this is, passing away at such a young age. Her parents must be heartbroken. Yeah, I heard that a girl also drowned in that river recently. These young ladies really shouldn't play near the water if they can't swim. Su Fan patted Dashan on the shoulder. "Stop, brother Sean, she's already dead." "No way," Dashan panted, still performing chest compressions. "She hasn't been submerged for more than 5 minutes, she should still be saved." He had swum such a long distance and performed CPR for nearly 10 minutes, already gasping for air. Seeing that he hadn't given up, Su Fan said, "You take a break, I'll take over." Although he knew it was futile, seeing Dashan's face flushed and veins bulging, Su Fan feared his blood vessels might burst. Hearing he wanted to help, Dashan nodded. "You do the chest compressions, I'll handle the mouth-to-mouth." "Okay." Su Fan crossed his hands, preparing to press down, when he suddenly heard someone call him. "Su Gu." Looking up he saw a figure in a wet green dress appear before him. "Lu Ying." Su Dashan, puzzled as to why he suddenly stopped, witnessed the woman lying on the ground cough suddenly, then start coughing violently. She sputtered up several mouthfuls of water. Someone nearby exclaimed, "Hey, she's awake." Thanks to this young man continuously performing first aid, he finally brought her back from the hands of the King of Hell. "Young lady, you must thank him well." "Yes, the young man is a civilian hero, let's give him a round of applause." Amidst the applause of the onlookers, Su Dashan felt a bit embarrassed, grinning innocently as he helped the girl sit up. "Miss, are you alright?" "I'm fine, thank you." After Lu Ying thanked him, she looked at Su Fan and they exchanged smiles. Just then the ambulance arrived and the medical staff gave her a brief checkup before leaving. When they saw she was not seriously injured, after everyone else dispersed, Su Dashan put on his shoes and glanced at the scantily clad Lu Ying, saying, "Xiao Fan, what if we take her back?" "Miss, what's your name? Do you remember who you are?" Lu Ying looked at him in confusion, suddenly realizing, "Ah, that I forgot. She has no memory of the previous owner of this body." "Sugu, why don't you take me back to that home? What if her family comes looking for her? We'll cross the bridge when we come to it." Lu Ying twisted the water out of her hair, looking very happy. Though her clothes were still wet, the cold feeling from before was gone. Reborn, she sensed the sunlight was exceptionally bright today. So nice. Su Dashan looked at the two chatting happily, a bit confused. "Wait, do you two know each other?" "We do, I just didn't recognize her in the moment of panic." "Let's go, I have clothes in my car, you two change out of those wet clothes first." Su Fan handed them a set of clothes he had bought for his granddaughter. Lu Ying twirled in the bright red dress and playfully said, "Sugu, how do you have women's clothes here? You didn't buy them for your girlfriend, did you?" "What girlfriend? These are for my granddaughter." "Granddaughter? You're lying. Really call me grandpa and see if I dare to agree. Alright, you're taking advantage of me. Su-fan drove the two to the Lu Jiazui restaurant, initially wanting to check with Dashin what else was needed. Lu Ying exclaimed, "Isn't this my family's restaurant? What are you doing here?"
Su-fan was dumbfounded. How could he explain that her parents had transferred the restaurant to him after they thought she was dead? Dashin turned to her. "Your family's restaurant.
But didn't you lose your memory?"
Cough cough. "Well, I made a mistake. It must be the aftereffects of nearly drowning that confused my memories. Don't mind me." She had lost her wallet and phone entirely. Su-fan took out money to help her get a taxi. "Why don't you go check the Jarong community first?"
Uncle Lu and the others seem to be going far away. I'm not sure if they have left yet. Forget it, I'll call him first. Su-fan took out his phone and the call was quickly connected. "Uncle Lu, are you home now?" "Yes, we're home." "What's up, Xiao Su?" "This is how it is. A friend of mine will come to visit you soon and she will bring you a surprise. You must remain calm. Your friend is visiting us." Dad Lu was somewhat puzzled. "Yes, just wait at home with Auntie. There shouldn't be anyone else at home, right? If there is, let him step out for a while. My friend will be here soon." "Brother Su, aren't you coming with me?" Lu Ying asked. Although she was happy to see her parents again, she felt a bit anxious given her new appearance. "I need to buy something at the market. I won't be able to return until later." After watching Lu Ying leave, Su-fan gave Deshawn 100,000 yuan for shopping, instructing him to purchase items needed for opening the store. He then went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables and bought up an entire stall of roasted ducks totaling 25. He kept one for himself and sent the rest along with the medicine he had bought previously to Su Ranran. A note was included that read, "Granddaughter, please tell me which medicine works best. Write down the most useful and needed one, but only one." After sending it off, he tore off a duck leg to eat, which was delicious and juicy. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 points of deliciousness." Deshawn returned with a large stack of stainless steel basins and plates. In the army, they cooked in big pots, serving large portions, placing the cooked food in bowls for the soldiers to serve themselves. Su-fan thought this was quite good. Cooking individual portions was too troublesome. When Deshawn finished cooking, he would serve the dishes one by one, gaining an additional point of deliciousness each time. It was simply perfect. As he drove further away from the restaurant, Deshawn, chewing on a duck leg, asked curiously, "Xiao-fan, aren't we going to the store?" "Not yet, I need to confirm something first." As the boss, he called the shots, so Deshawn didn't ask any further. Returning to the Jiaorong community, Su-fan arrived at Villa number 18. The three members of the Lu family had red eyes, evidently having cried, yet their expressions were visibly joyful. Seeing him approach, Dad Lu grasped his hand excitedly, saying, "Xiao Su, thank you. I really can't thank you enough. I never expected my Ying Ying to return. She actually came back. You don't need to thank me, I don't even know what happened." "Lu Ying, didn't you get taken away? How did you come back?" Lu Ying wiped her eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm not quite sure how it happened either. I only remember being taken away that day and walking along a dark path for an unknown duration until that brother in white appeared. He asked what my relationship with you was, and I said you were my brother. Then he hit me with a stick and I found myself by the shore of the E Lake seeing you. My soul was subconsciously drawn to that person on the ground, and that's how it ended up like this." Thinking back to the look the white impermanence gave him when he left, Su-fan wondered if it was a favor that was owed to him. "Alright, as long as you're back. Even if the original family of this body finds you again, just don't reveal who you are to avoid being treated as a lunatic. Just pretend you have amnesia, that way you can still see your family often. Pretending to have amnesia isn't good either. I'm afraid they'll take me around for treatment. I've decided not to go out for the next few days and spend time with my parents." He. "Do as you wish." Su-fan looked at Dad Lu, then Uncle Lu. "Since Ying Ying is back, what about that restaurant?" "What are you talking about, Xiao Su? That restaurant being given to you means it's yours regardless of whether Ying Ying comes back or not." Mom Lu smiled through her tears and added, "Yes, Ying Ying's return is more important than anything." Hearing this, Lu Ying understood something. "Brother Su, so that restaurant is already yours. I'll have to come over often for meals." "Sure, you are welcome anytime." Ha ha ha. Dad and Mom Lu kept him there for dinner, inviting Deshawn over as well. After all, he was their savior. To facilitate future visits, Lu Ying now had a new identity, the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Longjiang Base. Upon seeing 24 roasted ducks descending from the sky, Su Ranran immediately wanted her dad to send them over. "Ranran, don't be anxious. We agreed to send them roasted ducks in a couple of days. Sending them so quickly will raise suspicion." Su Zhong said, "There's a sandstorm outside, we can't go out anyway, so let's not take them out until the last moment." His reasoning was sound and Su Ranran abandoned the idea. More than 20 roasted ducks formed a huge pile exuding a golden and fragrant aroma. The house was sealed tight so the smell couldn't escape for the time being. Su Zhong, feeling uneasy, checked again. Su Ranran was putting the roasted ducks and vegetables into storage when she noticed an extra green bag in the pile of ducks. When she opened it, she found it filled to the brim with medicines. "Dad! Come quick. Su Zhong saw the medicine box from a distance and rushed over, glancing at the name of the medicine inside, instantly filled with delight. He looked at the medicine in disbelief, then at Su Ranran. This. Ranran, what is this? Dad. It's medicine. This is the medicine we need the most. Grandpa sent us medicine. Cough, cough. His heart raced and his hands trembled. Wang Mei was still coughing violently. Su Zhong casually opened a box, took out 2 pills and went to the kitchen to fill a cup of water, bringing it to Wang Mei. Wife, hurry. Seeing the small white pill, Wang Mei didn't care about where it came from and quickly grabbed some and swallowed them. Su Ranran carefully counted the number of medicines and picked up the note to read. Dad, Grandpa said to let us choose one medicine that is most effective and needed, and tell him. You just tell Grandpa that rifampicin and isoniazid are both great. Your mom used to take these 2 kinds of medicine. That won't do. Grandpa said we can only pick one. Cough, cough. Then let's choose rifampicin. Cough, cough. Wang Mei said when I didn't have enough medicine to take before. Cough, cough. I could manage with just one type. Cough, cough. Her coughing frequency decreased a bit. Alright, let's write down rifampicin. Cough, cough. Su Zhong nodded. Now that the sandstorm is severe, since we have so much medicine, Ranran, take a packet of lung-clearing granules. Don't let it worsen. Dad, let's all take it. Now we don't lack medicine and we'll all be well together. No one gets sick. Cough, cough. There were also continuous coughs coming from downstairs. The pioneering team had finished the lettuce wraps with meat and they only had 2 pounds of pork belly, which was definitely not enough for 17 people. Each person only got a few slices. Seeing their unsatisfied expressions, Xiao He asked Lao Yan to cook another pot of rice. Pure white rice. Everyone held a bowl of white rice as if it were the new year. Each of them had a full bowl of rice, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, everyone understood that food in this apocalypse was hard to come by, especially flawless rice, so they were content with just one bowl. While everyone was still savoring the sweetness of the rice, in the corner a short-haired woman nudged her boyfriend, a soil-type ability user named Shirley. She signaled him to speak up. Ahem. Shirley cleared his throat and looked at Xiao He, saying, Captain, what do you think? Should we keep the remaining rice for later or trade it for an awakening crystal core? Xiao He looked at him and then glanced at Lily beside him, noticing her eagerly looking at him. He then turned to the others. What does everyone think? Should we keep this flawless rice for ourselves or trade it for an awakening crystal core, or perhaps exchange it for weapons? The group exchanged glances, their minds racing. The ability users already possessed their powers, so trading for an awakening crystal core didn't significantly affect them. Right now all they could think about was food. With each meal they yearned for the next. Rice was never something they could tire of. If they traded away the 3,000 pounds of flawless rice, it wouldn't be so easy to buy it back. Currently their team was lacking a wood-type ability user among the common abilities. The wood-type abilities were not particularly effective against enemies and were mainly used for planting, but after the apocalypse the soil was poor and relying entirely on abilities couldn't yield much. It was far less comfortable than having these 3,000 pounds of rice directly. Keeping this rice meant everyone could eat. This was already a happier existence than most at the base. Shirley's girlfriend thought if only she had an ability, wouldn't that be more comfortable than her current life? Others certainly had their desires to trade, but which type to exchange for and who would benefit from it? These were all unknowns. No one had 100% confidence that this stroke of luck would fall upon them. After a vote the result was 11-6. The majority of the team agreed to keep the rice. Finally Xiao He made a decisive call. Half would be kept for food and the other half would be used to buy mutated crystal core weapons. As the captain he had a veto power, and since only half was taken everyone felt agreeable. After finishing lunch at the Lu family, Su Fan and Deshawn went to the Lu Jiazui restaurant. Deshawn took a look around checking for any gaps and the two drove to restock, preparing to open for business the next day. Su Fan privately bought another 2,000 pounds of rice and 500 pounds of flour along with 20 boxes of noodles and some seasonings, having the owner deliver them to the warehouse. As for the dishwashing and vegetable cleaning tasks, Deshawn said, I'll take on the part-time work. Xiao Fan, just give me an extra 1,000 each month. That's not right. You will be exhausted doing so much work alone. I won't be. I'm used to this from my time in the military, washing vegetables, cutting, cooking and cleaning up afterward. I've done it all. Deshawn said, I can endure hardship and I can do it better than others. I just want to earn a bit more money right now. Also Xiao Fan, I noticed there is space to stay in the back warehouse. I'll just live here. I really can't enjoy your big villa. Plus some dishes need to be prepared the night before and it's much more convenient for me to stay here. Su Fan knew he was resolute and had already made up his mind. After thinking it over he agreed for now, and if Deshawn couldn't handle it after a few days he could always hire someone later. At 10 p.m. he went to the warehouse. He brought with him the corn rib soup that Aunt Jo cooked for lunch. He and Deshawn hadn't eaten at home, leaving plenty behind. He also brought a bag of takeout boxes for the kids to use. That night at the late-night canteen there were Dabao Nana, the gossiping woman, and 3 old men. The man and woman from last night were probably scared and didn't dare to come. The gossiping woman approached first. Sir, did you check out the place I mentioned? How much is that treasure worth?
Su Fan set the items down and started serving soup, replying, people say that trading in bronze artifacts is illegal, so I can only keep it for my own appreciation. I'll give you 10000 bucks, go register at Nana's place, and for each meal here it'll cost you 100 Ming coins, enough for you to eat 100 meals. Okay. Su Fan served a bowl of soup to her and another bowl to Nana. The items you sold brought in 550000, keep track of the account yourself. Okay, sir. With so much money she couldn't finish it all herself, it was mainly for turnover purposes. Su Fan then served a bowl to Dabao and looked at the old men. What will they use to pay the bill? Thank you, sir. Dabao accepted the rib soup, grinning. These old men are quite impressive. One isn't afraid of sunlight, one saves lives, and the other, ha ha ha. He said this while blushing a bit. Su Fan tilted his head to look at him. What's wrong? The other one is said to be a philanderer who specializes in peeping at women in the bathhouse. Dabao covered his face, laughing secretly. I don't know, I only heard it. This isn't a philanderer, is it a lecher? Su Fan looked at the sun-fearing one, asking, how come you aren't afraid of sunlight? Well, not completely unafraid. Olcher shook his head proudly. I can just endure it better than others. If I'm attached to an object, as long as I'm not exposed to direct sunlight, it's fine to appear during the day. This is indeed quite impressive. Su Fan decided, then you can help me with work later, all food is free. May I ask, sir, what kind of work do you want me to do? Su Fan served him a bowl of soup. It's nothing major, I've opened a restaurant outside and you just need to keep an eye on things. If anyone eats here without paying, just let me know. At the moment it's just him and Deshawn in the restaurant. He has to dish out food and handle the cash register, which might lead to missing something. Having an extra pair of eyes is a good thing. This task is particularly simple and the working hours aren't long. Old Sure agreed. Su Fan then looked at the old man who saves lives, asking, are you a doctor? Indeed. Then can you see if I have any ailments? With his permission, the old man checked Su Fan's pulse. After a while he said, the meridians are damaged and the chi is stagnant, blocked and unflowing, sir, you have internal injuries. Oh. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the old man indeed had some real skills. Then what medicine can cure it? That's simple. First, take 4 doses of blood mansion to eliminate stasis, decoction to invigorate blood circulation and eliminate stasis using peach kernel, safflower, angelica raw, remania platycodon, bitter orange licorice and duplurum. Then supplement with peach kernel, cinnamon twig, licorice, rhubarb, mirabolite to break blood and remove stasis. 3 doses will suffice. Okay, I'll first try your prescription. You can eat here for free for the next 7 days. If it truly cures my ailment, you will have your rewards. Sure. Seeing that they all each had a bowl of soup to eat, the old lecher felt a bit anxious but did not dare to find last night's commotion. Old Sure and the doctor had heard from the gossiping woman. He, however, had personally heard it yesterday. That ghostly wail was something else. Su Fan looked at him. Are you in love with the women in the bathhouse? What benefit is that to me? Can you let me see what you see? Eh? The old lecher looked astonished. Sir, you're amazing. How did you know I could share my vision with? Su Fan was taken aback. Is that true? I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it right now. The old lecher was about to approach Su Fan when a flash of golden light emanated from him, causing the old man to retreat 3 steps in fright, exclaiming, You have. Su Fan looked at him coldly. What were you trying to do just now? I just wanted to share vision with you. Su Fan warned him, from now on no one is allowed to approach me without my permission or you'll only harm yourselves, understand? Su Fan cast a warning glance at the group of ghosts. Yais. I understand. Su Fan asked him, is it impossible to share vision without approaching? It's not entirely impossible, the old lecher stammered, it's just a bit troublesome. Su Fan replied, let's see how troublesome it is. All right. Fine. The old lecher hesitated for a moment, then grimaced and directly plucked out one of his own eyeballs. He handed it to Su Fan. Blood was still dripping from the eyeball. Even though Su Fan had seen various bizarre ghosts, he was startled by this action. Is it that horrifying? However, out of curiosity, he took the eyeball with a takeout box. The old lecher floated away while a few ghosts nearby were eating rib soup, staring at his eye. After a short while, the eyeball rolled inside the box, the pupil facing up, then projected an image onto the ceiling. Everyone looked up and the first thing they saw was 2 long snow-white legs, slender and straight with water cascading down them. They were peeping at a woman taking a shower. 2 women screamed, pervert. Big lecher. Go die. Dabao looked up at Nana with a loyal expression. Nana, I didn't look, not even a glance, my eyes are only for you. TCH. Nana rolled her eyes at him and turned her gaze to Su Fan. Ahem. Su Fan quickly told the other little ghosts, all the boys, close your eyes, no peeking. He was only looking for observation purposes, yes, that's it. He looked up to see mist rising from the ceiling, the woman's figure faintly visible, a blend of pink and white, captivating. With a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, the small charming dimples on her lower back were mesmerizing, and further back. Inappropriate for children. When the old lecher returned, he saw the 2 female ghosts looking at him with disdain, but he was completely unfazed. As a seasoned lecher, he had long been immune to such glances. He looked at Su Fan with a proud expression. What do you think of my ability, sir? Is it thrilling?
Su Fan gave him the remaining soup while holding his eyeball, diverting the conversation. Can this I survive independently?
What? The old lecher, enjoying his meal, suddenly had a bad premonition.
I mean, can you also see what this I sees?
Yis, I can.
That's good, then let me borrow your eye for a bit.
If it works well, your meals will be free from now on.
Nana looked at him with a full sense of disdain.
Su Fan found no need to explain anything to her and instructed the old lecher to wait for him at the back door of Villa No.
8 at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
At that time the sun would not have fully risen yet and the old ghost could barely hold on.
Before Joma arrived, Su Fan reinforced the eyeball.
Deducting 100 points of delicious value. Ghost eyeball strengthening.
Strengthening complete.
Ghost eyeball adaptability 10 with automatic tracking attribute. Su Fan took out his bank card, pressed his thumb on it, and a black beam swept across, causing the ghost eye to disappear. Outside, the old lecher felt dizzy. When he opened his remaining eye, Su Fan instructed him to project the screen onto the outer wall of the villa. He saw Su Ranran lying alone in a dimly lit room.
Now it was safe. He went to the kitchen and passed over the pots and pans to the other party.
The old lecher outside was puzzled. Why was he watching someone sleep instead of taking a shower? Suddenly the pots and pans appeared out of thin air, startling him.
What was going on? Was he hallucinating? Or was it because he only had one eye that he missed it?
Just as he was wondering how these things appeared, the old lecher watched several sweet potatoes and corns clatter into existence. He couldn't believe it and poked at his empty eye socket, thinking he had really gone blind.
Su Fan went upstairs and saw the image projected by the ghost eyeball, feeling very satisfied.
This way it became much more convenient to transfer items.
The ghost eyeball would temporarily stay with his granddaughter. After all, they couldn't see it.
Old lecher, from now on you will follow me always on call.
You mean?
I can pay you a salary. I still want to watch beautiful ladies.
Deal. Su Fan agreed and then asked, you can also possess objects, right?
Yes, sir.
Su Fan took out a bronze bird and let him enter. This item was small and convenient to carry. Moreover, hiding inside wouldn't be affected by the jade pendant.
When Joma arrived, she saw that many cabinets were emptied and thought a thief had broken in. Su Fan hurriedly told her that he had handled it before she could call the police. After breakfast, he went to the warehouse to deliver the prepared food to Su Ranran, then printed out a payment code and went to the restaurant in Lujiazui. Su Dashan was diligent, having gone out early to buy vegetables. The washed vegetables were neatly arranged. Green onions, ginger, garlic, sliced meat, white-dried tofu and chili were all cut to the same size and thickness. Most importantly, they were lined up as if standing in military formation. The visual impact of military discipline was a visual feast just to look at. As for hygiene, it goes without saying, not a speck of dust could be seen. Su Fan was about to grab a knife to cut some vegetables when Dashan stopped him. Su Fan, don't move.
I've already organized everything. If you touch it, you'll mess it up. You go outside, I'll handle the inside and you handle the outside.
What?
Why does that sound so off?
What's off about it?
Dashan waved his knife, performing a few beautiful flourishes. Ahem, it's nothing. Su Fan backed out of the kitchen area. He went to the front desk and glanced at the lucky cat.
Old Stone was hiding there and waved at him as a greeting. The hall had a large insulated water tank specifically for keeping the dishes warm. Next to it was a large rice steamer along with 7 long tables. At around 11 o'clock, Dashan began to serve the dishes. Yam with black fungus and sliced meat, green pepper, beef oil, braised water, bamboo, colorful tofu stew, cabbage stir-fried with vermicelli, kung pao chicken, garlic, white-dried tofu stir-fried with salted meat, and a shrimp and tofu soup. The soup was clear and delicious with an enticing color. Su Fan couldn't help but taste each dish. They were all delicious and visually appealing. No wonder he had won awards. His culinary skills were truly outstanding. The slurping sound of Old Stone made Su Fan annoyed, so he gave him a serving.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of delicious value. As mealtime approached, customers began to arrive one after another. Su Fan had eaten fast food outside many times before and he hated it when the owners were stingy. Now that he was serving, his hands were steady. This immediately increased the customers' goodwill towards his restaurant. Brother, there is a restaurant on Shuanxi Road that serves generous portions at a low price located at.
Did this restaurant change owners? The business model is completely different now.
It should have. As before we could only eat a few dishes, but now I like this model with a mix of meat and vegetables, offering a wide variety that suits our working class. Luing, fully equipped with a mask, hat, sunglasses, and a wig, came to support the event.
Lu Dad and Lu Mom also followed.
Lu Dad tasted the dishes and nodded, saying the chef invited by Xiao Su was quite good. The food is not bad.
I think it's delicious.
Luing hadn't eaten for a while, devouring her meal with gusto. It was so delicious. Although eating with a mask attracted some curious glances, she didn't care.
Lu Mom was a bit picky and didn't eat much.
Seeing Xiaosu serving large portions, she took the opportunity while getting soup to quietly say, "Xiaosu, you're only charging $12 per portion. Serving like this won't earn any profit." Xiaosu served her a bowl of soup, smiling. "It's fine, auntie, my new restaurant is primarily about building a reputation." Since the shop already belonged to someone else, Lu Mom could no longer criticize and went back to drink her soup. The soup tasted quite good. In fact, Xiaosu was speaking the truth. Even if he lost money initially, he needed to build up foot traffic so that his deliciousness could snowball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 deliciousness points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 deliciousness points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 deliciousness points. Each spoonful of food is worth 5 deliciousness points and each customer contributes over 30 points. In just 1 hour he had already collected nearly 1,000 points. Adding the points gained from his granddaughter, his total deliciousness points were nearing 1,500. Xiaosu couldn't stop smiling. If tonight's business was just as good, earning 2,000 points in a day wouldn't be a problem. If this snowballing continued for a few days, once he accumulated 1,000 points, he could perform the third enhancement on his Tiandi bank card. Deshan came out to check the situation. Seeing that more than half of the dishes in the basin had sold out, he was quite pleased. Xiaosu handed him a plate saying, "You must be tired, have some food first." Deshan took it and asked, "What about you?" "I ate a bit earlier, so I'm not hungry yet." A customer saw him and suddenly started whispering, "Hey, isn't that the nameless hero who saved someone at Ahu Park yesterday?" Yes, that's him. I saw the video." Deshan hadn't understood what they were saying when someone came up asking for a photo. Still in a daze, he took 2 pictures. He wasn't accustomed to such situations and quickly slipped back to the kitchen to eat. Xiaosu took out his phone and searched. Sure enough, the video of Deshan saving someone had been posted online. It wasn't a big hit, only a few hundred likes, probably only a small portion of locals saw it. He also appeared in the frame. The action of him stepping back after Lu Ying woke up was commented on. "Was your stepping back serious? Did he see something? Can you really see something? I suspect he saw something unclean. How could there be anything unclean during the day? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. Who can get in touch with this young man?" Xiaosu didn't want to be like other bosses who kept their doors open nearly 24 hours a day except for sleeping time. He stopped selling at 1230, leaving 2.5 hours for lunch break. He packed all the remaining food into his car. He released the old lecher from the bronze bird and they shared vision. Strangely, even during the day it was still dim on Su Ranran's side. He opened the two-way communication and wrote a note, "Granddaughter, why is it so dark over there?" Su Ranran replied, "Grandpa, we are experiencing a sandstorm. It's indeed a bit gloomy." "But how did you know?" "Xiaosu, I have my channels." "So how about the medicine? Have you chosen yet? Is time frozen in your space?" Su Ranran, "Yes, it's frozen, Grandpa. I've chosen the medicine rifampicin. Grandpa, was my space crystal core enhanced by you? So big." Xiaosu, "Yes, I enhanced it along with your crystal core gun. I'll give you a second enhancement in a while." Su Ranran, "Thank you, Grandpa. And one more thing, Grandpa, since you have opened the transport channel, why not send us the paper money directly? It would be more convenient for us to burn it. What do you think?" Xiaosu, "Very good." Xiaosu sent the food to her and then asked, "What are you surviving on now? Didn't you say food was scarce? How about opening your restaurant too? The business would definitely be good. I can share ingredients with you guys here." Su Ranran, Okay, thank you, Grandpa. We'll follow your advice." The two-way communication time ended. The old lecher witnessed the items disappear from his side and reappear on the other side. He was astonished. Stunned, he stared for a long time. "Sir, what is this? What's going on?" "Don't ask too many questions, it won't do you any good. Just pretend you didn't see anything." Xiaosu waved the morning stick in front of him and said faintly, "If you dare to speak out, you will never get out of here. This morning stick has a natural suppression over spirits." The old lecher was scared and sweating, saying, No, I promise to keep my mouth shut. No. I didn't see anything at all." Longjiang base. The 3 members of the Su family stared at the visually appealing dishes, immediately salivating. For lunch each person had a bowl of meat sauce noodles, thinking it was the best they could get in the apocalypse. Now seeing these dishes they couldn't help but feel their appetites surge. "Su Zhong, this is Hangjiao beef fillet. There's so much beef. Wang Mei, these yam and fungus meat slices are shiny and look delicious. Su Ranran, Mom and Dad, look, this is shrimp tofu soup, I want shrimp. And scallion egg pancakes. Everything looks so good." The 3 couldn't help but each serve a small portion, saving the rest in the storage space. Moments later they all sat on the rickety stools, rubbing their bellies and sighing contentedly. Su Ranran said, "Grandpa suggested we open a restaurant. What do you think, Mom and Dad?" Cough, "Since we're moving out anyway, how about we directly buy a shop below?" Wang Mei said we could run a shop below and live upstairs. What do you think? She had taken medicine and wasn't coughing as badly as before, able to complete a full sentence.
Shops are expensive and without certain strength we might not be able to keep it running.
Su Zhong said, I still stand by what I said, no matter what we do we need to enhance our strength first.
Grandpa Ranran sent us so much food.
Once the sandstorm stops I'll go buy an awakening crystal core. This time I must choose a gold or fire type crystal core, one with offensive properties. Wang Mei nodded. Let's go buy some bowls and chopsticks and pots and pans. Earlier Xiao Su sent pots, bowls and flour and seasonings. I actually wanted to make dumplings, but I was coughing so badly that Su Zhong and the others strongly stopped me from doing so.
Su Fan drove to buy 2 boxes of paper money and directly transported them to his granddaughter.
Aunt Zhou saw him busy and asked Xiao Su, what's wrong?
Are you sick? What medicine is this?
It's nothing serious. I was injured internally after being beaten by Fantong and the others last time. Their family is really rough, they hit hard. Aunt Zhou sympathized with him and hurriedly took the medicine to brew it. Today's enhancement attempts have already been used, but looking at so much delicious value, Su Fan felt a stir of excitement.
System, I want to exchange for skills.
Received. Deducting 500 points of delicious value.
Skill extraction obtained.
Each use allows spending 100 delicious value points to extract skills from the target. The obtained skill cards can be used by oneself or given to others.
Extract skills from others. Such an operation exists. Su Fan asked, will extracting skills harm the body?
Or make the other party forget their skills?
No, skill extraction is equivalent to copying, cloning, and will not cause any harm to the extracted.
This is acceptable. He decided to test it on himself first.
Extract.
Deducting 100 points of delicious value. Skill extraction in progress.
Extraction successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained the whole house renovation card.
During the extraction process he felt no sensation at all. He worked in renovation before and unexpectedly extracted this.
System, how to use this card? One-click renovation.
Yes host, using this card for renovating a house will instantly complete the renovation with a random style.
Oh wow, how convenient.
If he could customize the style, wouldn't that mean the entire renovation industry would go out of business?
He could single-handedly take on all renovation projects. However, if he really did that, he might also get one. Thinking about this made him drop the idea. Su Fan looked at the whole house renovation card, which was a pure white card with a hammer pattern.
System, can this skill be extracted repeatedly? Or can it be renovated repeatedly? The same person cannot have skills extracted repeatedly, and it is unnecessary. This skill card can be reused with each use, requiring 100 points of delicious value. Check panel host Su Fan delicious value 11 25 points skills enhancement extraction items to enhance bank card 24 refrigerator 13 crystal core gun 13 ghost eye pearl 12 extracted skill card whole house renovation card. With an additional skill, Su Fan hummed as he moved the 2 chickens from the dog cage to the backyard. He took some vegetables to feed them and made a large cola bottle into an automatic feeder. By the time he finished all this, his medicine was almost ready. Looking at a large bowl of black medicinal liquid, he suddenly slapped his forehead.
Why strengthen rifampicin?
That box of Western medicine has only a few pills.
Chinese medicine is the real treasure.
He could ask the medical old ghost for a prescription to treat lung disease. He would first brew a big bucket and then enhance it.
This is much more cost-effective than enhancing that small box of Western medicine.
Each category has only one enhancement opportunity and must maximize the value.
Returning to the Lujiazui Hotel, Dashan was already preparing the ingredients for dinner. Wow.
Looking at the neatly arranged little bok choy purple gem-like eggplants and sliced potatoes soaking in water, Su Fan felt that this scene was too wasteful for just himself to enjoy.
Brother Sean, have you ever done a live stream? Why don't we start a live stream and you can be the host? Me. I can't do that.
Dashan shook his head repeatedly. He had never done this before. You don't need to perform any talents, just stream yourself washing and cutting vegetables.
Can anyone watch this? Let's try, it won't hurt. We'll split the income 50-50.
If it becomes popular, it might even pay more than your chef's salary. Just don't quit on me.
That can't happen.
Dashan chuckled foolishly. That would be ungrateful. Then it's settled. Su Fan immediately went to a nearby phone store to buy a new phone and accessories, clicked to register, placed the phone on the kitchen shelf and started the live stream facing Dashan. At first Dashan felt a bit awkward, but as work progressed he gradually lost his awareness of the phone's existence.
Su Fan did not disturb him and went to the front desk. The stone old ghost nestled in the money cat looked quite good in terms of sunlight tolerance. It would be even more convenient if it could be used by the old color ghost.
Extract. Deducting 100 points of delicious value. Skill extraction in progress.
The ghost skill is too weak. Extraction failed. Extracting other skills. Extraction successful.
Congratulations host, you have obtained the wealth attracting card.
Su Fan looked down on the white card. Was a shape resembling a copper coin. The wealth of the money cat.
Su Fan was stunned. This is possible. He wanted to see how this wealth attracting worked.
Immediately use it. Ding dong.
Short message: dear user, your bank card ending in 1414 has received 500,000 yuan, please check.
Oh wow.
Now he has a balance of 800,000. Su Fan was thrilled he was about to become a millionaire. However, this deposit was from the Ran family, which should have been there all along.
It shouldn't be related to the wealth-attracting card, right?
Suddenly the live stream screen next to him started flickering. He turned to see the number of viewers in the live stream room quickly rising from single digits. Gifts of all sizes were flooding the screen. What carnival, big rockets, private planes, skyscrapers. Many he had never seen before.
What's going on? The comments section exploded.
Our group of Virgo men has grown again. As a Virgo, I feel very comfortable watching this. Chilies and star anise are lined up and shredded potatoes are in formation. I suspect you're up to something, but I have no evidence.
Impressive. Bowing when men work seriously, there is really no place for women.
I always thought I was a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient, but now I don't deserve the 3 words of obsessive-compulsive.
Cured my obsessive-compulsive disorder. Extremely comfortable.
My gosh, this is way too competitive.
Which restaurant's kitchen is this? I want to go eat. With this level of cleanliness, the taste must be great. Count me in.
Su Fan was unsure whether this was the strength of the army or the metaphysics of wealth attracting. In short, his livestream was on fire. It really attracted wealth. He took his phone to the kitchen. Brother Sean, come quick.
What happened? Dashan asked without looking up, busy marinating lamb.
Our live stream room has nearly 2,000 viewers.
They're all watching you prepare the ingredients. No way.
Can anyone watch while preparing ingredients?
Of course, take a look.
Su Fan showed him the screen and said with a grin, I told you, as long as there's something to see, people will watch anything.
Dashan laughed foolishly. As long as there are viewers, they can earn more money.
Seeing comments asking for the address, Su Fan set the location and immediately someone said they wanted to come eat. Brother Sean, someone is coming to eat. Because of the popularity, you might have to prepare more dishes tonight.
Got it. Dashan said energetically. The most important thing in life is to be happy. What makes him happiest is cooking.
During dinner time, the number of customers coming for a meal has doubled compared to lunch.
Some came for the mountain-like dishes, some for the handsome young boss, others for the incredibly affordable delicacies, and some just to join the... Su Fan's arms couldn't help but start shaking. It wasn't from dropping excess food, but purely from exhaustion. He had never imagined that serving dishes could be this tiring. By 7 o'clock all the dishes were sold out and he had to pull down the shop's shutter. Deshaun said, it's still early, should I cook some more?
No need, Brother Sean. Su Fan stopped him, you've already cooked a lot today.
From now on, whether we sell out or not, let's try to close on time.
We can send the unsold food to my granddaughter, it won't go to waste. Although I said we close at 7, there are still many bowls and plates to wash, plus cleaning it will take at least 2 hours.
Deshaun wanted to earn his salary and took on the task.
Su Fan didn't mind. He closed the live stream and went home.
Back to Lishui village.
Su Ran's space was ready and it was time to sell the sweet potatoes and corn.
Under the cover of night, he pressed a button on the dashboard. Click. 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 10 seconds later, the cool off-road vehicle transformed into a box truck.
By the time he reached Lishui village, it was already 11 o'clock and Su Dad and Su Mom came out to check upon hearing the noise.
Xiao Fan, why are you back at this hour?
Mom and Dad, I found buyers for the sweet potatoes and corn, well load them in the morning.
Really? So fast?
Su Dad and Su Mom were very happy and urged him to rest. You guys go to sleep, I still have to rush back to the city.
My restaurant with Deshaun opened today and the business is temporarily good.
Seeing him happy, Su Mom smiled. Good.
Our Xiao Fan is really doing well. Xiao Fan, be good with Deshaun, don't let him down, he's an honest guy. I know, Su Fan replied.
Seeing his dad preparing to load the corn, Su Fan suddenly felt a faint pain in his previously injured back. He quickly stopped him. No need, Dad, I found someone to help with the loading, we don't need to do it ourselves.
But hiring someone costs money, doesn't it?
Su Dad was unfazed and grabbed a sack to load the corn. To avoid unnecessary effort, Su Fan had to tell a small lie, Dad, they want to come and weigh it themselves.
If you take charge and load it up, they might think the quality isn't good, and what if they refuse it? Refuse it? Hearing this, Su Dad finally stopped. Su Fan told them to go rest and said he would call them when the boss arrived.
Just as he was about to close the door, a shadow flashed by the entrance. The other person aimed the phone's light at their face, looking like a ghost in a horror movie. An ordinary person might have been scared out of their wits.
Su Fan remarked irritably, what are you doing at this hour?
Seeing that he wasn't scared, Hu Zi pulled back his phone with disinterest. Xiao Fan, come out for a moment, I need to talk to you. The two stood under the eaves. The old light bulb cast a dim glow, making it hard to see each other's faces.
What is it?
Xiao Fan, I heard Deshaun went to the city with you, why didn't you take me?
He can cook, can you? I can fry an egg at least. Is that all?
I can barely fry a few vegetables, haha. Hu Zi laughed. Xiao Fan, I watched your live stream this afternoon. Su Fan's interest was piqued and he looked at him. Which live stream? The one where Brother Sean cooked. I didn't expect him to be quite good at it. At one point there were over 5,000 viewers and the gifts from the big spenders were particularly generous, worth hundreds or even thousands. How much money must that be? What exactly do you want to say? Huzi looked at him with a flattering expression. Xiao Fan, take me along, I want to do a live stream too. I still need someone to wash dishes and do miscellaneous tasks, can you handle that? Su Fan looked at him with a smirk. Washing dishes? Isn't that a woman's job? Su Fan suppressed his smile. Who told you that? Isn't that how it is? There's no way a big man would wash dishes. Think whatever you want anyway, I only need someone to wash dishes, so if you can do it, come along. Huzi fell silent. Su Fan knew he wasn't a diligent person. How could he handle this job? After thinking for a moment he asked, do you really want to do live streaming? Huzi's eyes lit up at his words, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I really want to. Seeing so many gifts in Brother Sean's livestream made him envious. Alright, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Su Fan leaned in, pretending to be mysterious, and said, anyway, I'm not leaving until tomorrow morning, so you can set up a live stream now. If you can get over 3,000 viewers before 5 a.m. tomorrow, we'll take you to do a live stream. Now. It's the middle of the night and if you don't want to do it, then forget it. Seeing him turn to leave, Huzi hurriedly grabbed him. No. I'll do it. Huzi finally left. Su Fan saw that his parents had gone to bed, went to the room piled with corn and sweet potatoes, set aside what the family needed, and then took out his bank card, transferring most of the corn and sweet potatoes to Su Ranjan's room. Su Ranjan was almost buried. A sharp scream broke out. Not only Su Zhong and Wang Mei but even the neighbor Xiao He was awakened, opening the door to listen, but there was no more noise from across the way. He turned back and went to sleep again. In room 402 Su Ranjan covered her mouth and the three excitedly felt around in the dark, touching the extra things in the room. Without needing to turn on the lights, they could already smell the fragrance of fresh sweet potatoes wrapped in soil and the aroma of ripe corn. With so much food it would last them a long time. This was the most needed resource for the survivors. It could be exchanged for many things they needed. Su Zhong listened carefully to the outside noise and whispered, the wind and sand have lessened, I'll go look for a shop tomorrow and we'll move out. Honey, we should find another backing. Taking out so much food for exchange without a backing is risky. Su Zhong didn't believe anyone was absolutely reliable. Relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. At dawn he wrapped himself tightly and went out, both to avoid the wind and sand and to prevent others from recognizing him. Arriving at the housing management office, he waited a while before they opened. After hearing his request, the staff looked him up and down. Dressed in ragged clothes, he didn't look like a respectable, wealthy person at all. The staff said with little warmth, there are no shops available. The only available houses are in the newly completed area, but there are no doors or windows yet. Do you want to rent it? Having no doors or windows is very dangerous. Not to mention ill-intentioned humans just in this kind of sandstorm weather. Being without doors or windows is no different from being exposed in the wild. However, Su Zhong wasn't too worried about this. If there were no doors or windows, he could find them outside. If he didn't want to go outside, he could exchange food. 2 sweet potatoes could exchange for a decent window. This is the apocalypse. Food is king. How much food is required to rent a house in Area E for a month? A month. The staff chuckled and shook their head. We don't rent by the month here, it's all by the year. Area E consists of 2-story villas and the annual rent is 3,000 gene of food. Do you want it? In the apocalyptic world, 3000 gene of grain can be converted into flawless rice and 1000 gene is sufficient. Su Zhong nodded. I will rent it, please show me the layout. The staff member was somewhat surprised, pausing for a moment before finding a terrain map of Zone E for him. Su Zhong selected a building near the edge and then inquired about the awakening crystal cores. The young man scrutinized him again. We do have internal channels, but can you really produce that much grain? Su Zhong pulled a small sweet potato from his pocket and handed it to him. Please help me, brother, find 2 aggressive awakening crystal cores. Seeing the fresh sweet potato, the young man's eyes lit up and he quickly took it. Receiving the good item, his tone became much friendlier. Well, uncle, I'll do my best to help you inquire. Next time you come, just look for me. My name is Xiao Li, but you must bring grain. Do you have storage? Is there still a team? This grain is a considerable amount. I hope you won't get robbed on the way. Should I find someone to help you transport it? Speaking of storage, Su Zhong suddenly remembered, by the way, Xiao Li, I also need a spatial awakening crystal core. Please help me find that as well. Alright, I'll definitely help. Xiao Li excitedly watched him leave, glancing at the sweet potato in his hand, which had a small amount of dirt on it, looking very fresh. It would surely be delicious when cooked. The other party needed 3 crystal cores. This was no small order and he feared he couldn't handle it alone, so he had to report it. The sandstorm had passed and more people were venturing outside, though one could still hear others coughing occasionally. Su Zhong turned to glance at Zone E. Some external walls had already been painted while others still had the wooden forms up. Scattered construction debris lay everywhere on the ground. The building he had his eye on was number 15, only 10 meters from the edge of the base's wall. This house had a construction area of about 100 square meters, a two-story villa. In the apocalypse, to live in such a private courtyard one must either have a powerful background or great strength. Those like them with no background can only strive to increase their own power. The floor inside the house was covered with a thick layer of fine sand due to the sandstorm, but apart from that it looked quite neat. Returning to Zone D, the brave members of the exploration team opened the door coughing while casting occasional glances at him. There was no malice but definitely no goodwill either. In their view, exchanging awakening crystal cores for 3000 gene of flawless grain was entirely their own achievement. There was no question of one side taking advantage of the other. As Su Zhong was about to leave, he naturally would not make an effort to build rapport with them. He passed by the strangers. Upon his return, Su Ranran took out delicious food from the storage. Time does not pass in the storage. Whatever is placed in remains unchanged, so what she took out was still hot. The family enjoyed a meal reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse, feeling happier than ever. Dad, how did the house viewing go? There are no more houses with shops available. I have my eye on a newly built unit near the outer wall of Zone E which is currently uninhabited. If we move in now we can just replace a few windows and doors and take our time with everything else. Okay. After dinner, Wang Mei stayed at home while Su Zhong and his daughter went out again. Although the exploration team did not stop them from leaving, Xiao He brought along the ability user Shirley and the two followed them. Su Zhong remarked, "They're worried, well, run away." Su Ranran glanced back and met Xiao He's gaze. She suddenly smiled. "Let them follow. I was just worried about how we would manage to install so many doors and windows in one day. We can grab those two strong lads later." Su Zhong laughed at her words. Xiao He, catching her eyes, felt a sudden flutter in his heart. What did Su Ranran mean? Why was she smiling at him? Arriving at the housing management office, Xiao Li warmly welcomed them, leading them inside for the material handover. The 1000 gene of perfect flawless rice made Director Tian Xiao Li's superior beam with joy. "Xiao Li, hurry and complete the paperwork for them." "Yes, Director." Xiao Li took the two to process the housing rental paperwork, which was completed in less than 5 minutes. Su Zhong asked about the crystal cores. Xiao Li did not expect him to procure so much grain so quickly and took the two to find Director Tian. Director Tian was in the warehouse treating the rice like a treasure, admiring and stroking it. Upon hearing that they needed awakening crystal cores right away, he cautiously asked, "Do you still have grain? Is all the rice of this quality?" Su Zhong was about to speak when Su Ranran casually nudged him. Su Zhong coughed slightly in response and remained silent. Su Ranran replied, "We don't have much rice left, only about 500 gene, but we still have sweet potatoes and corn which can barely make up 1000 gene." Adding the 1000 gene just paid for rent, they had a total of 1500 gene of flawless rice. And they had sweet potatoes and corn. Director Tian was astonished. A big shot had come. They actually stored so many resources. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Zhong. "Is it the quality sweet potato you had this morning?" "Yes, all are high-quality, non-toxic and mold-free grains." Su Ranran took out a sweet potato and corn to show to Director Tian. Director Tian took them, examining them closely. The sweeter potato looked very fresh with moist juice at the broken end, clearly just dug out not long ago. The corn looked as if it had just been picked. Given how well it was preserved, he speculated it must have been stored by an ability user who had just awakened their spatial powers at the beginning of the apocalypse. In any case, such grains could not be grown now. He agreed to the trade directly. Though corn has less edible portion than rice, rarity increases value. Once the wealthy in the base learned about the fresh corn and sweet potatoes, they would definitely flock to it. Apart from the spatial awakening crystal core they needed, Su Zhong was not too satisfied with the other two. Apart from the spatial awakening crystal core they needed, Su Zhong was not too satisfied with the other two. "Director Tian, we need aggressive crystal cores, either metal type or fire type. We don't have those two types for now. This earth type is primarily defensive but can also be used for offense." Director Tian said, "Water type is even rarer now. Water resources are so precious that one can condense about 10 liters of water in a day, enough for a comfortable life in the base." Su Zhong nodded. If this were in the past, they would be overjoyed to obtain this water-type crystal core. But now they had Su Fan as a powerful backing. Moreover, both Zone D and Zone E had a small supply of clean water, making it no longer particularly difficult to obtain water. Regardless of how Director Tian described it, the father and daughter only wanted the spatial awakening crystal core. After the grain was delivered, Director Tian personally saw them off, finally saying, "Su boss, why don't you come back in a couple of days? I'll issue a bounty to collect 2 aggressive crystal cores from survivors for you." "All right, thank you, Director Tian." Su Zhong bid farewell and left. Exiting the housing management office, father and daughter went to the trading area in search of doors and windows. Behind them, Xiao He and the others followed at a distance. As they turned a corner, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of Su Ranran and a note drifted over. She quickly caught it in her hands, instinctively checking the surroundings, relieved that there was no one around. Su Zhong saw this and positioned himself behind her. When Xiao He and the others turned around, they saw them measuring the dimensions of a window. Once they had moved further away, Su Zhong whispered, "Ranran, what did your grandfather write?" "Grandfather told us not to buy doors and windows yet and to go to the new house first. Su Ranjan looked around warily and whispered, Dad, grandfather must have something good for us, but Xiao He and the others are following closely behind. What should we do?
Give me a corn and I will lure them away.
Okay. Su Ranjan took a corn out of her space and handed it to him. Su Zhong broke off some kernels and the two of them went their separate ways. Xiao He and Shirley were discussing whether to split up when they suddenly heard a commotion ahead. There's corn.
Is this fresh corn?
Where did the corn come from?
Grab it. This is mine.
Those nearby hearing the noise rushed forward and soon a fight broke out. Some picked up a few kernels of corn tightly as if they were treasures while others stuffed them into their mouths not caring that they were covered in dirt. It was still food. In the apocalypse, even if it was dirty they had to eat it or they would starve to death. Seeing the fresh corn, Xiao He and his companion exchanged glances and squeezed in to take a look. Unfortunately, the scattered kernels on the ground had already been snatched up by others. By the time they regained their senses, aside from seeing Su Zhong and the crowd, Su Ranjan had long disappeared. Li Shui village. Huji started a live broadcast pouring the dug-up soil into Su Fan's truck. He was working hard, but there were only a few night owls in the live stream. They called him crazy for digging soil in the middle of the night and he even got into an argument with them. He dug up quite a bit of soil, but he hadn't seen a single gift. It shouldn't be like this. Cutting vegetables in the mountains looked much easier, so why wasn't anyone giving him gifts for all this hard work?
Forget about 3000 people, there weren't even 100 people coming and going.
Finally his phone ran out of battery and he had no face to go talk to Su Fan about the live streaming. He returned home covered in dirt. At dawn, Su Fan woke up and sent over 100,000 yuan to his parents, a mix of small and whole amounts, claiming it was money from selling sweet potatoes and corn.
Su Mai yawned and asked, when did the boss who bought sweet potatoes come? Why didn't we hear any noise?
They went to the market, they loaded the truck in the middle of the night and left. Su Fan changed the subject. Dad, are you coming with me today?
We promised to go to the city after selling the sweet potatoes and corn.
Su Dad was just a simple man. Upon hearing this he chuckled. Your mom is right, there are still pigs at home and vegetables in the field, we can't leave for now.
Next time.
Su Fan left taking a truckload of dirt with him. After getting on the main road he activated the autopilot of the Soul War car and let the old pervert check on Su Ranjan's situation. The wind and sand had passed and visibility increased significantly. Seeing the chaotic and crowded scene of the apocalypse base made him gasp. Just recently washed by the sandstorm, everywhere was yellow sand.
Almost everyone was coughing with their heads down.
The grandchildren were really having a hard time. Seeing that Su Ranjan rented a house and was preparing to buy doors and windows, he found a moment to send her a note. After Su Ranjan shook off her tail and arrived at the newly rented house, Su Fan sent her the full house renovation card. Then he watched as that bare house transformed into a beautifully decorated villa in the blink of an eye. From the floor to the chandelier. From doors and windows to home appliances.
It was almost completed in an instant.
This was faster than special effects. Su Fan was stunned. If he had this skill back then he wouldn't have gotten beaten up just to reclaim his hard-earned money. This full house renovation card was simply too convenient. Moreover, the decoration style was about 80% similar to the villa he had decorated himself, not sure if it was because this skill was extracted from himself. Su Ranjan was also stunned into silence by this sudden change. Afraid that this was an illusion, she touched the sofa in the living room, then went to the kitchen and bathroom to check the utensils and toilet, and then ran upstairs to look at the mattress. If she weren't so dirty she would really want to roll around. Doors and windows, wardrobes, dressing tables, dining tables, home appliances, bedside tables, all the furniture was in place at once.
This is one-click renovation. This is too magical. Grandfather.
Although she couldn't see him, she could feel that grandfather was always watching her. Su Ranjan shouted at the ceiling, Grandfather.
Thank you.
Ranjan loves you so much. Su Fan smiled at her.
Don't mention it, my precious granddaughter. Grandfather loves you too.
Speaking of which, he had a son and a granddaughter, but who was his wife? On the way back, Su Fan bought a stack of stainless steel vegetable bowls to give to Su Ranjan for her to use. Over time they would get fewer and fewer and Dasha would definitely think they were robbed. When he arrived at the store, Dasha had prepared half of the vegetables. He hurriedly opened the live stream. People flooded into the broadcast.
Oh, finally started the broadcast.
Why did the host start broadcasting at this time?
We've been waiting for so long.
Look, still no sight of him cutting potatoes and people are already lined up. Lined up so neatly, I want to know if he lined them up one by one.
How is that possible?
If he lined them up one by one, how long would it take? He must have gotten them lined up while cutting.
I don't believe it.
I want to see the host cut potato shreds.
Ding ding ding. A carnival was sent to the live stream of the Luji Azwi restaurant.
Su Fan was a bit confused by the idea of sending a gift just to see potato shreds, but since they were willing to pay he felt it was necessary to fulfill their little wish. He went to the warehouse to get potatoes and saw that the bags of flour and rice were neatly stacked inside. The right angles formed by the edges of the bags made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Dasha, do you have to be this serious? The viewers in the live stream were still waiting, so he didn't admire it for long. He took out a potato and said, Dasha, someone wants to see you cut potato shreds. Can you cut one more?
I've already cut enough for lunch. Dasha replied. Sufan said quietly, they sent gifts, give them some face.
What gift? A little heart.
No, it's a carnival.
Carnival.
Isn't that cigarettes?
Where are they?
Not that carnival. Sufan opened the gift price section to show him. Dasha's eyes widened. One carnival costs 3000 yuan.
Half of that goes to the platform, which means 1500.
After they split it again, that's 750.
750 for cutting potato shreds.
This is a huge profit.
Forget about cutting potato shreds, he would be fine with eating raw potatoes. He took the potato and started peeling it. The comments in the bullet screen rolled in wildly. Quick look, he's going to cut potato shreds. He's coming, he's walking over with the potato. Dasha moved the items off the chopping board, placed the washed potato on it, and after washing the knife he started chopping. The potato slices were uniformly thick and he spread them out before cutting them into shreds.
Sufan took a few strands to showcase in front of the camera. The cross-section appeared in small squares and each piece was almost identical in thickness.
His knife skills were truly impressive. Dasha pushed the knife across the board and the potato shreds were neatly arranged. He placed the potato shreds into the bowl and with a slight adjustment they perfectly integrated with the previously cut potato shreds, showing no difference. It didn't take any effort at all and there was no need to arrange them one by one.
So amazing. Brother, can I borrow your hand for a bit?
Just cut me up, I want to be with those potato shreds.
No, you don't want that.
I decided today's lunch is sour and spicy potato shreds.
Little gifts started rolling in. Heart-shaped sunglasses, small beers, private jets and luxury cars, all accepted without discrimination.
Fearing that he would get carried away, Sufan didn't dare to tell him that yesterday, after the gifts from the livestream were split with the platform, there was still over 500,000 yuan left, enough to cover 3 to 4 months of his salary. This money-making strategy was truly powerful. The gifts sent today weren't as crazy as yesterday, but for a new streamer this was already quite good.
Su Ranjan returned from Area E to Area D.
Suddenly Xiaohe sprang out from the side asking, where have you been? The unexpected voice startled her and Su Ranjan clutched her chest and turned to look at him, saying, what are you doing?
You scared me to death.
What?
Are you really worried about my whereabouts? It's dangerous to wander around alone. Have you forgotten? I have a crystal core gun now.
Xiaohe looked down at her, saying, you've gained some skills, thinking that having a crystal core gun makes you invincible.
Have you forgotten how you used to bring roast duck to me to be your bodyguard?
His gaze was both dangerous and charming, causing Su Ranjan to instinctively distance herself from him. I don't think I'm invincible, just that I'm not as scared as I used to be. The two walked side by side back. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohe still didn't ask her about the crystal core gun, only inquiring, what on earth did you go do?
What's it to you? Do I need to report my movements to you, Captain Xiao?
I don't think I'm part of your team, right? I'm just concerned about you, afraid something might happen. Is this concern for me or for the roast duck you haven't obtained yet? Su Ranjan looked up at him. If you really care about me, you can protect me openly instead of sneakily following me like a thief. Seeing her furious appearance, Xiaohe felt inexplicably irritated.
Who's sneaking around like a thief? I'm clearly protecting you, okay? If I were really sneaking, would you have noticed?
Oof.
Su Ranjan lost interest in him.
The two returned to the apartment building, and as the door on the third floor clicked open, Deng Yaqing greeted Xiaohe happily, but her expression changed upon seeing Su Ranjan. Su Ranjan ignored her and went upstairs.
Deng Yaqing called out to her, hey.
Cough, cough.
The time for our roast duck is almost here, when will you give it to us? Su Ranjan didn't turn back, saying just wait.
She was merely stating the facts, but to Deng Yaqing it sounded like a fool-in provocation.
Cough. You're making me wait.
Wait for what?
For how long?
Speak up.
Hey.
Cough, cough. Bang. The only response was a decisive sound of the door closing.
Deng Yaqing immediately looked aggrieved, saying, Xiao Gu, cough, cough. Look at her attitude, she doesn't take us, cough, cough. Seriously at all.
Xiaohe glanced at her non-committally. I'm going up first. Deng Yaqing hurriedly stopped him. Don't go, Xiaogu, are we still having plain rice for lunch today? Old Yen next door also perked up.
Other rooms secretly opened a crack.
Seeing this, Xiaohe nodded. Then let's eat.
Ah.
The hallway erupted in cheers. Upon returning to the fourth floor, just as Xiaohe was about to open the door, he suddenly paused. He seemed to smell the aroma of roast duck again. With a click, the door across opened and the delicious scent of roast duck wafted over. Su Zhong opened the door and saw him standing there, momentarily stunned, before handing him the 2 bags he was holding. Captain Xiao, this is the 20 roast ducks owed to you, please check them. Hearing the words roast duck from downstairs, Deng Yacheng and Old Yen immediately rushed up.
The enticing aroma made their mouths water uncontrollably.
They actually brought out this many roast ducks.
That's 20.
Everyone looked at Su Zhong with complex expressions.
Perfectly polished rice. 5-spice pork.
Vegetables.
And so many roast ducks. Any one of these items would be a tremendous find throughout the entire base.
Where on earth did they get all this? Su Zhong certainly wouldn't tell them. The count of roast ducks was quickly completed.
20 ducks, not one more, not one less.
Su Zhong glanced at the coughing and drooling members of the scavenger team in the hallway, looking at Xiao He, and said, "We're even now, Captain Xiao, can we leave now?" There was a hint of farewell in his tone. Xiao He furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "You're leaving?
Where to?"
"We found another place and plan to move there."
"You guys are the ones leaving, cough cough, but the rent is non-refundable."
Deng Yacheng coughed, but her eyes were fixed on the roast ducks drooling. "No need for a refund, we're leaving."
Su Zhong supported the coughing Wang Mei as they went downstairs with Su Ranjan following behind.
When they reached the third floor, they suddenly heard Xiao He call out, "Wait a minute." The three of them jolted. He wouldn't stop them from leaving, would he? But they saw Xiao He go down to Li Zhaox's side and say a word. Li Zhaoxi nodded and took out 10 pounds of rice from his space. Xiao He handed it to Su Ranjan, who was walking last, saying, "Since you all are so clear about this, we naturally want to take advantage of you." Xiao Gu, Deng Yacheng called out to him in dissatisfaction. Xiao He ignored her.
Su Ranjan glanced at him, took the rice and left.
Deng Yacheng ran down. "Xiao Gu, why are you giving them rice when they don't want it? That's 10 pounds of rice we lost for free, enough for all of us to have a good meal." Xiao He glanced at her indifferently. "How can you still complain with roast duck around?
If you don't want it, he'll eat it."
Before anyone could react, he snatched a roast duck from Old Yen and started munching on it. At first he ate alone, and everyone agreed that he wouldn't get any share of the roast ducks. The moment he started eating, they immediately rushed at him. However, they didn't really snatch away the roast duck he already had in his mouth. Everyone picked up a roast duck and started eating. It was truly delicious. The entire hallway was filled with the aroma of roast duck, and at that moment they were the happiest group of people in the entire Longjiang base. Fortunately, this unit was filled with their people, otherwise this scene would have caused an uproar. Lily ate half a duck in one go, and although she wanted to eat the rest, her reason told her that it wasn't wise to do so. Looking at the delighted crowd, she knew it would be a buzzkill, but she still had to say something. She nudged the nearby Shirley. "Lazy, let's take it easy. Eating one each is too extravagant, and once we finish, that's it." Shirley paused at her words, chewing on the remaining duck meat in his mouth as he glanced at Xiao He. Xiao He looked at the two and addressed the crowd. "All right, everyone has satisfied their cravings, let's save the rest for later." As he spoke, he handed over the remaining half of his duck to Li Zhaoxi to put away. "I won't do it, Captain. You ate 2 last time and we only had half. It wasn't enough."
"Exactly, Xiao Gu, I didn't even get to eat half,"
Deng Yacheng said, taking another big bite. Her lung condition had flared up, so she ate slowly, and she had just been choked by Xiao He's earlier remark, so she only managed to eat a small portion. How could she bear to put it away?
Others felt the same way.
Seeing that only Lili and Shirley handed over their half ducks to Li Zhaoxi for safekeeping, Xiao He looked at the others, took a deep breath and sighed. "Do as you wish, but Zhaoxi, remember, next time everyone wants to eat roast duck, we can only split from those remaining 3. "Oh." Hearing this, a few more people reluctantly handed over their roast ducks.
"Why should I? I want to eat.
I haven't had anything this delicious in a long time. I need to get my fill." She took a big bite and then turned to Li Zhaoxi, whispering in his ear, "Brother Zhaoxi, make sure to leave me a duck leg next time we divide the roast." Li Zhaox's ears turned red from the warm breath and aroma she blew into them, but the captain said,
"What? Can't you even promise me this little request?" No. Just come find me when the time comes."
Seeing her looking so pitiful and on the verge of tears, Li Zhaoxi softened and quickly agreed.
The Su family of 3 arrived at Area E.
The major sandstorm had passed and many workers had come out to finish work on the villa. Seeing that the windows and doors of house No. 15 had been installed, Su Zhong thought they had come to the wrong place. Su Ranran gestured for the two to be quiet and directly opened the door to enter. Fortunately, she had pulled all the curtains shut before leaving, so the workers outside could not see inside. Aside from the windows and doors, the villa's exterior had not changed much, but the inside had undergone a tremendous transformation. After closing the door, Wang Mei stood by the shoe cabinet at the entrance, too stunned to move as she surveyed the room. Clean tiles, patterned walls, and all the necessary furniture and appliances. She was astonished. Is there really such a house in the apocalypse?
Ahem, darling, didn't you say this place was still in its rough state? Are you kidding me? This decoration is too luxurious. I don't know.
Su Zhong was also dumbfounded. It was clearly bare a moment ago, and how had it changed so much in such a short time?
Ranran, what is going on? Am I seeing things?
Su Ranran pulled Wang Mei to sit on the sofa and smiled. Dad, Mom, you are not mistaken. Our house has indeed been fully renovated, and it's all thanks to Grandpa.
Your grandpa.
Seeing their bewildered expressions, Su Ranran explained how Su Fan had given her a one-click renovation card.
Ran, your grandpa is getting more and more impressive. He actually made a one-click renovation happen. What has he experienced? Why has he become so powerful? Hearing that it was completed in just seconds, Wang Mei was extremely excited. Anyone would be excited in such a situation. Yes, and I have another secret to tell you. Su Ranran leaned closer and lowered her voice, afraid of being overheard, and said almost in a whisper, I think Grandpa can see us. Is that true? Really? Su Ranran recounted how Su Fan had known about the dark skies when the sandstorm hit. He also knew they were buying doors and windows. And how she had just been brought to the new house. The moment she stepped into the new house, the renovation card arrived. If he couldn't see them, it was all too coincidental. Wang Mei and Su Zhong could hardly believe it. Was it really that magical? There had been so many strange occurrences these past few days. If Su Fan suddenly appeared before them at that moment, they couldn't even think about it. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 5 points of deliciousness. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 20 points of deliciousness. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 40 points of deliciousness. After lunch, a series of system notification sounds caused Su Fan's deliciousness points to soar to 5,000. If nothing unexpected happened, he would reach 100,000 points the day after tomorrow. Today he had one opportunity for enhancement and bidirectional teleportation. After eating the medicine, Su Fan returned to his room in the villa. He tightly closed the curtains and activated the old pervert's visual sharing. Seeing the three of them in the living room, he wrote a note and took out the T&D bank card, pressing his thumb on the silver character. The spatial rift opened and the note was transmitted. Su Fan Ranran, have you exchanged for the spatial awakening crystal core? Su Ranran, yes Grandpa, we have exchanged for it. Su Ranran sent the spatial awakening crystal core over and wrote another note. Su Ranran, Grandpa, can you see us? Su Fan read it and thought for a moment before writing, occasionally, but I can't see you all the time. What do you need? It seems many people are coughing. Is there an outbreak? Su Ranran, Grandpa, we need to exchange for 2 more awakening crystal cores. If we have too much high-quality food, it will be too eye-catching, so please give us some salt or medicine. Su Ranran, it's not an outbreak, it's because of the frequent sandstorms. The air quality is poor and many people have developed lung diseases. Su Fan, okay, I understand. I will send you salt and medicine tomorrow. Su Ranran, thank you Grandpa. Su Fan put away the spatial crystal core and asked the old pervert, where is the medical old ghost usually during the day? The old pervert closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, saying, he's in the underground parking lot over there right now. Ghosts can sense each other if they are close enough. Su Fan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to feed them. Fortunately, Aunt Jo had made him some soup to nourish his body. He drank a bowl himself and took another bowl to the underground parking lot. It was cool here, suitable for them to hide. The medical old ghost had been wandering nearby because he didn't see him at the warehouse yesterday. When he saw Su Fan appear, he floated over from the corner saying, the sir has come. Su Fan nodded. I brought you some food. Did you wait long yesterday? Not too long. I waited until dawn, ha 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 ha. The medical old ghost chuckled self-deprecatingly. If you couldn't wait for me, you could have gone back. Mainly, I don't have your contact information. I'll give it to you in a bit. Su Fan joked with him for a while. They couldn't use their phones, so they indeed had no way to contact each other. The small warehouse was completely dark when the door was closed, but once it opened they were exposed, making it an unsuitable place for them to stay long-term. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 20 points of deliciousness after finishing the food. Su Fan asked, what should I call you? How long have you been practicing medicine? The old man is Zhong Guoping. I've been practicing medicine for about 50 to 60 years, I can't remember the exact age. Su Fan took out his phone and searched for the name. There was someone named Zhong Guoping who looked very similar to him. It was probably him. He was a well-respected figure in traditional Chinese medicine with good reviews for both his medical ethics and skills online. This put him at ease. Could you please write me a prescription for treating lung diseases? For you. But you don't have lung disease. It's not for me. I have a friend who lives in an area frequently hit by sandstorms and he's been coughing a lot lately. He might have injured his lungs, so I want to buy some medicine to send him. The medical old ghost did not give him the medicine, directly stroking his beard and saying traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes dialectical treatment. I can't write a prescription like that, I need to see the person first. Oh, then wait a moment. Su Fan called for the old pervert's visual sharing and projected it onto the wall of the underground parking lot. It clearly displayed images of Wang Mei coughing violently while Su Ranran and Su Zhong coughed lightly. The medical old ghost looked puzzled, saying this house doesn't look like it's in a desert area. In his impression, no matter which desert area, the houses would have some exotic style. This looked like a very urbanized decoration. Cough. Su Fan covered his mouth and lightly coughed. Don't mind the details. Now that you can see them, can you write the prescription? The medical old ghost examined Su Ranran and the other two carefully and nodded, saying yes, I can. Su Fan took out his phone and notepad to write down the prescription he provided, and he activated the skill extraction.
Deducting 100 points of deliciousness extracting skills.
Extraction successful.
Congratulations, the host has obtained a medical master skill card.
This skill card took the shape of a patch. Su Fan laughed heartily with it. He essentially had a doctor with him. What a joy.
Just as he was about to find a suitable place for the ghosts to stay during the day, a sudden sharp sound of tires screeching against the ground echoed in the parking lot. A black BMW skidded, leaving an shaped tire mark as it crashed wildly in the garage.
It was clearly out of control.
As it was about to charge towards him, Su Fan swiftly dodged to the side. The driver slammed the steering wheel, crashing violently against the wall and coming to a halt. Peering in, Su Fan saw the driver glaring with wide eyes, his face dark, clutching his chest in agony.
Su Fan approached and asked, "Brother, are you all right?"
The man holding his chest opened his mouth but could not speak. His face grew increasingly pale, even starting to twist in pain, clearly in extreme distress.
"Dr. Zhong, come quickly and take a look." "What's wrong with him?"
Su Fan shouted. It didn't look like he was hit by the car. As the old doctor approached, he noticed dark energy swirling around the man's head and a ferocious ghost emerged, howling at him. The old doctor stepped back 2 paces. He's been haunted by a misfortune ghost.
"It appears to be a myocardial infarction. We need to act fast or it will be too late." "Then what are you waiting for?
Hurry up and save him." The old doctor shrugged helplessly. He is human and I am a ghost. I have no way to help him.
Moreover, if I go over now, it will only hasten his demise. Not everyone possesses a protective soul armor. Su Fan pulled out a guanine jade pendant from his pocket and slapped it on the driver's head. A gasp escaped.
The misfortune ghost shrieked and fled from the driver's body, glaring at Su Fan with hatred. Su Fan pointed at him and shouted, "Back off." The old doctor and the old lecher had already retreated far away. Seeing the driver's eyes close and his condition worsening as if he were about to ascend to the heavens, Su Fan immediately activated the medical saint handcard. Instantly, various emergency medical knowledge flooded his mind. Su Fan reached out and checked the driver's pulse, determining his condition. He then curled his fingers and pressed down forcefully on several key acupoints on the driver's chest.
"Oh."
The old doctor leaned in closer, observing that the acupoints Su Fan pressed were all emergency methods for handling myocardial infarction.
He looked at him in surprise. "Sir, do you also know medicine?" Su Fan couldn't afford to be distracted. He merely nodded slightly and continued pressing.
After a moment, the driver's complexion began to ease and his breathing became much smoother. He opened his eyes filled with gratitude, saying, "Little brother, thank you." Su Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. It's nothing. It was his first time saving someone and he felt quite accomplished. The driver opened his eyes wide to look at him again and suddenly asked, "Excuse me, are you the one who saved someone at Ahu Park a couple of days ago?"
I wasn't the one who saved the person. I was just watching from the sidelines." "It really was you."
"Little brother, let me tell you."
Su Fan interrupted, "You shouldn't talk right now. Your situation is serious. Quickly call your family and get to the hospital."
"Oh, okay.
The driver replied, pulling out his phone to call his family.
Su Fan glanced at the misfortune ghost nearby, who was still baring its teeth at him.
Though the guanine jade pendant could intimidate it, it was of no actual use against it. The soul armor could only provide defense.
He went to his car and retrieved the morning stick. Upon seeing this item, the old doctor and the old lecher moved even farther away. Returning to the accident scene, the property management had already come to assess the situation. However, the misfortune ghost was already gone. Su Fan searched the garage but found no trace. The family of the injured driver arrived and called for an ambulance to take him to the hospital. The injured driver asked his wife to get Su Fan's contact information. The woman was well maintained, her lips a vibrant red, her skin very pale, dressed fashionably, and although in her 40s she looked like she was in her 30s. However, at this moment her forehead darkened and it was clear that the misfortune ghost had jumped onto her.
Su Fan pulled out the guanine jade pendant, ready to place it on her head.
The woman let out a sharp scream, stepping back 2 paces with a wary look at him. "What do you want?"
"Sister, you have a ghost on you. I'm here to get it off."
"Ah, get lost. You're the one possessed. You crazy bastard." The woman didn't even bother to get his contact and turned to leave. Su Fan didn't feel the need to force his way into her good graces. He took his morning stick and left. The middle-aged man, watching from a distance, saw his wife come back and reprimanded, "That's my savior. Why are you so rude?"
"Rude? Didn't you see?
He was trying to touch me."
"What savior?
An old lecher is more like it."
"The old lecher? What does this have to do with me?"
The woman climbed into the ambulance while cursing, accidentally bumping her head, letting out a painful yelp. Seeing her put on a pained expression, the middle-aged man swallowed his reprimands and fell silent. Recently he didn't know what was going on. It was either a car crash or walking into something, and misfortunes kept piling up. He suspected he had encountered something unclean and had even sought out Taoists, spending quite a bit of money with almost no effect. They were all frauds. One day he accidentally scrolled past a video and saw Su Fan talking to the air. Later it seemed the other party noticed something and the woman who fell into the water woke up. Seeing the comments from passers-by, he speculated that the other party might indeed possess some abilities, but when he commented asking for contact there was no response. Today the car suddenly malfunctioned and he experienced a heart attack. Had he not encountered Su Fan, he might have lost his life on the spot. Truly it was not his time to die. He must properly thank him and conveniently ask for his help with certain matters. Unexpectedly, his wife, being so thoughtless, insulted that man as a lunatic. He hoped she didn't offend him. He wanted to get out of the car and apologize in person, but the emergency medical staff stopped him. Glancing over, he saw Su Fan had already walked away and he could only lie back down. Fortunately, he now knew that the other party lived nearby, so finding him shouldn't be difficult. Su Fan drove to several big pharmacies, gathering 100 sets of medicine prescribed by the old doctor for treating lung diseases. He also ordered 100 boxes of the medicine Su Ranran had wanted before and placed an order for a medication liquid packaging machine. Preparing medicine would take time, so he went nearby to buy several sets of clothes, 50 boxes of salt and 10 stainless steel water storage barrels, arranging for them to be delivered to Villa 8 in Jarong community. After getting the medicine back, Su Fan handed the task of preparing it to Aunt Jo. So much. Upon seeing several large bags of medicinal materials, Aunt Jo was astonished. She scrutinized Su Fan from head to toe and said seriously, "Xiao Su, why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup? You can't just take medicine recklessly." "I'm fine, Aunt Jo, this isn't for me." "It's not okay for others either. What if something goes wrong?" "Don't worry, this isn't for humans. My pig is sick, please help me brew it and put it in these water storage barrels. I'll take it to feed my pig." "Oh well then." Aunt Jo took the medicine to brew, still somewhat skeptical, having never seen a pig eat traditional Chinese medicine. Thus 3 pigs. Su Fan was not at home for meals, but he still needed to earn delicious points and treasures from those old ghosts, so he instructed Aunt Jo to save food for him every night, saying he would come back for a midnight snack. Back at the store, Dashan had already started preparing the ingredients early. Before leaving at noon today, Su Fan had told him to turn on the live stream before preparing. So when he came over, the live stream was already on and small gifts kept pouring in. After greeting, Su Fan sat behind the cash register and took out several items from his body. A bronze bird, the Guanyin jade pendant, a spatial awakening crystal core, and a heavenly earth bank card. Which one should he reinforce? Su Fan did not know how long it would take for his abilities to awaken and planned to try again at night. As soon as he took out the Guanyin jade pendant, the old ghost in the money cat trembled in fear. Su Fan glanced at it and put away the jade pendant. His gaze turned to the bronze bird. "It's you. Strengthen." Deducting 100 points of delicious value. Bronze bird strengthening in progress. Strengthening complete. The bronze bird was vivid and lifelike, retaining its bronze characteristics while possessing the spirit of a living bird. Su Fan observed closely, noticing the bronze bird had become much cleaner with the green rust and flaws repaired. Its entire body shimmered with a smooth and bright metallic luster. The lines on its body were more vibrant and clearer. Just as he was watching intently, the bronze bird suddenly blinked its eyes. Its wings stretched open. Its small beak opened, chirp chirp. Su Fan almost jumped up from his chair. Is this for real? To say it was vivid and lifelike, it really came to life. Seeing the little bird fold its wings, Su Fan picked it up and placed it in his palm. If it weren't for its unchanged weight, he would have thought it was a real bird. Not to mention its petite and exquisite appearance was undeniably cute. The key was that this little thing acted very affectionate, constantly rubbing its small head against his palm. Su Fan's heart melted. It seemed like keeping it as a small pet wouldn't be bad. The more he looked, the cuter it became. Su Fan played with it for a while, and as the mountain began to produce vegetables, he hurriedly put the bronze bird into his pocket. The bronze bird obediently stayed still, making no noise. Dinner consisted of spicy chicken chunks with potatoes, cold mixed pig ears, bell pepper chicken slices, stir-fried zucchini, pork stewed with vermicelli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stuffed tiger skin, green peppers, spicy stir-fried mushrooms, and garlic shrimp. Customers praised the deliciousness, and Su Fan cheerfully served them, effortlessly earning over 2,000 points of delicious. At 7 o'clock he closed half the door and stopped accepting new customers. After work he packed the leftover food to take back to Jarong community, distributing some to the ghosts. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 20 points of delicious value. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 20 points of delicious value. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 20 points of delicious value. Another 100 points of delicious value in hand. Su Fan had no time to ask the new arrivals how to pay, leaving that to Nana before heading home. He planned to awaken his space tonight. The salt and stainless steel buckets had arrived, and he moved the salt into the villa, taking out his bank card, his finger resting on the ground character. A black ray swept across, making all 50 boxes of salt disappear without a trace. Longjiang base. Su Ranjan received the supplies until her hands were sore, collecting all the salt into the space and organizing the items inside. Rice flour and oil were set aside, vegetables were placed separately, salt and seasonings were grouped together, while the prepared dishes were set aside along with medicines and clothes. It seemed something was missing. The next morning.
After a restless night, Su Fan opened his eyes sparkling brightly. He picked up his phone. A thought struck him and the phone suddenly disappeared. It then reappeared in his hand. Success! Su Fan jumped up from the bed excitedly, raising his fist. He also had space now. Ha ha! Although it was only 100 cubic meters, it was sufficient. He just needed to collect a few of the most important items into it. Just like the morning stick, this item was too inconvenient to use when left in the car every day. Now it could be stored in the space and taken out whenever needed. And the dishes made by the mountain, he no longer had to package them every time so hasslefully. He could just quickly store them in the space when he wasn't paying attention. Perfect. Ding dong. Dear user, your bank card ending in 1414 has received 524783 yuan. Please check. Hey, the obedient granddaughter burned paper for him again. They were burning paper, so it should be safe now. Su Fan went downstairs, entered the cargo truck's compartment, took out the T&D bank card and sent half a truckload of soil to the other party. Later he would buy some seeds for them to start a small home vegetable garden. Su Zhong and the others were burning paper on the rooftop, and the sudden appearance of the soil made them ecstatic. Look, darling. This soil is so fresh. Yes, and it's black. It looks very fertile. The vegetable seedlings will definitely grow well. Su Zhong measured the surroundings and said, we need to build a shed on the rooftop to shield it lest a rainstorm comes and ruins the soil. The three of them immediately got busy. The roof was surrounded, so as long as they didn't plant climbing vegetables, the nearby neighbors wouldn't be able to see what they were growing. After spending the whole morning, Su Zhong brought back materials to build the shed and gathered the soil into a 15-meter plot. When he went to exchange materials, Su Zhong returned with a large copper basin specially for burning paper money to avoid burning the rooftop. Jiarong community. Mom Zhou was working overtime in the villa brewing medicine. After Su Fan finished selling lunch at the restaurant, his delicious value exceeded 100,000. Ding dong. Congratulations, the host's delicious value has reached 100,000 points, achieving an extraordinary feat. Reward strengthening skill can be used twice a day. Woohoo! Tonzi, I give you a thumbs up. As the number of strengthening attempts increased, he couldn't possibly restrain himself to only use the basic strengthening each time, hence the required points for strengthening would grow exponentially. Roll up your sleeves and work hard. Su Fan went to buy some seeds and sanitary supplies. When he returned home, Mom Zhou had already finished brewing all the medicine. He concentrated all the medicine into a large water storage bucket. Strengthen. Deducting 100 points of delicious value. Common potion strengthening in progress. Strengthening complete. Powerful potion healing effect increased by 10 times. The potion was brown and transparent. Su Fan took a look and chose to strengthen it again. Deducting 1000 points of delicious value. Powerful potion strengthening in progress. Strengthening complete. Cannot be strengthened again. Congratulations, the host has obtained an ultra-strong potion healing effect increased by 100 times. The potion was golden and transparent, and it was no longer comparable to the initial black-brown potion. These were completely different substances. He found a mineral water bottle, filled it with potion, labeled it with its effects, and sent it to Su Ranjan and the others along with other items. The remaining potion was stored in the space to be packed once the packaging machine arrived. Upon receiving the potion, Su Ranjan and the others each drank a cup and immediately felt invigorated. Su Zhong and Su Ranjan no longer had the previous throat dryness that made them want to cough, and even the worst off Wang Mei felt much more comfortable in her lungs. The potion looked like a beverage. If it weren't for Grandpa Ranjan saying so, she would have thought it was iced black tea. The seeds Su Fan sent were the most common: cabbage, beans, peppers, and cucumbers. The three of them divided the plot of land into 4 sections, planting some of each type of vegetable. Seeing those sanitary supplies, Su Ranjan was overjoyed. The price of sanitary pads sold at the base, although not as high as medicines, was still more expensive than food. This is going to cost a fortune. Most people cannot afford it. Buying these felt like crossing a tribulation. Due to the environment, many incapable girls, in order not to starve and to have usable items, had to rely on those survivors with resources. For a meal, for a piece of paper, there was no dignity at all. She achieved the freedom of sanitary pads. This is truly wonderful. They now had a comfortable house and no longer had to worry about food and drink. The most important thing now was to improve their strength. Su Zhong couldn't wait and went to find Shaoli at the housing management office. Uncle, we have sent out the recruitment notice. Indeed, there are survivors who have awakening crystals of the metal and fire attributes. Su Zhong's face brightened and he was about to turn around to fetch Ranjan. Shaoli added, but they are asking for 100,000 gene of food. The awakening crystal is worth that much. I know that. Shaoli looked at him seriously. Uncle, what they want is flawless food, 100,000 gene. So expensive. Su Zhong was stunned. Shaoli nodded. Yes, that's why I dare not take matters into my own hands. Director Tian hasn't asked for anything from them, and if we agree to their demands this time, the prices will be thrown into chaos, making it impossible to manage. This is simply robbery.
Su Zhong recounted the matter upon returning home, causing Wang Mai's face to flush with anger, and she started to cough again. Su Ranran hurriedly brought over the bottle of golden potion, urging her to drink the rest. Mom, there's no need to get angry over these people. They have treasures in hand, so it's normal for them to raise prices arbitrarily. Perhaps they raised the price intentionally because they saw that Director Tian wanted it. After all, he is an official. The officials are the ones with deep pockets. Those people will take whatever they can. But this price is just outrageous. Su Zhong frowned. Are we really going to have to find survivors to trade with ourselves? In this cannibalistic apocalypse, safety cannot be guaranteed. If they go out to look for it themselves, the risks are too great. Last time being able to return unscathed from Xiaohui's expedition team was already a stroke of luck. Su Zhong said, let's wait a few more days to see if Director Tian and the others can find anything. If they really can't get any, we'll have no choice but to look for it ourselves. In base leaders know. One courtyard. Tian Shicheng entered an office carrying a sealed bag filled with boiled corn and sweet potatoes. Behind the desk sat a man with graying hair. Since the apocalypse, Han Baoguo, the head of the Longjiang base, has been deeply concerned about the construction and survival of the base. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Han. Han Baoguo looked up from his documents, adjusting his reading glasses. Upon recognizing the visitor, his frown relaxed slightly and he smiled. Xiao Tian, cough cough, what brings you here today? I came to pay my respects as you work tirelessly day and night for the country and the people, Tian Shicheng said as he entered. You are too kind, but I have everything I need here, so take it back with you. You haven't even seen what I brought yet, don't be so quick to refuse. Tian Shicheng opened the sealed bag and took out half a sweet potato, then quickly closed the bag again. Han Baoguo caught a whiff of a sweet aroma, stood up and walked around the desk to his side. It was a golden-colored sweet potato. The tempting aroma was irresistible. Teacher, please have a taste. Tian Shicheng offered it to him. Han Baoguo, no longer polite, took it and bit into it heartily. It was sweet, soft and melted in the mouth. It was truly delicious. Each bite of food was hard-earned and he diligently savored the half-sweet potato for 2 minutes. Han Baoguo took a deep breath. Xiao Tian, this is really good. Now cough cough. What do you want? Cough cough. Leader, what do you mean by that? Can't I come specifically to pay my respects to you? You came specifically to pay your respects. Fine, I've accepted your offering. You can leave now. Han Baoguo waved him off. Tian Shicheng forced a smile. Don't go, leader, I still want to chat with you. How have you been lately? Cough cough. It's about the same. I can't stop coughing whenever the dust storm hits. Alas. Tian Shicheng sighed. The supplies in the warehouse are dwindling. Should we form an expedition team to search for some medicine? It's been 5 years since the apocalypse and we've searched everywhere we could. The nearby towns have all been scoured and beyond that are the territories of other bases. Cough cough cough. Han Baoguo coughed for a while, shaking his head. There hasn't been any substantial progress from the research institute either. We just have to endure. Why are you coughing so badly? I'll go get you some medicine right now. Han Baoguo stopped him. No need, it won't work anyway. Even if it temporarily suppresses it, the next time the dust storm hits it will return to its original state. Regardless, we must prioritize you, leader. Han Baoguo shook his head while covering his mouth and coughing. Tian Shicheng patted his back gently and said softly, leader, I remember we still have awakening crystals of the gold and fire types in stock, right? Cough. Han Baoguo forcibly stopped coughing, shot him a glance with a stern expression. Those are reserved for emergencies. Don't even think about them. Tian Shicheng was not intimidated by his tone and asked respectfully, then may I ask what constitutes an emergency? Cough cough cough. Han Baoguo grabbed a cup of water and took a sip, then set it down heavily. Right now the outside world is swarming with zombies and a zombie tide could break out at any moment. We must use these most valuable items on the most trustworthy people or reward those who have made significant contributions to our base. Yes, you have a point. Tian Shicheng smiled slightly and opened the sealed bag again, pulling out a heavy ear of corn. Leader, do you think providing us with flawless food counts as a significant contribution? Seeing the corn in his hand, Han Baoguo's eyes lit up. He snatched it from Tian Shicheng's hand, peeled back the husk and saw that the kernels were plump and glistening. The sweet aroma made his mouth water. This corn looked incredibly fresh and comparable to those canned corn or aged kernels. He exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Tian, where did you get this? Leader, it was brought by a father-daughter duo with the surname Su who came to rent a house. I investigated and the rice from the research institute last time was also theirs. This time they brought 6,000 pounds of flawless food, rented a villa in Area E and bought a space awakening crystal. 6,000 pounds of flawless food. How do they have so much? Even Han Baoguo, who had seen his fair share of storms, couldn't help but show a look of shock upon hearing this news. This was too outrageous. Even the official warehouse didn't have that much. I don't know how they have so much. The sweet potatoes and corn were both brought by them and they want to buy 2 awakening crystals, so the quantity must be far beyond this. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and buy everything from them. I want to, but they want awakening crystals of the gold and fire types. Seeing him staring at him intently, Han Baogua finally realized and scolded you. You went around in circles just to wait for me here. I had no choice, leader. I wanted to buy crystals from other survivors, but they were asking for exorbitant prices, raising the highest price by more than 3 times. These heartless people. Without the protection of our base, could they survive for so long in this apocalypse? Without our base, they would have been devoured by zombies and buried under the dust long ago. Tian Shicheng took the corn from him and took a big bite as if biting into that group of ingrates. What are you doing? Han Baogua snatched the corn back from him. Isn't this to pay my respects? Why are you eating it yourself? Seeing that the doors and windows of the house were intact, Tian Shicheng fell into deep self-doubt. If he remembered correctly, the house had only been handed over 2 days ago. This efficiency was astonishing. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 members of the Su family were upstairs trying on the new clothes sent by Su Fan. Hearing the knocking, they all rushed to the staircase. I'll go take a look. Su Zhong went downstairs to the door, peering through the peephole to see the visitor clearly. He still asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Tian Shicheng." "Director Tian, may I ask what brings you here?" Tian Shicheng glanced around and lowered his voice. "It's about the awakening crystal core." Nothing was more important at this moment than the awakening crystal core. Su Zhong gestured to the mother and daughter, signaling that he would go out to take a look first. Wang Mei and the other nodded. Su Zhong opened the door a crack and slipped out, quickly shutting it again. In a fleeting glance, Tian Shicheng seemed to see the pristine white walls inside. He doubted his own eyes. The house had just been completed and the walls were supposed to be rough and gray. How could they possibly be so white? Su Zhong was already blocking his view. "Director Tian, have you acquired the awakening crystal cores we need?" "Indeed, I have news." Tian Shicheng glanced at the closed door and smiled. "Boss Su, why don't you invite me in for a chat?" "Sorry, it's not very convenient right now." In a post-apocalyptic world, unless one was a well-known acquaintance or had ill intentions, who would casually let someone into their home? Tian Shicheng was merely asking out of courtesy and did not mind the refusal. He looked at him seriously. "I have indeed inquired about the crystal cores, but the other party wants to know if you have anything besides food. They need to see your strength before handing it over." Su Zhong was taken aback. This was exactly the same request they had during their transaction with Xiaohe, only this time the tables had turned. Inside, Wang Mei and Su Ranran were equally dumbfounded by this conversation. In a world where human nature was hard to decipher, such a demand was quite normal. "Director Tian, we've already presented so much food, isn't that enough strength?" "I actually feel the same, but unfortunately they don't believe it. After all, metal and fire abilities are rare and most people keep them for their own use." Tian Shicheng looked at him and said, "You've been to see Xiaoli, right? You should know that other survivors are holding on to these rare treasures, demanding exorbitant prices. They are far less reliable than our official pricing. Whatever price we set is what it is." He was indeed stating a fact. Su Zhong was contemplating whether to discuss this with his family. With a sudden creak, the door behind them opened and Su Ranran stepped out. This time Tian Shicheng could see clearly that the interior was indeed very bright and clean, with what seemed to be decorative patterns on the walls. His gaze shifted to Su Ranran. She was wearing a brand new well-fitted red dress. Her skin was fair and her hair flowed elegantly. This appearance would have been perfectly normal before the apocalypse. But now this is the apocalypse. In a world like this, girls who could keep themselves so well-groomed were either the accessories of resource-rich individuals, relatives of powerful figures, or a few capable ability users. No one else had such conditions. Clearly they had previously looked just as disheveled and dirty as other survivors. Did he miss something? Su Ranran noticed him in a daze and waved a box of medicine in front of him, pulling his attention back. "Director Tian, we have medicine. Is this strength enough?" Tian Shicheng focused and saw it was Li Fu Ping. This was precisely the medicine they needed most right now. He immediately became excited, not bothering to hide his thoughts. "You have medicine. How much?" "I want it all." Su Ranran held the medicine box in her palm and smiled slightly. "Director Tian, my medicine is enough to exchange for 2 awakening crystal cores. I'm afraid you might not be able to afford it. You should know what kind of crystal cores we want, right?" I know, that's exactly why I'm here today. Rest assured we can afford it. Let's go well trade right now." His voice was loud and excited, drawing the attention of nearby workers. Realizing he had lost his composure, Tian Shicheng quickly lowered his voice. Sorry. How about I have them bring the crystal cores over and we can wait inside?" Su Ranran and Su Zhong exchanged glances, both seeing the refusal in each other's eyes. Trading at home was out of the question, otherwise the decorations and renovations would all be exposed. Su Ranran spoke up. "Director Tian, let me ask first, is the party with the crystal cores someone from the official side?" There was no need to hide this. Tian Shicheng nodded. "That's right. I'm now representing the official side in this transaction. You can rest assured the prices are absolutely fair and honest." Su Ranran raised her eyebrow as if she was the one making the offer. But it didn't make much difference. "All right, we agree. You can have someone bring the items over. We will trade now."
The trading location was chosen to be the adjacent empty house which was temporarily uninhabited. Tian Shichen went to contact the people next door. He used a communication wristwatch produced by the official research institute which was essentially in the hands of every survivor in the base. Before long a team dressed in official security uniforms arrived by car. Leading them was a young man with a neat haircut and Su Ranran sensed a hint of a familiar aura from him. He should also be a space ability user. As the official space, the items hidden inside must be of utmost importance. No wonder they had a security team accompanying them. Tian Shichen greeted him Yuan Yang. Director Tian. Han Yuanyang glanced at the three members of the Su family. My dad sent me over. Are they trading the crystal cores? Yes. Han Yuanyang took another careful look at Su Ranran, similarly sensing the aura of space. It was natural for ability users to have a better life than ordinary survivors, but she looked even cleaner. Perhaps it was due to her clothing. Upon seeing her outfit, he understood why she appeared cleaner. Because her clothes had obvious creases as if they had just been taken out of the packaging. Retracting his gaze, Han Yuanyang took out a crystal core from his space. Tian Shichen accepted it and squeezed it in his hand, hoping they would find it worthwhile. He walked toward the Su family, raising the crystal core in his hand. Here it is. Where are your items? Su Ranran looked at the crystal core in his hand and felt a strong metallic aura. Su Zhong and Wang Mai's eyes were also ablaze with excitement. With this they could become ability users too. They had finally waited for this moment. Su Ranran took out a small bag from her space. Tian Shichen took out a box from inside and inspected it. It was indeed Li Fu Ping. Not only that, but it also contained isoniazid Hu Qing Ping granules and Qing Fei granules. These were all things they needed. Calculating that one pill was worth 50 gene of food, with 20 pills in a box that would be 1000 gene of food, meaning 10 boxes of medicine could be exchanged for one awakening crystal core. Roughly counting, there were at least 20 boxes in this bag. This was going to be a one-time exchange. Tian Shichen turned to Han Yuanyang, bring over another fire element crystal core. Then he turned to Su Ranran and said, Miss Su, one pill is worth 50 gene of food according to the official retail exchange rate, but our official purchase price is slightly lower. You might need to add an additional 20. He unconsciously used a respectful term. Su Ranran looked at Su Zhong. The latter nodded. Su Ranran then took out 4 boxes of medicine. The surprise in Tian Zichen's eyes could no longer be concealed. His speculation was indeed correct. Su family's resources far exceeded what he had seen. Taking out 4 boxes of medicine just like that, wouldn't he be left with less? Han Yuanyang was shocked to see a whole bag of medicine, looking at Su Ranran as if she had something extraordinary in her hands. The fire element crystal core was taken out and both parties smoothly completed the transaction. The three of Su Ranran couldn't wait to head home. Han Yuanyang glanced at their departing figures and then looked around at the bare room he was in. Director Tian, my house is almost ready. When can I move in? Tian Shichen counted the medicines like a treasure and said, if you have no other requests you can move in after installing a door and windows. Han Yuanyang was more shocked to hear this than to see so much medicine in his hands. Are you sure? Absolutely sure, so regardless of the reasons we must maintain a good relationship with them and not let them have a bad impression of us. Han Yuanyang stroked his chin, pondering. The three from the Su family returned home and briefly discussed, deciding that having both of them awaken their abilities at the same time would be too dangerous, so they would let Su Zhong awaken first. Wang Mei and Su Ranran guarded the hall with crystal core guns. Bin Hai. Su Fan took out the TND bank card. Strengthen. Deducting 10000 delicious points, strengthening TND bank card. Strengthening complete. Congratulations to the host for completing the third enhancement of the TND bank card. This enhancement allows for unlimited two-way transfer time and eliminates the appearance of black marks with spatial rifts that can be opened and closed at any time. Bingo! Su Fan snapped his fingers. It was worth clearing his delicious points to enhance it, making the transfer much more convenient. Having enhanced it to this extent, this bank card must be at its limit. It's hard to imagine what the fourth enhancement would be like. But that's something to consider later when he has 100,000 delicious points. Now that his savings exceeded 1 million, Su Fan thought perhaps he should fix up the old house or tear it down and rebuild, as that amount of money should be sufficient. However, there was still a problem. With the popularity of live streaming, the restaurant's business was trending upwards. If it could be maintained, the current few tables would definitely not be enough and expansion would be necessary. Acquiring the adjacent shop would also be a significant expense. Su Fan bought 5 boxes of paper money and stored them in space. He arrived at the Lu Jiazui restaurant, and while it was not mealtime yet, he went to check the neighboring shop. It was a couple-run shop selling spicy hot pot. Such snack shops didn't adhere to mealtimes, allowing passers-by to eat at any time with long operational hours. Su Fan wasn't fond of this model. It would be much better to have fixed hours. Inside there was only a young couple eating, with the rest being the owners. Seeing him enter, the shop owner's wife greeted him. What would you like to eat? Su Fan ordered a few items: kelp lotus root and fish tofu, and he tasted each as they arrived.
The fish tofu was a bit too doughy, likely having been cooked for a long time or from yesterday, and the lotus root had a faint rotten smell, looking rather stale. He hadn't paid attention these past few days, so he didn't know how the business was going. However, based on this bowl of spicy hot pot, their business didn't seem too good, only the kelp was barely edible. Once the young couple settled their bill and left, Su Fan asked, "Boss, are you considering selling your shop? Why, do you have an idea?" The boss immediately became interested and looked at him. 2 million and it's yours. Ha! Last time he wandered around, he saw a restaurant on a road even more prosperous than this one, and the transfer fee was only 800,000. This guy was asking for quite a lot. Su Fan quietly listened to his pitch. "Little brother, look, our foot traffic here is pretty good. If done well, you can recoup your costs in half a year, and after that it's all profit." Not bad, not bad. This boss not only cooks spicy hot pot but also knows how to make grand promises. Making 2 million in half a year. Even businesses without investment wouldn't dare to say that. Su Fan smiled. "Sorry, I was just asking casually. I don't have that idea for now." He finished eating the kelp and settled the bill before leaving. Mealtimes generally peaked between 1130 and 1230. With a lot of people, the tables would be insufficient, so Su Fan had to find a way to have customers share tables. Anyone willing to share a table would receive an extra scoop of food with increased quantity but no extra charge, only adding delicious points. However, continuously sharing tables wasn't a solution. Some people still wanted their personal space, and expanding the shop was urgent. Not wanting to be the unfortunate victim of the spicy hot pot, the nearby milk tea shop was smaller, and expanding it wouldn't add many more tables. What to do? After lunch, he earned over 1,500 delicious points. System, what happens if I enhance this restaurant? Will there be any compression or expansion functions? Su Fan asked. For house renovations, it's recommended that the host exchange for a smart butler in the System Mall. There's hope. Su Fan immediately went to the System Mall and found that a smart butler required 500 delicious points. Purchase. Please select a placement location. Su Fan looked around the restaurant and chose to place it on the wall behind the cash register. It was a light screen the size of an iPad displaying usage instructions. He checked it out and then said, "Xiao. In here, how can I make the existing space of the house larger?" The master can purchase a dimensional space door from the System Mall. Once opened, there will be an infinitely large space available for use. Infinitely large space. Is there such a good thing? Su Fan immediately checked the dimensional space door in the System Mall, which showed a requirement of 18000 delicious points. That's not too expensive. His mind immediately became active. He had to get it as soon as possible. Dashi was already tired from cooking so much food alone, so he thought about Su Ranran and the others. Leaving Dashi alone to clean up, Su Fan went to the market across the street to buy some chicken, duck, fish meat, and vegetables. He loaded the items into the car and released the old pervert, sharing vision. In the hall, there were only Wang Mei and her daughter, and Su Zhang was nowhere to be seen. He took out the Tiandi bank card, pressing his thumb on the engraved character. This time the bank card did not emit a black ray but silently cracked open a colorless transparent slit. Su Fan wrote a note, "Ranran, give me the full house renovation card." Su Ranran was sitting behind the window observing the outside through the curtain's gap. Suddenly a note appeared in front of her. She glanced at it, handed the crystal core gun to Wang Mei, and then sent the now pure white renovation card through the almost invisible crack. Strange, how did this crack change? It must be Grandpa who made it like this to make the transfer more discreet. Grandpa is really impressive. Su Ranran, Grandpa, did I break this card? Su Fan, it's not broken, it's just like this. As long as you recharge it, you can use it again next time. Su Fan transmitted the newly purchased paper money and ingredients. Su Ranran received it into the space. Su Ranran, Grandpa, we will definitely burn more paper money for Su Fan. Ranran, don't just store the ingredients for you, you need to sell them. Sell the cooked meals quickly too. It doesn't have to be a restaurant right now, setting up a small stall is fine. Su Ranran, okay, I understand. Grandpa, I have good news for you. We exchanged medicine for 2 awakening crystals. Now Dad is awakening his abilities, and once Mom awakens too, we will be a small team of ability users. We won't be afraid to go out and set up a stall. Su Fan, good. The two chatted for a while, and under Wang Mei's reminder, Su Ranran realized that it had been more than 10 minutes and the crack showed no signs of closing. Su Ranran, Grandpa, what's going on? Su Fan, don't be afraid. From now on, this crack can be opened and closed at any time without restrictions. If you have anything on your side that needs strengthening, you can bring it to me, but each category can only strengthen 1 item, so think it over. And there's the crystal gun, which is more than 10 times powerful. Luckily, the awakening crystal cannot be further strengthened, otherwise it would be regrettable. They plan to use the crystal gun for self-defense and won't strengthen it for now. Su Ranran looked at the other items and took off the communication wristwatch to transmit it. Su Ranran, Grandpa, please help me strengthen this first. The communication wristwatch is basic infrastructure provided to everyone after entering the base used for communication and storing digital currency. The paper currency used before the apocalypse has all been invalidated and the current digital currency has been officially redefined as doomsday currency. 1 doomsday currency exchanges for 1 pound of food. Besides doomsday currency, there's another trading currency, the crystal. An ordinary crystal is worth 100 doomsday currencies, a mutated crystal is worth 1000 doomsday currencies, and an awakening crystal is worth 10000. I wonder what will happen after the communication wristwatch is strengthened. Both mother and daughter were filled with anticipation. In no time the wristwatch was sent back. The appearance had hardly changed. Su Ranran picked up the note that was sent along with it. Communication wristwatch first enhancement, memory increased tenfold, new location function added, can perform real-time location tracking of friends in the contact list. Su Ranran's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean she can know where her parents are at any time in the future?
Not only that. Su Ranran, thank you, Grandpa. The spacetime crack closed and the mother and daughter focused intently for half a day.
Outside of their 2 houses a person in an official guard uniform was patrolling regularly.
Anyone who peered this way would be driven away by him. Apparently he was protecting their safety.
Su Ranran wondered if they were somewhat connected to the authorities now. She had always said she wanted to find a backer, and it seemed there was no greater backer than the authorities.
How wonderful.
Finally, they didn't take such a risk with so many resources for nothing.
Base Leadership Zone 1.
Han Bagua saw a bag full of medicines for treating lung diseases and excitedly patted Tian Zikan's shoulder, saying, "Xiao Tian.
You did well, these are our life-saving medicines." Cough, cough, cough. Tian Zikan's face couldn't hide his joy either.
"Yes, leader, I didn't expect they had so many medicines.
This is simply a pleasant surprise. I can guarantee they must have more. We need to find a way to exchange all of them."
"Really?"
"I think so too."
Han Yuanyang opened a board of medicine for him to take, saying, "Dad, that Su Ranran is a spatial ability user, there must be good stuff left in her space." Seeing her take action so decisively, the remaining medicine in her space must not be less than what we have now.
If that's true, that would be fantastic. It solves our pressing need. Han Bagua waved his hand. "Xiao Tian, go exchange all of it. Let them state any conditions they want."
"I heard they wanted a shop before, but since they didn't have one they exchanged for the villa in Zone E."
"Shall we get them a
Sure." Han Bagua calmed his breath after taking the medicine. "Didn't we just acquire 6,000 pounds of flawless food?
Let's release a batch of that." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Tian Shichen replied.
"Without spatial ability users before and with the weather being unpredictable, food was hard to preserve, resulting in a lot of mold and spoilage, causing significant losses.
Now that we have space, food preservation is no longer an issue. Why rush to release it?"
Han Beogwo's expression turned serious. "Our base's people have had a tough time these past few years, especially during every sandstorm when lives are lost. I received news that just yesterday over a dozen lives were lost in the shanty area. This directly led to the survivors' morale being low there. If this continues, trouble will arise. Let them exchange items for new food to give them some hope, don't let them lose confidence."
"Leaders always think of everyone."
Tian Shichen admired this, but still worried. How long has it been since everyone had flawless rice? If we release it, won't they go crazy? Han Yuanyang suggested from the side, "Why not release a batch of medicines too, distributing them in 2 locations to ease the flow?"
Han Bagua looked at him and nodded in approval. "Go handle it."
"Yes, leader."
Beep beep beep.
Local network message: the revitalized cafeteria has recently received a batch of flawless rice. Survivors from the shanty area and mixed living area are welcome to come and exchange. Regardless of doomsday currency, old grain, or meat from mutated animals, there are opportunities to exchange for white rice, limited to 2 taels per family. A small quantity of medicines will be distributed at the housing management office, with each requiring 50 pounds of food.
Medicines and white rice can only be chosen one or the other.
Upon receiving this news through the communication wristwatch, the survivors in the base went wild, rushing out of their homes. Some headed straight for the revitalized cafeteria while others went to the housing management office. Those coming for medicines were mostly survivors with food and severe coughs, but not everyone could afford the medicine, so most went to the cafeteria.
"Hey. What do you think?
Why did the authorities suddenly release so much flawless rice?
Could it be that the research institute has made new progress?" "Impossible, my co-worker's son works at the research institute and he hasn't heard of any new rice varieties being grown."
"Then where did this rice come from?"
"Surely the authorities wouldn't be trying to deceive us."
"I doubt it. What's their benefit in deceiving us? Let's go take a look. With such a big commotion, it can't be fake. If they dare release false news, I will turn everything upside down."
"Exactly, let's go."
The courageous pioneering team also received the news, and Lao Yan ran to room 402 to ask about the situation. "Captain, the authorities are distributing flawless rice.
Should we go get some?"
"The message clearly states it's for survivors from shanty areas and mixed living areas, so let's not join the crowd."
Lao Yan nodded. Captain, don't you find it strange? Where did the authorities suddenly get so much flawless rice to distribute? Our base has over 5,000 people, and even if we count by families, that would require several thousand pounds of rice, right? Xiao He narrowed his eyes. Could it be them? The face of Su Ranran involuntarily surfaced in his mind. To exchange for the spatial awakening crystal core, they had presented 3000 gene of flawless rice at once. Moreover, they were able to offer vegetables and roast duck. Bringing out a few thousand gene of rice didn't seem so surprising anymore. They surely had extraordinary channels. Cough, cough, cough. Deng Yaqing came up. Xiao Gu, come with me to get the medicine, I feel terrible. Cough, cough. Xiao He glanced at her and then at Li Xiaoxi following behind, saying, Xiaoxi, you go with her. Okay, Captain, Li Xiaoxi replied cheerfully. He was happy, but Deng Yaqing was not having it. No, Xiao Gu, I want you to come with me, I have things to do. We're not going out to fight zombies now. What could you possibly have to do? I just got a few crystal core guns today and I need to teach Xiao Wang and Li Li how to practice shooting. When can they not practice? Just come with me once. I really have no time. Hurry up and go. If you're late you might not get in. Right, Yaqing, let's hurry. If we're late there might not be any left. Li Xiaoxi tugged at her. Seeing Xiao He bowing his head to clean the crystal core gun without looking at her again, Deng Yaqing pouted and stomped her foot in frustration as she went downstairs. Li Xiaoxi quickly followed her down. Yaqing, wait for me, I'll go with you. Deng Yaqing stormed down the stairs, her eyes reddening. Xiaoxi Gu, do you think Xiao Gu is starting to dislike me? How could that be? That's not true. Seeing her like this, Li Xiaoxi felt heartbroken. Look, he won't even go with me to get the medicine. He used to always go with me when I called him. That can't be. I've gone with you a few times, haven't I? Really? Yes, last time I even invited you to eat at the Jinqing canteen. Did you really forget? Seeing him fix his gaze on her, disappointment evident in his eyes, Deng Yaqing coughed twice. Cough, cough. No, I just have been coughing too hard these past 2 days. I couldn't remember for a moment. Xiaoxi Gu, you won't blame me, will you? It's okay, you'll feel better after taking the medicine. Let's hurry up. MHM. When they arrived at the housing management office, there was already a long line outside filled with coughing sounds. They rushed to the front and found Xiao Li. Superpowers came with privileges. Li Xiaoxi stepped forward. Hello, we're here to get the medicine. Xiao Li recognized them and had a deep impression of them. Their exploration team had rented an entire apartment building, and among all the adventurer teams their strength was outstanding. Alright, please register here. Deng Yaqing exchanged 100 gene of food for 2 pills and wanted to exchange more. Xiao Li said, sorry Miss Deng, there's a limit on the quantity, so I can't give you more. We have food, can't you just give me a few more pills? Having food doesn't matter, sorry. No matter how she pleaded, Xiao Li remained steadfastly unmoved. Deng Yaqing glanced at Li Xiaoxi. The latter handed Xiao Li a small piece of mutated animal meat. Brother, did some adventurer team find a large amount of supplies? I heard there's white rice being exchanged over at the Jinqing canteen. Which adventurer team is it? Tell me, we'll find them ourselves to exchange. Xiao Li weighed the mutated meat in his hand and said, I can only tell you that no official adventurer teams have gone out recently. As for whether this batch of medicine and rice was brought back by other adventurer teams, I don't know. Director Tian had sternly warned him that the Su family's offering of so much flawless rice and sweet potatoes must not be leaked. If anything happened to them, they might lose these good things forever. He still remembered clearly about a full meal. After leaving the housing management office, Li Xiaoxi saw Deng Yaqing coughing heavily and quickly took out a bottle of water for her to take the medicine. Seeing the survivors coming and going on the road, many of them were smiling after having eaten white rice. It really is white rice, so soft and fragrant. Yes. I haven't eaten pure white rice for over 4 years. I've dreamed of it and now I can finally eat it. I haven't had it for over 2 years. I miss that taste so much, but it's a pity it's a bit little. Having some is already good. Just think about how many people there are, that's a lot of rice. The government really splurged this time. That's true, I'm very curious when they will splurge again next time. Ha ha ha. You're so sweet. Seeing Deng Yaqing walking towards Area D, Li Xiaoxi mustered his courage and spoke up, Yaqing, should we go to the Jinqing canteen and take a look? What are we going there for? To exchange for white rice. There's 2 tails. Only 2 tails, who can eat that? Not going. Li Xiaoxi instantly drooped his head, muttering, I just wanted to spend a little more time alone with you. Deng Yaqing turned back to look at him. What did you say? Li Xiaoxi hurriedly said nothing. It's nothing. Su Ranran and the others had also received the news that the rice and medicine were all provided by them and they had no need to collect. Originally, to avoid suspicion, they should have gone there as well. However, they had more important matters now. Su Zhong was awakening his powers and they wouldn't leave the house for a step. As night fell after the mother and daughter finished eating, Su Zhong woke up. The two looked at him eagerly. Husband. Dad, how are you? Su Zhong smiled without speaking, looked at the items in the house and went to the kitchen to get a pair of chopsticks. Opening the door, he held the chopsticks in his hand and the yellow bamboo chopsticks visibly transformed into a metallic color at a fast pace.
Su Zhong threw them to the ground. With a thud, the iron chopsticks sank deep into the ground. He nodded in satisfaction and then closed the door. Wang Mei was pleasantly surprised. Wow. Husband, you're amazing. From now on we can actively attack zombies to earn crystal cores. I can finally protect you. Su Zhong clenched his fist, a surge of confidence filling him. Su Ranran said, Dad, your metal ability seems to be even more powerful than Xiaoyi's. Not necessarily, it could be that there are differences in abilities of the same attribute or he is hiding his strength. Su Zhong's expression grew serious. In my opinion it must be the latter. The mother and daughter looked at each other in shock. Xiaoyi seemed harmless and approachable, yet he was hiding so deeply. It was good that they had moved out. Dad, are you hungry? Hurry and eat. Su Ranran took out the food and also handed the fire-type awakening crystal core to Wang Mei, saying, Mom, hurry and awaken your powers. We'll strive to go out and set up a stall by tomorrow morning. I'll wait for good news. Wang Mei went into the room. Set up a stall. Su Zhong was confused. What had happened during his awakening? Su Ranran recounted everything her grandfather had told her. All right, I'll get a small cart out later. Su Zhong took a bite of spicy chicken and another of garlic shrimp, then had a mouthful of white rice. So delicious. Lu Jiazui Restaurant. Even though it was only a little past 6 in the evening, the restaurant was already packed with people. Su Fan closed half of the door, worried about not having enough space, but there were still people waiting outside. He had prepared all the dishes, yet there was no seating for customers, leaving him utterly speechless. Next door, the owner of the Shirji Spicy Hot Pot noticed the long queue and upon looking ahead realized that everyone was there to dine at his establishment. He swayed out and caught a glimpse of Su Fan inside, who was busy serving food. He was the one who had asked if they were transferring the restaurant. With a flick of his eyes he walked in. With a grin he said, Hey little boss, your business is flourishing. Has this restaurant been transferred to you? Su Fan smiled back, Yes, it was transferred a few days ago. What is your surname, little boss? My surname is Su. Oh boss Su, the offer you mentioned this morning, is it still valid? Of course, why wouldn't it be? The owner of Shirji nodded, I can see you genuinely want it, so hey, race the deal, will give you a discount and this restaurant will be transferred to you. Alright, just tell me your price. 1.88 million. How does that sound? It's auspicious. That's too much. Su Fan gathered the dishes in the basin and said calmly. The owner of Shirji gritted his teeth, appearing to go all in, then he'll lower it to 1.66 million. Great fortune and prosperity. It can't go any lower. If it does, I'll be losing my pants. Su Fan served a portion of rice to a customer, nearly bursting into laughter at his words, pointing to the price list posted in front of the cashier. You see, I only sell each portion of rice for just over 10 yuan, capped at 20, selling around 1,000 to 800 a day, and that doesn't even cover costs. If you want over 1 million, I'd need 3 to 4 years to recoup the transfer fee. It would be me losing my pants, right? The big boss took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out and offered it to him. Su Fan waved his hand, I don't smoke, thanks. The owner of Shirji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, exhaling towards him. Then you tell me a price. If it's reasonable, it's yours. My wife and I are preparing to return to our hometown, otherwise we wouldn't let it go. Su Fan fanned away the smoke. 200,000, I'll take that. 200,000. Are you trying to insult me? The owner of Shirji nearly flicked the cigarette, but at his face, one price, 1.2 million. If you agree, I'll go prepare the contract now. I only have 200,000, Su Fan said calmly. Seeing that he wasn't budging, the boss understood he truly didn't intend to buy it and left without a word. Upon exiting and seeing the crowd blocking the door, he couldn't help but shout angrily, Hey! You're all blocking my entrance. How am I supposed to do business? Get out of the way. With his poor attitude, the customers waiting in line also retorted, What's wrong with standing here? This is a pedestrian walkway and we're not blocking your store. You as the boss really don't understand the situation. If you invite people inside to sit, they might be in a good mood and order a bowl of spicy hot pot from you. Wouldn't that bring business? Then come on in. Come, I'll give you a 10 discount. I won't go, the food in your restaurant isn't good. I tried it once and won't eat it again. Hearing her say in front of so many people that his food wasn't good, the owner of Shirji instantly got angry. Stop talking nonsense. My Shirji spicy hot pot is the best on Xuanxi Road. Many college students come from far and wide to eat here. How could it not be good? It wasn't good to begin with. So what? Can't I say it wasn't good? Exactly. Try saying that one more time. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of deliciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of deliciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of deliciousness. A series of stable prompts for 20 points of deliciousness rang out, and Su Fan knew it was because someone was eating the food he sent over on Su Ranran's side.
However, this sound had been going on for quite a while and he didn't know what the situation was. He would ask Ran Ran and the others about it later after work. Suddenly the fortune cat on the cashier's desk waved its hands quickly twice and Su Fan walked over. What's wrong? The old stone ghost said, that guy over there wearing a duckbill hat and black clothes just left without paying. At this moment the entrance was chaotic. Someone was actually trying to take advantage of the confusion. Su Fan hurriedly followed and patted the shoulder of the guy in the duckbill hat. Hey, wait a minute. The man turned back to look at him. What do you want? Did you forget to pay? I did pay. Sorry, but I haven't heard the payment record. Could you please show me your payment confirmation? Why should I show my phone to you? Do you want me to expose my privacy? Not willing to show. You want to eat for free. Su Fan's expression turned unfriendly. The people waiting in line all turned their gaze toward them. The guy in the duckbill hat's veins bulged as he shouted, who's trying to eat for free? You're slandering me. I clearly paid. Your failure to receive payment is none of my concern. You want me to pay twice? No way. With that he tried to make a run for it. Hearing the commotion outside, Dashin came out. Xiao Fan, what's going on? This guy is trying to eat for free. He wants to leave without paying. You're talking nonsense. Then why aren't you willing to show me your payment record? Dashin grabbed the front of the duckbill hat. His tall stature made it look like he was lifting a chick. Do you think we're easy to bully because there are fewer of us? Daring to eat for free? Do you want to ask my fist first? Seeing his massive fist, the guy in the duckbill hat immediately softened. No, it's probably because my phone signal is poor, so I didn't receive it. I can pay again, is that okay? Dashin directly dragged him to the cashier. The guy in the duckbill hat obediently paid the bill. Strangely enough, with so many people crowding around, how did he know he hadn't paid? The stone ghost in the fortune cat laughed silently. Humph, he should know who he is. This is his territory. Who can escape his watchful eye? After seeing him pay, Dashin finally let him go and glanced next door. What are they arguing about? Is someone else trying to eat for free? No, it's just that there are too many people here. Some have queued up to the door of the next shop. That boss is unhappy and is arguing with someone. Dashin turned to look at the packed restaurant, feeling both happy and a bit worried. Xiao Fan, we can't seat everyone. What should we do? Don't worry, I'll think of a way. All right. They had previously agreed that he would handle the internal matters while Xiao Fan managed the external ones, so Dashin didn't dwell on it and returned to the kitchen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of deliciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of deliciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of deliciousness. 17700. 17900. 17990. There were too many messages and the system was lagging, automatically silencing itself. Su Fan was quite pleased to enjoy the quiet as he saw the numbers keep increasing. His blood gradually began to boil. 18100. I can buy treasures now. Outside, the argument continued and Su Fan entered the system mall to exchange for a dimensional door. Please select a placement location. Su Fan scanned the hall and decided to place it in the right corner near the entrance, shielded by a steam rice cabinet, making it not too noticeable. Installation complete. Su Fan looked over. The dimensional door had seamlessly integrated with the wall, almost invisible upon close inspection. Now the customers in the hall were either engrossed in their meals or distracted by the arguing outside. No one noticed the nearly invisible door that had appeared. Please choose the internal scenery for the space. Su Fan pondered for a moment and chose a scene identical to the current hall. Scene set completed. He opened the door a crack and peeked inside, finding the same off-white walls and greenery as in the hall, with 7 sets of tables and chairs arranged just the same. He walked over to the opposite wall where a line of red characters displayed, would you like to expand the space? Not necessary for now. Su Fan chose not to expand and directly opened the door, walking to the food rack. Friends, there is still space inside. All dining customers, please come here to get your food. Still space. Hurry up or it will be taken. Boss, I want this. Boss, I want this shredded potato. I want the stir-fried eggplant, braised pork and kung pao chicken. A flurry of activity ensued and the deliciousness value shot to 665. As all the guests took their seats, Su Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. Next door boss Sure, amidst his shouting, suddenly realized he was alone. The last person he had quarreled with had gone to dine in the adjacent restaurant. Seeing the commotion over there while his side was desolate, his mindset completely collapsed. Are these people blind? My spicy hot pot is so good, why are they all running to eat elsewhere? Haven't they eaten in this lifetime? How rude. And that kid dishing out food asking me about the transfer fee. I offered 2 million and he countered with 200,000. Is he toying with me? Damn it. At 7 o'clock, Su Fan took all the leftover plates from the alternate space and closed the door tightly. What should he say to explain the suddenly appeared room to Deshawn? Xiaoji. I'm here. Reclaim the alternate space door. All right. The alternate space door has been cleaned and reclaimed. A small door icon appeared on the smart butler's screen. Su Fan reached out and tapped and the alternate space door reappeared in its original position. Walking over and opening it, he was surprised to find it spotless as if it had been cleaned. This butler function is quite decent. Xiaoji. I'm here clean the hall. Master, you need to purchase a vacuum robot in the system shop first, Su Fan. So only the alternate space is your true child. Well, that's fine. Aside from having an extra hall during mealtime, nothing else has changed. After work, Su Fan went to check the nearby milk tea shop. Business was good here and he tentatively asked a few questions, but the other party had no intention of transferring. He circled around to the back of the restaurant and discovered a row of warehouses. He called Lu Ying's father. Uncle Lu, do you know whose warehouse is behind the Lu Jiazui restaurant? Behind the Lu Jiazui restaurant. Uncle Lu pondered for a moment and said it seems to be under an old friend's name. Why? I want to rent the warehouse here, can you refer me to someone? Wait a moment. Okay. 10 minutes later, Uncle Lu called back. Xiao Su, I've spoken to someone, he will move the goods tonight and you can pick up the keys tomorrow morning. Alright, thank you Uncle Lu. Haha, let's not be so polite between us. Su Fan went home and drank the medicine that Aunt Jo had brewed. It was a bit bitter, but he truly felt no pain. Dr. Ghost's medical skills are really quite good. The packaging machine arrived. Tonight he would package the super potions. He took a tray and moved the supper Aunt Jo had made over to the warehouse. The little ghosts lined up waiting. Nana Daba, the gossiping woman, Dr. Ghost plus the old pervert and a few others, totaling 10 ghosts. What a grand setup. Su Fan distributed the food. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of deliciousness. Ha. They haven't even finished eating. How is their deliciousness value? Moreover, the points were different. Su Fan glanced at the food in front of him and an idea struck him. He picked up a fried egg for Dr. Ghost. Thank you, sir. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of deliciousness. Sir, this egg is really delicious. It's unlike anything I've tasted in decades. Nana chimed in, yeah, I just had some and it really is different. Su Fan understood this was an egg cooked from Aunt Jo's delicious old hen. He had only eaten 2 himself. Next time he would save some for himself. The newly arrived big-bellied ghost finished his meal and patted his belly in satisfaction. I don't have any ghost money, but my family is wealthy. I can pay monthly or yearly. Here, you can go fetch the money with me. Even a mosquito is neat. Su Fan instructed Nana to have them write an IOU. There would surely be a time when it would be needed. He took the big-bellied ghost and drove the soul chariot to the designated location. It was in a nearby neighborhood. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Hello, I am Mr. Kiangsis representative. The door was opened by a girl in her 20s looking very beautiful, the kind that stunned at first glance. The big-bellied ghost said, this is my financial advisor Yi Zi. Hello Miss Yi, I am Mr. Kiangsis representative. He sent me to take over his assets. Yi Zi had her hair tied up with fair skin revealing a perfect swan neck. Beads of sweat appeared on her collarbone, evidently she had just been exercising. She wore a cropped stretchy sports top that revealed a slim waist, her lower half clad in hot pants, her shaped curves flowing beautifully. This perfect waist-to-hip ratio looked somewhat familiar. Ha! Su Fan took a closer look at her long legs. Isn't she the girl I saw when the old pervert showcased the vision sharing last time? Cough cough. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. Yi Zi wiped her sweat with a towel. Who are you? I haven't seen you before. My name is Su Fan. Mr. Qianxi sent me. He passed away 6 months ago and now you're here to take over his assets. How do I know you're not a scammer? Su Fan turned to the big-bellied ghost. What proof do you have of your identity? Is there a secret code between you two that you would know it's you? The big-bellied ghost stared at her. Dear Yi Zi, my sweetheart, my little treasure. Su Fan suppressed the goosebumps and repeated this nauseating phrase. Yi Zi glared, closed the door and shouted, get lost. Su Fan rolled his eyes. Hurry up and change it, she doesn't recognize you. Yi Zi, you can't be like this, I've only said that to you. Are you sure the money will still be available once it's in her hands? Why wouldn't it be available? I entrusted her with my finances, not gifting it to her. I can't just die and this money belongs to her. That's worse than a scam. How much did you give her for financial management? When? On May 20th last year, over 10 million. My wife even quarreled with me over this. Damn, that's a lot of money, I can't let it slip away. Su Fan knocked on the door. Hey Yi Zi, Mr. Qianxi said you have a triangular birthmark on your butt. When did I say that? Qianxi was dumbfounded. Don't mind that. With a click the door opened and Yi Zi looked at him. What did you say? I said that, just tell me if you have it or not. I'm asking how you know. This sensitive position made Yi Zi's face turn red. It was unclear whether it was from embarrassment or anger.
She looked at Su Fan with watery eyes as if she had been bullied. Su Fan rubbed his nose. Mr.
Xianxi told me. How would he know?
She knew that guy had always had his eyes on her. Could it be that after he died he became a ghost and secretly visited her? Seeing her expression, the big-bellied ghost realized Su Fan was right and quickly asked, how did you know she had a birthmark there?
Such a hidden place, you. You don't need to know that I have my methods. As he muttered to himself, Yi Zi looked at him suspiciously. Who are you talking? Mr.
Changshi, she murmured, her face pale with fear.
Su Fan smiled. I'm only joking. Are you really his appointed representative?
Of course, no deception. He said he left 10 million with you to manage on a special day.
What day? 520.
Yi Zi parted her lips.
Come in.
Su Fan followed. A delicate fragrance filled the air, faint and pleasing. The woman's boudoir was bathed in soft pink tones. Several plush toys lay scattered on the sofa. The room was tidy, no men's slippers at the door, and a yoga mat was spread on the floor.
She must have been doing yoga just now.
No wonder her figure was so well kept.
Yi Zi stepped into the bedroom, slipped a skirt over her training clothes, and brought out a bank card. The pin is his birthday.
There's also a safe. I don't know its code.
What's the pin? Su Fan asked the pot-bellied man. 952,777.
Just say everything inside was left to her. Su Fan repeated 952,777. Yi Zi, half in doubt, entered and shortly returned with a bundle of items: property deeds, the vehicle registration book, jewelry, gold bars, and cash.
It was quite a lot. It's all here.
Take it. This is what Mr.
Changshi left for you. No need. This house alone is enough for me. The pot-bellied man stood nearby, visibly proud. See? My judgment was right.
I entrusted these things to her because she isn't greedy.
Not greedy, is she? Does she fancy you then?
Adore your big belly.
Your thick neck. Or perhaps your intoxicating scent. You're going too far. Yi Zi flinched. Who are you talking to? No one, he replied. I have a habit of talking to myself. Ignore it. Su Fan took the bank card.
I'll take this, leave the rest. I told you to take it. I don't want his things. Oh ho, the little temptress doesn't want his things. Then have the courage to get out of this house. A middle-aged woman with curly hair entered, staring at her with contempt. Yi Zi's face darkened. Ashamed and indignant, she retorted, I deserve this house. Why should I move out? Do you think your measly body is worth so much? Let me tell you, this is our marital property. Even if he wrote it to you in his own hand, it doesn't count. It wasn't a gift, it was my payment for managing his funds.
Pa!
Managing funds and getting a house, what nonsense. The curly-haired woman was about to continue when the pot-bellied man signaled Su Fan to shut her up. Su Fan barked, shut up. The curly-haired woman glared.
Who are you to tell me to be quiet? I am Mr.
Chang Zai's appointed representative.
Another representative.
She sized him up, then looked at Yi Zi with a sudden expression of realization and clicked her tongue.
You aren't that temptress-kept man, are you? Shameless, spending my husband's money on a younger lover.
Don't talk rubbish, I don't even know him.
Yi Zi was furious.
For months, the curly-haired woman had been acting as a grieving widow, trying to reclaim the assets Changshi had left under her care. They wanted to evict her, an endless annoyance.
Get my wife out of here, someone insisted. How am I supposed to do that?
What flaws does she have?
Su Fan asked.
Flaws? Plenty. She snores and grinds her teeth. She's a terrible cook and loves to nag. She smacks her lips when she eats. I mean, something that would make her recoil in fear or dread.
Who asked you to list those?
Oh, she's afraid of ghosts. Watching him mutter, the curly-haired woman treated him like a madman and prepared to gloat at Yi Zi with a smug look. Su Fan produced from his pocket a small bird that gleamed with a metallic sheen. It chirped. When the curly-haired woman met its eyes, she felt as if she had been stripped bare. A coldness ran through her body. She wrapped her arms around herself and stepped back, staring at the bird with glazed eyes. What kind of cursed thing is that? Her instincts were sharp. This truly felt supernatural.
It's nothing, just an ordinary little bird.
Su Fan cradled the bronze bird in his hand, deliberately angling it so its gaze swept from her crown to her soles.
It chirped. The curly-haired woman was overcome by icy dread.
A ghost, she shrieked, clutching her head and running out. She tried the elevator, pressing the buttons in vain, then hurried for the stairs. Thump, 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 the sound of her fleeing steps made one's scalp prickle. Soon there were sounds of footsteps descending behind her, so it seemed no one had been hurt. Seeing her pitiable flight, Yi Zi looked at the bird in Su Fan's hand in confusion. What was so terrifying about it?
Mr.
Su, what is that?
My little bird, he said. Would you like to touch it?
It has a pleasant texture. Why does it have no feathers?
The tiny bird was exquisite, its body smooth and glossy. Nonsense, doesn't it have feathers on its head and tail? It even has wings.
Su Fan wasn't about to let anyone handle his treasure. As she reached out, he slipped the bronze bird back into his pocket. Yi Zi reluctantly withdrew her gaze.
What did you do to that woman?
How did you scare her like that? I merely showed her a trinket. Perhaps she felt ashamed. Su Fan protested his innocence.
All right, I'm off.
Take those things away too, Yi Zi said, pointing to the gold bars. I told you, they were left to you by Changxi.
No need. Yi Zi replied loudly. Didn't you see that woman earlier? She comes by every few days demanding these things back. Mr.
Changxi said while he was alive that none of this was to be given to anyone. Now that the safe is open and the assets are in your hands, I don't plan to live here anymore, so she won't have a reason to pester me each day.
Su Fan looked at the pot-bellied man. You didn't draft a will or anything. Your wife's antics are intolerable.
It happened suddenly. I never expected I'd kick the bucket so soon. Who writes that sort of thing unless they're about to die? Besides, there is a house and a car the company sits in her name. She won't go hungry. He spoke with a touch of grievance. I've been dead so long and she hasn't even burned paper money for me. She let me go hungry and cold, left me without a place to stay. I had meant to keep that 10 million for myself.
If neither of you want them, I'll handle it.
Su Fan rifled through the documents and suggested to Yi Zi, why not sell these and use the proceeds to buy some funds to manage instead? Yi Zi considered it and nodded. Another income stream would help.
Let's add each other on WeChat so I can report updates to you. A pretty woman adding him on WeChat, nothing to it.
The elevator arrived and Su Fan left. The pot-bellied man floated up to him.
Tell me, how did you know about Yi Zi's birthmark? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Su Fan replied. Fine, I won't ask that.
Then tell me, how is there a person living inside your little bird?
Could I live in there?
If one could stay close to him like that, meals would come at one's back and call, wouldn't they? Su Fan glanced at him. He can share my vision. What can you do?
I have 10 million. Isn't that enough to live on?
Can you afford 100,000 a day?
So expensive.
Stay if you want. Do you think I enjoy carrying a ghost around all day? This price rivals that of a 5-star hotel, and the big belly remained silent.
Su Fan went down to find an ATM, entered his password and checked his balance, 13.5 million. Well, enough for this guy to eat for a lifetime.
However, he underestimated the big bella's appetite. He said, tomorrow I want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall from Tianpin Xian, the day after I want to eat golden abalone from Hai Tai restaurant, and the day after that I want to eat salmon sushi from Yuja private kitchen.
Su Fan handed him the card. Here you go, eat by yourself.
You spoiled him. Seeing his straightforwardness, Changxi knew he was not one of his previous employees who obeyed him blindly and quickly apologized. No, I was wrong.
What was wrong? I shouldn't have ordered. From now on, whatever you do, we'll eat it. That's more like it.
Su Fan then twisted his neck and took back the card, thinking, you still can't get away from me. Back home, Su Fan glanced at his phone. Someone added him as a WeChat friend.
The note was Lu Ying and he clicked to agree.
Lu Ying, brother Su, business seems to be doing well recently.
Su Fan, not bad, isn't it, because your shop location is good.
Lu Ying, that also depends on whether you can handle it. I was thinking of coming to Mucha Meal, but I saw you were too busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Su Fan, there are indeed more people these days.
How have you been? No adverse reactions.
Lu Ying, no, quite well, and I've regained some memories.
Su Fan, really? Have your family members come looking for you?
Lu Ying, no, I'm puzzled. They've been missing for several days and no one has come looking for me. Although I don't want to leave home, it feels strange that no one is looking for me, so I hired a private detective to investigate.
Su Fan, how did it go?
Lu Ying, this younger sister, her mother passed away when she was very young and then her father married another woman. The stepmother wasn't good to her as they also had children and the focus was entirely on that side. Lu Ying, after she became an adult, she moved out, and whether she's alive or dead, her family has not inquired about her again. Su Fan, this situation is somewhat better than expected. At least your parents don't have to compete with others for a daughter.
Congratulations, Ying Ying, on your new lease on life. Lu Ying, thank you, brother Su. My parents and I are going to travel. I'll send you photos. Su Fan, great, have fun. Lu Ying.
Putting down her phone, Su Fan unpacked the packing machine, checked the instructions, and began to package the medicine. The medicine boiled by Mother Joe amounted to about 400 pounds and he packed nearly 1,000 bags. This is an ultra-strong medicine. This category's unique strengthening effect has been dedicated to it.
Just in case, Su Fan kept 100 bags in storage for emergencies. The rest was sent to Su Ranran.
Su Ranran, Grandpa, is this the same kind of medicine you sent us last time? Su Fan, yes, this is a special medicine for treating lung diseases packaged by me. Based on your current drug prices, it should be at least 10 times more expensive. Sell it wisely as there's only this much and once it's gone, it's gone.
Su Ranran, got it, Grandpa.
Is your packing machine available for us to use?
If possible, could you get us some water?
The mineral water you bought before is too extravagant, just regular tap water would be fine or even clean stream water if necessary. Su Fan, are you planning to package and sell water? Su Ranran, yes grandpa, we are really short on water here. Su Fan immediately went to fill the water storage barrels which were originally intended for vegetables with water from the faucet. Su Ranran happily packaged the water. This packing machine is semi-automatic and doesn't require much supervision. After she finished, she put rice in both pots to steam. After steaming one pot, she stored it in the space and steamed another pot. She also prepared some vegetables as grandpa said they should hurry to sell the items and must be anxious. If they get everything ready, they can sell it tomorrow morning. Su Zhong made a cabinet-style trolley out of wooden boards and then used his ability to metallize it. After testing, it ran smoothly. Having abilities is indeed convenient. After that, he and Su Ranran cooked together. After becoming an ability user, their physical fitness greatly improved. Even losing 2 hours of sleep didn't affect them and they worked until late. Before dawn, Wang Mei woke up and saw a lot of semi-finished products prepared by the father and daughter in the kitchen, decisively taking over to cook. Stir-fried asparagus with wood ear mushrooms, onions scrambled with eggs, spicy stir-fried shredded pork, spicy rice cakes, potato slices, and spicy stir-fried meat. The aroma woke Su Zhong and Su Ranran. The two of them packed the cooked dishes into takeout boxes. Until daylight broke, the three pushed the trolley to the market. The trolley only carried a small number of takeout boxes. Most were stored in Su Ranran's space. Even the aroma from this small amount of food was quite alluring. The delicious smell was worlds apart from the meals in the apocalypse. Before they even arrived, dozens of people were already following and watching. Is this white rice? And fried rice cakes? Is that spicy stir-fried meat? Brother, how much are you selling this for? A man asked. 20 apocalypse coins per serving, Su Zhong said. That expensive? 20 apocalypse coins can buy 20 pounds of food. Su Zhong picked up a box of rice to showcase it. Look closely, brother, this is white rice. Do you see the meat inside? It's made from fresh pork, not that sour and stinky meat from mutated animals. It's fragrant. There are also beans and vegetables to supplement vitamins and proteins, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, and for such a large box, selling for 20 apocalypse coins is already very reasonable. The man knew the value of these meals but was merely bargaining. Seeing more and more people gather around, he quickly said, all right, give me one. Su Ranran spoke, sorry, but before purchasing our meals you need to add us as contacts, pay first and then you can receive the food. What's the reasoning behind that? Although it wouldn't harm them, this requirement seemed quite strange. Su Ranran explained, this stall is here for the first time today and we're not sure when we'll come again. I'll create a group for customers interested in buying meals and I'll notify you in the group when we'll set up again. This little girl has quite a business mind. This is indeed convenient. Come on, add me. Once the door opened, it became much smoother and everyone started taking action. The takeout boxes on the cart sold out quickly and Su Ranran took out 20 more from the space. Everyone who ate praised it endlessly. In the apocalypse, enjoying such food is not merely about filling the stomach, it's a kind of enjoyment. Who would have thought that in the apocalypse one could eat such food? 20 apocalypse coins, this price is indeed not expensive. Soon news of delicious meals for sale spread through communication wristbands. Apart from teams leaving the base to kill zombies or scavenge, the survivors left behind in the base flocked over here. Just yesterday we had white rice at the revitalization cafeteria and today someone is selling white rice again. Could it be that people from other bases have come to rescue us? That seems unlikely. A sandstorm just erupted a couple of days ago. They couldn't possibly come out in this weather. I haven't heard of anyone from other bases coming here either. Ah. Who cares? As long as there's food, I heard the dishes are delicious. Let's hurry. 20 apocalypse coins for a portion that's even more expensive than at the base. I want to see what they are selling. The valiant exploration team also received the news and everyone came out this time. He was tall and from a distance he saw that the sellers were the 3 members of the Su family. Instead of feeling surprised, he felt a sense of relief as if it was meant to be. Surrounded by people, it was almost impossible for an average person to squeeze in. Deng Yaqing clutched his arm and pushed her way in. Xiao, go, hurry up. With so many people, if we don't move faster there won't be any left. Xiao, he looked at the red figure in the center of the crowd, unconsciously following her inward. His tall and strong physique coupled with his abilities allowed him to quickly squeeze in. Boss, he'll take all of this. Deng Yaqing's eyes were fixed on the dishes in the cart. She could already smell the delicious aroma. There was spicy stir-fried meat, sour and spicy shredded potatoes and white rice, all looking appetizing. It was nothing like the black mush served at the revitalization cafeteria, which was unappetizing. With both color and fragrance present, the taste was undoubtedly excellent. To buy food here you need to add friends first, then pay before you can eat, Su Ranran said. Hearing a familiar voice, Deng Yaqing suddenly felt uneasy and looked up to find it was indeed her. The light in her eyes dimmed instantly and her mood plummeted. Why is it you? Why can't it be me? To buy food here you have to pay and add to the contact list. Do you want to buy it?
Deng Yacheng frowned. Pay is fine, but why add to the contact list? If you don't, the next person please. Do you want to? Su Wanran looked at Xiao He beside her. Xiao He extended his wrist and Su Wanran glanced at him before reaching for her own wristwatch. With a snap, her arm was pushed away by Deng Yacheng. Xiao Gu, don't add her. Who sells lunchboxes and asks to add to the contact list? She's clearly up to no good. If you don't add her, I will. A skinny old man who was squeezed behind them said, little girl, add me. Yeah, if you don't add, move aside, we are still waiting to buy food. People from behind squeezed forward, pushing Deng Yacheng out. Deng Yacheng reached out to pull Xiao He but saw that the two had already added each other. Xiao He glanced at her and turned back. Miss Su will take 20 portions, thank you. Sorry Captain Xiao, it's 1 portion per person only. Alright, 1 portion then. Before leaving he tapped his wristwatch. See you later. Xiao He squeezed out of the crowd and squatted down to eat by the street. Indeed, all the ingredients were fresh. Their channels had directly surpassed the official ones, powerful to an absurd degree. Deng Yacheng came over, annoyed by his earlier actions. Xiao Gu, don't you realize there's something off about that woman? Why do we need to add her? Xiao He, not looking up, replied while eating, as long as there's good food, what's the problem? I actually hope there are more problematic people like her, then we wouldn't be struggling to survive so much. Deng Yacheng glanced at the group of emaciated survivors crammed together over their tattered clothes. Suddenly she felt he had a point, leaving her speechless. Old Yen also managed to grab a box and came over to eat together. Captain, this taste is really not bad, just like before the apocalypse. Xiao He nodded silently. It really was the same. The food was rich and greasy, and the amount of salt needed to prepare so many dishes was not a small sum. Just a few days ago they had traded food for salt, and now it seemed like they lacked nothing. It was unimaginable what kind of existence was behind this. As soon as the lunchbox was in his hands, Li Xiaoxi couldn't wait to take a couple of bites. He came over and noticed Deng Yacheng hadn't eaten, hurriedly asking, Yacheng, didn't you buy any? No. That woman wants to add to the contact list. I don't want to add her. If you don't add her, she won't give you food. Li Xiaoxi ate 2 more bites, then leaned in closer, his cheeks puffed up. Come on, let's eat together. The aroma of the food invaded her nostrils aggressively, and Deng Yacheng swallowed hard. But the bowl of rice had already been eaten by him, and the plastic spoon was covered in his saliva, making her feel a bit disgusted. No need, I'll go buy it myself. She had treated the other person coldly before, and now to approach him, Deng Yacheng, no matter how thick-skinned she was, felt a bit shy. Seeing that everything at their stall was sold out and they were preparing to pack up and leave, she reluctantly moved over. Hey, is there any left? Give me a portion. Su Wanran glanced at her and no grudges extended her wristwatch. Deng Yacheng gritted her teeth in frustration but had no choice but to add her and pay. Only then did Su Wanran take out a portion of tomato and egg rice from her space to give to her. The people nearby who were about to disperse quickly surrounded them again. You just said there was none left, how come you pulled out another portion? You have space, so there must be more. Hurry up, there are still so many of us who haven't eaten. Yeah, we wanted to. Why is she getting it and not us? The crowd began to clamor and someone even reached out to pull Su Wanran. Boom. Suddenly a large fireball appeared, startling the crowd, who backed away several steps. Wang Mei, exuding an immense aura, shouted, I said there isn't any. I advise you to behave yourselves. If you provoke me, no one will get to eat tomorrow. Both of these women were actually ability users. The crowd was stunned. Seeing their unwillingness to leave yet afraid to provoke them, Su Wanran stepped forward and said, those who haven't eaten don't need to panic. I still have water here, half a gene per bag, 2 apocalypse coins for 2 bags. Limited quantity, those who have gotten food should temporarily not buy water. Why? We want water too. We want water. Don't shout. As the crowd began to stir again, Su Zhong picked up a wooden stake from the ground and held it high. The crowd, confused, looked up. They saw the wooden stake changing into a metallic color at a visible speed. With a clang, the sound of metal striking. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. They were dealing with a metal ability user. 3 ability users, 2 of whom were aggressive. They weren't to be provoked. Ahem. Forget it, their rules are their rules. We've eaten, we're satisfied, let's leave first. Let's go, well, come back tomorrow. Those who had eaten left, while those who hadn't began lining up to add to the contact list, make payments, and buy water. From a distance, after having finished eating, Xiao He shifted his gaze from Su Wanran to Wang Mei beside her and finally settled on Su. All 3 had awakened their abilities. Interesting. The flawless rice suddenly appearing from the official channels was indeed what they were selling, an undeniable fact. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 deliciousness points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 deliciousness points. Su Fan was awakened by a series of delightful notifications about delicious values being credited. He activated the vision sharing with the old lecturer and saw Su Ranran and the others thriving in business, which greatly improved his mood. There was no need to ask about the soaring delicious values from yesterday, it must be related to them.
After having breakfast he went to the market and bought tomatoes, potatoes, cauliflower, cabbage, chili peppers, radishes, pork, eggs, green onions, ginger, garlic and other easy-to-handle ingredients. After all, there were only 3 of them and preparing so many boxed meals was quite laborious. He bought the ingredients and loaded them into the car, storing them in his space. He then went to buy 10 large rice cookers, over 20 large stainless steel barrels and bowls for transportation, as well as takeout boxes and other utensils. He also purchased kitchen tools like knives, cutting boards, peelers, graters and meat grinders. Seeing them return home, all the items were teleported over. Upon arriving at the restaurant's back storage, Old Ma was already waiting. After confirming his identity, Old Ma handed him the keys. "Uncle Ma, I want to break through the back wall of this storage to connect it with the front shop. Do you agree? Break through the wall." Old Ma was taken aback. "Old Lu didn't mention this to me." "Yes, rest assured, if we ever stop renting I will restore it to its original state. We can sign a contract for that. I will compensate tenfold for any damages." "Haha, all right. We're friends." Old Ma laughed heartily. Su Fan entered the shop. Although Deshawn was busy, he was handling all the ingredients in an orderly manner. Su Fan was moved and silently chanted for extraction. Deducting 100 points of delicious value. Skill extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 2 chef card. The white card bore the image of a kitchen knife. Su Fan smirked and sent it to Su Ranran along with a note: "This chef card can be used once a day, so the 3 of you can take turns each using it for 1 day and then returning it to me." Chef card. Su Ranran, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, saw this and used it directly. Instantly, various methods and techniques for selecting, cutting and cooking vegetables flowed into her mind. She picked up a potato, peeled it and washed it clean. Tap tap tap. She first cut the large potato into evenly thick slices, then pressed the slices flat. After a moment, the uniform potato strips with small square cross-sections were ready. Su Ranran picked up a few to examine, amazed that this far exceeded her own cutting skills. She exclaimed in delight, "Mom, look at the potato strips I cut. What's so great about potato strips?" Wang Mei glanced over, then suddenly moved closer for a detailed look, astonished. "Wow. Potato. Ranran, how did you get so skilled at cutting vegetables? Even Mom can't cut this well." Hubby looked quickly at the potato strips Ranran made. Su Zhong was puzzled. Yesterday the vegetables were still cut into big chunks. How did she improve so much in just 1 day? "How is that possible, Dad?" "It's a treasure that Grandpa sent." Su Ranran showed the note to both of them. After reading its contents, Wang Mei was eager to try it out. "So using this card makes such a difference." "Alright, you can use it tomorrow and I'll use it the day after," Su Zhong said. Everyone wanted to try becoming a chef directly. Su Ranran stored the card back in her space and confidently declared, "Dad, Mom, help me out. Chef Su is about to showcase my skills." "Ha ha ha. Sure sure. Chef Su, we will assist you." Su Zhong and Wang Mei exchanged smiles. They helped by washing vegetables, peeling and passing bowls. After preparing the dishes, they took the cooked food to the living room for packaging. "Honey, I feel that packaging them one by one is too time-consuming and just throwing them away after eating wastes the takeout boxes. We should really get a shop when we have the chance. But dear, if we don't use takeout boxes we'll have to wash the dishes ourselves. Washing hundreds or even thousands of plates a day would be a bigger workload than packaging meals." Wang Mei thought for a moment and said, "Then let them bring their own bowls and chopsticks." "Good idea. Ha ha ha. Ding dong." As they were busy in the hall they heard someone ring the doorbell. Su Zhong put down his work and checked through the peephole. It was Tian Shichen again, along with Han Yuanyang, who had delivered the awakening crystal core the other day. "Director Tian, is there something you need?" "Boss Su, I have good news to share with you," Tian Shichen said from outside. Wang Mei also walked over, exchanging glances with Su Zhong. They no longer needed the awakening crystal core, so what good news could there be? However, they didn't need to be overly cautious now. All 3 were ability users and being overly careful would only put them at a disadvantage. Su Zhong opened the door and the 2 stepped inside. Cough cough. Tian Shichen smelled the aroma of chili and coughed a couple of times, saying, "It smells great. Boss Su, are you cooking? Is it spicy stir-fried meat?" Han Yuanyang's mouth watered as he leaned in to look, only to be met with a closed door. Su Zhong glanced at him and then turned to Tian Shichen. "Yes, but I'm curious what good news Director Tian has brought us." Tian Shichen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "So yesterday you received your medicine right. The higher-ups are very pleased and said you made a significant contribution to the base and they specifically wanted to reward you." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Tian Shichen took out a key and said, "Didn't you want to rent a shop? Here it is, shop no. 1, on Commercial Street." They actually rewarded them with a shop. Wang Mei happily accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Director Tian. We'll gladly accept it." Su Zhong looked around and thought it was great they wouldn't be surrounded anymore.
Beside them Han Yuanyang sniffed and said, "Auntie, I heard you went to the market this morning to sell boxed meals. I arrived late and couldn't buy any. Can you sell us a few?" Tian Shichen looked at them with anticipation as well. "Sorry, today's boxed meals are sold out. Just in time for you to bring us the shop. Tomorrow we will sell from the shop. Don't worry, even if you come late I'll save a few for you." Han Yuanyang wanted to say, "Aren't you cooking right now? Can I join you for a meal?" Inside, Su Ranran clanged the frying spoon against the pot, making a loud noise as she called out, "Mom! We're out of green onions." Coming. Wang Mei entered. Han Yuanyang seized the chance to peek inside and his eyes immediately lit up. Tian Shichen was right, their house was indeed exquisitely decorated. "Boss Su, may I ask which renovation team you hired? Can you recommend them to me? My house needs some renovation too." Su Zhong glanced at him, recalling Su Fan's full house renovation card, and smiled slightly. "I can, but it's quite expensive, and this renovation team has a quirky personality. They renovate based on their mood and might not adhere to your desired style." "That's fine. My house is still bare. Just do it however you want, as long as it doesn't look like a war-torn style I can accept it." "Alright, if they actually make it look like a war zone I will have them redo it, but a full house renovation requires 10 mutated crystal cores. Can you accept that? 10 mutated crystal cores. That price is indeed quite high." Han Yuanyang and Tian Shichen exchanged glances, but in the end they agreed. Su Zhong didn't expect them to accept such terms. Now that they couldn't back out, he asked, "What's the address of your house? Let me note it down." Han Yuanyang pointed to the side and said, "It's the building right next to yours. Next door." Su Zhong looked at Tian Shichen, who nodded in agreement. As long as he didn't stay around as a supervisor, it would be very convenient for them to operate. Han Yuanyang handed over 10 mutated crystal cores. Mutated crystal cores carry attributes, and when used by ability users of the same attribute they can gradually enhance their powers. Su Zhong smiled as he took the documents, entering the house to discuss the matter with the mother and daughter. He gave the only opportunity to enhance the crystal core to Su Ranan, and from now on all the spatial crystal cores they obtained would be sent to him first. After 3 hours of busyness, Master Su began to savor his lunch. Spicy stir-fried meat, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, cauliflower stir-fried with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Wow. Yes, Wang Mei nodded after tasting the food. The timing is just right and the taste is pretty good, almost comparable to what we had in restaurants. Ranan, remember to use it for me tomorrow. Don't secretly use it all yourself. He. Got it, Mom. The three of them dug into their meals. It's hard to tell whether it was the abundance of supplies that lifted their spirits or the fact that they had become enhanced individuals, but their appetites had greatly increased. Now the amount they eat in one meal is enough for them to last 2 to 3 days before. Eating enough gives them the energy to work. After lunch, Su Ranan stayed home to cook while Su Zhong and Wang Mei went to check on their shop, preparing to open it the next morning. Using the key to open the door of shop No. 1, they found it had been tidied up, empty and bare. The two immediately decided to buy some tables and chairs. "Honey, I remember that this shop used to belong to Old Lee's family. Why did it get reclaimed by the authorities?" "Their family had many assets, so the authorities probably exchanged something for it." "You mean, why did the authorities give us the shop? Just because we sold a few boxes of medicine?" Su Zhong pondered for a moment before slowly replying that should be one of the reasons. After all, medicine is currently scarce and food is also insufficient. Being able to produce so many items, we are probably one of a kind. Moreover, they are still probing us, trying to ascertain our strength. "What do you mean?" "Just think about it. Using 10 mutated crystal cores to exchange for an unknown renovation, could an ordinary person do that?" "Ah." Wang Mei was surprised. "Since you know they are probing us, why agree? If we let them renovate, won't it expose us?" "It's fine. When Tian Shichen came last time, he already saw our place. That was already a leak. Otherwise, why do you think Han Yuanyang directly approached us for the renovation? Even if they haven't suspected that we did the renovation ourselves, they at least believe we know a team that can handle renovations in a short time. But is it really good for them to know that we can renovate at the press of a button?" Wang Mei couldn't help but worry. "There's nothing wrong. The stronger we are, the closer they will want to cooperate with us. Moreover, now that our whole family are enhanced individuals, we are a significant force against zombies. From any perspective, they will only want to ally with us, not turn against us." Hearing him say this, Wang Mei finally felt relieved. From the bustling activity in the morning, it was clear that the number of people coming to the shop to eat would not be small, and it was impossible for everyone to sit and eat. The two bought only 2 sets of tables and chairs and a large workstation. They also bought several large wooden boards to use as dividers and door panels. Dividing the shop into 2 sections and creating a window, they could cook inside while customers ate outside, ensuring that the number of people wouldn't affect them.
People in the market recognized them as the owners of the lunchboxes from the morning and asked when they would come back again. Upon learning they were opening a restaurant, they immediately helped carry the tables, chairs, and wooden boards into the shop. The two smiled in thanks and informed them of the opening time the next morning. Everyone was very happy. "Boss Sue, since you've opened the shop, does it mean you'll be coming every day to sell lunchboxes?" Su Zhong nodded. "Unless something unexpected happens, we should be here every day." "Then you absolutely must not have any accidents." Yes. Just stay at the base and don't go anywhere. If you need anything, just let us know and we'll help you out. As long as a meal is offered as payment, we're good with anything." "Yes, as long as you provide us with meals, we're willing to help with anything." Seeing them regain some spirit and looking eager to help, Su Zhong couldn't help but smile. "All right, I'll call you when there's work to be done." Thank you. Jia Rong Community. The continuously increasing delicious value made Su Fan feel rich, finally achieving freedom with delicious values. Now, besides his bank card, he could freely enhance other things. His gaze focused on the double-door refrigerator at home. Previously, the function of plugging it in for 5 minutes to preserve food for a month felt particularly lackluster. Now, with surplus delicious values in hand, he could perform a second enhancement on it. Enhance. Deducting 1000 delicious values, energy-saving refrigerator enhancing. Enhancement completed. Super energy-saving refrigerator newly added, rapid low-temperature freezing effect, ice block strength increased by 10 times. Su Fan scratched his head, wondering if this is a better ice maker. Let's test its effectiveness. He took a sealed box from the kitchen cabinet, filled it with water, and prepared to put it in the freezer. Upon opening the door, he saw the freezer was packed with fatty pork ribs, pig's trotters, frozen tofu, and several hard frozen fish. He took out the largest one in a bag, clearing space to put the water box inside. Seeing some ice cream inside, Su Fan took out a box and grabbed a spoon to eat, but after a few pokes he couldn't break through. Logically, even if the ice cream is frozen, it shouldn't be as hard as an ice stick. Did it get frozen quickly by the refrigerator's new function? So fast. Su Fan opened the refrigerator again, took a look at the water box he just put in, and the bone-chilling sensation almost froze his fingers off. He immediately let go and dropped it. The icebox hit the ground with a bang. In less than a minute, the water had frozen. And this temperature didn't feel like ordinary ice. The temperature in the kitchen suddenly dropped. He took out his phone to check, and the refrigerator was at -50 degrees. Aunt Jo was upstairs cleaning and rushed down upon hearing the noise. "What's going on? Little Sue, are you all right?" Su Fan hurriedly closed the refrigerator door, blocking the kitchen entrance, not letting her come in. "It's fine, Aunt Jo. I just wanted to grab an ice pop but accidentally dropped it. You can go back to your work." "Oh," Aunt Jo said, taking her cloth and heading upstairs. Su Fan turned to look. This refrigerator, aside from being energy-saving before, was no different from other refrigerators. Now, with rapid freezing added, this change was significant, and it could easily freeze someone. In addition to ice cream, the freezer also contained some other vegetables which Aunt Jo might notice as different at any time. Su Fan called out Aunt Jo. "It's all right, I'm a man, a little roughness suits me just fine." "Oh." Aunt Jo felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, as though she had been subtly dismissed. Still, Su Fan paying her a salary was already more than fair, she ought to be grateful. The transfer completed. Aunt Jo reminded him, "Shall Su remember to brew those herbs yourself and take them regularly. If you see no improvement after finishing them, go to the hospital immediately, don't let your health deteriorate." "Understood, Aunt Jo. I'll take good care of myself. Don't forget to feed the chickens in the backyard, and better yet, let them roam freely. The afternoon heat there is intense, they'd have nowhere to hide if confined. Letting them out gives them room to seek shade on their own." "All right." After seeing Aunt Jo off, Su Fan returned to the kitchen and glanced at the ice cream. It showed no sign of melting. Donning oven mitts, he retrieved the ice cream, popsicles, and vegetables from the freezer and stored them all within his spatial realm. He then filled clean plastic bags with water and placed them back into the freezer. The freezing speed was astonishing. No sooner had he sealed one bag than it was already solid ice. After half an hour of filling and freezing, he had produced over 100 ice blocks, each carefully gathered into his spatial realm and carried to the restaurant. The restaurant had no air conditioning, only 2 large fans. Su Fan fetched a clean blue plastic crate from the storeroom, placed a rapidly frozen ice block inside, and set it in the dining hall. The temperature dropped swiftly, achieving a cooling effect nearly equivalent to that of an air conditioner. Su Fan also placed 1 ice block in the kitchen. Deshan, sensing the coolness, glanced over. "Xiao Fan, what's that?" "Ice blocks, for cooling. The kitchen's stiflingly hot and thick with grease fumes. Installing AC would risk damage. Ice is far simpler and more practical. Indeed, it feels wonderful." Deshan chuckled warmly. "By the way, Xiao Fan, my dad called yesterday and asked me to go home this weekend." Su Fan's expression shifted instantly. "What's wrong? Is something amiss with his health?" Lu Ying and Uncle Su San both had narrowly escaped death's threshold. That lingering unease still clung to him. No, he's perfectly healthy. He said, he's begun a relationship with Aunt Wang and they plan to hold a modest wedding banquet, just 2 tables. Deshawn spoke with evident embarrassment. No problem at all, go ahead. Congratulations. Who'd have thought Uncle San still had such vigor in his golden years? I didn't expect it either. Aunt Wang only came to look after him yet somehow, well he's not exactly young anymore. He had no idea they might have been together long before. Pfft, what's the fuss? Uncle San's only in his 50s. People in their 70s and 80s still marry, what else is it for if not companionship in old age? I'm not opposed to his remarrying, but if I leave what happens to our restaurant? We'll simply close for 2 days. Deshawn, you've been working yourself ragged lately. You'll surely be busy at home this weekend, so from now on let's close 1 day each week. A restaurant closing 1 day per week. Its owner truly defied convention. Deshawn knew Su Fan did this solely for his sake, but business was booming and even 1 day's closure meant substantial loss. Should they outsource the cleaning duties? Unaware of Deshawn's misgivings, Su Fan glanced at the livestream feed. His audience remained lively with many viewers sending gifts as usual. He gestured for Deshawn to step out of camera range. What is it, Xiao Fan? Su Fan asked him to pull out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan. Deshawn accepted it without hesitation, assuming it was for grocery purchases, until Su Fan added Uncle San's wedding will require expenses. Take this home with you. You're giving me this much in advance after just a few days' work. Does that mean I won't get paid for months? Then I'll lose all motivation. This isn't an advance on your wages, it's your share of the livestream gifts and donations. Deshawn's eyebrows shot up. So much. Shoo. Su Fan signaled for quiet. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone, not even your father. Word gets out and envy will follow. Got it, I'll keep it under wraps. Wealth stays hidden. Deshawn dashed toward the camera. Thank you, beloved viewers, for your generous gifts, I salute you all. With a sharp snap he stood at attention and delivered a crisp textbook-perfect military salute, then sprinted back to the kitchen to resume cooking. For 3 stunned seconds the livestream froze, before erupting in chaos. Oh my goodness, the host finally interacted with us. I've watched for ages but never got a clear look at his face, today's sudden close-up startled me. Such a bright sunny young man. What? What did I miss? You missed a fortune. The host actually spoke and saluted us. So dashing. Whoosh. A massive jet soared overhead. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 sports cars sped past. Whoosh. 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 Hot air balloons drifted lazily across the sky. A dazzling cascade of rainbow-hued gifts flooded the screen, dominating every inch. Su Fan hadn't anticipated Deshawn's impromptu spectacle. With lunchtime approaching, he decided to elevate the moment further. He activated the fortune-attracting card. 100 deliciousness points deducted. Fortune-attracting card activated. Gifts intensified wildly, carnival bursts erupted. Rose Oath. Throne of Stars. Sweet delivery. The livestream transformed into a jubilant festival, viewers' comments overflowed with awe and astonishment. Lunch service reached capacity. Su Fan once again opened his spatial realm and placed additional flash-frozen ice blocks inside. The customers' goodwill surged dramatically. Alongside goodwill, deliciousness points climbed steadily. Su Fan grinned ear to ear, truly a win-win-win scenario. System, can items from your shop be enhanced? Items in the shop are already state-of-the-art, enhancement is unnecessary. An AI housekeeper that can't even clean the original dwelling, surely that doesn't qualify as state-of-the-art. The host purchased the entry-level model. For full house autonomous cleaning, including integrated offensive and defensive capabilities, a premium version is available, priced at 500,000 deliciousness points. Upon reading about its combat functions, Su Fan's eyes gleamed. This model would indeed suit Su Ranran and her group surviving in the apocalyptic wasteland. 500,000 deliciousness points, that would take some time to accumulate. During his midday break, Su Fan visited a cookware store and purchased 2 large iron woks matching heavy-duty stoves and 5 additional frying ladles. He then made multiple trips to buy 10 gas cylinders and 2 liquefied petroleum gas LPG stoves. Placing his thumb firmly upon the character hang on his Heaven and Earth bank card, a silent spatial rift unfurled. Su Ranran, busy cooking in the kitchen, was overjoyed upon receiving the stoves from Su Fan. Su Ranran, grandfather, these arrived at the perfect moment. Our tiny stove has been sizzling non-stop, or practically frying sparks. She transmitted her chef card to him along with Han Yang Yuan's mutated crystal core. Su Ranran, grandfather, use this crystal core, it will expand your spatial capacity. Su Fan understood. Su Fan topped up the chef card and sent it back. Su Fan, what shall you enhance today? Bring it forward. Su Ranran turned to her parents. Wang Mei pointed to the large iron wok Su Fan had just delivered. Let's reinforce this first, our stir-frying volume is huge so it must withstand relentless use. Strengthening a large iron pot.
Su Ranzan hesitated for a moment but still sent it over.
Su Fan saw such a request and felt a bit speechless. A single category could only strengthen one item, and just strengthening an iron pot would make it too fragile. Su Fan, how much does an iron pot cost?
I'll buy you 50 tomorrow, enough for your use. The three looked at the note and couldn't think of anything else to strengthen.
Su Ranzan, Grandpa, we took a job to renovate someone's house and the reward is the mutated crystal core I just gave you.
That whole house renovation card should be usable multiple times, right?
My clever granddaughter knows how to draw inferences from one instance.
Su Fan took out the house renovation card to recharge it and sent it over to them.
Su Fan, you can take the job, but this effect is too powerful.
Try to keep it discreet. If people find out, it will definitely cause a stir.
Be careful, give me the crystal gun and I'll strengthen it for you again for self-defense.
Su Ranzan, okay. Thank you, Grandpa.
Deducting 1,000 delicious points, strengthening crystal gun.
Strengthening complete.
The tracking crystal gun has added self-charging and automatic calibration features, and the shooting explosive power has increased 100-fold. Su Fan held the crystal gun in his hand, examining it. Unlike the previous pistol style, the current crystal gun had transformed into a large caliber firearm resembling a blunderbuss. It was slightly shorter than a blunderbuss and had a scope mounted on top. He couldn't help but hold it up and look out the window. The curtains of the adjacent villa were half open, and through the scope he could clearly see the television across the way, which was playing an adult film.
Oh, isn't this the favorite of old perverts?
He promised to show him a blockbuster and he would download a couple more another day.
This gun is really nice, unfortunately he can't use it here. Su Fan enjoyed it for a moment and then sent the crystal gun back to Su Ranzan.
As he picked up the spatial crystal core, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Detected a mutated spatial crystal core, triggering fusion technique. The host can choose one strengthened item to fuse with the spatial crystal core. That item will possess spatial attributes.
Strengthened item. Su Fan thought for a moment. Refrigerator. No. Bank card. No.
The ghost eye and rake don't seem suitable either. He took out the bronze bird for fusion.
Fusion complete.
The vividly animated bronze bird evolved into a space-containing vivid bronze bird with 100 square meters of space in its belly, capable of hiding people and containing ghosts. Su Fan stroked the bronze bird. Its appearance had not changed, but inside it had ample capacity.
Didn't the big-bellied ghost say it wanted to live inside before? He would ask him about it tonight. Also, there were the old Dr. Ghost and Debao.
They would definitely be lurking nearby to get food from him, and over time they would have some impact on living people. Either let them find a deserted place to stay or collect them all into the bird's belly. Su Fan took out his phone to look for resources, and while selecting suitable films to download, the phone screen shifted and someone called.
Note: don't use leaf waste to kill me.
Hello. As soon as he answered, a cacophony of crashing sounds came from the other end.
Leaf. Hello, mister.
Su, please come save me quickly. Miss Yezi, what happened?
Mister. Kiangsa's wife is here again, and she brought several women with her.
They're currently blocking me in the room and I'm so scared. Su Fan stood up and walked outside.
How are you? Did they hit you? Did you call the police?
I called the police before. They have come several times, but each time it's just a verbal warning. They are not afraid at all, and they dare to come after being warned. A voice came through the receiver. Little vixen, get out here.
How dare you take someone else's things? If you have the guts, don't be a coward.
If you don't come out, I'll strip you naked and throw you on the street for everyone to see.
Su. Mister.
Su, could you please bring that bird from last time? His wife is fearless. I think she is afraid of that bird of yours.
All right, hold on. I'll be there soon.
Su Fan touched the bronze bird and allowed the old pervert to sense the positions of the other ghosts. The old pervert closed his single eye and said, there are several in the underground garage and a few are in the warehouse. Why has the space here suddenly become so vast?
So comfortable.
As long as you're comfortable.
Su Fan went to the warehouse first.
The sun was shining brightly, and as soon as the warehouse door opened, they had nowhere to hide. Su Fan directly collected them into the belly of the bronze bird. He turned to the underground garage.
Finding several ghosts upon hearing they could be carried around with him, they all eagerly dove inside. Nana and the long-tongued woman were not very happy.
Such a small bird cramped together with those old perverts, it's too uncomfortable. Xianxi asked, sir, didn't you say living inside would cost 100,000 yuan a day?
Can they afford that much money?
If they can't afford it, they can use other means. Su Fan looked at him. If you think 10 million isn't enough, I can send a message to your wife to have her burn some money for you.
Then you can pay me back in ghost money.
Su Fan, I'm afraid I won't have that much money to rotate.
Nana said. No worries, I can also use ghost money.
What? The ghosts were all dumbfounded upon hearing this.
Are you human or ghost? Can you actually use ghost money?
Even the most powerful Taoist can't do that, right? What kind of existence is he? Su Fan didn't explain much to them and let Xianxi enter the bronze bird before driving to the community where Yezi was. As the elevator door opened, they heard the sound of women cursing. Inside the open door, things were shattered everywhere. Kiang's wife with curly hair wrapped in a bandage, accompanied by several women with similar hairstyles and bucket-like waistlines, shouted angrily at Yetzi's door using extremely foul language.
What are you doing? Su Fan shouted loudly in broad daylight, breaking into someone's home, vandalizing, robbing and burning. Are you bandits?
Seeing him come over, the curly-haired woman instinctively took a step back. Noticing he had no bird in hand, it was daytime and there were helpers beside him, she regained her assertiveness. You shameless pretty boy, our original partner has the right to confront the mistress. Who told her to be so shameless to seduce someone's husband and attempt to seize my property?
I think you guys are the real bandits. Quickly return my husband's property.
Yes. Hurry and bring out her husband's property.
We can report you for occupying someone else's property.
The women with bucket waists chimed in from the side.
With a loud slap,
Yezi came out of the house wearing only one shoe, her hair disheveled, a red handprint on her face and a large bump on her forehead, clearly having been hit by them. Her eyes glimmered with tears.
I have told you many times that I am Mr. Kiang's financial advisor. If he is unwilling to give you his assets, it is useless to look for me. What evidence do you have that he said so? Clearly you want to embezzle.
His belongings are here. If I don't look for you, who should I look for? Su Fan said, if you have the ability, go find him personally. What are you being so arrogant about here?
That's nonsense.
He is dead. Where can I find him?
Then I'll let him come to see you, Su Fan said. Yezi closed the door to the room.
Su Fan spoke as he closed the door behind him and went to pull the curtains in the living room. The curtains consisted of 2 layers, one white and embroidered, allowing light to filter through, and another layer designed to block sunlight. He drew them all shut, sealing the room tightly.
Though she didn't know what he intended, Yezi complied.
With the curtains drawn and all the doors closed, the room was instantly shrouded in dimness despite the daylight outside. The stoutest among them shouted, "What are you trying to do? I'll tell you, my son is a lawyer. If you dare to lay a hand on us today, he'll make sure you rot in jail. Do you believe that?"
I believe it. I'm already scared to death.
Su Fan took out a bronze bird from his pocket, moving beside Yezi and pulling her behind him. As his hand touched her arm, it felt soft and smooth. At that moment he deeply understood a term, what it meant to have delicate skin. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Chatter. He released the big-bellied ghost from the mouth of the bronze bird.
You talk to your wife yourself.
Curly Hair's expression changed when she saw the bronze bird.
Could it be?
There shouldn't be such things in broad daylight, right? She moved closer to the stoutest one, gripping her arm. Chang, she floated in front of her. Although the room was dim, it wasn't easy for an ordinary person to see a ghost. Su Fan was contemplating whether he should let it possess him when he saw Chang. She had already charged at the stoutest one. Then the woman shuddered and slapped Curly Hair. Slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the room.
Curly Hair was stunned. Sister Wang, why did you hit me?
The other women were equally dumbfounded.
Yezi peeked and confused about what was happening.
Sister Wang glared furiously, saying, I hit you.
I ask you, why didn't you burn paper for me when I died?
Ha!
Did I ever make you go hungry or cold? I never treated you poorly, did I? Why can't you even handle something so basic?
Husband.
Hearing Chang's voice, Curly Hair began to tremble. You. What do you mean you?
I have withdrawn all the money I left with Miss Ez.
You are not to trouble her again. Otherwise you will regret it.
What?
You withdrew it.
Where did you take it?
That's over 10 million.
What do you care where I took it?
That's my money. If I ran out, I must take it right.
You better burn paper money for me quickly.
Otherwise I will sell the house, the car and the company, and I want to see what you will do then.
No.
Husband, I'll burn it for you, isn't that okay?
Curly Hair pointed at the stout women. They all tricked me into burning those 100 billion bills, saying that way you could still be a big shot down there.
Nonsense.
Those are worthless, I didn't benefit at all. The other 2 women looked on dumbfounded.
What was happening?
Can the dead really speak? Is this really her husband? Sister Wang and the others were familiar with that voice, and it wasn't hers.
Curly Hair nodded repeatedly, trembling as she said, okay, I'll go back. I'll burn it for you right away. Please don't come out to scare me again.
You know I'm most afraid of ghosts and can't take the fright.
You think I want to see you?
Chang, she glared at her, pointing at the others, and you 3 old hags, don't be with them.
You all hit Ez right.
Each of you will pay 500,000 or I won't let this go. Sister Wang closed her eyes and then slumped, and the other women rushed to support her.
Sister Wang. Sister Wang, are you okay?
Sister Wang held her head. What just happened to me? You were possessed by my husband. Curly Hair said.
Dai Shi, are you sure that was truly your husband? Could it be they are playing tricks on you?
Curly hair trembled all over her legs cold as she realized she had actually scared herself to the point of wetting herself, leaving her utterly embarrassed.
I'm sure. Don't worry about it, let's hurry and leave.
The women supported Sister Wang, wanting to leave, but Su Fan stood behind them and slowly said, you hit someone and think you can just run away.
Is it that easy? What do you want?
Didn't Chang Shi just say?
Each person pays 500,000 as compensation to Miss EZ.
Upon hearing that they had to pay, Sister Wang suddenly became spirited, breaking free from the support of the two women and shouting, what a joke.
You want us to pay?
Your ghost tricks won't fool Daishi, you think we are easy to deceive. We won't fall for your nonsense. Oh, even possessed by a ghost there are still skeptics. You guys go. Chatter. With a bird's cry, several small ghosts burst forth from the bird's mouth and the living room was suddenly filled with a chilling wind. Curly hair was so frightened she started crying. Why did you provoke him? There really are ghosts.
Ah. Ah. Husband. Husband. Woo woo.
The women felt the temperature drop suddenly and the room turned ghostly cold. They could almost hear the wails of the dead, but it was unclear, invisible, and touchless, making it utterly terrifying.
Yeezy tightly clung to Su Fan's arm, afraid to look up.
Seeing this, Sister Wang also felt a bit scared.
The women huddled together, shouting, we'll pay. We will pay, isn't that enough? Ah.
The wind ceased and sunlight poured in. Su Fan collected the ghosts and drew open the curtains. Seeing Yeezy still following him closely, he patted her hand and said, what are you frozen for?
Hurry and accept their transfer. Yeezy looked at the women and whispered, isn't this inappropriate?
If we're already pressing them hard without taking their money, what will happen if we actually take their money?
Will there be any good days ahead? Su Fan, feeling frustrated, said, if you don't take their money they will think you're easy to bully and will come looking for trouble next time. Be tougher. Oh. Under Su Fan's reminder, Yeezy noted their transfers as repayment of debts, 500,000 each, totaling 2 million. Seeing the women trembling as they left, Yeezy looked at her house.
Although the sun was bright, she still felt a bit scared.
Mr.
Su, this money is what you helped me get, so it should all go to you.
Why would I take it?
That's their compensation for your medical expenses. But it's too much, won't they accuse me of extortion?
This person really isn't at all greedy. Don't worry, didn't we note it as repayment of debts? Paying back debts is only right, even hiring a lawyer won't do any good.
Seeing she was genuinely afraid, Su Fan had her transfer the money into the fund she managed, and only then did GZ agree. Noticing her forehead had a bump, her face had marks, and her mouth was bleeding, Su Fan asked, do you want to go to the hospital? Yeezy shook her head. If the doctor asks how it happened, should I say I was beaten by my husband's original partner as a mistress?
That's true. Do you have a medicine cabinet at home?
I can apply medicine for you.
We do.
Yeezy walked towards the display cabinet where all the ornaments and artworks had been smashed by that group of shrews. As she grabbed the medicine cabinet and turned around, a sudden sharp pain shot through her foot.
Hiss, ah.
Su Fan leaned in to look, and oh no, there was a mess on the floor mixed with some transparent glass shards. She was only wearing one shoe and the sole of her foot had been pierced, blood pouring out. Su Fan rushed over, scooped her up, opened the door, and carried her to the bed in the room. He turned to retrieve the medicine cabinet, and after a moment's thought he took out a medical MasterCard to recharge. Deducting 100 points of deliciousness value, recharge successful. After using it, Su Fan took the medicine cabinet inside, taking out alcohol, tweezers, gauze, and other supplies. He carefully used the tweezers to remove the glass shards, then cleaned the wound with saline, checking thoroughly to ensure no debris remained. After sprinkling on Yunnan Bio, he applied a patch and wrapped it with bandages. He also treated the bump on her forehead.
Watching him perform everything seamlessly, Yeezy asked, Mr. Su, are you a doctor?
Occasionally.
Occasionally. Yeezy was taken aback. Why would it be occasionally? Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Su Fan chuckled, putting away the medical kit and heading to the kitchen to check, where he boiled 2 eggs and swept up the glass on the floor with a broom. Once the eggs were cooked, he peeled the shells and rolled them over her red marks on the face to reduce the swelling.
Yeezy took them, saying thank you.
Miss Yi, where are your family? Should I call them to come take care of you? Yeezy bit her lip, her eyes dimming as she softly replied, it's too far, it's not convenient.
Then should I find someone to take care of you for a few days? No need, I can manage myself. By the way, Mr.
Su, did Mr.
Xiangxi really come? And what was that just now?
It really seemed like there was a ghost just now. Are you scared? Su Fan stared at her. Her skin was delicate, just like the peeled egg. Her small mouth slightly open, lips red and teeth white. This young lady was truly beautiful. A little bit, Yeezy admitted, honestly recalling how she almost collapsed onto him during that chilling wind. I don't dare stay in this house anymore, Mr.
Su Yu.
Never mind, I'll find a way myself. Although they had only met once, Yeezy felt he was quite reliable, since he rushed over to help her immediately when she called.
Moreover, since Mr.
Jianqi had also chosen him as an agent. His character must be trustworthy, but they were not familiar enough for her to ask him to arrange accommodation. Seeing that she was indeed a bit frightened, Su Fan took out a Kuan jade pendant and gave it to her, saying, "If you're scared, take this. With it, ghosts won't dare to come close. Don't worry, those women won't come back. You'll call an aunt to take care of you for a few days." Yi Zi touched the pendant, feeling its warmth from his body, and nodded in agreement. Su Fan called Aunt Zhou, and within half an hour she arrived. He briefly introduced the two of them before heading back to the shop. He noticed that although Yi Zi had injuries on her face, her beauty was still undeniable. Aunt Zhou asked with a smile, "Missy, are you Xiao's girlfriend?" "Ah." Yi Zi's face flushed. "No, we're just ordinary friends." "Aunt Zhou, could you please help me clean the hall carefully? There are probably still many glass shards in the corners." "Okay, just stay here and don't move. Call me if you need anything." Aunt Zhou left and Yi Zi moved to lean against the head of the bed, pondering how Su Fan knew about the birthmark on her secret area. She could confirm that the voice from the woman named Sister Wang when possessed was indeed Mr. Qiangxi's. Hearing him defend her so sternly, he didn't seem like someone who would do something so dirty as to peek at her. Suddenly recalling that night when Su Fan came over and occasionally talked to himself, she had doubted it then. Looking back now, Mr. Jianqi had truly come and Su Fan could actually converse with ghosts. How fascinating. Aunt Zhou finished tidying up outside and came in to mop up the bloodstains. Yi Zi asked Aunt Zhou, "What does Mr. Su do? Is he a doctor?" "A doctor? Why do you say that?" Yi Zi pointed to her foot. "I saw him bandaging my leg quite skillfully." Aunt Zhou peeked at her foot, noting the bandage was neatly wrapped, and said, "No, he used to do renovations. Recently he opened a restaurant and I've heard the business is doing well. But I noticed he bought a lot of medicine recently, saying it was for pigs. Could he be a veterinarian?" "Veterinarian?" Yi Zi was left speechless, thanking her. "Veterinarian." Su Fan arrived at the shop where Deshan was coating the sliced meat with starch. Seeing him, he glanced at the basket on the shelf and said, "Xiao Fan, it's been almost a day and the kitchen is still so cool. How many ice blocks did you put in to last this long?" "Haha, you wouldn't understand. I know a boss of a black technology company. I did some renovations for them and he gave me an ice maker. The ice it produces is harder and colder than regular ice, so it lasts longer." "So good. Then help me order one. You'll take it home for my dad to use." Cough cough. "It seems I've been caught off guard." Su Fan scratched his head. "This is a confidential product only used in some high-tech fields and not sold to the public." "Really? That's a pity." Su Fan glanced at the live stream room, noticing the number of viewers stabilized around 8,000 and the gifts being sent were double compared to the last time he used the wealth card. He had heard before while scrolling through Douyin that the more famous someone became, the more trouble they faced. To avoid unnecessary hassle, he didn't plan to use the wealth card every day but only occasionally for stimulation. Dinner was still busy in Su Fan's hands while serving food no longer trembled, as he seemed to have gotten used to the rhythm. At exactly 7 o'clock he closed the door. Su Fan went to a nearby supermarket to buy supplies. He filled his shopping cart with instant noodles, puff pastry powder, soaking powder, yeast powder, starch and more in a manner akin to a shopping spree. He called the grain store owner to have 100 bags of flour sent to the warehouse. Kneading dough was labor-intensive and he would see if they used it to make pastries or trade it for other supplies. As long as it was food, there would be no shortage of buyers in the apocalypse. What he feared most was not having anything to eat. Seeing fish in the seafood section, Su Fan bought 6 that were already slaughtered, and in the baking section he grabbed some bread and cake, filling his shopping cart to the brim. Returning home, he boiled the medicine and took out the food to the warehouse. Besides Nana and the long-tongued woman, there were also those 2 broke little ghosts. Su Fan let the old lecher and the others out for dinner and asked the 2 little ghosts if they wanted to go in. The 2 little ghosts nodded eagerly, yes yes. They were already homeless and now they had food and drink and a place to stay. It was truly wonderful. De Bao leaned close to Nana, saying, "Nana, don't underestimate Mr. Z's little bird, it's quite large inside. You can come in too, rest assured I won't touch you without your permission." Nana shot him a glance. "How big can it be?" De Bao spread his arms wide. "This big." Nana looked at the old medical ghost. "Is that true?" The old medical ghost elegantly ate his food, nodding calmly. "What he said is correct. Though this bird is small, it holds vastness within. It can comfortably accommodate 100 or 200 ghosts without issue." Nana turned to Su Fan. "Mr. Su, then I will go in too." "All right." With her going in, the long-tongued woman had even less hesitation, noting how freely the old medical ghost and his companions entered and exited. It seemed there was no danger. Once they all finished eating and went inside, Su Fan tried to store the table as well, and surprisingly it worked. This meant he wouldn't have to run back and forth anymore. He could just toss food directly into the belly of the bronze bird. He no longer had to limit meals to once a day. During times of urgent need for deliciousness, he could just serve food freely, saying, "Eat up." Ha ha ha. After returning home and taking the medicine, Su Fan tidied up and went to bed, calling forth the old lecher's shared vision.
At such a late hour his granddaughter was still cooking with the lamp lit. He wrote a note and sent it over. Ran, don't stay up too late, get some rest. I bought instant noodles and bread cake, eat something before going to bed. Receiving the flour. Su Ran glanced at the note, finished stir-frying the vegetables in the pot and took them off the heat. After a day of cooking her hands were indeed sore. Seeing Su Fan send the flour in instant noodles, she let out a soft gasp, stored the flour in her space and immediately boiled water to cook the noodles. Wang Mei and Su Zhong, who were packing in the living room, came in as soon as they smelled the aroma. Ran, what smells so good? Hee Dad, Mom, it's the instant noodles Grandpa sent over. I wanted to surprise you all by cooking them, but you found out so quickly. It's the noodles that smell too good. Wang Mei took a deep breath. Fortunately no one lives nearby yet, otherwise someone would definitely barge in. Ah. I just thought of something. Su Ran suddenly exclaimed. Su Zhong, surprised by her reaction, quickly asked, what is it? What did you think of? Su Ran's eyes sparkled. I thought of what to enhance for Grandpa. Wang Mei pulled her gaze from the pot, looking at her. Enhance what? The range hood. Mom, you're right. Our family is the only one living in the entire district right now, but all the other houses are completed and will soon be occupied. We need to get a better range hood to vent the smoke underground or install a chimney for exhaust. Exactly. Our Ran is so smart. Su Fan, who had been listening, felt a sense of foreboding. Only one enhancement opportunity per category. He had already enhanced the refrigerator. For appliances, the range hood could no longer be enhanced. What to do? System, the enhancement categories for different timelines should be counted separately, right? No, even though the timelines are different, they are all enhanced within this system. Unless you enhance them elsewhere, they won't count. Enhance elsewhere. Su Fan sat up with a start, opening the system mall, digging through the vast marketplace. Found it. Standalone range hood contains a unique smoke processing system. Not only absorbs sound and reduces noise, but also condenses the absorbed smoke into clumps which can be cleaned periodically. Worth 5,000 delicious points. Su Fan snapped his fingers. Indeed, it was the most advanced item. He then looked at the other products. Self-cleaning face towel. No matter how dirty it gets, just rinse it once and it will clean itself automatically. Worth 18 delicious points. And a portable shower, contains a pressurized water chamber. As long as you fill it in advance, you can wash wherever you want. Worth 200 delicious points. Excuse me, besides the bathroom, where else can one wash? But then again, who says it has to be used solely for bathing, right? The face towel is similar, it's perfect as a rag. Letting the old lecher watch a movie downstairs, Su Fan bought the standalone range hood, 10 face towels and 2 portable showers. His parents called. Xiao Fan, your Uncle Su is hosting a banquet this weekend. Are you coming back? Mom, I heard from Brother Sean that I will be returning with him this weekend. Oh, good. Also, the villagers heard that we sold all our corn and sweet potatoes, and they asked me to see if your boss still wants any. If you could help sell some, that would be great, but if it's difficult, just forget it. I'll decline them. No need, Mom. I'll take however much they have. Have them weigh all the grain and vegetables they want to sell, calculate the total, and I'll come with a truck to haul it away. Just one, it must not be short or less, otherwise there won't be a next time. Okay, I understand. I will tell them. Su Mama quickly agreed. Su Dad asked Xiao Fan, can you really sell that much grain? Don't overestimate yourself. No problem, Dad. Don't worry, I won't end up with all that stuff on my hands. I'm confident, that's why I said it. Yes, you must trust your son, Su Mama said. Xiao Fan, what's that noise on your end? Are you with your girlfriend? Where did a girlfriend come from? Su Fan listened closely and was shocked to hear the moans from the old lecher downstairs. Oh no. Not that, Mom. Let me explain. Go ahead. I'm listening. It's just the noises from next door, nothing's wrong. I'll hang up now. Su Fan awkwardly hung up the phone, hurried down the stairs to scold the old lecher. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang and the phone rang too. He glanced at the door, it was Manager Wang from the property. Hello. Hello, mister. Su, are you home? It's Manager Wang from the property. I'm home. Is there something wrong? Yes. There's a Mr. Han Yangjio looking for you, saying you saved his life. I brought him over, hope I didn't disturb you. Saved his life. Ding dong. Su Fan asked, are you at the door? Yes, I'm very sorry to disturb you so late. Outside, Han Yangjio shouted, Mr. Su, please open the door. We have something important to ask you for help. Su Fan went over to open the door, and it was indeed the man who had the accident in the underground garage that day. His wife was sitting in a wheelchair, looking pale, with bruises on her face and neck brace, arms in a sling, and her feet in a cast. What terrible luck. Manager Wang was still apologizing, but Su Fan dismissed him. Han Yangjio stepped forward, grasping Su Fan's hand and pleading, Mr.
Sue, please, you must save us, we can't go on like this. Ma. Suddenly a sultry female scream echoed from inside, seductive to the bone. The woman in the wheelchair jolted, extending a finger at Sue Fan, tilting her head, her speech slurred. Husband, look at him, he's a big lecher. I told you he tried to assault me that day, but you didn't believe me. Let's go find someone else. Shut up. I believe Mr. Sue is not that kind of person. Han Yangzhou scolded her and turned back to Sue Fan. Sue Fan coughed lightly, covering his mouth, turned to glare at the old lecher and went inside to turn off the TV. Moving behind the door to avoid their gaze, he took out the crying stick from his space and came to the doorway without saying a word, directly knocking it towards the woman's head. Ah! Husband, help! The woman screamed, her one remaining good hand hurriedly reaching to turn the wheelchair's wheels. Han Yangzhou watched from the side, making no move. His wife had already had enough bad luck these days with broken arms and legs. Getting hit again wouldn't make her condition worse. It was a case of breaking the jar. He specifically came to find Sue Fan, not believing that he would strike out of nowhere. Before the crying stick even reached the woman's hair, the unlucky spirit emerged from her body, floating above the heads of the few people. The unfortunate soul did not realize the seriousness of the situation and made a big face at him before leaving to find the next victim. Sue Fan would not allow him to act so recklessly. He wiped the crying stick against his body and flames instantly surged forth, launching like a javelin towards the other party. Hiss. Ah. The unfortunate soul was engulfed in flames in an instant, and in no time he was burned to ashes. Inside, the old lecher curled up in the corner, trembling with fear. The crying stick fell to the ground, appearing even darker and shinier than before. Han Yangzhou watched helplessly as his stick was thrown out, suddenly halting midair before dropping down. This is... Could it be? Seeing Sue Fan picking the stick back up, he approached Mr. Sue, did you see something? Sue Fan tucked the stick behind him and nodded, saying, on the day of your accident there was an unfortunate soul attached to you, and later it went to your wife. So it was an unfortunate soul. I thought so. I've been so unlucky lately. My wife has also been experiencing one misfortune after another. I've never been this unlucky in my life. The woman, now partially disabled, tilted her head to look at him. Is that true? Is the unfortunate soul gone now? It has been eradicated, Sue Fan said. Eradicated? How can we believe you? What if it... Han Yangzhou covered her mouth and looked at Sue Fan with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sue. My wife cannot speak, so please don't take it to heart. He then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. The password is 181,818. Sue Fan raised an eyebrow and accepted it. Han Yangzhou quickly withdrew his hand and covered his wife's mouth, saying, it's too late today, so I won't disturb you further. We will come by another day to thank you. No need to see us off. Sue Fan closed the door. The old lecher blinked with one eye, grinning foolishly at him, pleading, Mr. Sue, let me watch a little longer, just a short while. Sue Fan shot him a glance and turned on the television. You can watch, but keep the volume down. Got it. The old lecher fixated on the TV, his eyes nearly glued to the screen. Sue Fan ignored him and carefully checked the brand and model of the refrigerator in the kitchen, then ordered an identical one online. This one was directly stored in the space moved to his room upstairs, plugged in, and he took out a portable showerhead. The end of the showerhead was connected to the faucet for water. He had no idea how large the compressed water tank was. Sue Fan guarded it for 10 minutes and it still wasn't full. He suddenly had a bold thought. Could this be a bottomless pit? Let's try. After confirming that the sink's drain plug was in the open position, he turned and went to sleep. He had a good dream that night. In the morning, the first thing Sue Fan did was rush to the bathroom to check there was no water overflowing from the end of the showerhead, which had been filling all night. He turned off the faucet and examined the showerhead closely. 2 of the 10 spiral threads at the end were blue. It had only filled 2 sections overnight. Does that mean the entire compressed water tank could hold hundreds of tons of water? Now he wouldn't have to deliver buckets of water to his granddaughter anymore. Excellent. Starting today, there was no more Aunt Jo to prepare breakfast for him. Sue Fan made himself a plate of rice topped with food from the space. Seeing the old lecher staring hungrily, he split off a bit to share, allowing him a glimpse of the feast. That old fellow had had a great time last night and looked full of energy today. Mr. Sue, the footage you gave me was simply fantastic, but it's a shame we can't turn up the volume. It doesn't feel satisfying. You have no idea. If only we could set up surround sound. Sue Fan silently placed the crying stick on the table. The old lecher wisely kept his mouth shut. Could we not lower ourselves to such levels? Long John base. Last night Sue Ranjan added all her friends to a group and notified them of the store opening time today. She also added a note: bring your own bowls and chopsticks for convenience. They still had some takeout boxes on hand, so it wasn't mandatory. Once those were used up, if you didn't bring your own, you wouldn't get to eat. It was up to you. The notification stated they would open at 8:00 a.m. and they arrived early at 7:30 to prepare, but some people arrived even earlier. The area outside the first store was already packed. Someone spotted them and shouted, "Boss Sue is here, make way." Others couldn't squeeze in, but when the boss arrives they have to make way, otherwise what would they eat?
Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the Su family entered the first store and opened the door. Su Ranjan looked inside. The store was divided into two parts with an operating area inside and a set of tables and chairs outside. There was also another set arranged inside the operating area. The hollowed-out partition was originally made of wooden boards but was later metallized by Su Zhong, deeply embedded in the wall, making it very sturdy. The hollowed-out section was fitted with specially sourced bulletproof glass. Su Zhong opened the small door on the partition. The three entered, locked the door, took the boxed meals out from the space and placed them on the large table. There were two arched serving openings on the glass window. Seeing the boxed meals displayed, the crowd surged forward. Su Zhong held a paper megaphone and shouted to the outside, "Everyone, don't panic, the old rules apply. You must first add my daughter as a friend, then pay before you can eat. Those who added her yesterday can pick up their meals from me. Show your friend status first, then pay. Those who haven't added as friends should go to another window. Add as friends first, then pay for the meal. 20 doomsday coins per serving, economical and fair." The first person in line on his side immediately said, "I have added as a friend, I'll go first." Su Zhong glanced at the friend status displayed on his wristwatch, which showed Su Ranjan's name. The communication wristwatch has a real name system with no option to modify nicknames or remarks, so this couldn't be faked. After verification, he collected the payment and handed over the meal. The man held the boxed meal in his arms and squeezed through the crowd. Someone at the door asked him, "Hey, what dishes do you have?" The man turned around and replied, "I didn't look closely, but there are meat slices, kung pao chicken, stir-fried mixed vegetables, stir-fried tofu with meat, something like that. It's good enough to have something to eat. What do you want to order?" The person stared at the boxed meal in his arms and swallowed hard. "No, I was just asking." The man squeezed out and found a less crowded place to eat. When exploring outside, one had to avoid others even while eating, but there were no such concerns inside the base. Especially since this meal was bought from the store, it wouldn't be snatched from him. The shop was too small, and while some people bought their food to take home, most couldn't resist the temptation and began to eat right outside. When Han Yuanyang arrived, he saw a crowd of diners squatting or standing around, mixed with the sounds of coughing, creating a bustling atmosphere. The aroma of the dishes continually assaulted his taste buds. Just the sight of the food was several streets ahead of the highest tier meal from the base's cafeteria. Finally, it was his turn. Han Yuanyang bent down to look through the window, saying, "I want to buy 10 portions. Su Zhong gestured for him to look at the newly posted notice beside him. With so many people, they had explained the rules for buying food until they were out of breath, so Su Ranran wrote down the rules and posted them at the window. Han Yuanyang glanced at it and extended his wrist to Su Ranran. After adding it up, Su Ranran said, "There aren't that many. Each person is limited to 1 portion. But my family wants to eat too, and what if they're too busy to come?" Su Ranran handed him a boxed meal, saying, "You can recommend friends and buy again after that. That's such a hassle. Sorry, we're really busy right now. If you've bought your meal, please make way, thank you." With so many people, Han Yuanyang left feeling that there was something more to it. Human hearts are inscrutable. In the apocalypse, everyone would rather keep their distance. Who else would add friends like they did? Back at the base in the leadership compound, Han Baogwa furrowed his brows in deep thought after hearing his words. "Dad, why do you think this is? Is it to get closer to others?" "No." Han Baogwa pondered. "They have food and medicine. If they wanted to build relationships, they should. Cough, cough. Others should seek them out. Their approach seems a bit like a precaution to me." Precaution. Han Yuanyang didn't quite understand what he meant. Han Baogwa looked at him. "Would you add as a friend someone you don't know who might even have hostile intentions towards you?" "Definitely not. I'd block them instead." "Right, cough, cough. Who wouldn't feel that way?" Han Baogwa opened the boxed meal and took a bite. It's visually appealing, aromatic and flavorful. They possess the skills of a professional chef. If they have this talent, opening a restaurant would be profitable. "Pass me my business card, eat this box, and you go buy another one." "All right." Han Yuanyang sent Su Ranran his business card. Hearing Han Baogwa cough a few more times, he said, "Dad, there's something else that's quite strange." Cough, cough. Han Baogwa chewed on a piece of soft and flavorful braised eggplant, looking up at him. "What's strange? From the time I queued to when I bought the food, such a long time passed, yet I didn't hear those 3 cough once. Don't you find that strange? You've taken medicine too, yet you're still coughing. Even in the past, when there was no shortage of medicine after every sandstorm, how many people did? You've taken medicine too, yet you're still coughing. Even in the past, when there was no shortage of medicine after every sandstorm, how many people didn't cough even after taking medicine?" Han Baogwa slowed his chewing. "What do you mean?" "I mean, they might have medicine that's better than bilifuping. Dad, I'm going to find them and get some for you." "All right, cough, cough, cough." Han Baogwa covered his mouth and coughed for a while, reminding, "Speak properly and don't let them feel we're being aggressive." "Understood." Han Yuanyang rushed back to the shop street. The meal distribution at shop No. 1 was already nearing its end. Not everyone was full. Rather, Su Ranran and the others had sold out of their meals, 1,000 portions, and in addition to boxed meals, some were served in bowls. Feeling a bit tired, the 3 didn't rush home and instead sat on chairs in the operation room to rest. Su Ranran took out 3 pieces of bread from her storage space and they each slowly ate one. Han Yuanyang entered knocking on the window.
Su Zhong turned to look at him. The boxed meals are sold out, come back tomorrow.
Boss, so I feel that your design is a bit unreasonable. Why is it unreasonable?
Su Ranran turned to look at him. You said earlier that I had to add friends to get food.
I added friends, yet your meals are sold out. Moreover, you promised me yesterday to keep a few portions for me, didn't you, Auntie? I meant to save a few for you if you came earlier. You didn't come late, did you?
Wang Mei looked at him.
Han Yuanyang. His father was the top leader of the base, not everyone could add him as a contact. Wouldn't it be good to ask about that?
Without asking why he didn't call, some things had to be said in person. Auntie, since we'll be neighbors in the future, could you make a couple more portions when you cook lunch?
All right, we will be neighbors in the future.
The three exchanged glances and Wang Mei spoke. Fine, since we're neighbors, but since you've already bought one portion, we can only add one more.
That's fine, thank you, Auntie.
With so many people around, Han Yuanyang hesitated to ask them about the medicine and went to Area E to wait. When he returned and saw them waiting, Su Ranran said, it's still early for lunch, you'll be putting pressure on us by staying here.
No, please don't feel pressured. I'm not waiting for lunch, I have something else to ask.
Seeing the three of them staring at him, Han Yuanyang lowered his voice. May I ask if you have any medicine that's better than bilifuping? My dad has a serious lung condition and the medicine hasn't helped, so I came to ask. Seeing their hesitant expressions, he quickly added, don't worry, price is not an issue. It's not a matter of price, Su Zhong said, come back at noon, we need to look for it.
It's not guaranteed that we have any. All right, take your time to look. I'll come back later. Han Yuanyang left, and without carrying important supplies, he had no escort by his side.
The three of them entered the house only after he had left.
Wang Mei, his dad has a serious lung condition, he likely needs super strong medicine like I do.
How much do we sell it to him for? Su Zhong said, Dad said the price for this medicine should be at least 10 times the current market price, 500 jin of food. This price perhaps hardly anyone in the entire base could afford it. No, we're not short on food, if we sell it we should sell it for one mutated crystal core, Su Ranran said. Su Zhong and the others looked at her in astonishment. One mutated crystal core is equivalent to 1000 jin of food. How many people in our base can afford that?
Right, Ranran, isn't the price a bit too high?
The price is high, but haven't you heard Grandpa say?
This is a rare item, a top-tier product, and once it's sold out it's gone.
Also, Dad, Mom, do you know who his dad is?
I don't know.
Su Ranran opened her wristwatch's contacts to show them the business card Han Yuanyang had sent.
Han Baogua. Su Zhong murmured, if I'm not mistaken, our base's leader no. One is also named Han Baogua. Wang Mei opened her mouth in surprise. Are you saying? Su Ranran nodded. Director Tian said Han Yuanyang is an official. His dad must be that one without a doubt.
If we want official protection to survive in this apocalypse, selling this medicine at such a high price. In the Jiarong community, Su Fan, having missed the breakfast made by Aunt Zhou, recalled her words and went to the backyard to check on the two chickens. He replenished their water and rice, letting them out of their dog cage. Cluck cluck. The backyard was a patch of lawn with ornamental palm trees on either corner and a cluster of climbing roses against the opposite wall. It looked nice, but it would be unsightly to put a chicken coop there. Su Fan dove into the system store and finding no suitable chicken coop, he opted for a solar-powered heated doghouse. It had the shape of a small house. Su Fan placed it beside the palm tree and scattered some rice inside, prompting the two chickens to curiously poke their heads in. Tomorrow was the weekend and he had to return home. He wouldn't be able to deliver vegetables to his granddaughter for the next 2 days, so he transformed his soul war chariot into a truck and headed to the market for a big shopping spree. 10 winter melons, 10 watermelons, 30 pumpkins, 2 sacks of cowpeas and green beans, 10 boxes of seasonings, 10 boxes of pickled vegetables and various other vegetables were all weighed and stuffed into the truck, then stored in his space. Upon seeing a seed store, Su Fan walked in. If one were to talk about good crops, high yields and starchy foods suitable for meals, sweet potatoes and pumpkins would likely be the best, with pumpkins being slightly better.
At least they don't require digging. Boss, ID like a bag of pumpkin seeds.
The boss casually pointed to the shelf, saying, they're over there, pick them yourself. He specified that he wanted the plastic packaged kind, which only contained a few dozen seeds.
This is too little, I want a sack.
The boss glanced at him and said, brother, you can't store pumpkin seeds in a sack, they only come in this kind of bag or in cans. As he spoke, the boss handed him a can that looked like a can of milk powder.
Su Fan took a look and saw it was a honey melon pumpkin weighing 5 kilograms each, just like this. How many are in this can? 400 to 500 seeds, enough for several acres of planting.
Su Fan bought 100 cans, opened them all and mixed the seeds into a stainless steel barrel. Reinforce. Deducting 100 deliciousness points, pumpkin seeds are being reinforced.
Reinforcement complete.
After the reinforcement, the yield per fruit increased tenfold, with climate adaptability enhanced tenfold and soil adaptability enhanced tenfold. Su Ranran mentioned that nothing could be grown on their side due to the poor soil quality. After some thought, Su Fan decided to reinforce them again. Deducting 1000 deliciousness points, pumpkin seeds are being reinforced. Reinforcement complete. After this reinforcement, the yield per plant increased tenfold and cold resistance, heat resistance and disease resistance were enhanced 100-fold. They could be planted in any soil. Fearing that further reinforcement might lead to a phobia of giant things, Su Fan stopped and stored all the seeds in his space. He took out a can and sent the vegetables he bought along with the standalone range hood to Su Ranran. Just as he was about to drive to the store, a call came through on his phone. Hello. Hi, this is the Jingxi delivery service. The refrigerator you purchased has arrived. Su Fan was taken aback. He had only placed the order last night and it arrived this morning. Were they in such a hurry because they were afraid he would return it? He had no choice but to go back and sign for it, placing it directly in the living room. The staff wanted to install it for him, but he refused. Back at the store, he called 2 former colleagues to help him break down a wall and install a door. They had cooperated for many years and trusted each other, so they didn't need to be supervised. Shangu, let's finish lunch and head back, shall we? Ha! We're not having dinner. Right, I've rented the back warehouse and called someone to create a door frame. Really? That means our store will have much more space. That's great, Xiao Fan, you're so capable. Why didn't I think of this? Hey. If we're talking about capability, it has to be you. Look at your followers, you have over 100,000. They all come for your skills. Su Fan laughed. Deshawn chuckled foolishly. This account belongs to both of us, so the followers count for both of us. A comment appeared in the barrage. Who is the host talking to? It seems like the owner of this restaurant. I've eaten at the Lu Jiazui restaurant. That young owner looks quite handsome. Really? Why doesn't he show his face? Show your face, boss. Su Fan didn't see it. He handed 4 self-cleaning facial towels to Deshawn, suggesting he could use them to wipe his sweat or his cloths. In Longjiang Base, after resting for 2 hours, the Su family began preparing lunch. Su Ranran took out the standalone range hood Su Fan had sent. It looked like a water cooler fan on the outside with a collection box for grease at the back. The 3 of them glanced at the instructions Su Fan sent and placed it beside the stove, ready to test its effectiveness. Wait a minute. Wang Mei suddenly exclaimed, Ranran, where's the chef card? What chef card? Mom, I only have the cook card. They're the same, hurry and give it to me. After receiving the cook card, Wang Mei eagerly used it, and instantly various techniques for selecting, cutting and cooking ingredients flooded her mind. She perked up, rolled up her sleeves and said, come on, you two, help me out. I can hardly contain my primordial. Su Ranran thought, is this really necessary? Su Zhong laughed, dear, cooking isn't a fight, take it easy. I know, stop dragging your feet and wash those peppers quickly. Ranran, turn on the water. Mom, we used too much water yesterday. Grandpa hasn't delivered water for us today and I don't have much left. What? Am I not a clever woman, unable to cook without water? Su Ranran said, how about we just make something simple for lunch and wait for Grandpa to bring the water? Seeing her as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, Su Ranran was contemplating how to comfort her when a rift in space opened and a piece of paper accompanied by a showerhead was transmitted. Su Ranran took a glance and exclaimed excitedly, Mom. Water has arrived. Where? Here. Su Ranran placed the showerhead beside the vegetable washing basin, turned the switch, and a torrent of water sprayed out. The 3 of them gathered around, marveling. What is this? How can such a small thing produce so much water? Grandpa said this is a high-tech water reservoir that can store a lot of water and we can exchange it for more once the line is finished. How is it that your grandpa's era has more advanced technology than our pre-apocalypse era? Isn't it good to be advanced? Hurry and try this range hood, he'll go outside to see if there's any smoke. Su Zhong said as he headed outside. All right. Watch this. Since it was a test, he went all out. Wang Mei washed a handful of peppers, flattened them and tossed them directly into the blazing hot iron pot. Instantly thick smoke billowed from the bottom of the pot, all absorbed by the range hood, the suction power visibly strong. Wang Mei stood at the stove stirring. In the past she would have coughed by now. But now she didn't smell a thing. This range hood is truly amazing. Without the choking grease, even her cooking posture became elegant. With one hand on her hip and the other stirring, she didn't forget to turn around and instruct Ranran, get 3 century eggs and shell them. Okay, Mom. Su Zhong, waiting outside the villa's kitchen, had not smelled any grease even after a while and called out, dear, are you cooking yet? It's frying. The range hood absorbs sound and noise. Not only is the machine itself quiet, but it also absorbs part of her speaking voice. Seeing that he hadn't returned, Su Ranjan walked outside. Dad, how's it going? I don't smell any cooking oil. Has your mother started frying? Yes, I have. Didn't you hear me talking? No, it seems this range hood works well. The 2 walked back and saw the bare villa next door. Su Ranjan said, Dad, why don't we renovate it now? Su Zhong looked around. Since it was lunchtime, the workers who had been working there had left. It was indeed a good time to undertake major projects. The 2 entered directly using the whole house renovation card. Swish. The renovation was completed quickly. This was the first time Su Zhong saw such a scene. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and touched the sofa. The texture felt real, not an illusion. He checked other rooms. This renovation was in a minimalist and elegant style with furniture primarily in shades of white, blue and gray. Everything was completely furnished and utilities were in place. Ranjan, this whole house renovation card is amazing. My grandfather is just that impressive. Su Ranjan said proudly. However, Dad, this renovation doesn't seem as good looking as our home. Not at all, I think it's quite nice, Su Zhong said. Moreover, Xiao Han also said that as long as it isn't war-torn he can accept it. I think it's already very good. Su Ranjan looked closely again. Maybe this style is more favored by men. The two returned to continue helping with the cooking. Wang made stir-fried century egg with chili fragrant crispy fish pieces, twice cooked pork and cabbage tofu soup. Just as the dishes were about to be served, the doorbell rang. Han Yuanyang arrived. Su Zhong packed a meal box and opened the door. Han Yuanyang extended his wrist to pay for the meal himself. Boss Su, have you found the medicine? You are Han Yuanyang. Su Zhong examined him closely. Yes. Is your father Han Bagua? Yes, how much do you want? Su Zhong said slowly, we all see the efforts that Han Gong has made for the construction of the Longjiang base. Without the protection of the base we wouldn't have survived until now. Being able to contribute to Han Gong's health is our blessing. What? This statement left Han Yuanyang's mind spinning. Once he processed it, he asked uncertainly, what do you mean? I have a special medicine for treating lung disease here, you can pass it on to Han Gong. Han Yuanyang looked at the plastic bag in his hand, which was completely sealed and transparent with the medicine inside appearing golden yellow. He happily accepted it, holding it in his palm, and said, thank you, Boss Su. I will convey your words to my father. Su Zhong's words combined with the precious medicine made Han Yuanyang understand his intentions. With great power comes great scrutiny. Their movements had indeed been quite noticeable in the past few days. Even if no one was openly targeting them, there were countless eyes watching them from the shadows. They were seeking protection. Just as he was about to leave, Su Zhong said, Xiaohan, the renovation team has been here, your house has already been renovated. Han Yuanyang looked at him momentarily confused. Oh. What did you say? Su Zhong pointed to the neighboring villa, you'll know when you go take a look. Han Yuanyang glanced over, he hadn't noticed earlier, but now he saw that the house had already been fitted with doors and windows. Ah. He glanced at Su Zhong, then quickly turned and walked over. Upon opening the door, the simple yet elegant decor and fully equipped appliances left him dumbfounded. He ran upstairs to look, and it was the same there. The renovation was completed so quickly. Are you guys devils? Han Yuanyang brought the medicine to the office. This bag of medicine was about 250 milliliters. Han Bagua looked at the bag, noticing that there were no markings, clearly a product without any identification. He took a small wine glass and poured a little out. Calling his secretary, he said, take this to the research institute for testing. I want to know the results as soon as possible. Yes. Watching the secretary leave, Han Yuanyang asked, Dad, do you suspect them? If I suspected them, I wouldn't have let them have the metal and fire elemental awakening crystals. Han Bagua sniffed the opening of the bag, detecting only a slight medicinal scent. He bit the bag's opening and drew in the medicine. Like rain after a long drought, the burning sensation in his lungs instantly felt cool, even his breathing became smooth. He took a deep breath. Normally, even without an attack, doing this motion would trigger a cough, but now he felt no urge to cough at all. The medicine's efficacy is so strong. Han Bagua looked at his son, did you just say he is submitting to us? That's precisely what he meant, he probably wants to gain our protection as well. Ha ha ha. Han Bagua laughed, have they realized that they have been too ostentatious these past few days? Han Yuanyang said, Dad, the apocalypse didn't just start today. Smart people know to keep a low profile. Why are they going against the tide so ostentatiously? Don't you find that strange? It is a bit strange. So why do you think they are doing this? Han Yuanyang pondered for a long time and said, I feel that it is the forces behind them that are requiring them to do this. Oh. The forces behind them. What do you mean? Did they tell you? No, it's just my conjecture. Seeing him drink the medicine without coughing again, Han Yuanyang felt even more certain. They are just a family of 3 and have not been very close to others yet. They requested an extra awakening crystal. They have used up the metal and fire elements, and the extra space crystal should be for the forces behind them. Han Bagua mused, if there really is a force, then it must be extraordinarily powerful. They can produce nearly 10,000 pounds of flawless food and so many rare medicines. This is not something ordinary people can have. Even old Li's family doesn't have that many good things. Check who the newly awakened space ability users are. Dad, I think even if the other party has awakened abilities, they would likely hide them. Otherwise, why wouldn't they trade themselves and instead borrows us family's hand? Han Yuanyang said, also, Dad, villa number 16 has been renovated. What? I said villa number 16 was completely renovated overnight.
To be precise, it was completed within 3 hours. Han Yuanyang emphasized. If that's the case, the forces behind them are even stronger than we imagined. Han Bagua gasped. Yuanyang, go quickly and call a team of guards to protect them. They've made such a big scene, they must be under watch. Don't let anything happen to them. Their powerful backing should make self-protection a non-issue, right? What do you understand? Too many lice make one itch. Otherwise, why would they submit to us? Understood. Han Yuanyang turned to leave, but Han Bagua suddenly called out to him, come back. Just move there directly, he said. After lunch, Wang Mei rolled up her sleeves and started cooking again. With the chef's card in hand, not cooking felt like a waste of her talent. Now the meals they prepared were no longer packed in takeout boxes but served directly in bowls, freeing up their hands. The couple worked in perfect harmony. 2 people were more than enough in the kitchen. After Su Ranran brought out the ingredients and water they needed, she went to check the supplies in the storage space. Upon seeing the pumpkin seeds sent by Su Fan, she learned that they had been enhanced, so she hurriedly took 2 upstairs to plant. The vegetables planted earlier had sprouted with a hint of green. Su Ranran planted the 2 pumpkin seeds at the edge of the plot and watered the entire piece of land. What would the pumpkins from the enhanced seeds look like? Grandpa said they could be planted in any soil, but the growth rate of the soil optimized by the base's research institute was very low. Could these seeds truly grow in strongly acidic soil? There's only one way to find out. With that thought, she went downstairs to dig up a bucket of strongly acidic soil, mixed the ash from the paper money in the copper basin, then planted 1 seed in it and watered it. This was just right, creating a control group against ordinary soil. On a whim, she checked her friend's location. The small screen was filled with red dots. Zooming in, the distribution of this area became quite evident. In the shantytown area, people were poor and reluctant to spend that much money on food, resulting in sparse red dots. They were the lowest tier among the survivors of the entire base, either lazy or lacking the ability and courage to go out to hunt zombies, or suffering from severe illnesses, barely surviving here. Occasionally doing a bit of odd jobs to earn a meager ration. The shanties were built by themselves, free of charge and without water or electricity. When extreme weather struck, safety was not guaranteed. Living in the mixed residence area was slightly better than the shantytown. At least the safety was higher here. The rent for each room in this area was 100 Gene of food shared among the residents. The more people living in one room, the cheaper it became, but privacy was virtually non-existent. There was also a strict requirement for residents here. Everyone over 14 had to trade 100 doomsday coins worth of supplies or crystal cores with the authorities each month. This was also one reason why some survivors from the shantytown were unwilling to live here. The largest number of survivors lived in this area of the base. Some had jobs at the base while others teamed up to go outside to hunt zombies for crystal cores or to seek food. After the apocalypse, acid rain eroded the land and the surface plants had become scarce. Those that managed to survive were all mutated. There was a type of underground mutated tuber plant called Dishu, rough, astringent, and difficult to swallow. Though it wasn't as tasty as rice, it was still food, barely enough to stave off hunger. When they found food, they either kept it for themselves or sold it to the base in exchange for doomsday coins, occasionally indulging in a meal of delicacies. There were quite a few red dots in the mixed residence area. Generally, those who could afford a separate room in District D were survivors with some strength, typically organized in families or teams. There were also a few lone wolves. When there was no extreme weather, they would go out to hunt zombies for crystal cores or take on missions issued by the authorities to find supplies, thus earning food and doomsday coins. The red dots in District D were the most evenly distributed. They didn't lack money, and most of them had probably added her as a friend. District C was the official office and residential area. Their meals were somewhat better than those of the survivors, but compared to the pre-apocalypse meals, they were not even in the same league. There were fewer people here, resulting in fewer red dots. Currently in District E, it was just their family. Zooming in, Su Ranran suddenly noticed that apart from the 3 of them, there was another small red dot nearby. Someone was approaching. She instinctively pulled out her crystal core gun and went to the fence to look down. It was Han Yuanyang, accompanied by a security team. She looked up to see him waving at her, then turned to say something to his security team before entering the house. The security team remained patrolling between the 2 buildings. This meant they had included her family in their safety protection range. Su Ranran went downstairs to tell her parents. Su Zhong nodded. It seems they have accepted our allegiance. Lu Jiazhua Restaurant. Su Fan's former colleague had come. Su Fan outlined the areas for wall demolition and doorframe installation, gave a brief explanation, and left with Dashan. They set off in the afternoon, and they should arrive home just in time for dinner. Su Fan packed several portions of the leftover food from lunch into the car. They just needed to heat it up for a meal. Most of the elderly in the village used cash. They first went to the bank to withdraw money and then each bought some items. By the time they returned to the village, it was not yet dark. Seeing them return early, the villagers hurried home to bring over some of the prepared crops, with some even going to the fields to pick fresh ones. The entrance of the Su family was bustling, resembling a market. After dinner, it quickly grew dark. Su Dad and Su Mom were busy weighing and paying while Su Fan called over Huzi, who was watching the excitement. Huzi thought Su Fan would be angry about his previous abrupt end to the livestream without greeting him. Unexpectedly, he was still willing to let him help. He hurried over eager. Brother Fan, what do you want me to do? Help me move the items they've weighed to the truck. You load from below while I stack from above. Okay, no problem. A temporary light was set up at the entrance, but it didn't shine directly into the truck. Su Fan didn't bother adjusting the angle and loaded the items in the dark. One bag went in the truck, then another into the space. After less than an hour, Hughes's arms felt weak and his shoulders burned like fire. When he saw Su Fan finish one bag and return to the truck door, he called out weakly, Brother Fan, why haven't I seen Dashin? Why don't we call him over to help? Uncle Su-san has a good day the day after tomorrow. His tasks are plentiful these 2 days. What's wrong? Can't you handle it? A man can't admit to being incapable. Huzi forced a smile. I can hold on. Keep it up, I believe in you. Huzi looked up at him. You really believe in me? Then can you take me to livestream? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. It depends on your performance. If you can hold on until we finish loading this truck, I'll take you to livestream tomorrow. Alright, but it's settled. I need to use your account to livestream. Don't leave me alone in the battle. Sure. After an hour of loading, seeing Huzi drenched in sweat and flushed, nearly tripping while moving goods, Su Dad said, Huzi, take a break, don't overexert yourself. I'm fine. I can do it. He was the most stubborn one. In the end, his parents couldn't stand it any longer and came to help. They kept loading until 1000, finally filling the truck. The villagers who received their payment smiled cheerfully, and those who hadn't sold everything hurriedly asked Su Fan when he would come for the next pickup. Don't worry, uncles and aunts, he'll be back tomorrow morning. You can bring it over then. Alright, only then did everyone return home satisfied to sleep. Seeing Hughes's family exhausted, Su Fan took out 300 yuan. And this is your labor fee, you really worked hard today. Oh, you child, just helping out the neighbors, there's no need to pay you. She refused, but Huzi grabbed it and held it, saying, what are you doing? If Brother Fan gives it, we should accept it. Otherwise, who would dare call us for work next time? That's right, take it. You'll be working hard again tomorrow morning. After washing up and getting ready for bed, Su Fan was pulled back by his mother. Xiao Fan, weren't you supposed to bring your girlfriend back for me to see this time? Why did you come back alone again? Mom, I don't even have a girlfriend, how can I bring one back? Nonsense, I heard everything. Su Mom had a knowing look. You heard? Su Fan's corner of his mouth twitched. Really, there's nothing. I told you that was just the sound from next door. I don't believe it. It's decided, I'm going back with you this time. I want to see my future daughter-in-law. You didn't come when I called you, now you want to come by yourself. Seeing her about to leave, Su Fan felt delighted. Sure, you can go with Dad. By the way, Mom, our house seems quite old. How about we consider demolishing it for reconstruction or renovation? What's the point in renovating it? Anyway, you have a house in the city now, and once you get married, you'll definitely live in the city. It doesn't matter whether this house is old or new, why waste the effort in money? Su Fan lowered his voice. Mom, our family has money now. Didn't you hear that Tiger has been wanting me to take him for live streaming? The money I earn from running a restaurant and live streaming is enough for us to build a new house. Really? Live streaming is that profitable? Su Fan added, just don't go around telling everyone, otherwise people in the village will come to me for live streaming or to borrow money and I won't be able to handle it. I won't say a word. I swear. Zu's mother mumbled as she returned to the room to share this joy with the father of the child. Su Fan also went back to his room. Chirp, chirp. The bronze bird called out a couple of times, indicating that the little spirits inside were waiting for food. He brought in a large basin of dishes and a large basin of rice. Let them divide and eat on their own. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of deliciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of deliciousness. After they finished eating, Nana's voice came. Mr. Su, I sense some of my kind nearby. Should I go and bring customers to you? Su Fan felt a stir in his heart. Those lingering in the vicinity were most likely from the village, and perhaps even his grandparents were among. He released Nana de Bayo, the gossiping woman, and the 2 debt-collecting little spirits, saying to them, go check and see if they are willing to come. If not, don't harm them. Understood. The spirits scattered. Half an hour later, they only brought back a child around 10 years old. Mr. Su, none of the old folks wanted to come, only this one did. No problem. Su Fan carefully observed the little spirit's appearance and realized he recognized him. They were from the same year he had drowned while playing in the Lishan Reservoir on the other side of the mountain when they were young. Xuan, do you remember me? The little boy stared at him with his big wet eyes, shaking his head. It's fine if you don't remember. Would you like to follow me? Like these big brothers and sisters, there's food and drink and a safe place to sleep. Xian turned to look at the other peculiar spirits and nodded. Su Fan handed him a box of ice cream. Zhuangquan's eyes sparkled as he took it and tried to poke it with a spoon, but it wouldn't budge. He then covered his hand over it and waited a while. When he tried with the spoon again, the ice cream had already softened and he happily started eating. Nana looked on, swallowing. "Sir, I want to eat ice cream too." Su Fan got her one. The other spirits said, "Mr. Su." Su Fan squinted and smiled. "There's none left." The next morning the harsh sound of pigs being slaughtered spread throughout Lishui village. It must be that De Wang's family was killing pigs. He didn't go to watch and drove away in the delivery truck. After circling outside, he found a deserted spot and sent all the collected grains and vegetables to Su Ranjan. The whole truckload along with what he received in the space was even more than everything he had sent before. Sweet potatoes, corn, cucumbers, water, spinach, okra, eggplants and peppers. The joy of harvest left Su Ranjan somewhat speechless. "This is more than enough, Grandpa, it's really too much." Su Fan wrote a note. "It's not too much. I see that the three of you can't handle it all. Why not hire a few people? It's time to form your own team. Just make sure they don't come into contact with core secrets. After you read my note, destroy it all." Su Ranjan replied, "Got it, Grandpa. We'll form the team right away and definitely sell these goods quickly." Su Fan took the chef card and the full house renovation card she sent over, recharged them and drove back to the village with an empty truck. After breakfast, a new round of vegetable procurement began. Tiger came to ask about the live streaming again. Su Fan went into the room to get a rake and a sack. "Let's go dig the soil together." "Digging again, Brother Fan? I don't have any fans. I want to use your account to live stream." Su Fan replied, "That's fine, but you must focus and not slack off, otherwise you'll lose fans." "Okay, I understand." Tiger rubbed his fiery shoulder. "I'll definitely work hard." After barely getting another chance, he would surely seize it. Su Fan found a small mound by the bamboo forest, set up his phone in the shade and opened the live stream facing that way. "Look here, this is my live streaming room, right? You just need to fill the bag with the soil you dig out." Tiger leaned in to take a look, and as soon as the live stream opened, several hundred people entered. His opportunity had come. He didn't mind his sore body anymore and began to dig the soil with all his strength. Su Fan, a bit farther away, used the enhanced rake to dig along the roots of the bamboo. There were many roots entangled together just as he wanted. The deeper he dug, the more bamboo roots he found. Seeing that he had about 100 roots, Su Fan cut them off. Noticing that Tiger hadn't paid attention, he stored the bamboo roots in the space and backfilled the soil. After sprinkling bamboo leaves on top, it looked unchanged. Seeing Tiger working hard digging vigorously, Su Fan said to him, "Tiger, keep digging, I'm going to check if there are camellias over there and dig one back." "Okay, you go ahead." Seeing him leave, Tiger took out his phone to check the live stream room. There were several hundred people online. Although it didn't compare to De Wang's thousands, it was much better than his single digits. He continued. Once he reached a few thousand viewers, he could draw a wave of traffic and all those fans would become his. By the way, why did Su Fan let brother De Wang cook but made him dig soil instead? Did he have a face that was good for digging soil? The barrage, what is this person doing? Obviously digging mud. Facing the yellow earth with his back to the sky, doing farm work, right? I don't think he looks like someone who came out to work in agriculture. He's still playing with his phone, not professional at all. I'm leaving, it's boring. Tiger, oblivious to the fact that half of the viewers had left, Su Fan arrived at his grandparents' graves. He first used the rake to dig a firebreak around, then took out incense and candles to burn paper money for them. He burned 2 large boxes. Only confirming that it wouldn't catch fire, he then left along a small path crossing over a hill behind which was the Lishan Reservoir. He often came here to play with brother De Wang when he was young. The scenery here was beautiful and the water quality was good. Su Fan took out a portable shower and jumped into the water. With the soul battle suit being impervious to fire and water, he was enveloped by a bubble as he jumped down, allowing him to breathe freely. Su Fan swam into the deep water area, extending the shower out of the bubble. It felt like opening a floodgate with water rushing in quickly through the tail end, forming a whirlpool. Su Fan continued to descend. The deeper the water, the greater the pressure, and the small whirlpool swiftly turned into a large whirlpool, speeding up further. In less than 10 minutes, the first compartment was filled. After 15 minutes, the second compartment was full, and 20 minutes later, the third compartment was filled. After another half an hour, the water chamber was finally full. The reservoir is vast, even filling a watering can shows little change. Su Fan returned carrying a rake, and Huzi asked brother Fan, "Why did you take so long? Didn't you say you were going to dig for camellias? Did you not find any?" "That's right. I remember there used to be many beautiful camellias on this mountain, but how could I not find a single decent one after searching for so long?" "Oh, you don't know that many of the flowers have been dug up by villagers to sell. A single plant can fetch several, but surely there must be at least one left," Huzi said. "The remaining ones are not worth digging, I couldn't be bothered." Su Fan sat down under the shade pointing at his phone and asked, "So how's it looking? Is anyone watching your live stream?"
Huzi threw down the rake and came over to sit in the shade, glanced at the phone and exclaimed, "What the hell, only a few dozen people? It used to be several hundred. Why are you swearing? This is a live stream that could create a bad impression." "Forget it, I see you're just not cut out for streaming." Sufan took the phone back, exited the live stream and said, "The sack is not enough. Huzi, can you help me bring 2 more? Also grab a shoulder pole to help me carry this soil back." After 2 live streams like this, Huzi was getting exasperated and asked, "What do you need so much soil for?" "To take to the city to grow vegetables." "You have plenty of land at home, why go to the city to plant?" "Alright, it's too hot. I'm heading home for a drink and a bathroom break, then I'll be back." Lazy people tend to procrastinate, but Sufan didn't mind. Seeing Huzi leave, he swung the rake and started digging like a machine. Digging and raking, in just half an hour the upper half of the small mound was excavated. Seeing no one around, he stored the soil in his space and shallowly dug another layer before leaving for Dashin's house. They had a full banquet with a head chef, assistants and those washing vegetables and running errands. No wonder everyone had time to deal with their crops. The master chef was handling pork. Seeing the large pots and stoves nearby, Sufan felt a spark of inspiration. He approached him to chat, requested a business card and asked for the phone numbers of 2 of his peers. "Are you planning to hold banquets too?" the chef asked him. "Kind of, master. My factory has several hundred people. If you're willing, I can arrange for regular meals." "Not really. Cafeterias tend to lose their appeal over time and become less tasty. I need you to maintain the same standards as when you cater to others." The chef with a cigarette in his mouth squinted and considered, saying, "As long as the payment is in order, you can have any level of service you desire." "Deal." Dashin came out of the house and walked over immediately, saying, "Xiaofan, I was just about to look for you. Since you have a car, could you help my family with the shopping?" "No problem." Sufan took the menu from the chef and went home. The purchasing matter was almost settled. He informed his parents and drove to the town. In addition to buying the vegetables needed for Dashin's family, he also purchased quite a bit of meat for himself. Long John base. Upon learning that Sufan had sent dozens of tons of supplies, Su Zhong and the others nearly went crazy. So much. When are we going to get this all done? Just thinking about it was overwhelmingly stressful. Su Ranran comforted him, saying, "It's all right, Dad. We can hire people. Grandpa said we should form our own team, just make sure they don't get access to our core secrets. Now there are official patrol teams outside, no one dares to cause trouble. I think we should just set up a gazebo outside and find people to work there." "Then who should we look for?" "Ordinary people." Wang Mei asked. Su Ranran replied, "We need both ordinary people and ability users. We just awakened, our powers are still not strong enough. Will hiring ability users be too risky? Seeing so many things every day, it's hard to ensure they won't have any ulterior motives," Su Zhong said with concern. "We can start by looking for a few less aggressive ability users like those from the water and wood systems. We've already exceeded the official water usage limit in these 2 days, so having a few more water ability users can help us avoid suspicion." Seeing them nod, Su Ranran continued, "Haven't we already earned over 300,000 doomsday coins? Let's gather some more food to buy a few mutated crystal cores from the metal and fire systems to upgrade your abilities first, and then we can consider recruiting other ability users." "Right, we need to improve our strength first and suppress other ability users." "It's settled then." The 3 transferred most of their funds to Wang Mei's communication wristband, and the couple took a box of salt as a disguise to trade for the mutated crystal cores. Before the apocalypse, salt was nearly equivalent to rice, possibly even a bit cheaper. After the apocalypse, rice could be replaced with sweet potatoes, but there was no substitute for salt and its price gradually rose. A package of 400 grams of salt could be exchanged for over 100 pounds of grain. Su Ranran sent a message in the group shop. "No. One is short on manpower, recruiting several chefs, priority given to ability user chefs. Compensation is 200 doomsday coins per month, ample food provided plus other hidden benefits. All are welcome to apply." As soon as the message was sent, the group exploded with reactions. "Pick me, pick me. I don't need money, just feed me. Pick me, I'm a chef, but I'm not an ability user. Is that okay? I'm an ability user, but I can't cook. 200 doomsday coins are too low, it should be at least 500. Ability users are so awesome, they have priority in everything." Seeing the messages flood in, Su Ranran sent another message, "Those with mutated crystal cores for trade get priority in signing up." As soon as this message was sent, it felt like someone hit the pause button. It took a long time for anyone to respond. Who would go work for you when they have mutated crystal cores? Exactly. Wouldn't it be better to trade for food? Su Ranran smirked and sent out another message, "Limited spots available, registration is swift. This message is valid for half an hour, don't miss out." Ding ding. Ding ding. Dozens of private messages came in and Su Ranran checked each one, inquiring about their abilities. She decided to disregard those with aggressive abilities or bad temper. She selected 2 water users and 1 wood user along with 2 ordinary chefs, totaling 5 people.
Although water ability users were rare, they could survive easily at the base and wouldn't lack food. However, the boxed lunches sold at Shop No. 1 were well known and considered the pinnacle of doomsday food. Anyone with a bit of economic capacity would want to eat there. Especially since she was providing meals, many ability users were tempted. The messages kept coming in. Half an hour later, Su Ranran announced in the group, "We have filled the spots, please do not private message me anymore." After informing them of the villa's address, she went outside to wait, watching as workers were building a wall around the villa. She quickly called Su Zhong. "Dad, could you also discuss with Director Tian about whether we can allocate the empty land from our house to the wall to us?" "Sure, I'll ask if he agrees." Wang Mei interjected, "That piece of land isn't small, can he agree?" Su Zhong confidently replied, "There's nothing that can't be settled over a meal. If one meal doesn't work, then two." Ha ha ha. Wang Mei laughed upon hearing this. "Honey, you seem to be acting a bit extravagant right now." "Ahaha, do I?" No, we need to keep a low profile. The apartment building in Zone C of the base used to be the best housing in Longjiang Base, home to the leaders, researchers and resource type. The Li family resides here. They previously ran a supermarket stockpiling goods in several warehouses. When the apocalypse struck, while others were left empty-handed and helpless, they seized the opportunity and recruited several ability users to escort them to the base. They invested the supplies they had into real estate and shops in the base, surviving solely on rental income. Over the past few years, they thrived and never worried about hunger. However, due to the overall environment, they couldn't grow wheat or rice, and their stored food was rapidly depleting. The thought of having to eat those inferior things like the other poor people made the Li family uneasy. A fat man with a gluttonous appearance, oily hair and dark circles around his eyes, slouched lazily on the sofa surrounded by several. He looked at the Mediterranean man on the opposite sofa, saying, "Uncle, have you heard? Someone in the base is selling boxed meals made from flawless grains with meat and vegetables. Many people have gone to eat them." "Why haven't I heard? Isn't Shop No. 1 the one the officials exchanged from us?" The Mediterranean man named Li Yotsai had 3 women around him, and his coarse plump hands were ungraciously searching for something on the women. The women murmured in dissatisfaction, shifting uncomfortably. Li Hongliang glanced over without restraint. "So what, uncle, shall we go there to eat?" Li Yukai grabbed a handful of meat and sighed, "I want it, but do you know who the boss selling the boxed meals is?" "I haven't been there, so I don't know." "Do you, uncle?" Li Yukai nodded. "It's the Su Zhong family that used to work in our shop." Li Hongliang's expression changed. "From our shop before the apocalypse?" "Yes." The two men's expressions grew serious. Before the apocalypse, Su Zhong and his wife worked in their shop, and after the disaster they came here seeking refuge with their 14-year-old daughter. At that time everyone was busy fleeing for their lives. Who would take them the powerless burdens? Li Yukai ignored. After escaping to Longjiang Base with supplies, they became prominent figures due to their stock. Yet Su Zhong and his family, against all odds, survived amidst the assaults of zombies and extreme weather. Unfortunately, they had nothing. Compared to their own lives, the difference was like heaven and earth. They thought they would never cross paths again, yet now they had the capability to sell boxed meals. Where did they get their resources? Now that they had nothing to eat, were they really going to humble themselves and ask them to sell food? Li Yukai looked at his nephew with high hopes. "Hongliang face isn't as important as filling your stomach. This honorable task falls to you. Go help everyone buy food. You have space, so it will be easier to bring it back." "Me?" Li Hongliang's face darkened, remembering how he had humiliated them harshly when they parted ways. How could he possibly bring himself to speak now? "Li Yi, I've heard they won't let anyone who hasn't added them as a friend take food. Even if young Master Hongliang goes, he won't be able to bring you any. You can only go yourself, and you must first add the girl as a friend to buy food." A voluptuous woman beside Li Yukai spoke. With their basic needs met, Li Yotsai, who originally had a wife, attracted many women who lacked resources to offer themselves to him. He didn't refuse the beauties that came knocking at his door. He took in 3 at once, all exceptionally beautiful, and if his body allowed, he could have taken in more. At first his wife was unwilling, but later she came to terms with it. "You take in women and he'll take in a boy toy. Everyone plays their own game." Seeing how they enjoyed themselves, Li Hongliang learned from them. Although he was fat, he was young, and he was surrounded by 5 charming women. Originally their family had 7 or 8 people, with these extra companions and ability users serving them. The number of people who needed to eat every day had grown to 20. With consumption accelerating 5 years later, even with money in hand, it was hard to buy what they wanted. Another woman next to the voluptuous one leaned closer, saying, "Li Yi, we're almost out of sanitary pads too. Without them the sisters can't survive. Didn't you say you would buy some for us?" "Yes, Li Yi, we can do without anything else, but that is absolutely essential." Li Hongliang's women chimed in, Right, we want some too." Several women began to plead, causing Li Yukai to exclaim he couldn't take it anymore. All right. Bye. Hongliang, immediately call old Tian and have him issue a collection order to procure sanitary pads and toilet paper. You troublesome women. Hoof. When you want someone you call them a cutie, now you find them troublesome, you heartless one. The voluptuous woman pouted, looking angry.
Li Yukai loved seeing her like this and pouted his sausage-like lips toward her. Cutie, don't be mad. I was just joking. Come on, let's go inside and I'll make it up to you. As they stood to head inside not knowing when they would come out, Li Hongliang hurriedly said, Uncle, the villa in Zone E is built. When are we moving over? Isn't it still not decorated? You should hurry and urge that Tian to get it done for us. As the door closed, Li Hongliang withdrew his gaze just in time to see the little mouth of his uncle's third woman slightly open, her agile tongue swirling as she made a beckoning gesture towards him. Li Hongliang's heart ignited instantly. That bad woman, I must pin you down and tease you one day. Let you know why the flowers are so red. Su Zhong and his companion found Tian Shichen to purchase mutated crystal nuclei. How much do you want to buy? 30000 doomsday coins plus a box of salt. With the current prices we should be able to get about 35 pieces, right, Director Tian? We want all gold, fire and space types. Seeing the box of salt, Tian Shichen immediately agreed to the transaction. This was also an important scarce resource. Without rice one can eat mutated animal meat, without animal meat one can eat sweet potatoes, but without salt a person will lose strength. However, he did not have as many nuclei as they needed, ultimately securing 9 gold type and 8 fire type, with even fewer space types, only 4. After some thought, Su Zhong traded 1 each of earth, water and wood types. He could still buy 11 more. After collecting the mutated crystal nuclei, Su Zhong said, Director Tian, there is 10 meters of vacant land between our villa and the outer wall. I would like to rent it out surrounding our house. What do you think? In the Doomsday base every inch of land is precious, but having money changes everything. Tian Shichen nodded in agreement. Sure, but that place isn't small, I'll charge you 1 mutated crystal nucleus for it. All right. Upon their agreement, Tian Shichen immediately called the construction team. They were currently building the surrounding wall, which would be completed soon. Just after hanging up, he received a call from the Li family. After chatting for a bit, Tian Shichen asked, Boss, so you have a construction team, right? Su Zhong looked at him. What's wrong? How about you take on the entire renovation project of Villa E? Su Zhong gazed directly into his eyes and Tian Shichen felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him. Just when he felt he could no longer bear it, Su Zhong nodded, all right, but it has to be the same as with Xiaohan, 10 mutated crystal cores for 1 villa. Tian Shichen suddenly felt a headache. Just because Han Yuanyang could accept it for a specific reason didn't mean others could as well. Then I cough, will first discuss it with the other owners to see if they can afford this. However, Villa 8 can afford it and they need it urgently. Can we renovate it for them first? Sure, Su Zhong replied. Seeing him agree so readily, Wang Mei quickly said, Director Tian, we mentioned before that we cannot control the renovation style of that team, so we need to collect the payment in advance. Otherwise, if they don't like the finished product, how do we handle them not paying? Tian Shichen considered for a moment and said, all right. In this apocalyptic world, what style could they choose? Having a well-furnished place was already good enough. If the Li family was not satisfied, they could just let them switch to another villa. Anyway, Su Zhong's renovation speed was very fast, so switching to another villa at that time would be totally feasible. Boss Su, I no longer have the mutated crystal cores you want. How about we trade for an awakened crystal core instead? Do you guys want it? Su Zhong and his companion exchanged glances. Although they couldn't use it themselves, it could be used to attract talent. They nodded in agreement. Spending 10000 doomsday coins, they traded for a water-type awakened crystal core. After leaving the housing management office, the two went to buy materials needed for the awning and planned to find a few workers to set it up. What a sight! Everyone wanted to join. Boss Su, pick me. You said last time that if there was work, I'd be called. Right, me too. They all knew that working for Boss Su meant not worrying about food, and it was good food. As everyone clamored to join, the patrol team suddenly barged in shouting, what's going on? No disturbances. The crowd immediately took 3 steps back. The patrol captain nodded at Su Zhong and his companion. Boss Su, we're over there. Just call us if you need anything. Su Zhong smiled and nodded, thank you. This meant they had gained priority attention from the patrol team. The crowd immediately became subdued, speaking in hushed tones. Su Zhong selected a few workers who had experience in construction, bought materials and brought them to Area E. When they returned, Su Ranran had finished discussing with the helpers who had come for the interview. Seeing Han Yuanyang nearby, Wang Mei inquired with her eyes. Su Ranran just smiled at her. It wasn't the time for talking, so they refrained from asking further. Su Zhong instructed the workers and helpers to start building the awning and walls while the 3 prepared to head to shop No. 1. Han Yuanyang said, Uncle and Auntie, do you need me to send a security team for escort? Not for now, thank you. Han Yuanyang nodded, greeted Su Ranran and returned to his villa. The 3 walked towards the shopping street. Ranran, what's Xiao Han here for? Wang Mei asked. Earlier I was waiting at the entrance for a chef who came for an interview. When he learned about it, he asked if I wanted his advice. I thought since we've already surrendered, there's no need to turn him away. Besides, he is an official and has seen more than I have, so I agreed. How about it? Were those all chefs? No, I found 3 ability users and 2 professional chefs. Su Zhong asked, I only saw 4 just now, where's the other one?
I was just about to mention that.
One of the 2 chefs was actually a hidden ability user, he didn't mention it when we talked. Moreover, he was a space ability user. When I presented the ingredients for them to try, he stealthily stored the food in his space. I didn't even notice it was Han Yuanyang who caught him, and then I kicked him out. These unsatisfied guys. Working for us, do they think they will be lacking in food? How dare he steal? Wang Mei was furious. I knew that hiring ability users would pose a threat to us. Su Zhong comforted her, it's not that serious, my dear. As long as we are careful in our screening moving forward, we won't hire any space ability users.
Su Ranran nodded. Dad is right. We cannot let one bad apple spoil the bunch.
The other ability users are quite good.
Mom, did you know?
The water ability user can purify the water used to wash vegetables again, which can save us quite a bit of water. And there's that wood ability user, I'll tell you more about him when we get home.
The 3 arrived at shop No. 1 and opened the door.
The group had already been informed to bring their own bowls and chopsticks, and many were waiting at the door with bowls in hand. Those who hadn't added friends yet and those who didn't know about the news still came in droves. Seeing that they really hadn't prepared pack meals, the more particular ones went home to get theirs, while those less particular simply picked up discarded food containers from last night. For survivors suffering from severe water shortages, these food containers might be cleaner than the unwashed bowls at home.
After locking the partition door, the food was brought out.
The crowd surged. Su Zhong maintained order. As usual, those with friends come to me to get their food, those without friends add my daughter as a friend first. Those who had purchased food from them before already knew the rules and lined up in an orderly fashion.
The newcomers were initially confused but gradually learned what to do.
While serving, Su Zhong suddenly noticed a familiar figure at Su Ranran's window.
Li Hongliang. The scene he encountered when the apocalypse first broke out reappeared in his mind.
Turning his head, Wang Mei had also seen him, and instead of the rage he anticipated, there was a sarcastic smile at the corner of her mouth. How the tides have turned! Who would have thought that the one who once begged for scraps at the other's feet would now have their roles reversed? Su Ranran, having added him as a friend, glanced at her watch. Sorry, you need to pay an additional 30 doomsday coins.
Why? Isn't it 20 doomsday coins per portion? Li Hongliang complained.
For others it's 20, for you it's 50, Su Ranran replied. Why? Su Ranran looked at him, a smile in her eyes, but her voice was icy. There's no need for me to elaborate on the reasons. Do you not know what you've done? You. Li Hongliang stammered. He certainly knew what had done. But having to pay 30 coins more than others was not just a minor issue, it was a significant humiliation. Seeing Su Zhong and Wang Mei both looking at him with ambiguous smiles, Li Hongliang in embarrassment and anger wanted to turn and leave. A woman behind him leaned in. Brother Liang, are you done?
I'm starving here.
Yeah, brother, hurry up and buy. Those behind in line also shouted, what's going on with the person in front?
Why haven't they moved? Are they buying or not?
If you're not buying, don't block the way for others.
Exactly, hurry up. Is this a place to lounge around?
Since arriving at the base, he had always been revered. When had he ever faced such humiliation?
Just as Li Hongliang was about to leave, Su Ranran's voice came through. Hey! Are you sure you don't want to buy? Next time ITLL cost you an extra 200 coins.
If he pays an extra 200 coins, wouldn't he become a fool of 205? Li Hongliang gritted his teeth and paid another 30 coins, grabbed his meal, ignored the women entirely, and strode away.
Uncle, and hello. Hongliang. Did you get food? And I did, uncle.
Li Hongliang's lips trembled.
Uncle, they're bullying me, and Li Yukai was taken aback. What happened? Why are you crying? How did they bully you? Did they recognize you? And yes?
They recognized me and charged me more than everyone else.
They even called me a fool. Are they really this brazen now? And exactly, uncle.
Crush them, Nat. The word crush. Passers-by turned their heads curiously. There stood a massive man, tears and snot streaming down his face, ranting into his community like a child tattling. In the apocalypse, few could afford to grow so plump. His girth alone betrayed his status. When his gaze swept over the crowd, people hurried away.
Li Yukai fell silent for a moment.
Foolish boy, if we crush them, how will we eat afterward? You find a second vendor selling boxed meals and then we'll crush him, and I'll cripple him instead.
And that woman?
I'll strip her bare. And all right, come back first.
Let's deliberate carefully. And
He hung up, wiped his face, and finally sat down to eat. The moment he took his first bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. He shoveled in several more mouthfuls. This was unbelievably delicious. For years he'd eaten almost nothing but plain rice. Occasionally he'd been granted a serving of lab-grown lettuce from the research institute, but otherwise only canned goods and dried rations had sustained him. He was utterly weary of them. He hadn't tasted anything so fresh in ages. He immediately called Li Yukai again. Uncle, I take it all back. I don't want them dead, I want them alive, cooking for us.
It's absolutely exquisite. Fish, vegetables, meat, you name it, they've got it. Uncle, come quickly. And Liu Kai stared at his wristcom for a long while. That brat, his mood shifted faster than desert winds. Seeing him dazed, the young women beside him nudged him gently. Master Li, if young Master Han Liang says it's delicious, it truly must be. Shall we go too? Yes. Let's hurry, or it'll all be gone. And they pulled Liu Kai to his feet. After 2 steps he abruptly halted, turned back and retrieved a mask from his safe, then slipped it on. Why were those people still holding such a grudge? All they'd done was refuse to take them along during the Exodus 5 years ago. Yet the bitterness lingered. Perhaps the mask would keep him unrecognized. Little did he know that the moment he stepped inside the shop, the Su family noticed him instantly. In this age of relentless sandstorms, ordinary masks had long vanished. Most survivors resorted to cloth or clothing tied over their faces. Here he stood utterly alone, wearing a mask with quiet defiance. Impossible to overlook. Su Ranran pretended not to see him, first added him as a contact, then said calmly, 50 in-time coins per box. Thank you. You. And Su Ranran blinked wide-eyed, feigning innocence. What did I do? Liu Kai glanced at Wang Mei behind her, then at Su Zhong beside her, and lowering his mask burst into hearty laughter. Ah, old Su. So it's you. Long time no see, never imagined you'd open a little shop. Indeed, a modest venture, Su Zhong replied, twirling his serving spoon midair like a spinning top, a wry smile playing on his lips. We never dreamed the great Mr. Li himself would grace our humble stall. Truly your presence honors us beyond measure, please do favor us with your patronage. Seeing Su Zhong manipulate metal with ease, Li Youcai's expression stiffened. He forced a dry chuckle. Of course, I'll buy out your entire stock. Is that patronage enough? Before the apocalypse such a boast would have been unremarkable. Now it sounded like a death sentence. Before the Zus could respond, voices erupted from behind. Are you insane? If you buy it all, what are we supposed to eat? And exactly. Buy or leave, why start flattering them now? Trapped between outrage and embarrassment, Liu Kai found himself overwhelmed, while his 3 companions grew impatient. Master Li, look how delicate the dishes are. So fragrant. Hurry and buy some. When we get home I'll reward you. The sultry woman whispered something suggestive into his ear. Ecstatically, Liu Kai abandoned all pretense of dignity. Buy. 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 Here, 50 coins, take it. He paid on the spot and loaded his tray. Su Ranran glanced at the woman's profile, Yao Yao. Truly fitting, she was bewitchingly, almost supernaturally alluring. Back at their residence in Sector C, uncle and nephew met privately. Uncle, did they give you trouble? Li Youcai's face darkened. Damn it. Su Zhong used to seem so honest, how did he turn into this? And let's arrest them and make them cook for us every day. Li Hongliang suggested. Liu Kai shot him a sharp look. Don't act rashly, Su Zhong is a metal element adept, and so what? You're an adept too, and so am I. Yours is spatial manipulation, how does that counter him? Mine is earth-based, I chose it solely for self-preservation back then. Now I regret it bitterly. Choosing Earth for survival was wise, uncle, it saves lives when it matters. Besides, we have other adepts, we needn't fight ourselves. Li Hongliang couldn't fathom why his uncle hesitated so. Liu Kai weighed deeper concerns. We know nothing of his true strength, where he sourced these supplies, whether this is merely the tip of his stockpile. Acting prematurely risks losing far more than we gain. Simple then, we seize them, beat them and extract the truth. I'll interrogate the woman myself, if she refuses I'll break her. No threats, not yet. First locate their residence. Send someone to scout. We command the 5 elemental champions, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Since Su Zhong commands metal, fire subdues metal. Dispatch the fire champion, he'll overwhelm him instantly. Li Hongliang grinned, already picturing victory. Liu Kai sighed. How many times must I tell you not to call him Fire Boy? It's just easier to remember. Do you agree, Uncle N? No violence within the base N, and the Su family returned after selling all their meals? Around Villa, no. 15. The skeletal outline of a perimeter wall had already taken shape, its boundaries firmly established. Now only height remained to be added. All 3 surveyed it with satisfaction. Most residences, with courtyards included, span no more than 200 square meters. Theirs already exceeded 300 and neared 400. With a courtyard, no one could peer directly into their home anymore. The frame for the sunshade canopy had been erected and workers were installing corrugated steel roofing atop it. For kitchen assistants, 5 laborers and over a dozen construction crew members, more than 20 souls working in unison, would complete every task before day's end. Su Ranran entered the house. Father, mother, shall we offer them a reward? To inspire greater diligence, Wang Mei asked Ranran, what kind of reward did you have in mind? There are over 20 of them, and the security detail may well station here permanently. They must be included too. It'll require quite a bit. Su Ranzan took out the watermelon from the space, saying, how about this? Grandpa has sent us watermelons. After eating this they would surely be devoted to us. Su Zhong and Wang Mei looked at the large watermelon with gleaming eyes. Wang Mei excitedly rubbed her hands together. This is great. Each of us can have a slice. Su Zhong laughed. My dear, it's not expensive for us, but for them it's something that money can't buy. Quick Ranzan, let's cut the watermelon open. Okay. Su Ranzan went into the kitchen, took a kitchen knife and cut the watermelon open. The skin was emerald green, the flesh was bright red, juicy with thin skin and ample flesh. This is the legendary dream watermelon. Of course it was also their first time eating it in 5 years. Wang Mei's mouth watered. Hurry, cut it. Su Ranzan divided half of it into 2 and then cut it into several pieces. The 3 of them each took a piece to eat. The rich juice and sweet flavor were delightful to the heart. Sweet. Juicy. Refreshing. This is so delicious. Ranzan, are we really giving this to them? I don't want to part with it. Don't worry, Mom, we still have 9 left. Winning people's hearts is essential, especially those few helpers. If we don't let them know we have good stuff, how can they be devoted to us? We need to make sure they don't want to leave when they come. All right, give. Just as Su Ranzan was about to slice it, Su Zhong suddenly stopped her. Wait, Ranzan, did your grandpa send over the chef card? Dad, it's just cutting a watermelon. Does it matter? It matters. A few days ago, watching you all transform into culinary gods made my hands itch. Hurry and give it to me. Wang Mei reproached from the side. You're already in your 50s, still so reckless. It's just that this thing is too mad. Su Zhong smiled awkwardly, took the chef card Su Ranzan handed over and used it. Instantly various cutting techniques and cooking methods flooded into his mind. He now understood why Ranzan and his wife were so eager. Who could resist this? He picked up the knife and executed several beautiful knife techniques, swiftly cutting the watermelon into pieces of uniform size and thickness. Wife, take the watermelon outside and distribute it to them. Ranzan, you bring out the vegetables. My little universe is about to explode. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Su Ranzan took out a large winter melon along with some cowpeas, eggplants and chili potatoes, and also brought out a portable sprayer to put next to the sink. Dad, you keep busy. I'm afraid it's not safe for Mom to go distribute alone. Come on, Mom, let's go together. She took a basin, filled it with watermelon and went out with Wang Mei. Wang Mei waved to the workers and shouted, everyone take a break, we're having watermelon. Everyone turned around and saw the basin in Su Ranzan's hands with the emerald green watermelon rind and the ruby red flesh, so eye-catching and unbelievable. What did they see? Watermelon. What kind of conditions do they have at home? Watermelon. Everyone immediately walked over and the worker installing the shade nearly fell. Seeing them gather around, the guard team approached warily to check for any commotion. Su Ranzan placed the basin on the small cart she had moved out for vegetables and waved at them. Big brother from the guard team, come over too. Wang Mei handed each of them a slice. The water-type ability user Pei cradled the watermelon like a treasure, never expecting to eat watermelon in this lifetime. Miss Su, am I dreaming? Su Ranzan smiled. You're not dreaming, hurry and eat. Everyone's eating styles varied. Some took small careful bites while others stuffed large chunks into their mouths. But without exception they all ate the watermelon rind. Although the rind was a bit hard in this apocalyptic world where leafy vegetables were scarce, it was as precious as vegetables and no one could bear to throw it away. Su Ranzan reflected on herself, realizing she should wash the watermelon before cutting it next time. The 3 of them unconsciously left the watermelon rind behind while eating, perhaps because they had been well fed lately and didn't notice it. Now seeing them eating the rind made her think of this. It was luxurious, truly too extravagant. But it wasn't wasted, the scraps could be kept for compost. Several helpers finished the watermelon and were still savoring the fresh aroma. They had indeed made the right choice coming here. This must be the hidden benefit Su Ranzan spoke of. This benefit was incredible. They would never leave. The worker who was setting up the shade was a bit at a loss after finishing. They had just come to deliver goods and help set up a shade. Originally just getting a meal was already taking advantage of them. Now unexpectedly they got to eat such precious things. How could they repay this? The construction team felt extremely fortunate. Thankfully Director Tian had sent them over to build the wall first, otherwise how could they have tasted such good food? Director Tian was amazing. The guard team, composed entirely of ability users, was equally shocked to see the watermelon. When they received the order to protect Han Yuanyang alongside Zu's family, they hadn't understood why at the time. What was the big deal about 3 newly awakened ability users that warranted such heavy importance from Leader No. 1. Now seeing all this, they finally understood that Zu's family was not just newly awakened ability users but also new resource magnates. Each received a slice, but there were still 2 pieces left in the basin. Su Ranzan took 1 piece and handed it to Wang Mei. Mom, there's still 1 piece here, why don't you give it to Han Yuanyang? He helped me today. Okay. After sending a message to Han Yuanyang, he arrived shortly. What delicious food do you have? Su Ranzan handed the basin to him. Upon seeing the emerald green and bright red watermelon inside, Han Yuanyang was momentarily stunned, looked at her and silently picked it up to eat.
He also left no rind behind. Seeing Su Ranzan prepare to return with the basin, he finally spoke thank you.
Su Ranzan smiled at him. You're welcome.
Han Yuanyang wiped his mouth with his thumb, looking at the construction team working diligently by the wall, then turned to the guard team standing behind him, asking, "Did you all eat?" The guard captain nodded and pointed to the workers setting up the shade, saying they ate too.
So I'm the last one to eat.
Why didn't you call me?
It was too engrossing, we didn't think of it at the moment. But Deputy Han, it's not our food.
Even if we thought of it, we wouldn't dare to call you. It was Miss Su who said you helped her today, that's why we specially called you over.
Han Yuanyang.
Beep. Beep. Local network message: the authorities are purchasing a batch of sanitary pads and toilet paper at favorable prices. Additionally, they are collecting a batch of mutated crystals related to gold, fire, and space elements at favorable prices.
Beep.
Beep. Local network message: the authorities will organize a group of explorers for a new round of resource searching with registration ending at 10 p.m. tonight. Han Yuanyang frowned at the last message and walked towards the C District Leadership Compound.
Dad. You're here. Just the right time, there's something I need to tell you. Dad, what kind of medicine is this? It's so powerful. Yet deep down he already had an inkling of the answer. This is the test report for that golden potion you brought last time. To say we could have developed something this potent even before the apocalypse would be an exaggeration. Han Bagua looked at him seriously. Yuanyang, the Su family is truly extraordinary.
If this medicine can be produced in bulk, even if it only has 1/10 of its efficacy, we would all be saved. Han Yuanyang responded, gazing at the string of numbers that symbolized hope, feeling an exhilarating rush as he took several deep breaths. What kind of advanced technology does the Su family possess to develop such a medicine? Han Bagua shook his head. That statement is misguided. Even if this medicine is successfully distributed, at most it can only cure our lung diseases. With so many zombies outside, we still have to contend with the zombie virus, so saying that everyone is saved is premature.
Han Yuanyang nodded silently.
Han Bagua tapped on the table. We can't develop a medicine to fight the zombie virus anytime soon.
We need to tackle one issue at a time first. We must ensure everyone's health before thinking about anything else. Today the Su family recruited a few chefs, apparently preparing for a big feast. As long as everyone has money, eating well won't be a problem. So that's why you organized this expedition.
Yes, the Su family has enough to eat and wear, and they already have houses now, they just lack the mutated crystal cores. Han Yuanyang suddenly understood. They want to enhance their strength.
Exactly. They are buying mutated crystal cores from Xiao Tian, wanting over 30 at once.
They specifically requested gold, fire, and space types. And one more thing, Yuanyang, take a team to the Qingyun base to acquire a batch of mutated crystals and awakening crystals, and bring along some sweet potatoes and corn. Han Bagua looked at him. They may not trust you, but they will definitely trust food.
All right.
Looking at all the bases, no one else can provide such fresh food anymore.
With it you can practically trade for any crystal core. However, they don't have much of it either. Otherwise. Dad. Today I had watermelon at the Su family. Han Yuanyang said.
Han Bagua stared at him intently, his emotions shifting from shock to fervor, then to realization, finally calming down as he asked, "Did you not leave some for your dad?" "There was only a small piece and I finished it all." Han Bagua remained silent for a while, sighed. "All right, go ahead, just don't forget next time."
"Yes."
Han Bagua raised his wrist, opened the contact list on his watch, scrolled to Su Renan's name, and his finger twitched. It seemed like he had something to say, yet he couldn't find the words. Finally he sent a message to Tian Shicheng, asked the Su family if they want to join, if so send more capable people to protect them. Tian Shicheng saw the message and initially thought to make a call, but then decided to head out instead.
Arriving at Villa No.
15, he found that the walls were already half-built and the workers were filled with an inexplicable excitement.
Tian Shicheng was puzzled, wondering what happy event had occurred. Just as he was about to chat, Su Ranan used her space ability to transport a pile of bricks which clattered to the ground. "Director Tian, is there something you need?" "I have a matter to discuss. Is your dad home?"
"He's busy right now. Whatever it is you can tell me and I'll relay it to him."
Tian Shicheng faintly heard the sound of cooking from inside, but he didn't smell any aroma.
He smiled at her and said, "All right, telling you is the same."
"Have you seen the message?"
"This time the authorities are preparing to deploy an expedition team to search for supplies outside alongside civilian teams."
"Are you interested?"
Su Ranan had indeed seen the message and was aware that one of the messages was sent for their family, but she was more interested in another message.
"Director Tian, is it about searching for toilet paper?" Tian Shicheng nodded.
Su Ranan smiled. "Actually, that isn't necessary. I still have a bit of stock left."
"Why don't you help me send a message instead?" "How much do you have?"
"I'll take it all."
No, what we need you don't have." Tian Zicheng's expression stiffened. "You mean
you only accept mutated crystal cores or awakening crystal cores?
Normal crystal cores won't do."
"I still have plenty of those and so do others."
Su Ranan shook her head.
Seeing her disinterest, Tian Shicheng suddenly thought of something and looked toward Villano.
8 saying girl can you expedite the renovations for Villa No. 8. They're in a hurry.
They need a lot of sanitary supplies and they also have the mutated crystal cores you want. Just get the renovations done for them and they'll pay you together later.
Su Ranan looked at him. Director Tian, you haven't given us the mutated crystal cores for renovating this house yet. Tian Shicheng slapped his forehead. Oh no. Look at my memory you'll call right now.
Previously Wang Mei also mentioned needing to get the crystal cores first, but it seemed that some issue had delayed it and he completely forgot when he got busy. Watching him step aside to make a call, Su Ranan went inside to ask Su Zhong and the others what they thought about this expedition. Wang Mei said in the past we had to go out because we had no choice. We searched for supplies and fought zombies to survive and fill our stomachs. Now that we lack nothing and with your grandfather as our strong backing there's no need to take such risks anymore, right? Su Zhong turned off the fire plating the dish and only after Su Ranan stored it in her space did he say, you all don't go, I will.
Why do you want to go, husband? We have everything we need.
Even if we lack crystal cores we can just wait for others to come back and take theirs.
But we lack practical combat experience.
Su Zhong looked at her seriously. Wife, why did we go to great lengths to awaken our offensive abilities? Isn't it to have the ability to protect ourselves?
If we keep staying in the base over time we will become like flowers in a greenhouse.
If one day we encounter zombies or other dangers I want to know how to protect you or Ranan.
Wang Mei.
How has her husband changed so much?
Su Ranan looked at the two of them, thought for a moment and said, Mom, I think Dad is right. We just awakened our powers and have no practical experience. We should indeed go out and train. However, Dad, your strength is currently low, so absorb these few golden crystal cores before you go.
She took out all the golden mutated crystal cores.
Su Zhong glanced at them. Why are there 10? Didn't we recruit a few chefs today? I traded for one with them.
Su Ranan then took out 10 fire-type crystal cores. Mom, these are yours.
I have 10 too. Ranan, you are truly capable.
But I want go. If both of us leave I can't rest easy leaving you here alone.
Yes dear, you stay here to protect Ranran. I can go alone.
I didn't say you should go, Mom, I just wanted to inform you about this.
Dad, you should hurry up and absorb it. We are setting off tomorrow morning and I'm worried we won't make it in time.
It's fine, there are 4 helpers outside, that's enough.
That's true.
Only then did Su Zhong feel relieved and went inside.
Wang Mei began to tidy up the stove. Actually, there's not much to clean since professional chefs typically clean up while cooking. Just a little wipe is enough. By the way, Ranran, what happened to that wood elemental ability user you mentioned before?
Ranran took out a large bucket and filled it with water using a spray nozzle, saying the wood elemental ability user is named Linfeng. He picked up a small section of the radish head that I cut off and I saw him use his ability to make the radish greens grow rapidly. It was an astonishing sight.
Wang Mei stopped washing the cloth, surprised, and exclaimed, so amazing.
Then doesn't he have endless leafy greens?
I initially thought the same.
If every wood elemental ability user were that powerful our base wouldn't be so short on vegetables. In response to Wang Mei's puzzled gaze, Su Ranran continued. However, the radish leaves only grew to the 3rd harvest before becoming small and the radish head became useless. He must continuously have fresh vegetables to utilize his ability effectively.
Wang Mei's eyes lit up. So we.
Su Ranran smiled sweetly. Mom, we are thinking along the same lines.
Li Shui Village.
Su Fan took the menu from the master chef and went to the town to buy some ingredients needed for the banquet over the next couple of days.
He would buy the rest tomorrow morning.
Watching the master chef stir-frying a large pot, he was eager to take over the plating duties, but the chef, fearing he wouldn't do it well, didn't. Su Fan stepped aside and called the other 2 chefs. Upon hearing that he needed to host a banquet, one of them outright refused while the other asked how much he was offering. Su Fan had already inquired with the master chef beforehand. The cost for half a banquet package including tools, tables and chairs was an 80,100 processing fee. There were also full packages priced at 400, 800 and 1,000. He told the other party, I don't need tables and chairs, I can offer 500 per table paid by the table, so the more you make the more you earn. You can adjust your working hours as needed. If you have something to do, take a break.
If not, you can work overtime. However, I have one condition, the food you make must be the same as what you usually prepare for others' banquets.
This arrangement sounded quite good, very flexible, and they could go out to take private jobs at any time. The other party thought about it and agreed. Su Fan felt relieved and added 2 more chefs.
Next, he needed to solve the venue problem.
Making dozens of tables for a banquet requires a considerable amount of space even if tables and chairs aren't set up. The 2 warehouses in the Jarong community were sufficient, but it wouldn't work to stay there for an extended period. He needed to find a factory with fewer people nearby, something convenient for him to go pick up the prepared food. Seeing the big red character for happiness pasted on the Su family's door, Su Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration.
Hey, the dimensional space door, isn't it going to come in handy again?
After lunch, Su Dad was boasting with the old men from the village while Su Mom chatted with the women about family matters. Su Fan went home alone for a nap. Back in his room, he drew the curtains and closed the door, activating the old lecture's shared vision to see Su Ranran fiddling with the crystal core gun in her room. He took out the bank card and pressed his finger on the action words. The spatial rift opened silently. First he greeted her, sending over half of the soil he dug today, then transmitted the pork, lamb, beef and fish he had bought. Su Ranran happily accepted it into her space.
Su Ranran, thank you Grandpa.
Just as her dad finished cooking the meat, receiving such a large amount of it was fantastic.
Grandpa is indeed her timely rain. Su Fan Ranran, do you have anything to reinforce over there? Su Ranran, Grandpa, can you help me reinforce the crystal core gun?
Su Fan, sure, is the previous power not strong enough?
Su Ranran, no, I haven't used it since the last reinforcement.
Tomorrow my dad is going to kill zombies. Although he has awakened his ability, he is not strong enough. I'm afraid he'll be in danger.
Su Fan, is he going alone? Or are you all going?
Su Ranran, not alone, he will go with other exploration teams.
Mom and I won't go.
Su Ranran sent over 4 mutated spatial crystal cores.
Su Ranran, Grandpa, these are the only ones for now. We will send more next time we collect them. There are also a few from the earth, water and wood elements, one of each. Do you think they are useful?
Along with the crystal core gun came several colorful crystal cores.
Su Fan set the crystal cores aside and reinforced the crystal core gun.
Deducting 100,000 delicious points, reinforcing the crystal core gun. Reinforcement complete. The crystal core gun evolved into the crystal core laser gun, auto-charging, auto-calibrating, capable of single shots and continuous fire, with each continuous attack allowing for 30 shots and a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Su Fan was ecstatic as he stood up and hugged it. This crystal core gun not only changed appearance but also weight. When he shook it, it felt at least a dozen pounds. His son might struggle carrying it, maybe he should get him a different weapon. This one, not very useful, would be kept for himself. He was serious about considering his children and grandchildren. His son had to deal with zombies and this was no joke. What weapon should he get him? Su Fan searched through his space and realized the only weapon he could offer was the crying stick. Reinforce. Deducting 100 delicious points, crying stick reinforcement in progress.
Reinforcement complete. Giant strength crying stick, striking power increased tenfold, capable of dispelling evil and slaying ghosts below level 5.
Su Fan looked at the old lecher. What level are you?
Ah. Your ghost level. I'm level 2, what's the matter?
What about the old stone ghost?
He's probably level 1.
How do you distinguish between level 1 and level 2? Ordinary ghosts that just died or those that haven't evolved yet are level 1, while abilities like mine that allow shared vision appear only after reaching level 2.
So how can one level up?
Su Fan asked. Mainly by absorbing energy. Resentment and evil energy can both work. The old lecher glanced at the mutated crystal cores he had set aside. Sir, I feel that those might also be useful. They seem to contain extremely strong energy. Su Fan's expression changed as he looked at the mutated crystal cores. The old lecher thought he was angry and hurriedly said that there's also a kind that carries intense hatred. Upon death they come with evil energy and become level 3 ghosts right away. Those kinds of ghosts are terrifying and can create illusions to kill without a trace.
We little ghosts can't compare, they don't even see us.
Su Fan stroked his chin. What about level 5 ghosts? The old lecher's single eye revealed a look of terror. They should be quite powerful.
Wang Mei was in the kitchen using a packing machine to package the water brought by Su Ranran. 1 doomsday coin for 2 packs. It wasn't too expensive and almost everyone could afford it.
She heard the survivors who came to buy food say that some in the shack area dared to trade food with the authorities now. Previously they mostly kept their food for themselves, only going to look for more after they ran out, never trading with the officials. After all, this digital currency was intangible and they feared that one day the authorities would turn against them, wiping out the hard-earned currency.
That would be even more despairing. Shortly after the apocalypse began, 50,000 yuan couldn't even buy a pack of biscuits, and they didn't want to experience that again. Now the shop on No.
1 Street only accepted doomsday coins for water, so they had to trade some to obtain clean drinking water. Su Ranran came out of the room saying, Mom, stay here with Dad, I'm going out for a bit. Seeing her rush out, Wang Mei stood up. What's wrong, Ranran?
Where are you going? Grandpa gave me something, it might be a weapon.
I'm going nearby to test it on some zombies.
But you're going alone. It's fine, Mom.
I'll have the guard team come with me. Don't worry, I won't go far, I'll just be back after trying it out. Just be careful. Wang Mei saw her off and then requested the guards to keep a close eye on her. The guard team had just received benefits from them, so they naturally agreed. However, they still had to leave someone to guard the villa. Splitting their forces would inevitably weaken their combat power, so the captain of the guard called for reinforcements.
Miss Su, wait 2 minutes while drive out.
Okay. Area E was considered the innermost part of the base and there was still a distance from here to the entrance. Su Ranran turned to look at the tall walls of the base and said a few words to the construction team leader. The other party also looked up at the wall and nodded in agreement.
Tian Shichen walked over. Little boss Su, where are you going?
Boss Li's people are about to arrive.
Which Boss Li? The owner of Villa No.
8 I just mentioned, who wants renovations, and the one who wants to buy sanitary pads.
Li Yu Kai. Yes. Then, when they arrive, tell them that whether it's buying things or renovations, they have to pay double the crystal cores. I have something to do now, so I want to talk to you. Han Yuan Yang had already arrived with a car. Su Ranran glanced at him and got into the car with the captain of the guard. As she left, Tian Shichen looked at Wang Mei. Mrs. Su, what did your daughter mean just now? Wang Mei looked in the direction her daughter had left, saying, didn't my daughter make it clear? When the Li family comes, just tell them to pay double. If they want to buy they can, if not we won't force them. Tian Shichen was momentarily at a loss for words, and he wondered how the Li family had offended them. Before long, Li Hongliang arrived escorted by 2 ability users. Seeing Wang Mei, he first cursed under his breath about their fateful encounters. Pretending not to notice her, he looked at Tian Shichen and raised his chin, saying, Old Tian, where are the people who want to trade with us? You mentioned there were sanitary pads, don't back out on me again. I won't. This time it's real, but the items you want are in their hands. Li Hongliang followed his gaze, realizing he was pointing at Wang Mei, instantly feeling overwhelmed. However, his face changed quickly, seamlessly transitioning from aloofness to a beaming smile in less than half a second. He turned to Wang Mei, smiling, and Wang, you're here too, what a coincidence. Wang Mei glanced at him, nodded slightly without speaking, and looked at the 2 ability users beside him. One was fire-based, and she could sense that their abilities were much stronger than hers. Seeing the obvious animosity between them, Tian Shichen thought for a moment and still spoke up. Mrs. Su, the villa no. Aid I mentioned for renovations belongs to his family. What do you think? You heard what my daughter said, you can talk to him. If he agrees, that's fine. I have to get busy. If you want to trade, come back tomorrow. As she closed the door behind her, Li Hongliang looked at the wall being built higher next to him and asked, Old Tian, do they live here? Is this whole area theirs? Tian Shichen nodded. Don't be envious, they paid for all of this. Then what did she mean just now? What do we have to agree to? Little boss Li. Tian Shichen tentatively asked, did you offend their family? Li Hongliang suddenly had a bad feeling rising in his heart. What do you mean? They said the renovation fees and the purchase of that stuff will all be doubled. On what basis? I was just about to ask you, how exactly did you offend them? Cough, cough, cough. Li Hongliang suddenly started coughing strategically. Tian Shichen quietly watched his performance from the side. After coughing a couple of times, seeing that Tian Shichen was staring at him, he took a bottle of water from his space and drank it before saying, actually there's no big conflict, it's just a little friction. Old Tian helped me smooth things over and you won't miss out on your benefits. But I need to know what kind of friction you had. Tian Shichen thought to himself as expected. Li Hongliang stammered, it's just. When we were fleeing back, then we didn't take them with us. What's the big deal? Look at how petty they are, still remembering it to this day. With just this one sentence, Tian Shichen could already imagine a dramatic scene. When the apocalypse occurred in extreme hunger, the evil within humanity was pushed to the limit. It wasn't just zombies eating people, even people turning on each other was common. In such circumstances, offending someone could mean lifelong enmity. Tian Shichen wore a helpless expression. Little bossly, I'm afraid I can't smooth this over. If they can sell to you, I think they're already quite decent. If you really want to buy, just pay up, otherwise who knows, in a while you might not even be able to buy anything. Hey! Old Tian, don't be deceived by them. Li Hongliang shouted, can they really be called decent? I see them clearly trying to humiliate me. They want to extort me. I won't accept their blackmail. Isn't there a large group of expedition teams going out to search for supplies tomorrow? Once they find Little Boss Li. Before he could finish, Tian Shichen interrupted him, leaning in to whisper, how many times have we searched this area and the surrounding dozens or even hundreds of kilometers? Do you really think we can still find anything? Aren't there still some places occupied by the Zombie King that can't be searched? Even those are limited in number. Tian Shichen said, why don't you discuss it with your uncle? When Li Hongliang came out, his uncle had just entered the room and it wouldn't be good to disturb him now. Li Yukai was still indulging in the highest level of comfort when he heard the call from Li Hongliang and instantly deflated. He cursed, damn it, these Su family members really have the audacity. It's one thing for us to eat at a higher price than others, I just thought of it as charity. But charging double spirit stones for a few pieces of toilet paper? Who gave them the courage? Uncle, it seems like it's old Tian, he's talking to their family. Li Hongliang said, distancing himself from old Tian, then continued, Uncle, do you know? The Su family has moved into Villa No. 15 in Area E. You say we haven't even moved in yet and they have already beaten us to it. Moreover, old Tian even allocated an extra piece of land for them to make a yard and the walls are already built, it's huge. Uncle, I want a big yard like that too. What are you dreaming about? If you have the ability, get old Tian to allocate one for you. The Li family won't let you have that. Li Hongliang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, really? Li Yukai was taken aback, then immediately broke into a furious curse, you little brat. Do you really want to be my family? No, no, no. I was just joking. So uncle, are we buying it or not?
I'm almost driven mad by those women.
I'm not any better.
The several women beside Li Yukai immediately became displeased upon hearing this. Oh Li Yi, you actually dislike us, I won't allow it.
Stop making a scene.
Li Yukai clapped a warm hand and said to Li Hongliang, aren't you the one in charge?
Then this matter is up to you to decide. If you are willing to spend the money, buy it. If not, then don't bother with these women, it's troublesome.
Seeing him disconnect the communication directly, Li Hongliang thought for a moment. It appeared that his uncle was indeed not in a good spot, so whether there were women or not didn't matter, but he was still young and not having women was unacceptable.
Bye.
Tian Shichen immediately poured cold water on him. Little Li boss, it seems the Su family has some issues right now. The transaction can only happen tomorrow. Why don't you go back first, give me the spirit stones, and when the transaction is ready you'll have someone deliver it to you.
Old Tian, don't you think you're being unreasonable?
What's wrong? You used to accommodate me for everything, why are you acting like this now?
Is that so?
I'm still the same as before, still very respectful to you, little Li boss. Otherwise would I have notified you first?
Impossible.
Li Hongliang shouted, every time I wanted something before you would deliver it directly to me.
What happened recently? Not only did the items not reach me, but you're also asking me to pay first. Do we the Li family look like we can't afford to pay? No, little Li boss, you're really wronging me.
This was requested by them.
If you don't pay, they want renovate for you. If you want to delay, then I want force it.
Li Hongliang had long wanted to live in a big villa and didn't want to delay any further, so he could only take out the spirit stones. Tian Shichen looked at the few pieces of wood and water type stones mixed in and said, trade for a few more, little Li, gold or fire type or space type will do.
What's the matter?
Aren't they all mutated spirit stones?
Tian Shichen just looked at him without further explanation.
Li Hongliang had no choice but to exchange a few more. What a hassle.
I'm going to report you to my uncle.
Poof. Li Hongliang stormed off angrily, but he heard Fireboy next to him say, young Master Li, that woman is a fire ability user.
Who?
Li Hongliang paused, are you talking about that woman?
Yes. Water restrains fire, so do I have to call Waterboy next time? Fireboy's eyelids twitched.
What Fireboy, Waterboy?
They weren't even gourd brothers.
He said, what you said about the 5 elements restraining each other is not absolute, it mainly depends on the strength of the abilities.
That woman is just not strong enough.
Right, their whole family is weak, completely under our control.
Are you sure? Why wouldn't I be sure?
You 5 blessed generals were all created by our Li family at a great expense, ranking high among all ability users. You can't undermine your own ambitions and elevate others' strengths. Hearing him speak like this, Fireboy fell silent. The food they had been getting recently was getting worse and worse, and he knew that the Li family's wealth was about to be depleted. At first he was willing to follow them because they had food. If in the future the food was the same as ordinary survivors, then what was the point of staying with them? If it weren't for trying to get a meal, who would want to stay beside this incompetent person and endure this frustration? The escort team drove a large jeep taking Su Ranran out of the base gate.
Han Yuanyang asked her, Miss Su, which direction should we go?
Any direction will do as long as there are zombies.
Looking for spirit stones. No, just trying my hand at it.
It's been too long since I went out and am a bit rusty, Su Ranran said. Others go out to fight for food to fill their stomachs and to improve their living conditions. Her life was already considered good, yet she still wanted to fight. Clearly there were other reasons.
Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Han Yuanyang didn't pry further.
There were often exploration teams in and out on the main road. When encountering zombies, they would generally take them down directly. To find zombies they had to drive quite far, and the jeep's driver took a small road to enter. Are you going out with the exploration team tomorrow?
Han Yuanyang asked. I'm not going, my dad will go.
Han Yuanyang nodded. I need to set off for Qinyun base tomorrow afternoon for a transaction. It might take 10 days for the round trip.
Are you going?
Su Ranran turned to look at him, wondering what he meant.
Was he inviting her?
Seeing her staring at him, Han Yuanyang coughed a bit and said, most of the mutated spirit stones of gold, fire and space types have already been used up by ability users themselves, and there are relatively few available for trade.
Moreover, if there aren't any decent items, they might not even be willing to trade.
As he spoke, Han Yuanyang turned to look at her. This time I plan to take all the corn and sweet potatoes newly collected from the warehouse. Whatever can be exchanged is worth it.
If you go, you might get more than I do.
The corn newly collected by the official was all taken from here, and Su Ranran naturally knew how much there was and indeed wouldn't be able to exchange for many stones. He did not say that your supplies are more than mine. They are all space ability users, and some things are better left unsaid. Su Ranran seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. Since the apocalypse, their family had only stayed at Longjiang base and had not been to other places, but the mixed living area had people coming from other bases. They said that other bases were nowhere near as safe as Longjiang base, not to mention that the outer walls were often breached by zombies, but survivors living in the base also frequently engaged in infighting. There were cases where a whole family was wiped out over a bag of instant noodles and others teamed up to go out only to try to monopolize the supplies they found and stab their companions in the back. It's common to encounter betrayal outside, and Su Ranran had experienced it herself. However, it was a bit outrageous to have such incidents inside the base. At that time she had even asked, does the official not take care of disturbances in the base? The other party said how could they manage to come over? Su Ranjan was about to ask about the safety of the Qin Yuan base when someone reminded her there are zombies ahead. The jeep slowed down and came to a stop with the driver pointing forward. Looking over, Su Ranjan indeed saw a disfigured zombie with a missing nose bent down and gnawing on something. Upon closer inspection it turned out to be a human arm. It was biting with a crunching sound, clearly enjoying its meal. The escort team prepared to get out of the vehicle and Su Ranjan hurriedly said, "Don't move, let me handle this." The escort team's mission was to protect her, so they couldn't let her take risks. They all took out their crystal core guns ready to fend off any sudden zombie attacks. Unlike ordinary crystal core guns, they were equipped with advanced crystal core guns that used mutated crystal cores as ammunition, dealing 10 times the damage of standard ones. Su Ranjan got out of the car and took out a morning stick from her space. Han Yuanyang looked surprised and asked her, "Are you going to use this to fight the zombies? Would you like to borrow my gun?" As he spoke he handed her his gun. Su Ranjan replied, "No thank you. I'll try this first." The zombie, sensing human presence, lifted its head and let out a low hoarse growl as it approached. Han Yuanyang noted that its speed was not fast, it was an ordinary zombie and Su Ranjan should be able to handle it. Thus he retracted his gun. Su Ranjan walked directly towards the zombie, gripping the stick with both hands. As she got closer she swung the stick down straight onto its head. Roar! Thud! The stick struck its head like a hammer on a watermelon, causing its head to burst open. Su Ranjan was stunned. Han Yuanyang was also taken aback. The entire escort team was dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? This little girl looked rather thin, yet how could she be so powerful? Han Yuanyang came to his senses, glanced at her, then walked towards the left front, bending down to pick something up from the ground and handing it to her. It was an ordinary white crystal core. Her strike not only smashed the zombie's head to pieces but also sent the crystal core flying. Su Ranjan took the crystal core from his hand and stored it, saying thank you. Though her expression remained calm, her heart was greatly shaken. She rubbed the stick in her hand with her thumb, her eyes sparkling. Becoming a superpowered individual had indeed increased her strength, but there was no way that strike should have shattered a zombie's skull so completely. It must be that her grandfather's stick was extraordinary. She looked towards a nearby five-story building and walked in that direction. Her grandfather had told her to test its power, and it certainly couldn't just be used on ordinary zombies. She needed to find a more advanced zombie to try it out. This five-story building used to be some sort of dormitory. The wood had been taken by survivors for firewood, leaving behind rusty iron frames, yellow sand and shards of glass all over the ground. This area wasn't too far from the base and didn't have many zombies. They didn't encounter any until the third floor, but when they reached the fourth floor they immediately spotted a door across the hallway that was barricaded. It seemed that previous survivors had searched for supplies here, encountered zombies and locked them inside. Just as Su Ranjan was about to step forward to listen for sounds, the escort captain said, "Given the situation, there must be quite a few inside. Since it's locked, let's not go in, we might not be able to handle it." They only had 6 people. If they encountered more than 10 zombies it could be quite challenging. She was their top priority for protection and couldn't be put in any danger. Upon hearing this, Su Ranjan tapped her stick against the railing nearby. Clang! 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 The sound echoed down the hallway, and almost instantly the door across began to rattle with banging sounds accompanied by nails scratching at the door and the growls of zombies making one's teeth ache. Everyone present had come through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and no one felt fear or retreated. The number isn't as many as we imagined. Su Ranjan glanced at Han Yuanyang and then at the other superpowered individuals beside her brothers. "How about you clear a path for me first? Just leave 2 alive for me." It was certainly more challenging to leave 2 alive than to kill them all. The escort captain looked at Han Yuanyang, saw him nod and waved his hand. One of the superpowered individuals wielding a saber dashed forward and with a crunch cleaved the object barring the door. Everyone stepped up and kicked the door open. With a few bangs the zombies behind the door were sent flying, while several escort team members opened fire with their crystal core guns inside. Bang! 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 Each shot resulted in a headshot. Every one of them was a sharpshooter. Han Yuanyang also fired 2 shots, then called out, "That's enough. Leave 2 alive." With the gunfire ceasing, Su Ranjan leaned forward to look inside and saw a heap of zombies scattered across the floor, while the escort team moved some tables to corner the remaining 2 zombies in a corner of the room. The stench of corpses filled the air, and this area seemed to be well sealed. The yellow sand on the ground wasn't as thick as in other places, allowing a clear view of the dried black bloodstains in the center. If a person was bitten by a zombie and not eaten immediately, they would be infected within a short period. This room likely contained such a scenario. The zombies trapped in the corner were extremely agitated, with the fresh meat being a deadly temptation for them. One of them moving sluggishly kept trying to grab and bite, unaware that its body was blocked by the table. The other was forcefully slamming against the table that blocked it. It was incredibly strong. With a loud roar it pushed hard and sent an escort team member stumbling back 2 steps. Taking advantage of this, the zombie managed to slip through, kicking the table over, and was about to charge out. Han Yuanyang raised his gun and aimed at its head. "I got this." Su Ranjan bypassed him and swung her stick directly at the zombie's head. Thud. Thud. The room instantly fell silent as both zombies were obliterated, their crystal cores driven into the wall. Su Ranjan went to pry them out. One was an ordinary crystal core and the other was a mutated one. The escort team members all stared at her in astonishment. A single stick could cause such damage. It's known that mutated zombies have much harder skulls than ordinary ones, and the crystal cores had penetrated the wall, clearly still having some strength left. She could hit even harder. Everyone looked at her with newfound respect. What kind of super strong girl was this? When Su Ranjan saw the first zombie, she was startled, yet she didn't blink as she obliterated its head. Were zombies not as fearsome as he had imagined? Or had they just seen too many and become desensitized? Even the old lecher frowned, wondering what was going on. That little girl looked fragile, yet like Su Fan she didn't hesitate to slay monsters. Seeing the pile of monsters behind the old lecher's worldview was somewhat shattered. "Mr. Su, what are those things? What are these half-human, half-ghost creatures?" Zombie Su Fan replied slowly. Ding dong. A message arrived on his phone. He opened it to see photos from Luing of their family trip. There were pictures of clouds taken from the airplane, as well as ones of them wearing flower crowns and riding in a small cart according to local customs, and others of them playing in the water by the seaside, clearly having a great time. In the afternoon, after gradually collecting some vegetables, Su Fan returned from dinner at the Dasha family carrying a small bag containing 20 enhanced pumpkin seeds. "Dad, these are pumpkin seeds I got from a friend at that tech company for testing. Since our sweet potato field is empty, let's plant them there, shall we? It's not the season for planting pumpkins now, let's plant them next year." "It's alright, these seeds are different, they can be planted in spring, summer, autumn and winter." "Is that so?" Su Dad examined the seeds, noting that they were slightly larger than the others but otherwise appeared the same. "Alright, I'll give it a try." Mom said she would come with me tomorrow, so you should pack up as well. Just let Huzi take care of the chickens, ducks and pigs for a few days." Su Dad looked at Su Mom. "Are you really going?" "Of course, I want to see my future daughter-in-law." "Alright, then let's go see her." "What do you think I should prepare as a gift for our daughter-in-law?" "We don't have anything decent at home." "Come on, she hasn't even officially accepted you, don't get ahead of yourself." Su Dad turned to Su Fan. "Your mom said you have the money to build a house." "Yes, Dad. Look at our house, it's so old. Since we have the means, why not rebuild it? A new house would be much more comfortable. Rebuilding the house requires approval from the village, it's not something you can just do whenever you want." Su Dad took a slow drag from his cigarette. "Is it really that complicated?" Su Fan scratched his head. "Then let's just renovate the place. It would refresh it and save money." Both agreed. It shouldn't cost too much. By the time he returned to his room, it was dark. Su Fan fed the little ghosts. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of deliciousness." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of deliciousness." Each meal sold by Su Ranzan is worth about 2,000 points of deliciousness. Adding to the previous restaurant's earnings, he originally had 8,000 points of deliciousness. After deducting the cost of the enhancement crystal core gun, he now has 7,000 points. He was still 3,000 points short of the 1,000 points needed for the last enhancement on his bank card. Su Fan wrote a note. "Ranzan, can you sell 1500 portions tomorrow?" He allowed the old lecher to share his vision. Seeing there was no one around Su Ranzan, he took out the T&D bank card, pressing his thumb on the inscription, and a spatial rift quietly opened. Su Fan sent the note over. Su Ranzan glanced at it and replied, "It should be fine, Grandpa. We hired 4 kitchen helpers today and made a lot of dishes." Su Fan, "Alright, how's the stick for dealing with zombies?" Su Ranzan, "It's amazing. It's like a divine stick, Grandpa. Hitting zombies with it is as easy as smashing watermelons." Su Fan, "Send it over first and I'll enhance it for your dad again tomorrow." Su Ranzan, "Grandpa, I really like this, it's very easy to use. I got several crystal cores today and I reserved some to upgrade Mom's. The rest are all for you." Along with the crying stick, some crystal cores returned as well, some ordinary, some mutated. Su Ranzan, "Grandpa, what about the crystal core gun? Isn't it enhanced yet?" Su Fan, "Aren't I enhancing this stick for you? You can give it to your dad to use." Su Ranzan, "But Grandpa, I need to deal with zombies too. Tomorrow I have to go to another base to trade crystal cores, who knows how many zombies I'll encounter on the way." She's going out too. This is tricky, both of them are going out, and he wanted to keep the gun for himself to play with. Now he's not only giving the gun back but also losing the stick. It's a true loss on all fronts. Su Fan, if you all are going out you can borrow this stick but remember to return it after using it.
Su Ranzan, got it grandpa.
Su Fan reluctantly handed over the crystal core gun after patting it. He glanced at the crystal cores, picked up a white one and asked the old lecher, did you say there's energy contained in this? Can you try absorbing it? The old lecher nodded fervently. If it couldn't be absorbed, would it still be called energy? He had wanted it for a long time but was too shy to ask. After receiving the crystal core, it directly entered the bronze bird's belly. Su Fan wanted to see how he absorbed it but noticed that the other ghosts looked at him with envy. Even Nana and the long-tongued woman who usually avoided him came over and even began meditating beside him. It seemed they could all absorb it.
Su Fan took out the other ordinary crystal cores, one for Nana, one for the long-tongued woman, one for Debeo, and one for the old medical ghost.
Seeing little Su Xian looking at him eagerly, he gave him one too. The big-bellied ghost seemed uninterested. His wife had already spent an unknown amount on him and he had been humming songs these days. Sir, let's go out for a feast. The meal expense can be deducted from my bank card. You get a table and he'll get a table, it's all on my account. It seems he still can't forget about his Buddha jumps over the wall and sashimi. Alright, we'll talk about it next week. Okay, thank you, sir. Once you go you'll definitely fall in love with it. Longjiang Base D Zone. The formidable pioneering team gathered entirely at room 301. Shirley spoke up, Captain, the official team is organizing an expedition, should we sign up? Xiaobi sat at the head of the large dining table scanning the group below. Does everyone want to go? Lili said, I want to go. The sandstorm has been calm for a few days, we don't know when it will return, so we should leave as soon as possible. The sooner we go the sooner we return. Xiao Wang added, yes Captain, we just got new guns, it's a good chance to practice. Xiao He then looked at the others. Deng Yaqing said, I'll follow the captain's orders, if the captain says go, we'll go. Li Xiaoxi echoed, yes, we all listened to the captain. Xiao He glanced at his communication watch. The message had been sent out for several hours yet there was no reply. What were they busy with? Lao Yan sitting beside him looked over and asked, Captain, what's your decision? Are we going or not? Then let's go. Lao Yan, go sign us up for 15 people. Sure. Most of the time their team went out with 15 members, it's rare to go out with the entire team. Lili asked, Captain, I hope I won't be assigned to guard the home again, I want to go out and fight zombies. Xiao He nodded, you've been doing that for the past few times, this time you can join everyone outside. Thank you, Captain. Lili happily grabbed Shirley's arm. Her boyfriend was also happy for her, reminding her that if she encountered danger she must stand behind him. They were the only couple in the team, leaving the other single members envious and bitter. Deng Yaqing watched them affectionately, enviously pulling on Xiaoyi's sleeve. Xiao Go, what time are we getting up tomorrow morning? Xiaoyi pulled his sleeve back without a trace and replied, for a large-scale expedition like this the preparation time should be a bit longer, we generally depart at 10 a.m. You can decide how to manage it yourself. Seeing her eyes sparklingly, Xiaoxi felt his heart shatter, but he still forced a smile. Yaqing, should I come to wake you up half an hour before we leave? No need, it'll be up long before that. Oh. Xiaoyi stood up after giving them some precautions. Alright, everyone return to rest early and conserve your energy. Back in his room he called the person who had not replied to his messages. Hello. Captain Xiao, is there something you need? Why didn't you reply to my messages? I'm sorry, I was too busy and didn't see them. Are you going tomorrow? This was vague, who knows where they were going. Su Ranzan didn't bother asking further and simply replied with 2 words, I'm going. Nothing else. Su Ranzan looked at the black screen and cursed, what a weirdo. She touched the crystal core laser gun, unable to part with it. This gun was substantial, suitable for long-distance attacks and could fire continuously, making it thrilling to shoot at the hordes of zombies. The stick that Grandpa gave was suitable for close-range strikes. Both had their strengths. Su Ranzan was momentarily unsure which one to choose. However, she still had to make a choice, she couldn't hoard both, leaving nothing for her father. Han Yuanyang had already seen her using the stick, so if she switched to the laser gun it could serve as a secret weapon. Moreover, her father lacked space and carrying the gun on his back was indeed conspicuous, unlike her who could store it in her space. In the morning Su Ranzan received another portable shower sent over by Su Fan, and this time the water was at full capacity. Wow, this must be worth a lot. She happily stored it in her space. Picking up the divine stick, it felt slightly heavier than before, adorned with some strange engravings as if something was roaming on it, but upon closer inspection there was nothing. Dad, this is for you. Seeing her daughter hand him a stick, Su Zhong, while enjoying breakfast prepared by Wang Mei, curiously asked Ranzan, what is this? This is a weapon Grandpa gave us. I tested it yesterday, it's amazing for smashing zombie heads. Keep it for self-defense and don't lose it, Grandpa said he has use for it too. Really? Su Zhong scrutinized it but couldn't discern its significance. Nonetheless, he trusted his daughter's words and tucked it into his waistband. Wang Mei packed some food into his backpack, preparing several rice balls. The weather was too hot to make too many, only 5 or 6 with vegetables wrapped inside, not too flashy but filling. She also made some flatbreads with flour in this weather they would dry out without fear of spoilage. Su Ranzan gave her father the portable shower with less water, keeping the new one for herself. She planned to go to the Qingyun base to see if she could trade some water for crystal cores. Su Zhong was ready to suffer for a few days outside as he had lived like that before. Little did he know Director Tian had brought a few ability users to drive him over, one of whom was a spatial ability user. Su boss, if you have no place to store your items you can place them here, making movement more convenient. This was truly considerate. If it weren't for their recent closeness he would have worried that others might take advantage of him bringing people to steal things. However, the Su family didn't bring too much, only a few kilos of sweet potatoes and a few bottles of water. Sweet potatoes could be steamed, boiled, roasted, or even eaten raw. Alongside him were 2 fire-type and earth-type ability users. These would be her husband's comrades, and Wang Mei handed each of them an egg. They all smiled and accepted it. Such a good thing was worth guarding with their lives. 4 helpers arrived. Su Ranzan and the others initially planned to send Su Zhong off before opening the shop, but then they heard Director Tian say, "Su boss, if you have any prepared dishes we plan to buy them for the exploration team as rations. Whether you need doomsday coins or the type of crystal cores you want, we received a few yesterday and we'll give you some first." The mother and daughter checked his crystal cores and found 10 usable ones, which meant enough food for over 500 people. Wang Mei said, "Director Tian, we haven't packaged them, it's hard to calculate." "No need to calculate that meticulously, just estimate. As long as you don't lose money, that's fine." The 3 then discussed and decided to sell him half plus 200 bags of water. Receiving so much food and water, the spatial ability user looked at Su Ranzan with admiration. Why, with the same spatial ability, did she have so much delicious food? After the handover, their vehicle drove towards the base entrance. Su Ranzan and the others also went to open shop no. 1. Today many adventurers were setting out, and as soon as they opened the door they surged over, not staying to eat but buying to take on the road. With 4 helpers assisting, they were selling much faster than the previous days. Plus, since the official team had bought half even before the exploration team set off, they were already closing up to head home. Xiao He came in from outside and spotted her in the compartment instantly. "Su Ranzan, weren't you going out with the exploration team? Why are you still here?" Su Ranzan looked at him confused. "What? I never said I wanted to go. They can go on their own." "You're not going." "No. Didn't you say you were going last night?" "Last night." Su Ranzan thought for a moment. "Oh, I was talking about going somewhere else." "Where to?" "You're quite funny, Captain Xiao. Do I need to report where I'm going to you?" Why was he acting like an interrogator? Su Ranzan was not happy. Wang Mei gathered several bowls and plates together, letting her store them in her space. She leaned over to Captain Xiao and said, "Captain Xiao, you're going on an adventure, right? It seems like they are about to set off. You should hurry and go, don't delay." Beep beep beep. The watch beeped. His teammates were urging him. Xiao He glanced at the 2 and frowning turned to leave. The water ability user Pei Pei came closer. "Sister Ranzan and Wang, I heard that this Xiao He is a powerful gold-type ability user and has formed his own exploration team. Are you familiar with him?" Su Ranzan closed the door. "Not familiar, just met a few times." "Let's hurry back to cook. We have things to do in the afternoon." The few of them returned to Villa No. 15 in the courtyard wall had already been built 2 meters high, 1.5 meters lower than the base's outer wall. The front door had an iron gate and the shade structure in the courtyard was also set up, shielding them from the sun. Su Ranzan set up the stove and cutting board, taking out buckets of water, vegetables and meats. The helpers began to collaborate, picking, washing, chopping and frying the vegetables. Having already coordinated yesterday, they were more efficient today. Su Ranzan went inside to steam some rice and then glanced at the new staircase built against the base's outer wall. This had been specifically requested from the construction team leader yesterday, allowing her to monitor the situation when she had time and observe the movements of dust storms or zombies outside. In case the front door was blocked, this would still serve as an escape route. The area outside the wall had likely been forested before, but now it was all eroded and dried up with only bare branches remaining. Further away she could see the exploration team's convoy heading west. "Ranzan, the food is ready." Wang Mei called out. "Coming." Su Ranzan stepped down the stairs, storing the freshly made dishes into her space. The 3 ability users helped prepare the ingredients while the chef managed 2 pans at once, cooking quickly without compromising quality. They truly hired the right person. Before finishing work yesterday, he hesitated and asked if he could buy a few portions of food to take home for his family. Wang Mei explained the employee benefits if family members add as friends. Meals are delivered for free and the same applies to others. While they were eating for their whole family, they were working to support their family. How could this not motivate them to work harder? After gathering the ingredients, Su Ranzan called Wang Mei into the house, handing her the fire-type crystal core. "Mom, hurry and absorb it. I'll keep watch outside." In the afternoon, Wang Mei knew she couldn't delay and nodded, saying, "Be careful." In the morning, Su Zhong mentioned that after absorbing all 10 mutated crystal cores, his abilities had advanced a level. He is now a second-level ability user, stronger than 50 of the ability users in the base. Hearing that Su Ranran was going to the Qinyin base, Wang Mei decided to accompany her, naturally wanting to enhance her own strength. They cooked until noon and Su Ranran distributed some meals to the helpers. We need to go out for about 10 days, so you all should rest for a few days before returning. The others were stunned.
Pei Pei spoke up. Sister Ranran, are you leaving? Where are you going? We haven't even done 2 days' work yet. Miss Su, is there something we didn't do well? You can tell us what we can improve. Is it that our actions are too slow? Or that the food we made isn't tasty?
Yes, Miss Su, just say it and we will definitely change. The treatment here is so good, not only do we get to eat watermelons but our entire family's meals are covered.
They can't bear to leave. Su Ranran smiled and said, don't worry, we're not leaving for good, we just have some temporary matters to attend to. Once we return we will inform you to continue working. Is it really just a temporary matter? You will definitely inform us.
Yes, yes, yes. No matter how they coaxed, they managed to send them off, watching them look back 3 times as they left, making Su Ranran both amused and exasperated. Seeing them like this, one might think they were tricked by a heartless boss into doing free labor for a few days before being laid off. She stored all the gas tanks from the stove into her space. After thinking for a moment, she stored all the other miscellaneous items in the yard as well. As long as there are thieves, there are those who covet. They would inevitably encounter some who might take advantage while they were away for 10 days. However, there were still many things left in the house. Su Ranran decided to call Director Tian to have someone keep an eye on things. Since Han Yuanyang lived next door, it was a convenient task and Director Tian naturally agreed. Even if she didn't say anything, they would do it anyway. Su Ranran went to the rooftop to take another look, and what met her eyes was a vast expanse of greenery. This moment left her stunned. What was going on?
Mom! Mom!
Hearing the commotion, Wang Mei stopped absorbing the crystal cores and rushed up, thinking something major had happened. But what she saw was the vibrant greenery in the vegetable garden.
She couldn't believe her eyes. Ranran, did I see wrong? What is going on? Su Ranran pinched her cheek and it hurt. Mom, you didn't see wrong, it's all real. A third of the roof was covered with pumpkin leaves.
She walked over and lifted the pumpkin leaves, carefully avoiding the vines on the ground. Looking into the vegetable garden, the other vegetables hadn't changed much, only the pumpkin vines had grown so long. Even those planted in the acidic soil were the same. The enhanced seeds were indeed strong, capable of growing even in such poor soil.
Mom, it's the seeds. It's the enhanced pumpkin seeds given by Grandpa. The growth rate is simply too fast.
Look, these cabbages are still seedlings.
Wang Mei also went over to take a look. Indeed so. These pumpkin leaves look tender. Why don't we pluck some pumpkin vines to stir fry? No, the pumpkins haven't grown yet. What if we ruin them? Oh no.
Su Ranran spat. In any case, let's not touch them.
I'll water them.
But Mom, what will happen to them while we're gone for 10 days?
I have a solution. Ranran, bring out a bucket of water, one with a lid.
Okay.
Su Ranran took a large stainless steel bucket with a lid and filled it with water.
Wang Mei instructed her to stack bricks to create a platform higher than the vegetable garden, then placed the water bucket on top. She also had her tear an old pair of long pants into strips, tying one end together and submerging it in the water bucket, covering it with a lid while the other ends were inserted into the soil.
A simple drip irrigation device was completed. Ranran, look, the water will flow into the soil through the fabric strips.
This way we need not worry about not watering for 10 days to half a month. Su Ranran gave her a thumbs up. My mom is so clever.
Of course, your mom used to be quite a handy person.
Tap tap tap.
Someone is knocking on the door. Is it Xiao Han coming to get us ready to set off?
Su Ranran glanced at her communication wristwatch.
It's not Han Yuanyang, it's Li Hongliang. He probably came to buy things from us. Did he agree to pay double the crystal cores? How could he not agree? As long as there's nowhere else to buy, they would definitely agree.
The two inspected the vegetable garden again, carefully avoiding the pumpkin vines as they walked down.
Outside, someone was still knocking.
They finished counting their supplies inside and calculated the prices before finally opening the door. The guard team was stationed outside and they dared not act recklessly. Seeing them come out, Li Hongliang beamed. And Wang, you're all home.
I thought you went out with the expedition team. Su Ranran held out a plastic bag for him to see. This is what you wanted.
Daily use has 10 pieces per pack, night use has 5 pieces per pack, 10 packs each, and 2 rolls of toilet paper.
Just 1 mutated crystal core will suffice. The house renovation requires 20 cores. Thank you for your patronage. 21 mutated crystal cores, thank you. The female ability user next to Li Hongliang's eyes lit up. While finally there are sanitary pads. Li Hongliang looked at her bag and said 15 packs aren't enough. I have 8 or 9 women at home. Add 2 more cores. Wow. This person is really wealthy. Su Ranran and Wang Mei went back inside to gather the quantity he needed.
They exchanged goods for money and Li Hongliang stored the items in his space, asking, when will our house be renovated? It will be done within half a month, Su Ranran replied.
Half a month. Li Hongliang wanted to say something else when Han Yuanyan drove over.
This time he was not driving the common jeep or off-road vehicle but a specially modified armored vehicle reinforced with steel plates on all sides and sharp spikes added to the front ready to ram into zombies. From the remnants of black blood on the vehicle it was clear that this vehicle had seen many battles. Seeing him, Li Hongliang turned and walked over saying, Xiao Han, how did you bring this big thing out?
What are you preparing to do? The expedition team has already left.
Han Yuanyang glanced at him but did not answer his question.
Instead he asked, what are you doing here?
Not much, just buying some stuff.
They were both second-generation wealthy kids maintaining a facade of harmony. Xiao Han, are you here to buy things too?
Li Hongliang leaned closer to him. Let me tell you, the stuff they sell is quite shady.
Han Yuanyang dug in his ear. What did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you.
I said the stuff they sell is quite shady.
Still can't hear. Did you not eat? Hurry back home, your mom is calling you to eat.
After Han Yuanyang finished speaking he bypassed him and walked towards Su Ranran and the others. Seeing him laughing and talking with those two, Li Hongliang opened his eyes wide for a moment and waved the two gourd kids beside him to follow.
Did I see wrong? Why is Han so close to them?
Before the two could speak he muttered to himself, no wonder Lao Tian always speaks for them. When did the Su family build a relationship with the official side?
Then we. Hurry up.
Shueihua, quickly contact Hua and tell him not to act yet.
Oh.
Shueihua opened his communication wristwatch and glanced at it saying, Li Xiao, they have already left the base's communication signal range and cannot be contacted.
It's over, it's over, it's over. What if Fireboy really kills that Su?
How are we going to explain it to old Han?
What's there to be afraid of?
It's chaotic outside, losing a few people is quite normal, said the Earth Boy beside him.
Li Hongliang glanced at him and suddenly laughed. All right. Anyway, we have already stopped him.
If he really makes a move, that's his own decision, it has nothing to do with us.
Let's go back.
The three of them left and the water girl looked back at the Su family, then turned to stare at Li Hongliang's back saying, Li Xiao, can you give me 2 packs of little butterflies? Li Hongliang stared at her face. This is for my woman.
Do you want to be my woman? I am an ability user. I am not one of your subordinates. TCH. Aren't they all the same?
Li Hongliang sneered, but seeing her grim expression he reluctantly fished out a pack and tossed it to her as if it were a charity. You saw it too, this stuff is really expensive.
Use it sparingly. This pack should last at least 3 months and don't ask me for it again next time.
The Earth Boy beside them glanced at the two but said nothing. The water girl silently took it in her hand, feeling deeply humiliated. Ever since she followed the Li family, this was not the first time. The ability users following the Li family felt it was not a big deal at first. After all, they were provided food and shelter, and compared to other survivors they were considered fortunate. However, as the resources of the Li family dwindled, not only did the food quality decline but everything else became scarce. Just like these sanitary pads, 10 pieces in a pack, and asking her to use it for 3 months.
Are you kidding me? Listen to yourself, does that even sound like a human thing to say?
In the past everyone did without these things, but now new resource-rich individuals have appeared in the base and they have to plan for themselves. She was lost in thought, trailing behind them. A sudden gust of wind swept by. Water girl found her hands empty. My treasure, she turned around and chased after them. Behind her the Earth Boy and Li Hongliang turned to look at her.
Do you think she can catch up?
The Earth Boy looked at the dust being kicked up and said that kid runs so fast he might be a wind-type ability user.
It's unlikely. Haha, it's better if she can't catch up. Li Hongliang laughed. When Water Girl comes back begging me again, I will definitely push her away.
The Earth Boy glanced at him, non-committal. He had wanted to push her away long ago, but that girl was too proud and unwilling. TSK. In a corner of the base's shack area, Feng Yan tightly held a pack of small wings, excitedly burrowing into his own shack.
Sister, look what I brought back for you.
Feng Yan raised her eyes and saw the sanitary pads in his hand, surprised and not knowing how to respond. Yen, where did you get this from?
I picked it up.
How could something more precious than rice be easily picked up? Feng Yan looked at him seriously. Where exactly did you get it?
I stole it. Are you crazy? Do you know how many ability users are in our base? If they catch you, you're done for.
If the authorities catch us, we'll be expelled from the base.
Can you bear to see your sister wandering every day, living in fear? It's fine, sister, I run fast, I won't get caught. Besides, I covered my face so they won't know what I look like.
It's not about being afraid of a million things, but rather one thing. I know there was no patrol nearby at that time, and this thing is so rare, that's why I took action.
Feng Yan said, sister, I know where the boss of shop No. 1 lives. It's in the newly built No. 15 villa in Area E.
The yard is huge.
I tell you, don't do anything reckless.
They can take out so much food to sell. They are definitely not ordinary people. We can't afford to mess with them.
I never said I wanted to provoke them. I just wanted to take a look.
That yard is so big it's obvious that it's not something an ordinary person can own. I saw that woman flaunting this thing in public, and since you need it I impulsively took action. Feng Yu hurriedly buried the item in the sand at her feet. You must not do this again next time. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to our deceased parents? Alright, it's the last time. This pack has 10 pieces. I will trade it for some food and we will move to the mixed living area. This place is too unsafe. Sister, I don't want to go to the mixed living area. I don't like the way those people look at you. Feng Yan said. His sister had fair skin and was beautiful when they lived in the mixed area before there were always scoundrels trying to take advantage of her. Feng Yu also knew that her face brought trouble and she often smeared it dirty, but it could still be recognized by those with ulterior motives. Seeing him so resistant, she felt a bit helpless. Then what should we do? Do you want me to ruin this face? No, sister. What if you get infected and you die? Feng Yu was also afraid of pain, but staying in the shack area all the time was not a solution. Last time during the sandstorm 2 people died in the neighboring shack, almost scaring them to death. They were so afraid that the next time it could be them. But through disaster comes fortune. Feng Yan actually awakened his abilities amidst the fear of the sandstorm, which gave him confidence. He practiced his speed daily. How about this, sister? You should find a reliable man. Feng Yan suggested. Feng Yu shook her head. How many reliable men are there in this apocalypse? Rather than being treated as goods to be passed around, it's better to stay in this shack. Yen, do you remember that big sister we met when we first lived in the mixed area? I heard she was sold by men more than 10 times and in the end she was betrayed and used as a shield against zombies. It's so sad. Feng Yan certainly remembered when he was starving and crying that big sister gave him a piece of biscuit. Once he had the means, those men who sold her for food would not have an easy time. Alright, sister, if you don't want to look, then don't. Now that I am an ability user, it should be easier to find a stable job, and in the future I will take care of you. I will also go dig for sweet potatoes with others. I won't let us go hungry. Sister, you going to dig for sweet potatoes? You might encounter zombies at any moment. That's too dangerous. Don't go. Today when I went to the boss's shop, no. One, I saw several people coming out after finishing their work and they were obviously carrying food. There were 2 women among them dressed neatly without deliberately smearing dirt on themselves. That boss should not be a pervert suitable for you. Really? Then I will go ask if they still need people. Feng Yu stood up to leave. Feng Yan said, you go, I'll wait for good news from you. Aren't you coming with me? Feng Yan pointed to the bulging sand. This stuff was snatched near there. I'm afraid I'll run into that person again. Feng Yu paused. You didn't steal it from the boss, did you? No, absolutely not. It was given to that woman by the fat guy from the Li family. That fat guy is obviously not a good person, sister. Make sure to stay away from him next time you see him. The fat man of the Li family. Feng Yu was also known for his boldness, having once driven around the base openly selecting women for himself. His family had resources and many women actively approached him, allowing him to choose at will. Thus the women around him could be considered the pinnacle of beauty within the base. Feng Yu walked toward Villa No. 15, unaware that the water girl who had been robbed by Feng Yan was hesitating nearby. After having her newly acquired treasure snatched away, she had chased for a while, but the thief had escaped into the chaotic shanty area using their agile movements and wind-based abilities. When she reached that area, she was confronted with the filthy and disordered surroundings that offered her no foothold, prompting her to abandon the chase. Having lost her sanitary pads, she dreaded the thought of confronting Li Hongliang again. Uncertain of what difficulties she might face, she truly did not want to deal with it. Boss Su surely had more in stock, but she was uncertain whether he would sell them to her. Seeing them preparing to leave in Han Yuanyang's car, she finally approached, asking, Miss Su, may I buy some sanitary pads from you? Su Ranjan, noticing her standing there for a while, was a bit puzzled by her question. Didn't your boss just buy a— Yes, the water girl replied, awkwardly glancing at Han Yuanyang. Given the intimate nature of the matter, Han Yuanyang had no desire to listen more and moved a bit further away. The water girl then explained, he gave me 1 pack, but I didn't pay attention and someone snatched it away from me. Snatched away? Su Ranjan and Wang Mei were taken aback. Heavens! If they weren't so plentiful now, it would have been heartbreaking before. The 2 exchanged glances, and from a woman's perspective, selling a few to her was reasonable, but she was from the Li family, which complicated matters. Su Ranjan looked at her and said, you know we have a feud with the Li family, right? Ha! I didn't know. I thought you were selling them at such a high price because they are rich. Oh, can I buy a little then? Unless you sever ties with the Li family, Wang Mei said, otherwise using our things while turning around to help them deal with us would make us look like fools. I wouldn't do that. Suddenly recalling that Fire Girl had already gone to deal with Su Zhong, the water girl's expression changed. Wang Mei asked, so you really want to deal with us? Su Ranjan also looked at her warily. The water girl glanced at them and then at Han Yuanyang not far away. After struggling for a while, she finally said, I need to tell you something, but you must not tell anyone that I said it. Seeing Han Yuanyang looking over, the water girl continued, I have decided to leave the Li family. If they find out that I told you this, they might not spare me and you have to take me in.
Han Yuanyang walked over and assessed her, saying you are an ability user and your level isn't low. Why do you need someone to take you in? The Li family's power is great. The water girl said. The Li family not only had their own team of ability users but also 2 armed exploration teams specifically dispatched to search for supplies. Additionally, there were other teams of explorers and some individual survivors relying on them. At a single command, their guns would all point outward. The water girl was quite nervous looking at the 3 of them and reiterating, "You must not say I was the one who mentioned this, all right?" The 3 looked at her in confusion. What could be so serious? Su Ranjan grew increasingly curious. "All right, we promise you. Go ahead." The water girl finally gathered her courage to speak, looking at Su Ranjan as she said, "The Li family has sent a fire-type ability user to deal with your dad and they are now on the same team." Wang Mai's expression changed. "What did you say? You want to deal with my husband? Not me, but the people from the Li family." Wang Mei instantly became flustered. "Ranjan. We need to hurry and find my dad," Su Ranjan exclaimed. "Let's go." Seeing them in a hurry to leave the base, Han Yuanyang shouted, "Get in the car. Chase them down." He then gestured to the captain of the guard, who immediately called for reinforcements. The team preparing to head to Qinyin base with Han Yuanyang was also getting ready and they set off together. A convoy rumbled westward. As Feng Yu arrived, she saw them leaving in a hurry. At the entrance of Villa No. 15, she noticed someone standing there and cautiously asked, "Sister, are you here to apply for a job too? Why is everyone leaving?" Job application. Remembering the puzzled expression on Han Yuanyang's face when he heard her mention taking someone in, the water girl suddenly realized, "Yes, I am here to apply." "So did you get the job?" "Not yet. They said to go back and wait for notification." The water girl was about to leave as she spoke. Feng Yu followed her, saying, "Sister, can you tell me what their requirements are? I really need this job." "I'm not too sure. Wait until they come back and you can ask them yourself." Since she planned to leave the Li family, she naturally could not continue living in their house. Su Ranjan and her mother did not know if they could catch up with Boss Su, hoping he wouldn't run into trouble. Looking at Han Yuanyang's car, it seemed he was also preparing to take them somewhere far. Who knew when they would return? She needed to rent a room to stay in first. Seeing Wang Mei so nervous that she was trembling, Su Ranjan hugged her, saying, "Mom, don't worry. Have you finished absorbing the fire-type crystal core?" "Not yet." "Then hurry up and finish absorbing it now." "I can't focus on that right now." Wang Mei stared ahead, wishing she could reach her husband at that very moment. Su Ranjan steadied her mind and said slowly, "The stronger you are, the greater our hope of rescuing Dad." Turning to look at her with determination, Wang Mei forced herself to calm down and took out a mutated crystal core to absorb. Han Yuanyang glanced at them through the rearview mirror, focusing on driving. If they encountered any mindless zombies, he would charge straight through. After chasing for about an hour, Wang Mei's communication wristwatch had long lost signal. Su Ranjan secretly glanced at her own. The friend location feature was still working. Indeed, the items Grandpa gave her were advanced. Next to the small red dot representing her dad, there were many other red dots, but she couldn't tell which ones belonged to the Li family. That damn Li Yukai. If anything happened to her dad, she would definitely take a laser gun and shoot them all. At worst, she would be sent to another base. After 4 hours of long-distance travel, stopping intermittently to kill zombies and move obstacles, Su Zhong and the exploration team arrived at a ruined city far from Longjiang base. In this post-apocalyptic world where energy was scarce, the survivors capable of driving this far were relatively few, and they hoped to find something here. When they were still some distance away from the abandoned marketplace, the leader notified everyone to stop and rest. They would eat something to replenish their energy before continuing to search for supplies. Aluo tried his best to be fair and just stating, "Limited quantity, everyone gets the same." He handed out portions to Su Zhong and then asked, "Boss Su, where's your bowl?" Su Zhong took out a rice ball from his backpack, saying, "No need for now, I have food here, thank you." He hadn't placed the rice ball in his spatial pocket as it would spoil if left uneaten. Aluo nodded and handed a portion to each of the 2 bodyguards beside him. The exquisite white rice and the aromatic and flavorful dishes significantly increased the 2 bodyguards' fondness for Boss Su. As long as their family was wealthy, they would surely enjoy such meals in the future. Not satisfied after the meal, they pulled out the boiled eggs they had been keeping close to their hearts. The pure white egg whites and the golden yellow yolks were enticing just to look at. They savored every bite, wishing they could split the small boiled eggs into 180 pieces instead of just gulping them down like before the apocalypse. Bodyguard 1 finished eating and took a sip of water, glancing to the left. "Boss Su, do you know that fire-type ability user over by the back of the car?" Su Zhong wiped his mouth, glanced over and shook his head. Bodyguard 2 also took a look and said, "Isn't that the dog raised by Li Yukai? Why is it here if it's not with old Li?" Su Zhong didn't continue looking that way and quietly drew out the stick from his waist. With the abandoned market in sight, some anxious ability users hastily stuffed a few things into their mouths and rushed ahead. Everything outside was up for grabs. The early bird gets the worm. Roar.
As they entered, they heard the sound of zombies roaring from within the market. It was like a stone thrown into water, causing ripples of growls from other shops as if in response. Everyone stood up and took out their weapons, eyes filled with vigilance as they looked in that direction. Team leader Zhao blew a whistle declaring, "There's a zombie king. Everyone be careful. Vanguard team prepare." Bodyguard 2 suddenly jumped up from the ground and shielded Su Zhong, saying, "Boss, so you should get in the car, we might not be able to hold off the zombie king." Su Zhong pointed at the front line of the assault team and said, "They'll charge ahead, well, hang back. Don't worry, I won't engage the zombie king, you'll just practice on those small fry." As he spoke, he pulled out a pair of iron chopsticks from his backpack. These were disposable chopsticks sent by Su Fan, which had been fully metallized after his ability upgrade last night. He even used his ability to sharpen the small ends, making it easier to pierce enemy targets. However, such a small object would likely struggle to sever a zombie's nerves, perhaps a blade would be better. While pondering this, he saw a large wave of zombies rushing out from both sides of the store ahead. The assault team moved forward and the battle was about to commence. Bang! Bang bang! Roar! 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 The number of zombies greatly exceeded that of the Vanguard team and most people joined the fight. Those without abilities used firearms while those with abilities employed their powers. Everyone had experience in killing zombies. Low-level zombies were usually taken down in one move while mutated ones required more effort. Su Zhong controlled the iron chopsticks from a distance, aiming at a zombie's forehead. Swoosh! The chopsticks penetrated, but they were too thin to hit the vital point. The zombie looked as if it was wearing a hairpin. The zombie touched its head, looking a bit comical. The two bodyguards beside him covered their mouths, their shoulders shaking. They were professionally trained and typically wouldn't laugh. However, the situation was serious and everyone was busy killing zombies. Laughing now would be impolite. Bang! Bodyguard 1 fired another shot and the zombie finally fell. Seeing the increasing number of zombies, Su Zhong had no time to reshape the iron chopsticks into a blade. He put them away and eagerly raised the black stick given to him by Su Ranran. Seeing him prepare to attack zombies with an unremarkable wooden stick, the two bodyguards silently pulled him behind them, using that was no better than using a hairpin. The stick was only about a meter long, too far to reach the zombies. The ones nearby had already been dealt with by the two. Su Zhong urged, "Leave at least one for me. Boss Su, our task is to protect you, we can't let anything happen to you in front of us." "Right, Boss Su, you'd better just stay back and be safe." Su Zhong was speechless. With them protecting him like this, what was the point of him going out to train? He could only think of a way himself. Seeing Bodyguard 1 engulf a large zombie in flames, Su Zhong raised his stick and swung it. Swoosh! The sound was not loud, drowned out by gunfire, the zombies' roars and the crackling of flames. However, Su Zhong himself heard it, and so did the two bodyguards. Since it was Su Zhong's first time using the stick, he miscalculated the angle and Bodyguard 1, caught off guard, was splattered with blood. This sudden turn of events made him turn to Su Zhong in surprise. Only when he felt liquid trickling down his face did he realize what had happened. How foul! He wiped his face with his clothes. A nearby adventurer, feeling something hit his head, stumbled and nearly fainted. Looking down, he found a mutated crystal core and quickly picked it up, stuffing it into his pocket. What a windfall! Who's this generous? He looked up, seeing nothing above. Following the direction of the pain, he spotted a cleanly dressed middle-aged man wielding a black stick, watching the zombies ahead with a baseball-like stance. Was this a new stance for killing zombies? At that moment he couldn't rush forward, instead he followed behind others to evade zombie attacks while keeping an eye on the man's next swing. Finally the man moved again. Bang! A black dot flew swiftly, striking him on the forehead with such force that before he could feel pleased he rolled his eyes and fell straight down. Bodyguard 1 approached, picked up the crystal core and retrieved the previous one from his pocket, returning to Su Zhong's side. Boss Su, you need to watch your angle, otherwise others will snatch the crystal cores you shoot out. All right. Su Zhong raised the stick a bit higher and walked forward a few steps under their escort. Swoosh! Another zombie head exploded. This time the crystal core was directly blown out at the zombie's feet. Well done. The two couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. He was clearly a metal-type ability user but exuded the aura of a power type. Su Zhong found it quite remarkable, especially since the stick would cool down every time he burst a zombie's head. At first he thought it was just a trick of sweaty palms. Thus he tried a few more times, discovering that it always cooled down. Though he didn't know why, he understood that this stick was particularly effective against zombies. No wonder Ran wanted to give this to him, it was so practical. He was getting into the swing of things while the two bodyguards were beside him, responsible for collecting crystal cores, and the trio worked in ever-increasing harmony. Roar! Suddenly a zombie's roar startled the two bodyguards, who quickly pulled him back. The zombie king is angry, we should retreat. Su Zongkai's ability was only at level 2 and his physical strength was far inferior to that of the zombie king. If struck by the latter, he would be left in tatters or worse. The crystal core in the zombie king's brain was the awakening crystal core, granting it intelligence to command other zombies, making its combat power incomparable to that of ordinary zombies. Hard-earned and worth a myriad of food rations. Su Zhong saw a towering zombie emerging from a storefront in the distance, its eyes glowing red, sharp teeth glistening with strands of flesh falling from its jaws. In its hand it wielded a spine from an unknown mutated creature, swinging it like a whip towards a group of adventurers. The adventurers were caught off guard and flung away, their screams echoing. The team leader shouted, "Everyone attack together. Let's take it down." Bang! 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 Countless bullets from crystal core guns were fired at it, and the ability users launched their attacks as well. Xiao directly controlled a steel bar to stab at the Zombie King's forehead. With a clang, sparks flew as the steel bar fell to the ground. This startled him. The Zombie King had actually metallized its body. There must be a metal-type awakening crystal core in its brain. Although he commanded only a few zombies, dealing with it personally would be extremely difficult. Team leader Zhao also noticed the situation and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. Earth and water ability users create a swamp beneath its feet. Metal ability users bind it with iron chains. All fire ability users unleash your flames." With a whoosh, chains flew and wrapped around the Zombie King while adventurers wielding crystal core guns aimed their shots at it. Bullets hitting the Zombie King's body did draw blood, but its bones were so hard that they couldn't break. With the combination of earth and water abilities, the soil beneath the Zombie King's feet became soft and turned into a swamp, causing it to sink in up to its ankle. As the crystal core gun aimed at its knee and the iron chains pulled tightly with a loud bang, the Zombie King lost its balance and knelt down. It let out a furious roar, swinging the spine whip, forcing the adventurers to retreat. Boom! 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 Several fireballs struck the Zombie King's body, instantly igniting its tattered clothing into billowing black smoke. The intelligent Zombie King, on fire, rolled to the side, escaping the swamp. "This is bad. Roar!" With a commanding shout, the surrounding zombies launched an attack, causing the ability users to become disorganized, their attack power thrown into chaos. The disorganized fighters fought and retreated while the train team continued to hold their ground. Xiao, along with several metal-type ability users, struggled to restrain the Zombie King with the whip, feeling as if the chains might be ripped away at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, team leader Zhao raised a large knife high and leaped, aiming for the Zombie King's neck. The Zombie King raised an iron chain that was entwined around itself to block, and with a crack the chain was severed, leaving only a small scratch on the Zombie King's arm. Team leader Zhao was undeterred and swung at its head again. With a crack, the blade shattered. The Zombie King kicked him away. Everyone was astonished. Team leader Zhao was one of the few powerful ability users, and if he couldn't break the Zombie King's defenses, obtaining that awakening crystal core seemed impossible. Prepare to retreat. The metal ability users held the Zombie King in check while others went to pull the injured survivors back. Seeing how difficult it was to crack the Zombie King's skull, Su Zhong, holding a stick, felt an urge to step forward, believing he could break. As he attempted to advance, two bodyguards immediately blocked his path. "What do you think you're doing? Don't go over there. Even level 5 and 6 ability users can't defeat it, you'll only be walking to your death." "Yeah, even team leader Zhao couldn't break through, you should forget it. I want to give it a try, cover me." Su Zhong stepped forward. "No, big brother, we should at least discuss a strategy before going in." The two bodyguards quickly followed him. They had teamed up with others before, but rarely did someone charge in holding a stick like this. The two were still in sync. The fire ability user led the way while the earth ability user added a layer of earth shield protection on Su Zhong. Although their movement speed slowed, their defense increased, preventing a single fatal blow. Having witnessed the power of this stick, they decided to let him try. If it didn't work, they could retreat. The space ability user Aluo saw the three of them and was terrified, quickly shouting, "Boss Su, come back." This shout attracted everyone's attention as everyone was retreating who was still charging forward. Seeing him, everyone paused for a moment. Within the entire base, how many people who had gone to shop number 1 for food did not know Boss Su? With two ability users escorting him, he strode directly towards the Zombie King, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. What was he planning to do? Li's fire user, who had been lurking in the back eager for an opportunity to strike, felt pleased at the sight. "Quick, go ahead. This saves me the trouble of getting involved." Now, besides a few ability users pulling the iron chains, everyone else had retreated. Seeing him advance instead of retreating, Xiao, he clutched the iron chain tightly, shouting, "What are you going over there for? Hurry up and retreat." Roar! The Zombie King let out a thunderous roar, and he felt the iron chain slipping from his grip. Just as it was about to break free, Su Zhong had already reached the Zombie King, raising his stick high, with a bang. The Zombie King's head did not burst open like that of other zombies, but it was still staggering. Its head buzzed and it felt dizzy, even closing its eyes. "Keep it up." Su Zhong raised the stick again. Bang! 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 Xiao He was dumbfounded. Team leader Zhao was thrilled. This sound was truly delightful. The bodyguards continuously reinforced his shield, cheering him on. Go, one more hit. One more hit. Others stopped their retreat, attacking the approaching zombies while watching him strike the Zombie King. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang. Bang. After the 10th hit with a pop, the skull finally burst open. The zombie king was defeated. Su Zhong leaned on the stick, panting heavily, primarily due to the weight of the earth protection on him. As the skull shattered, a bone-chilling chill was absorbed by the black stick. Bodyguard number 1 approached and extracted the awakening crystal core from the zombie king's brain. It was golden and dazzling. Xiao He glanced over, and sure enough, it was a metal-type core. The defense of metal was stronger than that of earth, but relatively speaking, the stronger the defense, the weaker the attack. He looked up at Su Zhong, wondering how this person had become so powerful. The zombie king whom they all struggled against was defeated by him in just a few strikes. He was a metal ability user, not a strength type. Team leader Zhao Zi, the strongest strength type in the team, was equally curious about Su Zhong. When did their base produce a strength type ability user stronger than himself? He coughed a couple of times, laughing heartily as he walked over, patting Su Zhong's shoulder. "Brother, you're incredible. You actually took down the zombie king all by yourself." "Oh no, it was all thanks to everyone working together to weaken its combat power, giving me the chance to strike. It was just luck, just luck." "Ha ha ha. You're being modest, brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Zi, a strength-type ability user." "What should I call you?" "I am Su Zhong, a metal-type ability user." "Metal-type." Zhao Zi glanced at his black rod. The metal-type ability user displayed immense strength, typical of a power-type, leading one to wonder if he had made some special modifications to it. Su Zhong picked up the bone whip of the zombie king, his eyes shining with excitement. This bone whip was over 3 meters long, almost 4, and as the zombie king wielded it, it exuded an overwhelming power. Though the joints appeared fragile, the zombie king's might was so great that he did not break it while swinging if it were to be metallized. The zombie king nearly single-handedly defeated his foes, and as he took the crystal core and the bone whip, no one dared to speak against him. Li Jiahua stood at the back, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't acted yet, otherwise a strike from that rod on his head might have sent him to join the zombie king. Bang bang. Without the zombie king's leadership, the other zombies scattered like loose sand, quickly eliminated by the entire exploration team. Whether there were more left in the stores remained to be seen. Setting those matters aside, there was still a fortune to be collected, and everyone hurried to pry open the zombie heads to find crystal cores. Su Zhong instructed his second bodyguard to release his earth shield and join in the search. A light tap on the head with a rod would suffice. Seeing his efficiency, the others grew anxious, fearing he would snatch all the rewards, causing chaos at the scene. Noticing he had no defenses and seeing 2 bodyguards beside him digging for crystal cores, Hua slowly crept closer. As he maneuvered past 4 or 5 people, a sudden chill ran down his back, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. Bang! The ability user's instincts warned him of danger. He quickly rolled to the right but felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Blood sprayed everywhere as his left shoulder shattered completely. His left hand fell to the ground. Hua rolled behind a stone stump to hide, cautiously peeking out to see a large armored vehicle approaching from the back of their convoy. On top of the vehicle stood a woman in a long dress, her skirt billowing in the wind, exuding a heroic aura. Yet she held a machine gun aimed directly at him. His blood gushed from his left side. Hua trembled all over, uncertain if it was from pain or fear. He pulled out his crystal core gun. The opponent clearly lacked experience. Standing so high, did they think the target wasn't big enough? Nearby, those digging for crystal cores were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Before they could comprehend, a series of gunshots rang out, and the stone stump where Hua had hidden was instantly shattered. He was fully exposed in their sight. Hearing the dense gunfire, the others instinctively sought cover, believing a rival team had come to ambush them. Such events were common in the apocalypse. A team might barely wipe out a horde of zombies only to have another team swoop in to seize the spoils. However, the anticipated widespread attack did not occur. Wang Mei rushed over and hugged Su Zhong tightly, exclaiming, "Darling, are you okay?" Seeing her suddenly appear, Su Zhong was somewhat surprised. "Wife, why are you here?" "I heard someone was after you, so I rushed over with Ran." She glanced at Hua, who was moaning among the rubble. Zhao Zi looked toward Han Yuanyang, who had approached, asking, "Deputy Han, why are you here too?" Han Yuanyang nodded at him and walked towards Hua. Zhao Zi glanced at Su Ran atop the vehicle, still in a gun-holding stance, and quickly pulled him back, saying, "Deputy Han, be careful." "It's fine, he's one of us." Han Yuanyang approached Hua and asked, "Did you come to kill Boss Su on behalf of the Li family?" "No, absolutely not." Hua naturally denied it, admitting to being sent by the Su family to kill the one who had defeated the zombie king would surely mean death. "You've always been close to the Li family, why are you here alone now?" Han Yuanyang observed his bleeding wound and said indifferently, "If you say you didn't, would you dare come back with us to clarify?" Hua understood the Li family's nature and their standing in the base. If he truly returned to clarify, they would surely sacrifice him to save their own, leading to his demise either way. Facing certain death, Hua gritted his teeth, fire flickering in his eyes. Su Zhong's number 1 bodyguard shouted, "He's going to self-destruct." The self-detonation of an ability user's crystal core is immensely powerful. Usually it's a last resort against the zombie king, yet he was using it against his own kind. Zhao Zi pulled Han Yuanyang back while Su Zhong grabbed Wang Mei as Hua revealed a mad grin. Bang! Su Ranran fired a shot. Put.
Huo's smile shattered. His body followed suit and crumbled. A single shot brought an end to his self-detonation. Su Ranran stored her gun away, jumped off the vehicle and rushed into Su Zhong's embrace. Su Zhong held her in one arm and Wang Mei in the other, feeling their bodies tremble slightly. He quickly reassured them, it's okay, Dad is fine. From the moment Wang Mei panicked, Su Ranran had pretended to be strong. Now that she finally saw her father was safe, she relaxed. Seeing that everything was fine here, the others continued their mission to dig for crystal cores. Han Yuanyang glanced at the exploration team fighting over crystal cores and searching for supplies, asking Boss Su, will you continue with this team or join us at the Qingyun base? Wang Mei lifted her head and said, right darling, come with us. We need to train together, don't go off alone.
Ranran and I are scared to death.
Yes Dad, we can first go to the Qingyun base and when we return we can still hunt zombies to train.
Su Ranran added.
Seeing their concern, Su Zhong patted their backs and smiled, all right, I'll go with you. As Su Zhong prepared to leave, Zhao Zi felt somewhat reluctant, saying, brother, I have to lead my team this time, so I won't be going with you.
Next time how about we team up again?
Sure, it's a promise. Su Zhong agreed. It was evident that this person was straightforward and strong, a friend worth making. Seeing them ready to leave, Xiao He called over Old Yen, saying, Old Yen, lead the team, I'll step out for a moment.
Captain, where are you going? I'm going too.
Since Su Ranran appeared, Deng Yaqing noticed Xiao He's gaze had been glued to her. Now seeing him wanting to leave, she immediately jumped out.
Captain, are you abandoning us?
If you leave, this team will fall apart. It's not that serious. Xiao He felt a headache coming on at Deng Yaqing's interference. If it weren't for her, Su Ranran and the others might not have left. In the past, when water resources were scarce, he had recruited her because she was a water-type ability user. He couldn't simply turn his back on her now. Seeing others gather around Xiao, he told them, you are all very capable, now you can stand on your own.
I'm just stepping out for a bit, not abandoning you. I believe even without me you can do well.
Don't go, Xiao Gu, I want to be with you wherever you go. Deng Yaqing wanted to hug him, but she knew that doing so would only repel him further, so she could only look at him with a pitiful expression. Li Xiaoxi chimed in, yes Captain, we agreed to go out together and return together, you can't leave us behind. Several other non-ability users echoed in agreement.
Exactly Captain, you can't abandon us.
With a captain present, they felt secure. If he were gone, who would protect? Having shared life and death together, seeing their reluctance to let him go, Xiao He turned to look at the distant figure in red. She resembled a comet rushing forward, briefly meeting him before embarking on her next journey, gradually drifting away.
Recalling her previous words, Xiao He sighed, all right then, I won't go.
Yay. Deng Yaqing was so happy she nearly jumped up, pushing him towards the market. Quick, let's hurry and search for supplies or they'll steal everything.
Shirley and Lily followed at the end of the line. Lei Zi, do you think our captain likes Su Ranran?
Shirley scratched his head, puzzled. Really?
Why not?
If he doesn't, why would he want to leave us behind and chase after her?
But he didn't really leave us behind.
Lily rolled her eyes at him. It's impossible to explain this to you, you wooden head. Seeing that she seemed angry, Shirley quickly tried to appease her. No, my wife, let me explain it clearly, can you tell me more?
Lily didn't want to talk.
Noticing her sulking, Shirley changed the topic and continued, wife, when you shot the zombie king earlier, your posture was really cool. Talking about this made Lily proud. Quickly casting aside her earlier annoyance, she said, right. The mutated crystal core gun is much more powerful than the ordinary crystal core gun, but if only I had superpowers that would be even better. Hey, Lei Zi, Su boss is already a superpowered person, do you think he would sell this awakened crystal core? Shirley knew that she dreamed of becoming a superpowered person, but unfortunately he lacked the ability to kill the zombie king and didn't have enough food to trade for the awakened crystal core. Su Zhong had no idea that the crystal core they just obtained was already on their minds.
Unless he acted secretly, almost all awakened crystal cores would attract attention as soon as they appeared. Who doesn't want to become a superpowered person? Who doesn't want to expand their own influence?
He handed over the bone whip and all the crystal cores to Su Ranran, letting her store them in her space.
Dad, is this an awakened crystal core? Where did it come from?
When Su Ranran rushed over following the coordinates, Su Zhong had already defeated the zombie king, so they didn't see it. Su Zhong teased, wife Ranran, do you know who defeated this crystal core?
Wang Mei looked at him. What? Could it be you? Haha, wife, you guessed it right. It was me.
Wang Mei was taken aback. Really?
Are you bragging? I'm not bragging, everyone saw it. If you don't believe it, you can ask them.
Su Zhong pointed at bodyguard No.
1 and No. 2 sitting at the back.
Both nodded. That's right, Su boss was incredibly brave, he went straight for that zombie king.
Did you hear that?
Su Zhong boasted, let me tell you that zombie king is really powerful. With a whip he knocked several superpowered people flying, but no matter how powerful he was, I knocked him out with a single blow.
Su Ranran knew it was definitely thanks to the black stick given by her grandfather, but since there were outsiders present she didn't ask further and quickly changed the subject to the matter of going to the Qinyan base. Wang Mei leaned forward to ask Xiaohan how is the security situation at the Qinyan base. Han Yuanyang glanced at her through the rearview mirror and Wang, when I went there last year it was quite chaotic, nowhere near as safe as our Longjiang base. It should be about the same now. Once you get there make sure to stay close to the group. We must not split up, we are the official team representing Longjiang. As long as we don't wander off they won't dare to do anything to us. Okay. Wang Mei quickly reminded Su Zhong and Su Ranran not to wander off. After driving southwest for 2 hours their convoy stopped in front of a relatively intact vacant house. The security team went ahead to clear the area and after resolving the potential dangers they signaled that it was safe. Only then did Han Yuanyang let them get out of the car. The furniture inside was a mess covered in dust from sandstorms making it impossible to clean. Han Yuanyang brought them several tents. Su boss, you guys can rest in this room for a bit. I'll call you when it's time to— Thank you Xiaohan. The three set up the tents and Su Ranran came out to see the security team preparing to cook with sweet potatoes, meat from mutated animals and a small amount of stale food. She was already tired of these foods so she took out some rice and vegetables from her space. Pumpkins, eggplants, meat, green beans and chili, just a few simple items. Their team had a total of 21 people so the amount of food needed was neither too much nor too little. She didn't take out the cooked food. No one knew what would happen in the future. Since they had the conditions to cook now they would make some, saving the finished products for later when they couldn't cook. Seeing her take out so many good things the security team gathered around excitedly. Thank you miss, so you go rest well, take care of this. Su Ranran returned to the room. Dad, that person from the Li family didn't do anything to you, right? No, as soon as he got close to me he was spotted by the 2 bodyguards protecting me. He probably didn't have the chance to act. By the way Ranran, how did you know he was going to target me? Su Ranran exchanged a glance with Wang Mei and said, we heard from someone that he was planning to leave the Li family and join us, that's why he told us. Who is it? A superpowered person, but we promised her not to tell anyone else. Dad, how's this stick? Hee, it's incredibly powerful. Although I hit the zombie king with it 10 times it's perfect for dealing with ordinary zombies, each hit is spot on, it's so satisfying. Wife, I'll let you try it next time. A stick that can hit the zombie king. Wang Mei took it and looked at it. It felt icy cold and it seemed like something was floating inside, but upon closer inspection it looked like nothing at all. Seeing his confident demeanor Wang Mei felt it was necessary to give him a reality check. Honey, I think you're getting a bit carried away. Su Zhong replied. What do you mean? No matter how powerful this stick is, it's still an external object. Relying on it isn't going to work, and besides Dad said he still has use for it so it has to be taken back. We should focus more on enhancing our own abilities. I understand, wife. Wang Mei's words hit him like a wake-up call. Hitting a small zombie with one stick indeed gave Su Zhong a sense of invincibility, but in reality his own strength was still quite low. Wife Ranran, this time when we go to the Qinyan base let's exchange for more crystal cores. Xiaohan said it's not very safe over there, since we're going we might as well do something big and then don't come back if we go, let's go to those safer bases. Wang Mei nodded in agreement. After thinking for a moment Su Ranran said, the Qinyan base is the closest base to our Longjiang base, the other bases are quite far away and the journey isn't necessarily safe. Otherwise how about we come up with a way to lure people from other bases to come trade at our Longjiang base? How do we lure them? We can issue missions to the exploration teams. They've been running around outside for a long time, let them carry this message to the other bases and we can pay them for it. Then how do we ensure they really deliver it and aren't just talking? Let them bring local specialties. The three quickly discussed some specific details. The three of them were planning inside the house while outside the security team surrounded Su Zhong's 2 bodyguards inquiring about the process of the zombie king's defeat. As witnesses the two felt proud and spoke of their significant roles in this battle, yet they still emphasized Su Zhong's strength. The security team members were amazed, having never seen someone capable of killing the zombie king with just a stick. Now that there was a man who could deal with the zombie king as a companion, wouldn't they be able to walk all over when they reached the Qinyan base? The crowd buzzed with discussion, shifting the topic back to Su Ranran's machine gun. Someone asked Han Yuanyang, Deputy Han, is that gun of little boss Su a new weapon developed by our base? The leader had ordered them to protect the Su family, so it was no surprise they had access to new weaponry. However, Han Yuanyang shook his head and said no, our base has yet to develop a rapid-fire crystal core gun. How can her gun fire continuously? Could it be an old-fashioned machine gun? Don't be ridiculous, old machine guns eject a shell with every shot, yet not a single shell appeared from her gun, it's definitely not that kind. Don't worry wife, let's find a few more mutated crystal cores and when the time comes we can trade with him. We can barely be considered to have some connection with them, let's see if he is willing to sell the crystal core to us. Yes. With an early departure required, everyone split up to rest after their meal. Han Yuanyang arranged for people to take turns keeping watch, ensuring peace of mind for the Su family by assigning shifts among the three. This arrangement left no room for criticism. Meanwhile, Su Fan was driving back to Binhai with his parents and Dashan.
In the afternoon he bought a large piece of black mesh commonly used in rural areas for sun shading. Later, feeling it was inauspicious, he purchased a roll of green instead. He took all the valuables from home with him and surrounded the house with the mesh, claiming it was to prevent dust from the renovations from blowing everywhere. He had a renovation card, so he certainly wouldn't hire anyone for the job by enclosing it. Others couldn't see inside, but he had to make some noise. The few ghosts he absorbed from the crystal cores had all leveled up. The old pervert's eye sockets no longer bled, and the long-tongued woman had retracted her tongue somewhat. With more energy absorbed, she should be able to return to a normal woman's appearance. They had now become level 3 ghosts, and ordinary people could hear the sounds they made. His ghostly activity in his own home was quite unique. The four were chatting in the car. Su-fan was driving with Dashin in the passenger seat. Z's mother said, "Dashin, now that your dad has remarried, you can work outside with peace of mind." "Yes, and Wang is quite nice and doesn't mind that my family is poor." Z's mother had heard a bit about the affair between Widow Wang and Su Laosan, and now that they were together she had little to say. She peeled a piece of wedding candy and thought about what her son's girlfriend looked like and when she would get to eat her own wedding candy. Suddenly she leaned over to Dashin and asked, "Hey Dashin, have you seen Xiaofan's girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Dashin turned to look at Su-fan, who winked at him. After thinking for a moment he said, "Aunt, I've seen a girl in the community where he lives. We even had dinner at her godparents' house, but whether or not she's his girlfriend I'm not sure." "There really is a girl." Z's mother perked up immediately. "Old Su, did you hear that? Am I still being overly sentimental?" Z's father coughed lightly. "Well, we're almost there. If that's the case, we can just go see for ourselves." Su-fan didn't elaborate further. Knowing his mother was eager to see his girlfriend, he figured that if he insisted there wasn't one, they might not come at all. Having not had dinner before heading out, they drove straight to the Lujiazui restaurant. Upon returning to Binhai, Dashin got out of the car, grabbed some items, and went into the kitchen to cook. Now the door between the hall and the back warehouse had been opened. Su-fan had ordered several sets of tables and chairs which should arrive tomorrow. "Dad, Mom, this is the restaurant. What do you think?" "It looks clean and nice," Z's parents said after looking around. "Xiaofan's such a big place, can you manage it with just the two of you?" "It's manageable, mainly Dashin is doing most of the work," Su-fan replied. Upon hearing this, Z's father's expression changed immediately. "How can he be busier than you?" "What did I say to you before?" "Dad, you misunderstood me," Su-fan explained Dashin's double job situation. Z's father nodded, saying, "I knew it, this kid is honest." "Don't worry Dad, I won't treat him poorly." Dashin had brought some leftover meat from the kitchen and prepared a few vegetables, and dinner was soon ready. Z's mother took a bite and praised him. "Dashin's cooking is really good, delicious." Z's father nodded in approval. Seeing that they both enjoyed it, Dashin chuckled, "Uncle, Aunt, during your stay here, just come to the restaurant for meals so you won't have to cook at home." "I think that's good, I can help out too," Z's mother said. Su-fan hurriedly stopped her. "Mom, I asked you to come to enjoy yourselves, not to make you work." Dashin wouldn't allow her to help in the kitchen. If she insisted, he would surely feel awkward refusing and might end up causing more trouble. Seeing through his thoughts, Z's mother said, "Don't worry, I won't be a nuisance. I'll help with the cleaning and washing dishes, that's acceptable, right?" Speaking of washing dishes, Dashin gulped the bite of food he had in his mouth and looked at Su-fan, saying, "Xiaofan, you mentioned before that we take one day off each week. Is it because you're worried I might get too tired? Otherwise, should I have someone else do the dishwashing? Taking this day off seems unnecessary." Su-fan shook his head. "I'm not worried about you getting too tired, I want to rest too. I don't want to work non-stop for 365 days until I'm sick of it. Having a day off each week allows us to do our own things and adjust our state. Of course, if you find it tiring, I can find someone else." No, I'm not tired, let's keep the day off then." Seeing their interactions, Z's father chuckled. The two young people supported each other and considered one another, which was quite nice. After dinner, upon returning to the Jiarong community, Z's parents were somewhat incredulous at the sight of the two-story villa. "Son, is this the second-hand house you bought? It looks so new, it doesn't seem like it." Su-fan opened the door, took their luggage inside and turned back with a smile, who said, "Second-hand houses can't be new. There are even people who flip bare shell houses." Upon entering, the two noticed the still-sealed refrigerator. "What's going on here?" Su-fan stammered, "Mom and Dad, please sit for a moment, I'll take your luggage upstairs." "It's fine, I can handle it myself." Z's mother followed him, suspicious that he was about to destroy evidence regarding his girlfriend. Little did she know Su-fan was indeed destroying evidence, but not about his girlfriend. He hurriedly walked a few steps into his room, quickly unplugged the power of the frost-free refrigerator and stashed it away before turning on the light. Z's mother approached, looked at his clean and tidy room and exclaimed, "How beautiful, Xiaofan. I've never lived in such a beautiful house in my life." "Is that so? So you and my dad can settle down here with 4 rooms. Take a look and see which one you like." "Sure." Suma opened each bedroom door to take a look. She didn't see any cosmetics, bags or clothes belonging to a woman, but there was one room decorated in soft pink. She asked, "Whose room is this?" "Your girlfriend's." "No, this was the room of the previous owner's daughter. Since it's still quite new, I didn't renovate it." "Mom, don't worry, I will have a girlfriend and grandchildren.
Thinking about all that when you don't even have a girlfriend yet.
By the way, Deshawn said you know a girl whose godparents live in this community, right?
Which building? They're not home, they went on a trip. What's her name?
How old is she?
When will she be back?
Su Fan felt a bit of a headache. Mom, you all must be tired.
Get some rest early.
As they went downstairs, Su's dad had already brought all the vegetables from the car inside. The three of them unboxed the new fridge and moved it into the kitchen. After introducing them to the water heater's usage, Su Fan returned to his room once they had all gone to sleep. He glanced at his phone. Lu Ying had sent him a photo in the morning. It was a picture of the three of them dressed in local traditional costumes. Lu's dad wore blue, Lu's mom wore burgundy, and Lu Ying wore bright red with flowers in her hair resembling Aunt Wang, who was getting married today. They took the photo in front of a temple with a golden dome. The blue sky, white clouds, and lush green trees made for a lovely scene.
Su Fan scrolled through his co-worker's WeChat and paid the balance.
Chirp, chirp. The old lecher called out.
Let me out. The old lecher blinked his single eye and said, Sir, I have absorbed all the energy from that crystal core.
He had more to say, but Su Fan understood it was still asking for more. He had given them all his ordinary crystal cores, and the mutated crystal cores were much more precious. He hadn't even used them himself, so how could he let them take the lead? He shared his vision, glancing at Su Ranran's side where they were all asleep. He told the old lecher, just wait a bit, I'll give it to you once I get it.
Thank you, sir.
Su Fan looked at his deliciousness value. He still needed several thousand to reach 100,000 as they hadn't sold 1500 portions.
They might have sold them, but perhaps people hadn't eaten yet. He initially intended to strengthen his bank card.
Since his deliciousness value hadn't reached the required amount, he decided to wait a bit longer. He touched the bronze bird and initiated the strengthening.
This item is a spatial fusion device.
It is recommended that the host gather all 10 elements before strengthening at 10 elements.
Su Fan took out the mutated crystal cores Su Ranran had given him, including those of water, earth, and wood elements, and asked, aren't there only 5 elements?
Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and what else?
Ice.
Ice is a fusion of water and wind elements and does not count as one of the 10 elements. Besides gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, there are also wind, thunder, light, darkness, and sound.
Hiss.
Su Fan stroked the bronze bird and thought he would tell his granddaughter tomorrow so she could get some other elemental crystal cores. Whether fusing before strengthening or strengthening before fusing, this thing is no longer an ordinary treasure. If they want to get crystal cores, they must have good weapons for protection. It's already somewhat insufficient, and if he brings back another one, there will be even fewer they can use. They also need to get something powerful. This morning when he finished strengthening the crying stick, the system said this enhancement has increased the striking power of the giant crying stick 100-fold and evolved it into a growth-type magical artifact that can absorb evil energy to strengthen itself. In other words, the more ghosts or zombies it knocks down, the stronger it becomes.
The item is great, but conventional weapons can no longer be strengthened.
He can only take an unconventional route, so Su Fan got up and opened the door. He listened and heard that his parents were asleep.
He went downstairs to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. Imagining holding a kitchen knife to chop zombies.
Cough, cough, it felt a bit low. Furthermore, the kitchen knife has a simple structure and can only be enhanced once or twice at most. That won't do.
What else is there?
Su Fan scanned through a pile of pots and pans and found nothing else appropriate for a weapon besides the kitchen knife. He turned and went to the storage room, picking and choosing among his renovation tools.
Screwdriver. Electric drill. Jigsaw. In the end, he chose a large electric saw. Strengthen.
Deducting 100 points of deliciousness value. Electric saw strengthening.
Strengthening complete.
High-intensity electric saw now with a super large capacity power bank, charges for 5 minutes and can be used for 2 hours. Hey! Su Fan was very dissatisfied. The fridge can last a month after being powered for 5 minutes, but this electric saw can only be used for 2 hours.
System, you've regressed. Your technology has at least regressed by 50 years.
It's not the system that has regressed, it's that these two are completely different types of things. Okay. Does using an electric saw for 2 hours compare to a fridge running for 2 hours?
Su Fan.
Well, that certainly is different.
Su Fan accepted its PVA, stored the electric saw in space, and went back to sleep.
After thinking for a moment, he also put some soil from the space on the rooftop. This way his parents would have something to do and wouldn't feel bored. The night was deep and quiet.
Su Fan had a dream. To be precise, Lu Ying entered his dream.
She was wearing her red dress that resembled a bride's gown.
Su Go, I died again.
What? Why? How did you die? This morning I went with my parents to a bustling temple nearby, and a monk or a lama there told me the deceased should not occupy another. Su Fan was puzzled. How did he know this?
Did you tell him?
No. How could we dare to tell anyone? I was so scared at that moment that I had no idea how he knew. Then that person sprayed some water on me and I don't know what was inside. My mom started arguing with him and we played outside the whole day. I felt a bit unwell after coming out of the temple, and even while playing outside I felt dazed. I thought it was just the sun, but when I returned to the hotel I lay down and then my soul left my body.
I can't go back, Su-gu, I died again. Su-fan. Do your parents know? They are still sleeping now. What should I do, Su-gu?
They just started to recover. If they find out I'm gone again they won't be able to handle it.
When that monk told me, my mom almost went crazy.
I'm really afraid she won't be able to take this blow. Since you can't possess a body, try to attach yourself to an object of yours or your parents.
They'll call your dad shortly and you can come back first and talk about it then.
Okay. As dawn broke, Su-fan woke up recalling the dream from last night, unsure whether it was his dream or truly Lu Ying's request.
He first sent a message to Lu Ying's phone, "Are you there?"
Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Suddenly a phone call startled Su-fan and he saw the caller ID was Lu Ying.
He quickly answered.
Hello. Xiao Su. A man's voice came through. It was Lu Dad.
Uncle Lu. Is Ying there?
Xiao Su.
Ying is in trouble. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, take your time to explain. Lu's father recounted the events in fragments, much like what Lu Ying had said.
It was about what happened to Lu Ying at the temple that made her uncomfortable, leading to her passing.
Xiao Su, what should we do now?
I thought Ying would be able to stay by our side once she came back. Even if she looks different, she is still our daughter.
Who knew this would happen again? Su-fan comforted him. Don't rush, Uncle Lu. First gather all your belongings and bring them back.
I've spoken to Ying and asked her to attach herself to your things.
You told her.
How did you tell her?
I mean, how did you know she was gone?
Lu's father was somewhat incoherent. Su-fan tried to speak slowly so he could understand, briefly mentioning his dream about Lu Ying, and then asked, is Auntie still not awake? Yes, she woke up several times last night and finally managed to fall asleep.
Alright, don't wake her for now. First book the return tickets, quietly pack up everything without leaving anything behind, and well plan after we get back. What about this body?
Ying is not here, so it has become a corpse.
It's already cold. Ah. Su-fan also felt a bit of a headache. Transporting a corpse back would be too troublesome. The previous girl drowned in Ahu Park. It was completely an accident. It would be one thing if her family knew about it.
But Ying borrowing a corpse and living for a few more days before leaving passively. In the eyes of others, this girl just died now. Once her original family finds out, they might accuse Lu's parents of taking her abroad to harm her. Although they ignored her when she was alive, it would be a different matter now that she is dead.
Uncle Lu, first communicate with Auntie and say that Ying is still here, just unable to return to her body.
You should report it as an accidental death and the body can only be cremated before bringing it back.
Honey, what are you doing in Ying's room?
Lu's mother's voice came through.
Lu's father quickly said, Xiao Su, I can't talk to you right now.
The call was hurriedly hung up and Su-fan dazedly got up to wash up.
His parents had already gotten up early.
Zu's mother was busy making breakfast, still unfamiliar with the kitchen items, fumbling with the stove for a long time before finally cooking something. Zu's father went to the backyard and saw 2 chickens, fed them water and rice, then went upstairs and saw a large pile of dirt, instantly triggering his urge to farm. He searched the inside and outside of the villa for a while, and apart from the rake Su-fan had brought, he couldn't find any other farming tools, so he could only rake the dirt pile open. Seeing Su-fan getting up, he said, if I had known I would have brought a couple more tools.
It's fine, Dad.
Well, buy a few more later, they will come in handy in the future.
That works.
Once they decided to buy, the two went to the farming store after breakfast and also bought seeds. Su-fan deliberately avoided the place where they bought pumpkin seeds last time. He and his dad had already planted those 20 pumpkin seeds in the sweet potato field yesterday without even transplanting them, just directly planted. He only knew that the enhanced pumpkin seeds had increased yield but didn't know how their growth speed was.
Longjiang Base. Base Leader No. 1 Courtyard.
The staff of the Research Institute were reporting the latest progress of soil improvement to Han Bagua.
Tian Shiqing knocked and entered, his face full of excitement. Leader.
What's the rush?
Can't you see we are busy? Leader, it's about Villa No. 15.
Han Bagua looked up from the research report. Didn't the Su family go out?
What happened to their villa?
Tian Shiqing went over and supported his arm, helping him up. Something serious has happened, leader.
You need to come and see.
Supporting the leader to the door, he turned to the confused researchers and said, you all come too.
There's a major discovery.
Seeing his excited face turn red, Han Bagua was also curious about what he was hiding. They took a car over and arrived in just a few minutes.
In front of Villa No.
15, the security team was busy with something.
Upon seeing Leader No. 1 approach, they immediately stood up straight and saluted. Han Bagua followed Tian Shiqing to the space between Villa No. 15 and Villa No. 16. Leader, look up.
Han Bagua looked up and saw several green gem-like leaves stretching out from the railing of the rooftop of Villa No.
15. Against the dull gray and yellow tones of the base, they looked so dazzling.
What is that? If nothing unexpected happens, leader, that should be the vegetables planted by Boss Su's family. We can't tell what they are yet. They're not home and I didn't dare go into their house, so I had them bring a drone over. Tian Shicheng said. The security team had already set up the drone and asked leader. Tian Shicheng looked at Han Bagua. Han Bagua raised his hand. Fly it up and take a look. Yes. The drone took off with a whir, reaching the rooftop in just a few seconds. The rooftop had a canopy installed and the security team maneuvered the drone between the canopy and the rooftop. Everyone leaned in to watch as a vast expanse of green suddenly filled the entire screen. It was a sight to behold. How long had it been since they had seen such a large area of green? The leaves of the sweet potatoes growing outside were all the color of yellow sand and they were practically invisible unless intentionally searched for. Yet this small rooftop had grown so much. The security team was stunned. The researchers were dumbfounded. Tian Shicheng was also shocked. Han Bagua, however, was delighted. Boss Su, how many surprises do you still have in store for me? Leader, it seems to be pumpkin vines. How could they grow pumpkins? The key is that they only moved in a few days ago. How could the leaves have grown so much? Watch your mouth. Han Bagua said. Tian Shicheng immediately shut his mouth. Han Bagua glanced at the others, his expression serious, and ordered immediately seal off the roads leading here. The security team will patrol day and night and no unauthorized personnel are allowed in or out. Yes. Research Institute Director Li cautiously asked leader, how about we go up and get some soil and plant samples for further research? Other researchers looked at him with eager eyes. Han Bagua stared at those leaves for a moment, thought for a while and said, let's wait until they come back. Leader. Director Li grew anxious. It's been 5 years. They had purified the soil, improved the varieties and made so many efforts. The vegetables they planted now not only had low yields and slow growth but also poor quality, only enough for a few people to eat. The house had been completed for less than a week and their vegetables had already grown so big. They must have used extraordinary means. If they could take them back for research, it might lead to a qualitative leap in current vegetable cultivation. Han Bagua turned to him. You've waited 5 years, what's an additional 10 or 15 days? Director Li immediately deflated. Yes. Indeed, 5 years have already passed, waiting another 10 days doesn't matter. Before leaving, Han Bagua instructed the security team leader, keep the scene secure and report anything immediately. Yes. Su Fan and his father went to buy farming tools and received a call from his mother asking him to bring some cold medicine as she caught a cold after running the air conditioner all night yesterday. Having been accustomed to the electric fan at home, she was indeed not used to such prolonged exposure to the air conditioning. Su Fan bought cold medicine at the pharmacy and also picked up some masks. When he returned home, his father started preparing the garden with the cabbage, soybeans and garlic seeds he had bought, which didn't require much maintenance. Seeing Su Fan ready to get to work, he said, you can go ahead and take care of things at the store, I can handle it on my own. Then he'll bring you lunch later. Returning to the store, he glanced at the live streaming room. It had been 2 days since the last stream, and with Huzi stepping in he had lost quite a few fans, prompting him to use a wealth card directly. He patted the head of the fortune cat and asked Old Sure, has there been nothing much going on at the store these past 2 days? Boss Sure from next door has come over several times chatting with the workers. He said that since you the main owner weren't around, they could just mess around a bit. Later, upon learning they were your co-workers, he hinted at your financial situation. Oh. What did they say? They said they didn't know and asked if you were planning to renovate, offering a 10% discount. Ha. Su Fan laughed as well. This Boss Sure was probably just idle, he hadn't intended to take him seriously, but one remark from Old Sure made him instantly furious. He said, Sir, Boss Sure has changed your payment QR code. What the heck? Before he could react, Boss Sure peeked his head in from outside, grinning. Oh, Su Boss, are you open again? I thought you had closed up and run away. This guy really has a dirty mouth. Who doesn't know that business people dread hearing such ominous words? Su Fan's face darkened. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. I'm just speaking the truth. Your store has been open for less than a week and you closed it. Naturally, people would think you shut down. Can you blame them for saying it? Boss Sure, seeing that Su Fan was uninterested in his words, only wanted to say more. During these 2 days of closing, many people who came to eat ran over to his store to ask where did the owner next door go. When will you open? Boss, can you give us a call? You're right next door, how could you not have his number? Blah blah blah. This made him furious. Taking advantage of the workers on the other side not paying attention, he directly covered his store's QR code over Boss Sure's QR code. Cursing a few times, he thought it would be better if Boss Sure really closed down. He enjoyed watching others being unable to surpass him while feeling extremely frustrated. After throwing a few jabs at him, Boss Sure returned to his own store but didn't notice the threshold and tripped, falling to the ground with a thud. Yuck. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 of his front teeth, and his lip was also cut. Damn it. He got up and kicked the threshold of his store hard. With a crack. Ow.
It feels like my toe is broken. It hurts so much.
Hearing the commotion, the boss lady came out from the operation room, her face turning pale upon seeing him spitting blood.
What happened to you?
I broke my teeth and it made me furious. Without his front teeth, he was speaking with a lisp. Seeing the blood and teeth on the ground, the boss lattice expression softened a bit. Thankfully, it wasn't really blood. Then why are you still sitting here?
Hurry up and go to the hospital. My foot hurts.
How can your foot still be hurting?
I fell okay. Boss said, spitting another mouthful of blood foam.
It looked rather frightening. Hurry to the hospital, the boss lady said as she helped him up and then turned to pull down the roller shutter. Boss thought that since the teeth had just fallen out, they should still be reattachable. He bent down to pick them up and with a loud crack it almost made him drop dead right there.
Are you trying to kill me?
The sound of the rolling shutter startled the boss lady, and seeing his head caught in the door, she scolded, "Why are you crawling under the door?" Boss rubbed his head, wailing, "My teeth.
I'm picking up my teeth. Hurry and bring my teeth back."
The boss lady had to go inside to grab a piece of paper, wrap his teeth up and hand them to him before closing the door to ride the electric scooter parked outside. Boss climbed on, still holding the teeth but not gripping them tightly enough, and the scooter sped off, causing him to lean back heavily and fall to the ground.
Oh my gosh. Boss swore loudly, "Damn woman, can't you keep an eye on me? You've almost killed me, are you out of your mind?"
The boss lady stopped the scooter and turned back to help him up.
You didn't hold on tight and you blame me. Why are you driving so fast?
Boss climbed back on the scooter with his legs crossed. Watching them leave while bickering, Su Fan contentedly put away the misfortune card he was holding. Returning to the cash register, he tore off the QR code on top and entered the live streaming room. Under the support of the wealth card, the number of viewers gradually increased.
Ha! Did Brother Dashin recover his account? What was happening when my account got hacked a couple of days ago? Thankfully, the account has been restored. Didn't I say it was hacked?
What hacking? I went to the store and saw they were renovating, crowdfunding a big rocket.
Crowdfunding a big project? I want to see the new renovation. If you want to see the renovation, just go visit the store. Right now I want to see our Brother Dashin cutting potatoes.
The tables and chairs were delivered.
Su Fan had them help set everything up in the inner room.
He specifically had the adjoining door frame made in off-white, which looked quite similar to the previous dimensional door. At mealtime, he called a delivery person to send food to his parents. He wouldn't finish work until at least 1230, and if he waited until he got off to send it back, it would be too late. The delivery service costs money, and Zus' mother immediately called, saying, "Xiao Fan, if I had known you would have someone else deliver it, we might as well have done it ourselves.
Don't send it next time." Su Fan knew they were reluctant to spend the money.
After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I'll bring some vegetables back this afternoon and you all can cook tonight."
That's more like it. After finishing lunch, Su Fan ordered a variety of masks online, including regular masks, dust masks, and medical masks.
He also went to the market to buy chicken, duck, fish, and meat. When he got home, he reminded his parents, make sure not to kill the chickens in the backyard.
You said last time you wanted to raise chickens, how could we not know?
Zus' mother replied. Noticing his father was silent with a rather poor expression, Su Fan asked him what was wrong. Zus' mother said your dad wanted to go outside to get some wooden sticks for the garden, but they wouldn't let him and it almost turned into a fight.
Ah. Dad, who hit you? No one. They just wouldn't let me, so I didn't get them.
Zus' father said.
Your dad simply can't sit still. Those are used for landscaping, what would you do with them?
Things in the community really can't just be moved around, Su Fan said.
How about this, Dad? You make a list of what you need and I'll get it for you.